commissars also imparted political doctrine, some treating political grumbling as a major sin, and gave lengthy morale-rousing lectures and speeches that were often so laced with falsehoods that the volunteers chafed against them. British Brigadier John H. Bassett recalled his moaning comrades being forced by one commissar to listen to a public reading of Frente Rojo, a newspaper that relentlessly claimed the Republic was winning, even when the men were clearly retreating. After the interpreter had made translations in 4 or 5 languages, questions were invited. The British gave one concerted roar, "When are we going home?" 32 Such talk was considered bad for morale. Attempts were made to stifle a marching song that became popular amongst the English-speaking units. "Oh, I wanna go home. I don't wanna die. Machine guns they rattle. The cannons they roar. I don't wanna go to the front anymore. Oh, take me over the sea. Where Franco can't get at me. Oh. My. I'm too young to die. I wanna go home." 33. British humor and irreverence were not always appreciated. When the Polish Red Army officer and International Brigade Commander General Walter attended a May Day celebration in which the Spaniards danced, the Poles sang beautifully and the Germans produced a serious cultural display, he was amazed that the British were allowed to shout out a song that began, "In our quartermaster's stores there are very big rats, as big as wounded cats," and that their political commissars laughed along with them. Even the British tendency to stop at 5 p.m. and sit around in groups, muttering over cups of tea, provoked a degree of suspicion in the Polish general. 34. It is hard to calculate the overall rate of desertion in the international brigades. This was obviously more tempting for the French, whose homeland lay just across the Pyrenees, than for volunteers who had come from further afield or were political exiles with no home to return to. One list of those waiting for repatriation in the French consulate in Barcelona in January 1937 contained 117 names. 35 French police kept files on more than 500 men sent home via the country's consulates in Spain. Remy Skoutelsky, the historian of the French volunteers, believes that, while not all were international brigaders, the vast majority were deserters. Not all went via the consulates. Others escaped as stowaways or, dressed as civilians, traveled in the backs of trucks taking oranges across the border. 36 Many more would have been caught before reaching a consulate, meaning that desertion was, in Skoutelsky's words, a mass phenomenon. 37. A very conservative estimate suggests that at least 1,000 men deserted the international brigades, or roughly an average of 1 man for each platoon of 35 men. 38 That tallies with figures the brigades themselves held on file, though the records are unreliable since the term deserter was a catch-all that also covered those who were simply absent without leave and had missed 3 consecutive daily roll calls. 39 Some of those listed as missing in combat were likely also deserters. Amongst the worst offenders appear to have been the British, with 129 deserters listed and 53 men reaching the UK in the first 6 months of 1937. The fact that most of them arrived around the same time as the fracas at the French school in Valencia, suggests that this made British consular officials decide to get volunteers out quickly. The official line on deserters was harsh. Allegations that Marty routinely had them shot would lead to him being given the nickname the Butcher of Albacete. He was certainly involved in the court-martial and shooting of De La Salle, but there is little hard evidence that he deserved the nickname. The local civil governor later reported that at least 9 brigaders had been executed in Albacete, while Marty is also on record as complaining that he had been sent a group of Nazi spies discovered in Valencia who needed shooting, when this simply was not something that he could do. 40 Indeed, he can sometimes be found trying to relax the rigidity, or excessive independence, of attitudes among some national groups, particularly the Germans. The latter operated their own security service, based on a pre-existing German Communist Party structure, and had a reputation for unbending strictness. 41 At least one volunteer, Heinz Weil, appears to have been killed as a suspected Trotskyist. Exaggerated rumors spread amongst the other nationalities that the Germans were even prepared to shoot volunteers who contracted venereal diseases. 42. Shootings of deserters and cowards certainly happened during battle, just as they did in the rest of the Republican Army. 43 In that respect, the much admired General Walter was a far bloodier character than the blustering, bullying Marty, who was rarely to be found at the front line. Specific instructions were also given to deal with those who, seeking a way home, chose to shoot themselves through some non-vital part of the body. From today all soldiers with self-inflicted wounds will be considered as traitors to the people and will be punished according to the military law of Spain, death by shooting. Read one order issued to 15 Brigade in March 1937.44. The basic rules, however, were set by the government and applied to all soldiers, whether volunteers or not. A decree signed by the Republic's President Manuel Azaña on June 19, 1937, for example, allowed the death penalty to be passed on those found guilty of desertion, mutiny, disobeying orders during battle, or for being the first man in a unit to turn and run. 45 It also, however, allowed for 12 to 20-year prison sentences, which could be served in the pioneer companies. By those terms, the actual punishments meted out in the international brigades were not usually severe, since they often handed down 6-month prison terms and then sent deserters into pioneer units. That did not stop some more sadistic individuals in the brigade's own intelligence, police, and prison units from treating them in a more violent, and sometimes lethal, fashion. American Tony DeMeo, a Spanish military intelligence agent, was one of the most notorious. A Lincoln veteran called William C. McQuistion, who later gave evidence to an inquiry in the United States, claimed DeMeo shot 2 international deserters, 1 American and 1 British, at a cafeteria in Barcelona. The American had a State Department passport issued under the name of Aronofsky. The other fellow wasn't quite dead. His name was Moran, an Englishman. He was taken away to the hospital. 46 This may have happened during a rebellion by suspected deserters who had been picked up in and around the city and were being kept in a brigade's building in the Horton neighborhood. 47 Close study of the Abraham Lincoln Battalion, however, appears to show only 2 men shot for desertion, one of whom, Paul White, was sentenced to death by his own comrades. 48, while another probably died in prison. Other allegations point to a maximum of 7 other cases amongst the Americans. The deserters from 14 Brigade whom Auguste Licoeur had discovered and sent back to the pioneer units in the spring of 1937 soon had more serious things to worry about. They were to see action in the International Brigade's next major engagement, high in the Guadarrama Mountains between Madrid and Segovia, where Ernest Hemingway would later set his celebrated Spanish Civil War novel For Whom the Bell Tolls. 31. Hemingway, Men and Women in War, Brihuega, Madrid, March, April 1937. Ernest Hemingway was late. Circumstances had kept him away from the war for the first 7 months, despite his love of both Spain and the Republic. 1 He had just missed the action at Guadalajara and little had happened since then. Although already famous as a novelist, he was also a journalist and Spain was the biggest news story of the day. He was also, or so he thought, an expert on war, having been wounded while serving as an 18-year-old volunteer ambulance driver, after being turned down by the U.S. Army because of his bad eye, on the Italian front in the First World War, and winning Italy's silver medal for valor. 2 Finally, he was in love. His marriage to his second wife Pauline Pfeiffer continued, but Martha Gellhorn, a bold, outspoken and courageous war correspondent in the making, was now his main interest. Gellhorn was an equally ardent supporter of Republican Spain. They both found assignments there, she with Collier's magazine and he with the Nana News Agency, in order to live the excitement of the world's most important war, seek inspiration for their writing and be together. I am going to Spain with the boys, Gellhorn wrote to a friend as she left to board her ship to Europe. I don't know who the boys are, but I am going with them 3. Each, in their own way, also became cheerleaders for the International Brigaders. In other respects, their relationship mirrored that of Gerda Taro and Robert Capa, who combined their undoubted talents as war photographers with an unabashed desire to help the Republican cause. Hemingway had visited Republican Spain before the war and, even before traveling, had been heavily involved in fundraising for an American medical unit, contributing his own money. 4 On a later trip to the Teruel front, he was photographed showing a young militiaman how to use his rifle. He had interviewed Mussolini in the 1920s, spotted him as the biggest bluff in Europe, and become an anti-fascist after Mussolini's men killed socialist Giacomo Matteotti to silence him in 1924. He saw no need to be even-handed and impartial in a war against fascism. 5 Gellhorn was even clearer about not needing all that objectivity should. 6 Like any journalist, Hemingway wanted scoops. Other, more literary, reasons explained his desire to be here. The 37-year-old writer had not published a novel for 7 years. And some saw an attempt to breathe life back into a waning talent, perhaps by rediscovering the spark of truth that had brought him literary fame in the first place. It was a quest that had become more difficult as he increasingly and obsessively put himself at the center of all that happened. I think it was the only time in his life when he was not the most important thing there was. He really cared about that war. I believe I never would have gotten hooked otherwise, Gellhorn said later, after she had transformed herself from another unreliable witness, who had faked a famous eyewitness account of the lynching of a Mississippi sharecropper, to a serious war correspondent. 8 He was going through several crises, in his writing, popularity, and marriage, and Josephine Herbst, a fellow writer and journalist, believed he was seeking answers in the heightened experiences of war. It wasn't only that he was giving up his wife for Martha Gellhorn. He had answered a definite call when he came to Spain. He wanted to be the war writer of his age, and he knew it and went toward it, she wrote. War gave answers that could not be found in that paradise valley of Wyoming where he had fished, or even in the waters of Key West when the tarpon struck. What was the deepest reality there was in an extreme form here, and to get it he had to be in it, and he knew it. 9. Hemingway's relationship with the international brigaders was complex. He loved their apparent disdain for death, their cosmopolitan officers and the rugged company of soldiers, though this was usually over whiskey in his room at the Hotel Florida rather than in a front-line trench. In Madrid, the front was close to hand but rarely very active. A quick tram ride and short stroll took them to University City or West Park. 10 blocks from the hotel, 15 blocks, a good brisk walk in the rain, something to circulate your blood, wrote Gellhorn. No matter how often you do it, it is surprising just to walk to war, easily from your own bedroom where you have been reading a detective story or a Life of Byron. 10. Hemingway also appeared to envy the volunteers' commitment to action, as if they were somehow bigger, better men than he because they were risking their lives. Sometimes this brought out a particularly vicious streak in him. He deemed Taro, for example, a whore. It was a viperous reaction, probably due to the fact that she routinely got closer to the real war than he did. 11 Hemingway reserved some of his worst bile for Jim Lardner, a 23-year-old Harvard-educated junior Herald Tribune correspondent who swapped reporting for service with the Lincoln Battalion. 12 Hemingway described him as a superior little snot, admittedly months before Lardner was killed in action. 13 A need to measure himself against the brigaders was also apparent. Milton Wolfe, the last Lincoln commander, was especially damning in his assessment. After he first met Hemingway in Madrid, the 21-year-old wrote, "Ernest is quite childish in many respects. He wants very much to be a martyr. So much for writers. I'd rather read their works than be with them." Hemingway, he later added, was a tourist and a prick. 14. On visits to the British battalion, Hemingway was told to piss off by Fred Copeman and almost shot by sentries when he began sifting through the anti-tank battery's weapons one evening. 15 Lincoln Brigadier Alva Bessie later described him as a man who could be loyal, generous, warm, and modest to those he considered his friends, and could also be, and much too often was, cruel, petty, a braggart, a bully, an anti-Semite and a permanent adolescent. 16 The writer's love of the Republic was, nonetheless, sincere and provoked a boyish enthusiasm for the international brigades, though he was far more interested in the officers than the men on the ground. Hemingway's first major novel after the Civil War was For Whom the Bell Tolls, with fictional Lincoln Brigadier Robert Jordan as its protagonist. Several real behind-the-lines guerrilla fighters remembered meeting Hemingway during his time in Spain 17, though none recalled the writer ever taking part in their operations. This, however, is what Hemingway claimed to Edwin Rolfe, in a note he sent the poet and former Lincoln Battalion commissar shortly after he had finished his novel. O.K. Once I had to go to a town will not name to check personally, knew many people there, on effect of something that happened from the air and its sick true effect. Also on possibility of rising there. How much dough? And to carry dough. Was scared pissless all the time, really scared, woof sick because there is an indignity in that kind of finish that scares long in advance, he wrote. On return had to report that, 1. Hate our guts. 2. It would be pouring dough down a rat hole. 3. Didn't he trust the bastard SW ho were handling what there was. Okay. Report was considered defeatism of the deepest dye. Only was true and save sick much lives and money 18. It is impossible to verify his version of events, and Hemingway had a definite tendency towards hyperbole, but his commitment to the Republican cause was always clear. He had arrived in Spain with a contract from Nana to write articles, but he also made a documentary film, The Spanish Earth, July 1937, with the leftist Dutch filmmaker Joris Ivens. 19 Gellhorn's friendship with Eleanor Roosevelt meant the film was shown in the White House, where the president was sufficiently moved to call Spain a vicarious sacrifice for all of us, but not moved enough to engineer the end of non-intervention. 20. On seeing a draft of the screenplay of For Whom the Bell Tolls, Hemingway was adamant the enemy be called fascists throughout, although the Francoists termed themselves nationalists. Unless you make this emphasis, the people seeing the picture will have no idea what the Spanish people were really fighting for, he said. He was deeply admiring of 11 Brigade, which was full of true worthy Germans, Germans as we love them, though he sometimes found them overly serious. They nearly all had military training or fought in the World War. They were all anti-Nazis. Most of them were communists and they marched like the Reichswehr. They also sang songs that would break your heart, he wrote. 21 Their austere version of communism turned him off, but the worldly, sophisticated, and womanizing Hans Kalle he found perfect company, observing, Hans is a book to himself. We have too much together for me ever to risk losing any of it by trying to write about it. 22 That too much together suggests that, when in Madrid, Hans was a regular at Hemingway's late-night, whiskey-fueled gatherings at the Hotel Florida, where the writer displayed what Josie Herbst called his splurging magnificence, and his room was often filled with international brigade officers playing poker, talking politics, literature, and war. 23 Kalle could also be found at the Hotel Gran Via, where Beria discovered him intensely engaged with a film critic, or at the Russian delegation's home in the Gaylord Hotel. 24 Gustav Regler was amongst those who were charmed by the distinctly bourgeois tastes of the otherwise orthodox communist Kalle. He wore silk shirts and during lulls in the fighting he went to Madrid where he slept in the empire bed of a film star who had fled, swam in her pool and slowly drank her cellar dry, he recorded. During critical periods he scorned all female consolations, but as soon as things eased up he was to be seen again in the Gaylord or at the theater. 25. The Florida was famous for what Virginia Cowles called its diverse assembly of foreigners, idealists and mercenaries, scoundrels and martyrs, adventurers and embusques, fanatics, traitors, and plain down and outs. 26 At the Gaylord one was more likely to run into Koltsov, international brigade officers, a Russian guerrilla warfare advisor or a visiting literary luminary from Britain or France deemed to have the correct political credentials. It was also where goodbye parties were given for the departing Mexicans, including, famously, a boisterous one for an engineering officer called Gorkin that was attended by Regler. This ended up with tearful speeches from his fellow officers and toasts in champagne. Koltsov later confided that everybody expected Gorkin to fall victim to Stalin's purges on his return to Russia. We all knew. That is why we gave him the party. The French give a man rum before leading him out to the guillotine. In these days we give him champagne. 27 Kultsov told British journalist Claude Coburn that he himself feared becoming a victim. Everyone gets his turn, why not me, he said, employing his gift for mordant, dark humor. Guilty of telling bad jokes in the People's Tribunal. As an observation, it was unfortunately prescient. 28. Of all the international units, Hemingway's greatest love was for 12th Brigade, whose victory at Guadalajara he praised lavishly after visiting the battlefield late in March, after the main fighting had finished. He called it the first battle in this war fought on a World War scale, and claimed that Brihuega will take its place in military history with the other decisive battles of the world. 29 Hemingway identified so absolutely with the brigaders that he talked of deaths amongst their ranks in the first person plural. I can truly say for all those I knew as well as one man can know another, that the period of fighting when we thought the Republic could win the Spanish Civil War was the happiest period of our lives, he wrote. We were truly happy then, for when people died it seemed as though their death was justified and important. And he regarded Lukács, Regler, and Brigade Dr. Werner Heilbrunn as part of a broader mix of men of all political beliefs. 30. Hemingway's friendship with them had started at Guadalajara, when he drove back with Regler and Heilbrunn, and continued to the extent that one of his goodbye parties, he made 4 visits of between 2 and 6 months to Spain during the Civil War. 31. Was held at Heilbrunn's medical headquarters, with Hemingway eventually passing out drunk on his operating table. 32 The doctor was a particular favorite and Hemingway preferred his slanting smile, the cap cocked on the side, the slow, comic Berlin Jewish drawl to the mostly ardent German communists who he found a little serious to spend much time with. 33 With Lukács and Regler he was, of course, in the company of other writers, and the former was beside himself with pleasure whenever he saw Hemingway. Even though Eisner had to interpret, Lukács would take him by the elbow, sit him down, serve him the tastiest bits of the meal and pour his drink. In a word, he acted like a nanny. Hemingway, meanwhile, looked at him with satisfaction and insistent curiosity. 34. Though Hemingway was prone to exaggeration, he did not consciously fabricate things quite as much as photographers Capa and Taro, who, when they visited 13th Brigade, were determined to show the world the forgotten brigade. 13th Brigade had moved to Penarroya in Córdoba at the beginning of April with its 2 international battalions, Chapiv and Henry Wheelman, after 6 weeks of hardship, but relative quiet, in the mountainous Alpujarras. There it enjoyed considerable success. With the help of an international section of 16 T-26 tanks 35 they took a series of small villages, Valsequillo, La Granjuela, and Los Blasques, near the border between Andalusia and Extremadura, capturing some 900 prisoners. They then established a line in the rugged terrain of the Sierra Noria, preventing any further Francoist advances. 36 They also successfully incorporated 2 completely Spanish battalions, the Juan Marco, made up of railway workers who came equipped with brand new Russian weapons, and the Otumba. 37 Both of the new battalions functioned well, but after months of putting up with daily bombardments and the local fauna, which one volunteer listed as snakes, lizards, scorpions, spiders, beetles, wasps, flies, mosquitoes, lice, gnats and more, the international volunteers were desperate for a rest. 38. 13th Brigade's impressive successes, however, took place too far away from Madrid to catch the eye of the world's media. 39 News about the heroic fights of the 11 and other brigades around Madrid filled us with pride, but also envy. Who knew anything about the 13th Brigade? Journalists from all over the world went to Madrid, Egon Erwinkisch, Willy Breedel, Hans Marchwitza, Bodo Usse, and many more. Eric Weinert wrote battle poems and Ernst Busch his songs. But what about us? German volunteer Rudolf Engels asked. 40 His list included many of the best-known German-language writers amongst the international brigade's cheerleaders and propagandists. Kisch did eventually visit and praised the brigade for defending Spanish liberty in the most southeastern corner of Europe, far from Madrid, far from the rest of the world. 41 In the end, however, it was Capa and Taro's reenactments that rescued the 13th Brigade from anonymity. In July 1937, the photographers appeared at Penarroya with their new IMO movie camera and fulfilled instructions to provide the fakery in pursuit of the truth, which Time owner Henry Luce insisted was part of the mix of his successful March of Time newsreels. By reenacting the battle at La Grangeula 42 as a real attack wouldn't have seemed as authentic as this, Kappa told the German writer Alfred Kantaroas. 43 The pair had originally come across 13 Brigade after arriving too late to see the fall of Malaga. Jankertke's girlfriend, Kate Mangan, who shared a car with the couple while translating for a British journalist, remarked on the way they talked about Spain and the beautiful sunshine quite as if they were on holiday, but they did not neglect their work. They were always ready to leap from the car to take significantly grim pictures and were merely personally detached from their subjects. 44 Taro's mere arrival at 13 Brigade's Castel de Ferro headquarters provoked huge excitement amongst the volunteers there. Taro was a ripe beauty, wrote Mangan, with a tan face and bright orange hair cropped like a boy's. The natural tint of her hair was copper, she had the warm brown eyes that go with it, but the sun had bleached it orange and the effect was startling. She wore a little, round, Swiss cap on the back of the astonishing hair. She had small feet and was a model of Parisian sportive chic. 45. If Hemingway enjoyed the company of brigaders, the feeling was sometimes, but not always, mutual. He had the calming effect of a buffalo straying shaggily over the tundra, knowing its water holes and its pastures, wrote Regler, who became one of Hemingway's great brigader friends. For him we had the scent of death, like the bullfighters, and because of this he was invigorated by our company. 46 Regler could see, too, his deep affection for both Kala and Lukács. He would have been hard put to say which he loved more, the towering German or the thick-set Hungarian, Lukács, who mingled war and peace, self-sacrifice and pleasure, in quite other ways. The unbridled, male-dominated world of war that Hemingway found so appealing could, however, present additional risks for women. Martha Gellhorn recalled one late-night journey to Madrid in the back of Italian politician and brigade commander Randolfo Pacciardi's car, during which the Garibaldi leader kept trying to get me to put my hand on his privates, which filled me with terror and horror. Pacciardi treated it as a tremendous joke. He laughed merrily at me and all my scruples. So brave about rifle and machine gun fire, so frightened of sex. 47 Gellhorn, outwardly at least, was dismissive of the episode, quipping that determined Italians are something serious to beat off in no man's land in the middle of the night. Pacciardi's behavior did not seem to dim her view of the volunteers as a whole. Shock troops, now, you can tell a brigade is fine when they move from front to front, in trucks, fast, to wherever the danger is, she wrote in Collier's after meeting Robert Merriman and the Lincoln Volunteers. I thought, I'm proud as a goat that the Americans are known in Spain as good men and fine soldiers. That's all there is to it, I'm proud. 48. Marion Merriman's experience was more traumatic. Like some other trusted partners of prominent brigaders, she took part in the vetting of suspicious-looking characters. On one mission, she was sent south to Murcia to look over 2 British women who were creating trouble amongst the American volunteers. 49 She and 2 pleasant Slav officers set off from Albacete one morning. As we drove through the barren lands, I caught up on my diary, writing entries as we motored along, she wrote. We reached Murcia about noon, went on to Orihuela for lunch, then went for a swim, my first in the Mediterranean. Later I jotted in my diary, a sandy beach, warm caressing water. Hold life so close. We had dinner, the 2 officers and I, on a terrace overlooking a sleepy village caught on the arm of a cove. We marveled at the rosy grey of the sea dotted with slow-moving fishing boats. And, during dinner, I noted that the atmosphere, the swim, the moonlight, the pure beauty of where we were, seemed to give one of my companions romantic ideas. In Woman-Less War, I'd seen the look before. I dismissed it. That evening we checked into the hospital at Socorro Rojo. Weary from the long, if enjoyable, day, I fell quickly to sleep. But, suddenly and sharply, I was wide awake. The man whose look I'd noted at dinner was holding me down, one hand clamped over my mouth. I fought him, clawing, kicking. I couldn't scream. He raped me. I kicked him away. He fled the room. Terrified and sobbing, Marian Merriman dragged herself to the bathroom and, since there was no hot water, filled a tub with icy water. She felt filthy, and washed herself for hours, but never felt clean. She scrubbed, shivered, and wept in the dark. The next morning I didn't know what to do. What could I do? Should I try to find a way back to Albacete? Should I somehow get hold of Bob? Should I try to reach Ed Bender? What should I do? I had to calm myself. This is war, I told myself. Men are dying and maimed. This is my burden. As horrible as the rape was, the worst that could happen would be a pregnancy. If that happened, I steeled myself, I would go to the hospital's doctors or to Paris and have an abortion. But should I tell Bob? I asked myself, over and over. I searched and searched for the answer and finally concluded, I must not hurt Bob with this. If I tell him, I reasoned, Bob might kill the man. Or one of the other Americans would, for sure. There would be great trouble. No, this must be my secret burden. I cannot tell anyone, ever. What has been done cannot be undone. I went down to the commissary where the two officers were eating breakfast. One was, as always, cheerful and friendly. He seemed confused when I didn't sit with them. The rapist was brazen, arrogant. We continued the mission. I ignored the rapist, but I could not get the rape off my mind. But I went on with my work. 50. It became common knowledge amongst wives, girlfriends, and women journalists, that they were not welcome at the International Brigades base in Albacete, a view promulgated by Brigades Chief André Marty, who saw women as a permanent threat. 51 Romances or fraternization between volunteers were inevitable, however, no matter how hard Marty campaigned to keep men and women apart. This failed, most obviously, in the medical services. Soldiers routinely fell in love with their female nurses, and sometimes vice versa. More complex situations arose when the medical staff fell for one another. Doctors Theodore Bach and Maya Gampel, for example, conducted an affair while working alongside her husband Janik. All three knew about this, and Bach talks of holding hands in the back seat of the car that his close friend, Janik, was driving, and of his jealousy when the married couple went off to bed in a house they all shared in El Escorial. Yes, we were rivals, Janik and me. But stronger than our rivalry was that feeling of togetherness, he wrote later. This was something else, animated by the same idea of freedom, without the egoism of being number one or two, without the sting of ambition, without the purse of vanities, a great brotherhood, a militant solidarity. Yes, we were rivals. But that did not count, in Spain. 52. If men found it difficult to leave the international brigades, women found it difficult to join them. Marty had purged many women from the medical services in December 1936, proclaiming that a more thorough selection was required. Among them will be the many women of Central or Southern Europe, who have infiltrated Spain with a pseudo-diploma of nurse or others. You will stop this influx of political or other parasites, who have fallen on Spain like locusts, he stated. 53 In fact, most of the 23 hospitals with 6,000 beds now being run by the brigades were not in Albacete. They, and the 1,500 personnel, many of them women doctors and nurses, were spread across the country, with the beach town of Benicàssim and the city of Murcia two of the main nuclei. Evelyn Hutchins, a tough former burlesque dancer from New York, was one of the few women who broke into one of the roles usually reserved for men in the international brigades when she became a truck and ambulance driver for the medical service. She had been active in organizing aid for Spain from the US, and sent her brother and husband to the brigades before her. Some fellows thought it was very funny that I should be there driving. I am little, but I never made any attempt to swagger or act mannish. I acted just the way I always acted, she explained later. But the important thing was that the fellows who understood why I wanted to be there, why I had taken the job of driving, which was the only possibility of getting as close as I could to the actual fighting, they didn't think a girl should want to fight and have a machine gun instead of driving a car. These fellows were the fellows who took the thing seriously. 54. Hutchins was a rare exception. Otherwise, the pecking order for acceptable women began with a small number of trusted party workers, often with Comintern pedigree, followed by a smattering of doctors and, then, downwards through the nurses, propagandists, friendly journalists and hangers-on. The latter categories often found themselves under suspicion of spying, as if each of them was a potential Mata Hari. Even in Mercia, where her boyfriend Kurtka was recovering, Kate Mangan found herself being interrogated by the British communist journalist Claude Coburn, for exactly that reason. For a few minutes Claude persevered in trying to elicit from me what I was doing in Spain, what I was doing in Valencia and, finally, what I was doing in Murcia, but I gave him no satisfaction. Eventually I lost patience. In a civil war lots of strange types come to the surface, people you would never come across in normal circumstances. I'm one of them. Claude's party line had not entirely obliterated his sense of humor and he was forced to laugh. "Do you think I'm a spy?" I asked. "All women are potential spies," he said. 55. The international brigades were not the only people obsessed with spies. The term fifth columnists had been coined to describe those who the Francoist General Emilio Mola had claimed were ready to rise against the Republic in Madrid if the four columns of troops that approached the city late in 1936 had conquered it. Indeed, enemies, infiltrators and saboteurs were suspected to be lurking everywhere. Nowhere was this more so than in Barcelona. 32. Damage in Catalonia, Barcelona, late April 1937. Eric Arthur Blair had spent 3 months fighting boredom, cold, lice and hunger with a militia unit on the mostly dormant Aragonese front. The British writer known as George Orwell was fed up and determined to join the by now famous international brigades in order to do some real fighting. He had made a first attempt at this before leaving for Spain the previous year, but an interview with Harry Pollitt, head of the Communist Party of Great Britain, had ended badly. Pollitt had evidently decided that I was politically unreliable and refused to help me. 1. Orwell turned, instead, to the Independent Labour Party, ILP, which backed the anti-Stalinist POUM, and which he would join after returning from Spain, declaring it to be the only party which aims at anything I should regard as socialism. 2. As a result, he had spent a period of frustrating inaction with an international POUM section. His opportunity to finally join the international brigades appeared to have come when, at the end of April 1937, he was sent to Barcelona on 2 weeks' leave. 3. A communist friend in the city offered to arrange the transfer, urging him to bring other British fighters from his POUM militia unit with him. But Orwell delayed. He wanted to enjoy his time with his wife, Eileen, whom he had married the previous year, and who was staying at the Hotel Continental at the top end of the Ramblas. After almost 3 months in the trenches, the gangly writer also needed to recover his health. American novelist John Dos Passos ran into him at the hotel and found Orwell refreshingly honest, though his face had a sick drawn look and he seemed inexpressibly weary. 4. The decision to wait for his transfer to the international brigades ironically nearly cost him his life. When he had first reached Barcelona 3 months earlier, Orwell had been delighted to see the streets full of boiler-suited revolutionaries, although he had been surprised to find an army divided up between different parties and trades unions. "Aren't we all socialists?" the author of Down and Out in Paris and London had asked naively. 5. The Barcelona he encountered when he returned from the front in his dirty, ragged clothes in April 1937 was very different. The counter-revolution had ebbed, war seemed far off and suspicion abounded. He described his disillusionment in Homage to Catalonia, a book published 11 months later, that has colored many people's view of the Spanish Civil War. 6. The tide had rolled back, he wrote. Once again it was an ordinary city, a little pinched and chipped by war, but with no outward sign of working-class predominance. The change in the aspect of the crowds was startling. The militia uniform and the blue overalls had almost disappeared. Everyone seemed to be wearing the smart summer suits in which Spanish tailors specialize. Fat prosperous men, elegant women, and sleek cars were everywhere. It dismayed me a little, and brought it home to me that some queer things had been happening in the last 3 months. During the next few days I discovered by innumerable signs that my first impression had not been wrong. A deep change had come over the town. There were 2 facts that were the keynote of all else. One was that the people, the civil population, had lost much of their interest in the war. The other was that the normal division of society into rich and poor, upper class and lower class, was reasserting itself. Everyone who had been in Madrid said that it was completely different there. In Madrid the common danger forced people of almost all kinds into some sense of comradeship. A fat man eating quails while children are begging for bread is a disgusting sight, but you are less likely to see it when you are within sound of the guns. 7. Swollen by refugees, the population of Barcelona, already one of the mostly densely packed cities in Europe, had increased by 40%. That had provoked bread riots 8, but the most vicious battles were political. Orwell was only just beginning to realize that his POUM companions were in the thick of that. Politically conscious people were far more aware of the internecine struggle between anarchist and communist than of the fight against Franco, he wrote in Homage to Catalonia. 9. Conflict between the communist-backed Republican government and the anarchists, with their POUM allies, had been building almost since the first day of the war. The government clearly needed much fuller control of its resources and territory if it was to counter Franco. Crucial to this was to have a unified, centrally commanded, and obedient Republican army. That meant forcing the powerful anarchists and others who were busy governing themselves and running their own militias in Barcelona, parts of Catalonia and much of Aragon, to bend to state discipline. The anarchists had already shown signs of rebellion. At Guadalajara, for example, the Teruel battalion had demanded to be allowed to go to Valencia to debate its orders with the government. Ludwig Wren had ordered the International Brigade's military police to fire on the anarchist battalion's trucks if the threat was carried out. Eventually, they had to be disarmed. Since then, 800 anarchists had abandoned the front near the Aragonesa town of Giles, taking badly needed rifles and machine guns with them. It was estimated, indeed, that anarchists and others held 60,000 rifles in Barcelona alone, twice as many as on the Aragon front. Even Durruti, the anarchist martyr, had been infuriated by this. 11. Orwell's POUM colleagues agreed with many anarchists that revolution and fighting fascism were inseparable. 12. Orwell did not join the POUM party, not least because he believed that winning the war took priority over implementing a revolution. 13. That was one reason why he wanted to join the international brigades, and at least 8 more of those on leave with him planned to do the same. Perhaps more importantly, Orwell's companions were also virulently anti-Stalinist. In December their leader Andrew Nin had been sacked from the Catalan government because he was jeopardizing the support of the republic's only reliable arms supplier, the Soviet Union. On the streets of Barcelona these political differences were increasingly visible, as tension grew between the powerful socialist trades unions, allied with the government and the communists, and those of the anarchists. 14. Tit-for-tat killings were taking place, here and elsewhere. 15. Orwell feared that violence would erupt on May Day, when the two sides celebrated the great workers' holiday. To be marching up the street behind red flags inscribed with elevating slogans, and then to be bumped off from an upper window by some total stranger with a submachine gun, that is not my idea of a useful way to die, he said. 16. The marches were eventually banned, and May 1 was conveniently declared to be a working day in order to increase war production. 17. Orwell was relieved, but aware of the irony. Barcelona, the so-called revolutionary city, was probably the only city in non-fascist Europe that had no celebrations that day. 18. 2 days later Orwell was walking up the Ramblas when he heard rifle shots. Armed youths with red and black anarchist scarves around their throats were firing at what appeared to be a church tower down a side street. I thought instantly, it started. But I thought it without any very great feeling of surprise. For days past everyone had been expecting it to start at any moment. 19 An anarchist phone operator was reported to have interrupted a call made by the Republic's president, Manuel Azana, who was in Barcelona. 20 The government's assault guard police had reacted by attempting to take control of the main telephone exchange building on the central Plaza de Catalunya, which was run by the anarchists. Shots were fired and events spiraled from there. Orwell ran to the Hotel Falcon on the Ramblas, where foreign POUM fighters and sympathizers had gathered since the first days of the war. There he was handed a rifle and a few clips of ammunition. Armed men kept watch at the windows. Outside, an anarchist car bristled with weapons and a beautiful dark-haired girl of about 18 nursed a submachine gun across her knees. 21 Soon cobbles were being ripped up and barricades built. Men, women, and children were hauling sandbags across the Ramblas. Orwell recalled that a German POUM woman fighter in a pair of militiaman's trousers whose knee buttons just reached her ankles, looked on with a smile. Elsewhere in the city up to 7,000 anarchists and POUM members, including groups of German and Italians, were now manning the barricades. 22. Orwell was sent further up the street to the roof of the Poliorama Theater, in order to defend the POUM headquarters on the opposite side of the boulevard. By now he had simplified the conflict in his mind. It was police, that is, the assault guards, against the poor. When I see an actual flesh and blood worker in conflict with his natural enemy, the policeman, I do not have to ask myself which side I am on, he reasoned. 23 He spent 3 nights on the Poliorama's roof. The only shot he took was to try to explode a hand grenade that had rolled loose onto a pavement. His group reached an agreement with the assault guards on the roof of the building opposite them, promising not to be the first to shoot. Beer, and even a rifle, were swapped. We don't want to shoot you. We're only workers, the same as you are, one of the assault guards shouted. He made the anti-fascist salute, which I returned. I shouted across, have you got any more beer left? No, it's all gone. 24. While Orwell had hurried to the Hotel Falcon, German Friedrich Fritz Franken was one of half a dozen brigaders who gathered at the Grand Hotel Cologne, headquarters of the Catalan Communist Party, PSUC. Barcelona was not an important base for the international brigades, but they had offices in the city and volunteers were always passing through. Franken and the others spent the first night of the uprising there, but when a temporary ceasefire was observed the following day and the streets filled up again, they judged it safe enough to cross the corner of the square to the Hotel Victoria for lunch. The hotel, however, was reserving its food for guests and they turned back. Their outing in a part of the city where almost every street corner was occupied by a barricade manned by riflemen, and, on the anarchist side, women or machine gunners with an enemy on the opposite corner, was at best naive. Every significant building belonging to a party, union, militia group, or Catalan government department was now barricaded. Many of these lay in the triangle between the Plaza de Catalunya, the Plaza de la República, now Sant Jaume, and the Broad Via Laietana, running parallel to the Ramblas, and temporarily renamed after Durruti, and were within shooting distance of one another. Franken, in other words, had ventured into the most violent part of town. 25. As Franken returned with fellow German brigadier Max Better, who was on leave, shouts came from behind a barricade, Manos arriba. Hands up. The 2 unarmed Germans were led into the anarchist CNT Trades Union building at gunpoint. Their clothes and hands were scraped and sniffed for traces of gunpowder. According to Franken, they passed the test but were still accused of having manned a machine gun that had been firing at the CNT building. A chaotic hearing, apparently conducted in Catalan, which they did not understand, at first seemed to end with orders for them to be shot. It was enough for the anarchists that we were international brigaders, assumed Franken. 26 However, after Franken delivered an impassioned appeal, they were kept in custody. We are communists and volunteers of the international brigades who consider all anti-fascists our fighting partners, he declared. The winner of a fratricidal struggle among anti-fascists can only be Franco and fascism. If you kill us here, then 2 anti-fascists, 2 opponents of Franco, who are your fellow combatants, will fall. 27. The anarchists eventually handed the 2 men over to police officers of some sort. Franken does not seem sure who they were, who took them away and promised to release them quickly. When that did not happen, Franken and Better jumped out of a bathroom window and then went to a nearby bar to calm their nerves with some wine. By now, the trouble in the streets was effectively over, though they were chastised by Karl Meuss, their superior in the German Communist Party, KPD, for jumping out of the window. Meuss helped run the PSUC's Foreigners Department and was in charge of the KPD's Barcelona office. 28 The police, he explained, were meant to be on their side. It was the kind of comical, if potentially lethal, episode that led many observers to view the May events as a mere repetition of Barcelona's regular outbursts of political violence. An Italian journalist quipped that the city's paving stones should be numbered, since this would save such a lot of trouble in building and demolishing barricades. 29. Meanwhile, George Orwell managed to creep up the Ramblas on occasions to visit his wife at the Continental. On one occasion he encountered 2 international brigaders who were recovering from wounds. If they had been good party men they would, I suppose, have urged me to change sides, or even have penny-woned me and taken away the bombs of which my pockets were full, he wrote. Instead they merely commiserated with me for having to spend my leave in doing guard duty on a roof. The general attitude was, this is only a dust-up between the anarchists and the police, it doesn't mean anything. In spite of the extent of the fighting and the number of casualties, I believe this was nearer the truth than the official version, which represented the affair as a planned Rising 30. Orwell admitted that his was a partisan account and he was wrong in at least one important aspect. While POUM leaders such as Andrew Nin and Julian Gorkin loudly applauded the rebellious anarchist factions, 31 the anarchists' own leaders, 4 of whom were in the government, were desperately trying to calm their people down. Even if I had a rifle or a bomb in my hand, I would not know against whom to fire, because all those fighting are my brothers, anarchist Justice Minister Juan Garcia Oliver proclaimed when he arrived in the city from the temporary Spanish capital in Valencia. 32 He went on to claim, rather bizarrely, that he also felt obliged to kiss the corpses of dead policemen, since they were his allies. Some anarchists reportedly shot up their own radio sets when they heard that. 33 Garcia Oliver and his fellow ministers eventually imposed themselves on the purist rebels who had formed subgroups with names such as the Friends of Durruti, with 5,000 members, 34 or the Don Quixotes of the Ideal. The latter group proclaimed that its Dulcinea, Don Quixote's imaginary lady, was libertarian revolution. 35 The contrast in the behavior of the anarchist movement leaders and the POUM leaders was remarkable, since the latter effectively poured fuel on the fire. 36 Both they and their militia fighters, up to 10% of whom were foreign, would eventually pay for that. 5 days after the violence erupted, the government in Valencia flooded the city with smart, well-armed assault guards. Their arrival, agreed to by the anarchist ministers, brought the whole affair to an end. 37 The government also took charge of the Army of Catalonia, which had previously answered to the Catalan government, the Generalitat. 38 At least 218 people, 39 however, had been killed in the clashes in Barcelona alone, and it was clear that the impact would be lasting. Orwell returned to the Hotel Continental, but still found himself reaching for his pistol every time someone banged on the bedroom door. On the Saturday morning there was an uproar of shots outside and everyone cried out, "It's starting again." I ran into the street to find that it was only some Valencian assault guards shooting a mad dog. No one who was in Barcelona then, or for months later, will forget the horrible atmosphere produced by fear, suspicion, hatred, censored newspapers, crammed jails, enormous food queues and prowling gangs of armed men. 40. Orwell was especially upset by a cartoon circulating that showed a POUM figure slipping off a hammer and sickle mask to reveal a hideous, maniacal face painted with a swastika. Evidently the official version of the Barcelona fighting was already fixed upon. It was to be represented as a fifth-column fascist rising engineered solely by the POUM, Orwell reported. 41. When at the Hotel Continental he was approached again by the British friend with whom he had originally discussed joining the brigades, he refused. "Your papers are saying I'm a fascist," I said. "Surely I should be politically suspect, coming from the POUM." "Oh, that doesn't matter. After all, you were only acting under orders." I had to tell him that after this affair I could not join any communist-controlled unit. He was very decent about it. But from now on the whole atmosphere was changed. You could not, as before, agree to differ and have drinks with a man who was supposedly your political opponent. 42. Orwell was aware, though, that only fate had kept him on the POUM side of this confrontation. He had come tantalizingly close to becoming an international brigadier, a path followed by at least 44 other foreign POUM volunteers. 43 That would have placed him, at least metaphorically, on the opposite rooftop during the standoff in Las Ramblas. "It is hard to say now what difference this would have made," he wrote. "Quite possibly I should have been sent to Albacete before the Barcelona fighting started." 44. 3 days later, with his leave over, Orwell returned to the Aragon front. His hatred of the real enemy remained undimmed. He knew this was a fight against fascism, even as he realized that those shooting at him were often merely wretched conscripts. 45 As dawn broke over the trenches on May 20, however, he was careless taking cover and was hit through the neck by a sniper's bullet. Had the 6'2" rider been a bit shorter, it might have gone through his head. Had he been the height of the Spanish militiamen who dug these trenches, it would have missed altogether. He later recalled no pain, only a violent shock, such as you get from an electric terminal, with it a sense of utter weakness, a feeling of being stricken and shriveled up to nothing. 46 Convinced that he was dying, he felt, just like the wounded Bernard Knox at Boadilla, a violent resentment at having to leave this world which, when all is said and done, suits me so well. It was the volunteer's lament at not just offering one's life for the cause, but actually having to give it up. Remarkably, Orwell survived. Sent back to hospital in Barcelona, he made plans to leave Spain as soon as possible. "I had an overwhelming desire to get away from it all," he wrote. Away from the horrible atmosphere of political suspicion and hatred, from streets thronged by armed men, from air raids, trenches, machine guns, screaming trams, milkless tea, oil cookery, and shortage of cigarettes. By now, however, Orwell himself was being spied on. Amongst those tracking him were several international brigaders working for Stalin's sinister secret service, the Narodny Commissariat Vnutrenych del, NKVD, or People's Commissariat of Internal Affairs, whose bosses in Spain were Alexander Orlov and Naum. 47 Both the NKVD and the Soviet Union's GRU military intelligence, which was running guerrilla training camps for Republican soldiers, including many brigaders, viewed the international brigades as a rich, long-term recruiting ground. Within their diverse ranks, after all, was the world's largest international concentration of convinced, and often multilingual, communists, skilled in fighting and prepared to sacrifice their lives for the cause. It is not surprising that a chosen few were also happy to spy, lie, or assassinate for exactly the same ideal. Recruitment would become systematic and formally known as the New Enrollment Initiative. 48 It made use of the fact that the brigade's personnel department was led by Comintern veterans and often staffed by people already working for the NKVD, the GRU, the Republic Sim Military Intelligence Service, founded later, or the German Communist Party's internal security apparatus. Many would be sent to the guerrilla warfare schools that the GRU helped run in Barcelona, Benimaimet, and the Sierra de la Mujer Muerta. 49 One such recruit was the white Russian émigré Kirill Kinkin who, when he first arrived in Spain, was called to see Alexander Orlov at his 7th-floor room in the Hotel Metropole in Valencia. Young, tanned, blonde men sat in cabriolet cars outside, suggesting that some of the 29 German brigaders recruited by the NKVD were in Orlov's personal security detail, and a group of armed Serbians sat in the lobby. A white-jacketed waiter served breakfast, while Orlov smoked Lucky Strikes, carried a James Bond-style Walther PPK 7.65mm and smelled strongly of eau de cologne. Kenken was sent to enroll in the brigades and later joined a guerrilla detachment, together with a Spaniard called Ramon Mercader. The latter would become famous as Trotsky's assassin, killing him with a blow from an ice pick in an operation organized by Itingan in Mexico City in August 1940. One of the NKVD's first international brigade recruits was, like the old Etonian Orwell, a British public school-educated leftist, David Crook. Also like Orwell, whose The Road to Wigan Pier had been published while the writer was in Spain, Crook, a Jewish Londoner, had been shocked by his contact with poverty, in this case, while studying at Columbia University in New York, in the city's Bowery flop houses and on trips to visit striking Kentucky coal miners. He had been one of the few machine gunners to escape when the British battalion was forced to retreat at Jerima, thanks, in part, to his unlikely partnership with tough Manchester Irish merchant seaman Sam Wilde. It was Wilde who dragged himself back to the lines, and sent a stretcher to Crook, after they had lain wounded together in no man's land. Recruiting Crook had been a simple business. "Would you like to do some special work for the international movement?" the French writer Georges Soria asked him. "For the movement, of course, I'll do anything I'm asked," Crook replied. 50 After a series of interviews with the Russians, Crook was ordered to return to the British battalion and await instructions. These came shortly before the May events in Barcelona, when he was discharged from the brigades on fictitious health grounds. Arriving in the city at the same time as Orwell, he was briefed in a dimly lit room at a hotel on the fashionable Paseo de Gracia, with half a dozen shadowy figures discussing in 3 languages, Russian, Spanish, and English, what I was to do. Crook posed as a disgruntled veteran-turned-journalist who thought the government and communists were selling out the revolution. This he did not find strenuous, since the anarchists in Barcelona who thought the same way, and constantly invited him to drinks, proved as friendly and generous as they had always been in Madrid. Crook even became a member of the print and graphic arts section of the anarchist CNT Union. He also could not resist occasional visits to the International Brigades Club in the city, where he would bump into Sam Wilde and others while pretending not to support their politics. 51. Crook's hunting grounds were the Hotel Falcon, where he stole documents, and the Hotel Continental, where he befriended POUM-supporting journalists and others. Reports were written and passed over, in cafeterias or hotel bathrooms in the folds of newspapers, to his handler, an Irishman known as Sean O'Brien. One report on Eileen Blair, which made its way into the International Brigade's own security files, claimed that she was in an intimate relationship with Georges Cop Orwell's stout Belgian commander. 52. The British in the ILP office at the Hotel Falcon proved to be a simple target since they took easily to the long lunch hour of the Spaniards and perhaps even to the siesta habit. 53 They often did not return until after 5 p.m., so Crook spent the extended lunch break stealing files and address books and taking them to the NKVD safe house run by a middle-aged German couple on Montana Street. These were copied and replaced before the British returned from their siesta. A New Zealander known as Amy and a German called Alfonso were amongst the small group of NKVD operatives based at the 2 neighboring apartments that made up the safe house. Other visitors, known only as ghosts, were kept out of sight. 54 They almost certainly included the young Polish International Brigade's Captain Leon Narwiz, another POUM infiltrator, and German Lothar Marx, or Joan, whose photographs were used to identify the group's leaders. German Brigadier Werner Schwarz, meanwhile, had joined its foreign militia, reporting back on the rival group of international volunteers. Narwiz would later be assassinated in Barcelona, in revenge for the killing of POUM leaders. 55. When police started searching rooms in the Hotel Continental, David Crook was still undercover and joined those passing documents from balcony to balcony so that the papers could not be found. He was then arrested and placed in a cell for 9 days with some of Orwell's friends, including Kopp, in order to spy on them. He concluded that he could find no evidence of a major plot. He did not feel bad about it, however, since in the eyes of Stalin's followers, including myself, the Pomists were Trotskyites sick, and by opposing war first, revolution later, and the Popular Front, the POUM was aiding fascism. 56. One of Crook's surveillance targets was Kurt Landau, the Austrian who acted as informal head of the fractious group of foreign anti-Stalinist communists whose offices were mostly at the Hotel Falcon, but who often slept at the Hotel Continental. Landau was rumored to be living in a villa on the edge of town. This was only confirmed after Crook, posing as one half of a courting couple with a striking blonde NKVD agent known as Dolores, wandered past his house and confirmed that the man who sat out in the garden reading every day was, indeed, Landau. The latter was soon snatched by an NKVD squad. He never reappeared. Sean told me later he had been kidnapped, put in a wooden crate and loaded onto one of the Soviet ships bringing food or arms to the Republic. I was in those days in a state of blissful ignorance of Stalinism. How else could I have done the things I did in my 20s, he recalled later. 57. In fact, Landau and an unknown number of other victims may have ended up in an incinerator in a secret, private jail, or Cheka, run by the NKVD somewhere in the city. The oven was apparently constructed by Stanislav Alexeyevich Vopshasov, an experienced killer who took part in a series of NKVD assassinations in Spain and eventually became one of the Soviet Union's most highly decorated intelligence agents. 58 Other victims included Mark Rain, an itinerant socialist journalist who was well known across Europe. He was last seen rushing out of the same hotel without either his coat or hat. 59 Shortly before Orwell arrived back in Barcelona late in April 1937. Brian Gould Verschoyle, meanwhile, a 24-year-old Irish NKVD radio operator, was lured onto a ship in Barcelona's harbour, locked into a cabin and taken to Russia. At around the same time as Orwell was sitting on the roof of the Poliorama Theatre, Gould Verschoyle entered Moscow's infamous Lubyanka prison, accused of Trotskyism. He would die in jail a few years later. 60 José Robles, a Spanish academic who had been teaching at Johns Hopkins University and was a friend of John Dos Passos and Hemingway, was probably another victim. The two writers eventually fell out over this, with Dos Passos outraged at the idea that Robles may have been murdered. "Civil liberties shit," Hemingway exclaimed to him. "Are you with us or against us?" 61. Orwell had to return to the Aragon front in mid-June to collect his discharge papers. When he walked back through the doors of the Continental Hotel in Barcelona, he was surprised to receive a theatrical hug from his wife Eileen, who hissed into his ear, "Get out of here at once." 62 In his absence, the POUM had been banned and many of its members locked up, offices and hospitals had been raided and shut down. Andrunin, having refused to sign a Moscow-style confession, was secretly shot. Bob Smiley, a 20-year-old British POUM fighter, had already died in jail of peritonitis. Plainclothes police had raided the Blairs' hotel room, taking away a diary and press cuttings. Even Orwell's dirty laundry had been sequestered. That night, Orwell slept in the ruins of a gutted church. By day he wandered the streets and even visited imprisoned colleagues like Kopp, but was conscious of the posters screaming from the hoardings that I and everyone like me was a fascist spy. 63 The following night he slept in an abandoned building with two other British POUM fighters. Days later he and Eileen crossed the French border by train, sitting in the first-class dining car, a recent reintroduction onto Spanish railways, in order to look like well-heeled British visitors. Their names were not yet on the police register at the frontier and, after 6 months, Orwell was back in France. The selected NKVD assassination campaign in Spain was nothing like the vast purges in Russia, even if it was founded on the same ethos. Some writers feverishly claim the NKVD killed people in their hundreds or thousands. In fact, its victims numbered little more than 20, though these were often prominent, including Nin, the Italian anarchist leader Camillo Bernieri and his companion Francesco Barbieri. Spain was not the Soviet Union. It had its own government which believed in at least trying to apply a minimum level of due process of law. There were no mass trials. Most of Orwell's foreign POUM companions were released, and when the leadership was eventually tried in an open court, this declared them not guilty of espionage, and refused to bend to communist pressure for a death sentence. The Spanish experience, nevertheless, inoculated Orwell against totalitarianism of all kinds. It spawned not just Homage to Catalonia, which sold a mere 900 copies, before being reissued more than a decade later, but also Animal Farm and 1984. It had a similar impact on Dos Passos, who left Spain in a hurry. 64. For most international brigaders, the events of May, as they became known, were no more than a distant rumor. 65. Many brigaders had barely heard of the POUM, were clueless about what a Trotskyist might be, and found the anarchists generous, congenial company. That did not stop the brigade's own political commissariat from publishing a single-page leaflet with a picture of a volunteer about to be stabbed in the back, which warned volunteers to remain vigilant against provocateurs, POUM adventurers, splitters, and stirrers of trouble in the rearguard. 66. The brigade's internal press, which included at least 71 publications in languages ranging from English to Yiddish, also gave lavish coverage to the arrest of one British POUM volunteer as an international art thief. 67. I had only a rather hazy idea of the nature of the crime of Trotskyism, admitted Stephen Pollock, a Czech artist who had been studying in London. He nevertheless heard the word frequently. Trotskyite was the worst term of abuse in this army, and many political discussions in our battalion had ended with mutual charges of Trotskyism, he added. 68. In fact, the term was used to settle petty scores, and the brigade's command eventually issued an order warning that those who made false accusations would be punished. This was ironic, given that one of the most paranoid Trotskyist witch hunters of all was the brigade's chief himself, André Marty. The May events nevertheless had far-reaching consequences that would affect brigaders directly. Prime Minister Francisco Largo Caballero refused to ban the POUM and was ousted from the government. The moderate socialist Dr. Juan Negrin replaced him as Prime Minister. 69. Negrin hoped that he might finally persuade the British and French that the fascist coalition in Spain was a threat to them. 2.70 Taming the more revolutionary workers' organizations, be they unions, anarchists, or revolutionaries like the POUM, was crucial to that strategy. The communists favored that too. The NKVD was not the only outfit spying on brigaders. The German communists in charge of the PSUC Foreigners Service at the Hotel Cologne, which included a special section dedicated to intelligence, spying and policing, effectively ran a rogue outfit of their own. 71 The staff of this service have tended, on the one hand, to play at Sherlock Holmes, and, on the other hand, to play at German Cotter politics, all without control by the party, said an internal report in June 1937.72. They were also rumored to share use of the NKVD's oven. The volunteers themselves were also spied on directly, with Briton Charles Oliver Green, for example, hired by the NKVD as their eyes in the French-speaking Marseillaise battalion. 73 The notoriously thuggish American Tony DeMeo was just one of several Americans to join the Republic's own SIM military intelligence service, which the Russians helped set up in August 1937.74. The International Brigade's intelligence and Cotter services, meanwhile, kept their own files. A carefully crafted document from those files, in which the author used a compass to produce circles within circles, shows Orwell's English group as just one of several identified as dangerous to the brigades. Amongst the names and groups on the document are a Scandinavian group and, each on their own, the future Chancellor of Germany, and Nobel Peace Prize winner, Willy Brandt, and one of Holland's most famous writers, J.E.F. Last. A separate diagram in the same file also casts doubt on Max Hodan, the German International Brigades doctor whose experiences in Spain would go on to inspire one of Germany's most important pieces of post-war writing, Peter Weiss's magnum opus, The Aesthetics of Resistance. Hodan's girlfriend, Norwegian journalist Lisa Lindbeck, was the official historian of the Thalmann battalion. She, in turn, was part of a group of remarkable Scandinavian women war correspondents to gather in Spain, including Gerda Grepp, Norman Bethune's Swedish friend, the former marathon dancer Kaj Rothman, and Barbro Alving, known by the pseudonym Bang. 75. Several of them also appear in the files as suspects. Max Hodan's unnamed crime may have been that he believed shell shock victims were not cowards but men in need of careful rehabilitation. Perhaps, too, as a former sexual health campaigner, he could not be trusted to impose the slogans that Dutch writer J.E.F. Last came across when touring the International Brigades bases, that a communist must know how to suppress their sexuality. This, Last said, was especially so for homosexuals who could be expected to receive punishments in madrigueras of 5 weeks prison, while onanism carried a 3-day sentence. 76. The list-making was prodigious in both extent and absurdity, with Marty himself claiming the organizations who wanted to infiltrate the brigades included the Gestapo, Mussolini's OVRA, police units from Poland and France, French military intelligence, Trotskyists, anarchists, foreign socialists, and the followers of Largo Caballero. 77. Amongst the names confidently registered as spies on another document are the head of the Abraham Lincoln Battalion, Robert Merriman, and American volunteer Robert Kolodny, who went on to be an academic historian and one of the most loyal writers on the brigades. Tom Wintringham's American girlfriend Kitty Bowler, who was eventually expelled as a Trotskyist spy, is also on the list. Yet another document places Maria Aussen, the German writer who was Mikhail Koltsov's long-term girlfriend, at the center of a web of Trotskyist connections that includes Regler, Willy Munzenberg, and Kantaroas. 78. It is difficult not to see in some of these documents, written in German, the forebear of what would eventually become the Stasi secret police force of Communist East Germany. Certainly, they were the kind of allegations to jeopardize the future of anyone who, like the documents themselves, traveled to Moscow. In Aussen's case that meant arrest and eventual death in 1942. It was a path also traveled by Koltsov, who was arrested just 2 days after he had been elevated to the rank of corresponding member of the Academy of Sciences. His carefree and clever attitude had probably cost him dearly, but a denunciation from the servile and suspicious Marty, a personal enemy, may have made things worse. Koltsov was executed in Moscow in February 1940. The true reason for Koltsov's death may, however, have been his success in arousing popular support for Spain across the Soviet Union. The cause of Spain aroused intense enthusiasm throughout Russia, explained Louis Fisher, the well-connected American journalist who served as the International Brigade's quartermaster and knew Russia well. Many communists and non-communists hoped that the events in Spain might lend new life to the dying flame of the Russian Revolution. Not Stalin. He had consented to sell the Spanish Republic arms, but not to make a revolution. 79. Although Stalin's purges provided a frightening political backdrop, their impact on the brigaders was small. In practical terms, communist interference was mostly political rather than military, and the latter was far more important to the International Brigade's performance and the daily life of the volunteers. Commissars were a crucial party tool. Although only half the French volunteers in Spain were communist, for example, all but one of their 45 commissars were party members. Amongst the British, apparently non-communist commissars would turn out to be clandestine party members. Even then, Marty and the other commanders were wary of excessively diligent party members overstepping the popular front line. Party meetings in each battalion had to be discreet, and Marty fretted that commissars might be seen as party inspectors, creating problems with the Spanish government. Political interference was sometimes chaotic, reflecting the fact that national communist parties were often in disarray, or tiny. Britain had 12,283 members in April 1937, a significant portion of whom were in Spain. 80 The Hungarian Party, for example, was dissolved by the Comintern in 1936 and its leader Belikon arrested and, eventually, shot in Moscow in 1938. When the Polish Party was also dissolved, General Walter got blind drunk and Surek looked on as he wandered off, ranting to himself. With these two parties, along with the Germans and Italians, mostly in exile, Spain had become their effective base. "We needed Spain more than the Republic needed us," quipped one Italian. Nor did the brigaders feel they were fighting to help impose a communist state in Spain, though many would have willingly done this if ordered to. As one brigade's newspaper article stated, it was up to the Spaniards to choose the structure of the state. They were here to stop fascism. 81. Given that Stalin turned out to be one of the 20th century's biggest ogres, Orwell can be forgiven for siding with the POUM, but the writer also displayed a wider ignorance about what was happening in Spain. Willy Brandt, a leading light amongst the foreigners gathered around the party, was much better informed and could see the enormity of the errors on both sides. He hated the Comintern but also viewed the POUM as absurdly dogmatic and failing to realize that only a popular front could win the war. "First, the war must be won," he said, before adding that victory is possible without carrying out the revolution, but in the end, you also cannot win by drowning the revolution. 82. Orwell was aware that he might be misleading his readers, and was honest about it. "I believe that on such an issue as this no one is or can be completely truthful," he said. "It is difficult to be certain about anything except what you have seen with your own eyes, and consciously or unconsciously everyone writes as a partisan. In case I have not said this somewhere earlier in the book, I will say it now: beware of my partisanship, my mistakes of fact and the distortion inevitably caused by my having seen only one corner of events." 83. Despite his terrifying experiences in Barcelona, Orwell had not lost his admiration for the volunteer unit that he had originally planned to join. He made that clear, 2 months after his return home, by stating, in an otherwise scathing review of a book by the early volunteer John Sommerfield, "The International Brigade is in some way fighting for all of us, a thin line of suffering and often ill-armed human beings standing between barbarism and at least comparative decency." 84. 33. Attack, Guernica and Valsaine, April, June 1937. From his viewpoint in the hospital, where he was recovering from wounds sustained while fighting as a volunteer militiaman for the Republican Army in the North, Canadian former sailor, lumberjack, welder, and hobo Bill Williamson could not quite see the small town of Guernica on April 26, 1937. He understood, though, exactly what was happening to the ancient seat of Basque government, which was packed with refugees and the country folk who gathered there on market days. Wave after wave of aircraft were flying over it. You could see the bombs glinting in the sunlight as they fell, but you couldn't actually see where they fell because that was down in a little valley, Williamson said later. But you could hear the explosions. And afterwards a whole bunch of Messerschmitts would come over and scream down. It sort of terrified you, dive bombing the town. And then they'd go away and then another wave would come. One that night, with his arm in plaster, Williamson helped dig through the rubble for the injured, while the town itself was just a mass of flames and smoke. 2 He may well have been the first foreign witness of the destruction of the emblematic town which was considered the spiritual heart of the now semi-autonomous Basque country. Parliaments of various kinds had gathered under an ancient oak tree here since the 14th century. Now it was mostly destroyed, and the grave of up to 1,645 people. If 30-year-old Williamson had understood what was happening, it was because he had experienced something very similar 3 weeks earlier, while at a hospital in the nearby town of Durango. This had suffered the first ever blanket bombing of a civilian target in Europe, though, like previous aerial bombardments by the colonial powers in Africa or the Middle East, it had failed to provoke outrage. 3 Guernica's much higher death toll, however, garnered headlines across the world and inspired Pablo Picasso's iconic painting, with its screaming women, writhing animals, and dead child. 4 The outrage was also used in the Republic's internal propaganda to try to galvanize the international brigades, which Williamson transferred to the following month. 5 He carried with him considerable personal pain over the death of a militia woman called Dolores, whom he had fought alongside and whose photograph he conserved, showing her in regulation overalls with braided black hair scraped tightly back above dangling, triangular earrings. 6 The discovery that it could raise a town by firebombing would be useful to the Luftwaffe in the long term, but the campaign in the north provided other, more immediately practical lessons. Close cooperation between air and ground forces, Hitler's Condor Legion expeditionary force discovered, meant the former could be used to damage and demoralize infantry units with bombing and strafing, while the Francoist infantry mopped up behind them. Efficient communications, provided by new mobile command stations mounted on Krupp trucks, and the constant use of observer aircraft, were essential to that. 7 The international outcry over the destruction of Guernica did nothing to temper Britain's enthusiasm for non-intervention. The British consul in Bilbao, Ralph Stevenson, visited the following day and provided Foreign Secretary Anthony Eden with a graphic report of many men and women erring through the streets searching in the wreckage of their houses for their dear ones. 8 While Eden publicly admitted that if that kind of thing is repeated and intensified on a larger scale, it is going to mean a terrible future for Europe, the main concern was Germany's display of military might. In that sense, it only increased Britain's desire to pursue appeasement. Eden later admitted that Guernica had, indeed, been a harbinger, calling it the first blitz of the Second World War. It was the kind of observation that brigaders had begun to make in November 1936, as they watched Italian and German aircraft bombing civilians in Madrid. 9 Ever since the Luftwaffe had airlifted the Army of Africa into Spain, Franco's army had proved that even if it did not always win, it knew how to attack. In the north, indeed, it had been refining its techniques. That is why it was now rolling the northern front back towards Bilbao. Elsewhere, the Republican army had demonstrated a growing sophistication and capacity for resistance. It had not, however, had much fortune with its own offensives, as the international brigaders knew. The attempt to take Teruel had been a failure. So, too, had the assault on Lopera in December. The counterattacks at Jarama merely served to prove the costliness, in the machine gun era, of full frontal attacks. There had been gains at Penarroya and Motril, however, and Guadalajara had shown that the enemy could be thrown back. It had felt, indeed, like a turning point. The obvious next step was to launch an offensive. If Bilbao was in danger, then a Republican offensive near Madrid would have the added benefit of forcing Franco to send troops and aircraft south from there. As a first test, the Republican command chose to attack Franco's positions between the snowy peaks of the Guadarrama mountain chain, northwest of Madrid, and the walled city of Segovia. This was the terrain, and the battle, where Hemingway would later place the action of For Whom the Bell Tolls. Alexander Surek accompanied his Polish chief, General Walter, to one of the highest points in this mountain chain to survey the terrain on May 28, 1937.10 Walter now had his own division and had been given overall command of the operation, though only one of his 7 brigades, the French-speaking 14 Brigade led by a hero of the University City fighting, Colonel Jules Dumont, was international. 11 In the distance sat Segovia and the vast, flat meseta plain of Castile. In between them lay a deep valley, through which the river Eresma descended towards Segovia. This was a potential gateway into Franco's hinterland. At its boldest, an offensive here might bring the conquest of Segovia, while a more modest advance would occupy the top of the Eresma valley, leaving the Republican army at the gates to the ancient, windswept Castilian city. Earlier that month 2 new Russian-speaking officers had arrived to join General Walter's divisional staff. These were white Russians who had fought for the Tsar against the revolutionaries and lost. One of them, Andrei Simontovsky 12 had been a general, while the other, Theodore Mokhmas, had been a colonel. In the international brigades, they were a captain and lieutenant, respectively. Walter and Szymantoski became instant friends, like French and German veterans discussing their encounters in the World War. The White Russian and the Polish Communist found they had been on the opposing sides in several battles, with both claiming to have escaped from the other. At some stage, in their underwear. 13 They shared a love of warfare as well as various traits born of Russian military culture, including wearing laced, calf-high riding boots and keeping their thinning hair closely cropped. 14 They both also believed that the battlefield was no place for half measures or weakness. The wiry, white-haired Szymantoski was sent up to one of the highest and chilliest peaks in the area, Penisatories, as Walter's observer. 15 This rocky outpost was 2,182 meters above sea level, and while, in the valley below, the volunteers sometimes sweated in the early summer heat, he and the half-dozen men with him often froze at night. The Russian jotted down concise, accurate, and regular reports on the lined paper of a small notebook and sent them back to Walter. The quality of his observations reflects the mind of a former general used to understanding and analyzing the movements on a battlefield. They would prove invaluable. Walter sent him brandy to get him through the cold nights, which the Russian consumed in large quantities. Walter understood men who drank. He was one himself. The geometrical patterns of the ornamental gardens of the Royal Summer Palace of La Granja, an 18th-century Rococo masterpiece built in imitation of Versailles, could be seen clearly from Szymantoski's position. Closer to him lay the tiny village of Valsaine, with its own ruined country palace and, in front of that, the Cerro del Puerco hill. Also visible, however, were the enemy aircraft that constantly took off from an airfield near Segovia and those that patrolled the ridges of the mountain range, knowing that Republican planes would be vulnerable as they flew back up over them on their return from the battlefield. 16. Over the next few days, Szymantoski tracked the movements of both sides and logged them in heavily Russified French in his ruled notebook, the first of many that he would fill over the coming months as Walter's eyes and head of his operations department. 17. Those movements showed how much the Republican Army and the international brigades still had to learn. The attack plan for the morning of May 30 called for daring and surprise. Despite the fact that the tall pines which populated the valleys and mountainsides of the Guadarrama chain were perfect cover for a troop build-up, the Republican Army failed to keep the secret. Deserters gave the Francoist commander General José Enrique Varela details of the plans, and the night before the battle commenced the 100 or more trucks carrying the troops into position through the pouring rain left their headlights on. 18 The snake-like pattern of lights progressing along the winding tracks that climbed and fell along the thickly forested, but usually empty, mountainside was definitive proof that those plans were about to be put into action. Dumont's 14 Brigade arrived late, apparently because he had quibbled over the way in which his orders were delivered. 19 This left his men with little time to recover from their long march and meant he barely had time to send out reconnaissance patrols. 20 The men walked the last few kilometers, down a road that nobody appeared to have used for months and with a bright moon lighting up the last bits of snow in the treetops. Last-minute reconnaissance patrols achieved little. An unnamed Belgian led a patrol of 3 men straight into a position held by Franco's paramilitary recruits near the Cerro de Puerco hill, where he innocently asked directions to Dumont's headquarters. The 3 volunteers were disarmed and interrogated by a Francoist captain. At first, they refused to give any information, but, according to the same captain, they eventually gave in to threats that they would be shot. They told me that 4,000 men were going to attack down the valley, he reported. 21 Varela responded by sending 3 battalions as reinforcements. The Francoists, then, were ready for the surprise attack, which began with a brief but intense aerial bombardment at 6 a.m. on the morning of 30 May. 22 The International Volunteers of 14 Brigade had been assigned the task of assaulting both the village of Valsaine and the impressively fortified Cerro del Puerco hilltop. Those waiting for them were amazed to see that they did not even bother to take cover in order to creep up on them. Instead, they walked straight up to the barbed wire fences constructed 50 meters ahead of the main defensive positions and, still standing, began to cut them. Some 60 volunteers were immediately mowed down by machine gun fire. Dumont had been told that the defenses would be flimsy and poorly manned. The places that we expected to be unoccupied, turned out to be solidly fortified, he complained in a later report. 23. Losses in the first chaotic minutes were high and 14 Brigade could not get close enough to its targets to attack with grenades as it charged uphill towards solid bunkers equipped with machine guns. 24 The 6 available tanks had stayed some way back since it was feared that the clanking of their tracks would give away the presence of the attack force. When they arrived an hour later, it soon became clear that the mountains here were too steep and rugged for the tanks to climb and that, in effect, they could only be used as mobile artillery from the roads. From his position, Simontovsky could see that Dumont's brigade had edged towards Cerro del Puerco, sans grand profit, while the supporting artillery fire from 9 guns was largely ineffective, with one battery firing an estimated 60% duds. 25. At midday Dumont received an angry note from Walter, who wanted to know why the attack had not succeeded. The note demanded that he lead a fresh attack in person, and threatened to punish him for failure. Surek, who translated the written orders, realized immediately that the tenor of the note would provoke a clash of military cultures. Dumont was from the proud French officer class and had won both the Croix de Guerre and the Légion d'Honneur during the First World War, surviving wounds and gas attacks. Unlike the Poles, Bulgarians, or Russians that Walter was used to, who would have preferred to die rather than accept the slightest hint of cowardice, Dumont could be expected to respond badly. Surek also realized, however, that Walter was so furious that there was no point in contradicting him. 26. When Dumont received the missive he was, as Surek predicted, outraged, and declared that he was resigning. He gathered together his battalion commanders, informed them that he was handing command over to George Nathan, the ex-British Army officer who was now a senior staff officer, and then stormed off to Walter's headquarters to present his resignation. "I'm a soldier, and I won't accept it," he shouted. Walter refused to allow him to resign, and Dumont claimed that he agreed only to remain at my post until the end of the battle, but asked to be relieved of my duties after that. 27 The animus between the two men would never abate, and Surek noticed volunteers talking openly of a French faction and a Russian faction within the brigades. Something similar had already been mentioned in the letters found on the deserters at the French college in Valencia. 28. Dumont returned to the front, where he failed to persuade the inexperienced Spanish tankmen to do anything more than fire from their hiding places, thereby using up all their ammunition. Elsewhere the attack had not gone much better. Only one minor hill, the Cruz de la Gallega, had been captured, though the Segovia road had been successfully cut beyond La Granja, making it difficult for the Francoists to bring up reinforcements and supplies. The other important hilltops, Matabues and Cabeza Grande, remained in Francoist hands. 29. From his mountain perch, Simontovsky looked on as the next day's attack stalled at Valsaine, with 14 brigades suffering heavy losses but making no headway. 30 Frustration grew, sparking one of the strangest episodes of this short battle. It involved 14 Brigades Pioneer, or Disciplinary, unit, made up of French-speaking alcoholics and hotheads, and which probably included deserters sent back from the French school in Valencia. The other White Russian officer who had arrived with Simontovsky, Theodore Mokhmas, was placed in charge of some of them. When a group of 7 men got drunk and began to misbehave, he had them shot on the spot and then disappeared himself. Simontovsky speculated that his friend may have shot himself in the head with his own revolver. 31. 14th Brigade's Belgian cavalry commander Nick Gillen, a Lopera veteran and self-declared mercenary with the literary instincts of a pulp novelist, tells a different version of the story. He blames a French captain called Duchesne and his commissar, Benet, while limiting the dead to 5. After the failed attack on Valsaine, he reported that Duchesne picked 5 men at random. He killed them Soviet style, with a pistol shot to the back of the head, grabbing them by the neck with his left hand and shooting with the right. The 5th man was only wounded and grabbed onto the captain's leg. Benet, the political commissar, knocked him back with a punch and then blew his brains out. 32 Either way, it is clear that the episode, which does not appear in official reports, did actually take place. This was despite the fact that the pioneers carried out some of the most dangerous tasks, with 14 Brigade Dr. Theodore Bach witnessing them singing, cursing, and encouraging one another as they led an attack, charging across a meadow towards barbed wire and machine guns. 33 The company, indeed, suffered the worst casualties, including a French miner called Charlotte who was reputed to drink up to 5 liters of wine a day, but could always be counted on to lead any assault. 34 What, then, might have provoked the on-the-spot executions? Maurice Gillett, a battalion commander, gave a clue when he complained that those responsible for fortifying his battalion's positions, usually the pioneers, had been useless, claiming that the dark night, the rain, and the rocky ground, prevented them from doing their job. 35 Gillen, meanwhile, said that caught under intense fire, the disciplinary section men suddenly weakened and ran. 36 Whatever the reasons, it was a sign of growing frustrations within the Republican Army. Amongst the injured was the baby-faced architect and French Army Reserve officer Boris, Bob, Gampel, who commanded the Domingo Germinal anarchist battalion whose men had been integrated into 14 Brigade, with their old name replacing that of the valiant Couturier Battalion. 37 His appearance at the field hospital with a head wound shocked his sister, Maya, one of the brigade doctors. She was nevertheless relieved to see that he could still move his lips. I, as a doctor, understood that he wasn't dangerously wounded and didn't risk a stroke, she said. The reactions of Gampel's wife Manon, who had traveled with him from Paris and served as a nurse with 14 Brigade, is not recorded. This family of French picture framers was thoroughly middle class, but was also steeped in revolutionary tradition since both the parents had been forced to leave the Tsar's Russia. Gampel and the pioneer company leader, a tough former French foreign legionnaire known as Coco Valiant, had earlier joked about how comfortable the ambulances seemed. Both ended up needing them. 38 That evening Esimontoski reported seeing hundreds of trucks bringing men and supplies to reinforce the Francoist side. The impact of that would be felt the following day. While one of the other brigades fought its way into the La Granja Palace's ornamental gardens, 14 Brigade failed again at Valsaine. Overhead, meanwhile, the Francoist Air Force suddenly seemed to dominate the skies. The Republican Air Force, which was popularly called La Gloriosa, the Glorious, was by now known in the division headquarters as the Invisible. 39 That evening Esimontoski's mountaintop position was blasted by a storm of snow, sleet and icy wind. No sign of Lieutenant Theodore Mockmus, probably dead, he wrote. 40 Esimontoski left 3 men in his observation post the next day, and clambered down to visit Walter. 41 It was now clear that the attack had failed and on June 2 troops began to be pulled away. 14th Brigade had lost at least 360 men, more than the other brigades involved in the operation. 42 Walter told the volunteers they had displayed an exceptional degree of combativity and awareness of the cause we are defending, but warned that the losses proved the superiority of the enemy in tactics and firepower and have demonstrated to us our own deficiencies. 43 These included insufficient knowledge of basic military tactics and how to use terrain. They still had to learn how to switch from defense to careful attack, while more training was needed to reduce casualties and protect our own lives. 44 In fact, the failure at Valsaine was not their fault. Inadequate artillery and air support, poor coordination and, above all, the lack of intelligence about the enemy's fortifications were mostly to blame. 45 In an angry meeting after the battle, François Vittori, 14 Brigade's political commissar, accused one of the Spanish generals in charge of the sector of treason. 46 There was no open criticism, however, of General Walter's role, or his plan of attack. Perhaps nobody dared. Walter insisted, somewhat absurdly, that it had all been worth it. Thanks to your heroism, Franco could not continue his march on Bilbao, he told the volunteers. The city fell 15 days later. 34 The death of Lukacs, Huesca, early June 1937. In early June, Hungarian communist and writer Mate Zalka, aka General Pavol Lukács of 12th Brigade, traveled to Huesca to help lead yet another diversionary attack. The May bloodshed in Barcelona was fresh in everybody's minds, and he was worried about the anarchist and POUM units who were meant to help him. The region around Huesca had belonged to the anarchist-controlled Council of Aragon I and served as a crucible for experiments in self-government and collectivization. There had been relatively little fighting. The operation he was joining, indeed, was the first major one in the area since troops here had come under the central command of the Republican government in Valencia. 2. After the victory in Guadalajara, the dapper and popular Lukács had been lobbying to form a division based around the now much respected 12th Brigade, which everyone associated with the victorious Italian Garibaldi Battalion. For the Huesca operation he was given what, in effect, was a full division, though this, 45th Division, would not be formally named as such until after the battle. It was made up of 12 International Brigade, now with mixed Italian and Spanish battalions, and the new 150 International Brigade, reflecting a new numbering system in the Republican Army, but sometimes referred to as 12 Bispi, based on the Polish Dąbrowski and the French-speaking André Marty battalions. 4. Lukács was expected to follow a plan drawn up by the staff of local Commander General Sebastián Pozas, a man who clearly disliked the international brigades. This had been hurriedly put together over 5 days and assumed a level of coordinated action that Lukács decided was impossible. 5 As soon as one step went slightly wrong, it would fall to pieces, he thought. The government was in a hurry, however, and there was no time for changes or fine-tuning. Lukács was given instructions to send his men into the attack on the city of Huesca on June 12, and to do so following Pozas's plan, which included frontal attacks on the two fortified villages, Chimuelas and Aler, that guarded the only passage out of the city. Lukács was furious. Not only would this prevent refugees from leaving, he said, but it would also prolong the battle unnecessarily by forcing those inside Huesca to fight to the death. Pure nonsense, he complained. 6 There was, however, little else that could be done at such short notice, and this was mostly a last-ditch attempt to draw Francoist troops away from Bilbao, to conquer a city garrison that had been building defensive fortifications for 9 months. Struck down by migraines, the result of an old head injury, Lukács nevertheless pushed through with the help of some unidentified powders and whiskey. On the morning before the battle, his translator Eisner accompanied Lukács and his staff as they climbed to a hilltop overlooking Huesca from the north. The city's church towers were visible to the naked eye, and through binoculars they could see laundry lines draped with clothes and the pre-republican flag of Spain hanging from official buildings. Lukács confided his strategy to Eisner. He would ignore the plan to storm the city in a single day and, with the agreement of other divisional commanders, gradually creep up on it over 5 days. "I'm not going to attack tomorrow, and that's it," he told Eisner. When Regler and the Russian advisor Pavel Batov arrived at the same hilltop bearing a bottle of French lavender water and Russian newspapers as gifts, Lukács was delighted. The Russian had been, in many respects, the real military commander of Lukács's units, or so his rival Kleber believed. 7 Whenever there was a battle to be fought, Batov pretended to have broken rules by abandoning his new post as an advisor in Teruel, but it is more likely he had been quietly ordered to be at Lukács's side, perhaps to stiffen his spine. 8 He agreed that the plan was poorly thought out, but does not appear to have suggested it be postponed. Before returning to his headquarters in Apis on June 11, Lukács inspected the 2 roads that led from there to the east. One was wide, straight, and could be traveled quickly, but an 800-meter stretch was visible from Huesca and exposed to enemy artillery fire, though a screen had been built out of river reeds to disguise the traffic. 9 He ordered that, from now on, all traffic should take the second route, along a narrow, windy road with steep drops below it that nevertheless remained out of sight of enemy eyes. His men would have to be moved along this painfully bumpy route overnight, since slow-moving trucks were too easy a target on the other road. Returning to the same spot as they headed back later that afternoon, Lukacs was annoyed to see that the two cars that had preceded them, carrying Dombrowski commander Josef Strzelczyk, alias Jan Barwinski, 10 and the Garibaldi commander Randolfo Pacciardi 11, had swept past the checkpoint and onto the fast road. The sergeant in charge reasoned that, while he intended to carry out orders, who was he to stop senior officers from taking their own risks? The route was 20 minutes shorter and preparation time for the following battle was running out. Lukacs now decided that his high-powered Peugeot car would also get through. "You'll be the first to disobey your own instructions not to drive this way," Batov pointed out. Point 12. But on the other hand, if it's to avoid arriving late, Batov shuffled into the back seat beside him, while Regler rode up front with the Spanish driver, Emilio. He revved the engine, floored the accelerator, and the Peugeot was traveling at between 40 and 50 kilometers an hour as they took the curve leading to the exposed stretch of road. At that speed, they would be out of danger in just over a minute. Regler recalled what happened next. "The shell got us just as we were driving past the anarchist battalions. Our car was lifted into the air, to drop with a thud. I felt a savage blow in the back, and my hands were covered with splintered glass. The driver, beside me, was dead with his hand clutching the brake. Lukacs was lying with his grey head against the upholstery, his brains were exposed. I tried to get the door open but it was jammed. 'C'est la fin,' I said. I thrust an arm outside the car and, clutching the roof, dragged myself up. The sun was shining and a soft carpet of grass ran up the hillside. I was now conscious of the tepid pool of blood in which I had been sitting, but I went on pulling myself up. When I had managed to get halfway through the window I let myself fall. A shell whistled over me. 'Nous sommes les premiers victimes de la division,' I said, and gave a last glance at the groaning Lukacs. Point 13. Emilio had had time to throw the car towards the inside of the curve, in order to prevent it rolling off the road and down the hill, before passing out. Batov, also known as Fritz, recalled that Lukacs had shouted the Russian diminutive of his name Fritzinka, before slumping on top of him. Batov scrambled out, leaving a trail of blood, before falling unconscious onto the hard road. When he regained consciousness, he saw that Lukacs was hanging half out of the car. His head was touching the road, and everything was covered in blood, Batov told the filmmaker Roman Karman. All four men were taken to hospital. Point 14. Shrapnel had penetrated Lukacs's brain, and the surgeons decided there was nothing that could be done. Point 15. One visitor recalled that Lukacs lay unconscious and heavily sedated, his body and face twitching. Point 16. He died the following day. One eyewitness at the hospital claimed to have seen Lukacs's legs peppered with bullet wounds. 17. And rumors spread that anarchists had taken their revenge. The witness may have confused Lukacs with the unit's German doctor, Werner Heilbrunn, who also died when his car was strafed soon afterwards. In fact, it was haste that killed the elegant Hungarian spy, writer, and soldier. Heilbrunn's wife, Almuth, meanwhile, would remain in Spain. Hemingway was one of many captivated by her beauty. Point 18. These two deaths hit the American writer hard. "I think I cried when I heard Lukaszczyk was dead," he recalled after the war. Point 19. "I don't remember, I know I cried once when somebody died. It must have been Lukács because Lukács was the first great loss. Everyone else who had been killed was replaceable. Werner was the most irreplaceable of all." Back in Moscow, a nephew persuaded his family to destroy Lukács's diary because it contained commentary that would have been unpardonable in Stalin's time. Lukács had clearly been worried about something and had suffered from nightmares. Point 20. Command was passed, temporarily, to the Bulgarian Belov, and it was agreed that as few people as possible should be told. The news nevertheless slipped out. Imagine how terrible this was. The attack starts at dawn and our commander, General Lukács, is in the last few hours of life, dying from mortal wounds. For Lukács was more than a brigade commander. He was personally known and loved by all the brigade soldiers, and his loss was a deep blow to each fighter and each commander. His Hungarian artillery commander, Santo Reso, recalled. Point 21. Belov had barely a few hours to prepare for the next morning's attack. The assault turned out to be as disastrous as Lukács had predicted. 12th Brigade bravely attacked the concrete bunkers at Chmielys, as they tried to cut the road to Jaka. Before setting out, the Poles joked that they would be welcomed as the liberators of Huska later that very day, just as they had been in Brugge. First, though, they had to crawl along the bed of a stream below Chmielys and then attack uphill through fields of vines and unharvested wheat. The Dombrowski and Andrei Marty battalions were accompanied by a new Rákóczi International Battalion, with only 288 men, which had just been established by the Hungarians and went into battle vowing to avenge the loss of their countryman Lukács. The latter's baptism of fire followed one of the more lamentable patterns of the international brigades, where keen new national battalions were routinely slaughtered as they tried to prove their valor. Battalion Commander Dr. Ákos Havasi, a 53-year-old veteran leader of the short-lived Hungarian Soviet Republic of 1919, and Commissar Imre Tar led from the front. Both died when the battalion became trapped by machine gun fire. Resso remembered it as the most tragic day in the history of our brigade, with a quarter of its men lost. 22. The Italians had more luck, with Giovanni Pesse amongst those tasked with securing the Jaka road northwest of Chmielys. 23 Many of the Garibaldi volunteers knew that their commander, Pacciardi, had also opposed the operation. 24 The communist Pesse was highly critical. What would Pacciardi think if half an hour before an attack a Garibaldino or an officer wanted to argue over the plans, he asked. Perhaps Pacciardi is tired of this hard fighting. 25 Pacciardi's status as a non-communist brigade commander was becoming increasingly fragile, especially as new Italian recruits were now mostly being supplied by the Communist Party. He had also been complaining that recent changes had diluted the Italian nature of the Garibaldis, with some battalions now mostly Spanish. In fact, he now believed that the international brigades had already completed their task by shoring up the defense of Madrid. 26. It did not help that the Italians, as the most genuinely popular Front International unit, with anarchists and many other non-communists in their ranks, had found the May events in Barcelona deeply disturbing. They had already been through the discomfort of being moved to the Aragonesa town of Casp, the heartland of anarchism, where one regional leader, José Mávila, had claimed to prefer the sweet sound produced by the crash against the pavement of a saint's head fallen from a church to Beethoven's most harmonious sonata. 27 Pacciardi believed they had been tricked, thinking they were preparing for an offensive, when they were actually on police duty in case the anarchists rebelled. Worse still, Russian advisors had tried to order Carlo Pincionetti, the commander of one battalion, to take his men to Barcelona to help suppress the rebellion there in May. 28 Stay there. Don't move for any reason, Pacciardi, whose adjutant was the anarchist Giorgio Bracilarg, had said when Pincionetti called to inform him. These uncertainties and internal tensions cannot have helped at Huska. We are tired and nervous. It seems that something isn't working, and, what's more, the fascists have seen our movements, said Pesse. 29. When the dawn attack started, the Garibaldis advanced from the anarchist trenches across fields covered by waist-high vines. These provided scarce cover when the machine guns in the church towers at Chmielys and Allaire opened fire. The only option was to crawl. To advance in such conditions is like putting oneself before a firing squad, observed Pesse. 30. These two international brigades now began to learn some of the lessons that 14 Brigade had been taught 10 days earlier at Valsaine. Concrete bunkers could only be successfully attacked by artillery, aerial bombardment, or surprise. Often they required all three. Crossing open ground towards such positions was fraught with danger. When the impetus of an attack ran out, those who had survived either had to seek cover or lie perfectly still for hours on end in order not to attract fire. This was torture to mind and body. The wounded groaned, cried for help or slowly died. Those who went to help them immediately attracted rifle and machine gun fire, and frequently became yet another casualty. In the intense heat of June, water was a major problem. A single canteen might contain a liter, if it had not been left behind or nervously consumed early in the day. There was still water in the streams, but since retreat was often only possible after nightfall, many suffered dehydration or sunstroke. 31. Pesce himself reached within about 40 meters of the Francoist lines before realizing that it was hopeless to go on, and stayed still until sundown, witnessing a final heroic attack by a battalion of Spanish soldiers from the Carlos Marx division. "They had guts, and we admired them," he said. But they, too, were stopped. 32 Pesce crawled back and, that night, 12 and 150 international brigades picked up their dead and wounded under the cover of darkness. 33. A surprise appointment was made to replace Lukacs. Rumors of General Kleber's demise, or disappearance, were now proven false. Despite his often awkward character, some Republican leaders valued both his military experience and frankness. Since his minor role at Malaga, he had been courted first by Negrin to run the finance ministry's powerful Carabineros and then to take over the communist Carlos Marx division in Catalonia. 34 His appointment meant both joining the battle halfway through and finishing the task of building a division based around the Garibaldis. Before he left for the front, however, he was sternly reminded that the best way to avoid repeating previous gaffes was by refusing to give newspaper interviews. 35. Kleber arrived on June 15 to be told that his two international brigades, 12 and 150, were to carry out exactly the same assault that had failed a few days earlier. He complained energetically and demanded a delay. It was necessary to rework the plan and select another place for the attack, he explained later. 36 That, he was told, was impossible. The reason, once more, was Bilbao, where 14 International Brigade's former commander, the Frenchman Joseph Puts, was holding out as commander of the 1st Basque Division. 37. The next day's attack was another disaster, even though Spanish Republican troops on the north side of Huesca fought their way tantalizingly close to the city. The Dombrowski battalion advanced more cautiously this time and, using tanks as cover, managed to place two machine guns within 50 meters of Chimilas, but got no further. 38 Worse still, according to Kleber, his men received little help or sympathy from the POUM fighters behind them. They were met with a hostile coldness and gloating over their misfortune from the pomists sitting things out in their trenches, he complained in a later report to Moscow. 39. That was unfair. In fact, a POUM unit, with its own international volunteers, took a strategic hill, the Loma de los Martires, while Kleber's battalions failed absolutely. Poses praised the courage and brilliant behavior of POUM soldiers, while his chief of staff, Lieutenant Colonel Vicente Goarner, blamed the eventual loss of that same hill on Kleber, who had failed to send reinforcements. Goarner was critical of the international brigaders, whom he claimed showed a lower level of discipline and combativity than the Spanish troops who accompanied them. 40 Whatever the truth, all this happened on exactly the same day as the POUM was finally banned. 41. More worrying was that, as at Valsaine, the previously indomitable international brigades had failed. This was mainly because they had been given almost impossible missions whose real aim was simply to distract Franco from his campaign in the north. In both cases, however, brigade commanders, Dumont and Pachiardi, had argued with their superiors. In both cases, too, the volunteers had paid a high price in lives and casualties. They included two Italian battalion commanders, one of whom was dead and the other badly wounded. 42 If ever, in their 8-month history, the international brigades had reason to complain about being used as cannon fodder, this was it. Huesca had not been taken and Bilbao fell on June 19, the same day that the attack was called off. Walter also fretted that the international brigades were losing effectiveness and fighting spirit. Dumont's brigade had heroically but passively allowed itself to be slaughtered over the course of 5 days at Valsaine. And then there was Huesca, where the Lukacs brigade was nothing like what it had been during earlier battles. 43 There was every hope, however, that the Republic would learn from these two attacks. Changing the course of the war, or even just drawing a major part of Franco's army away from the north, where valuable industrial and mining areas around Santander still remained in Republican hands, required something much grander. A more ambitious operation, indeed, was soon being planned closer to Madrid. Almost all the international brigades would be needed for that. 35. Brunt, Denmark, early summer 1937. Leo Carey was both worried and excited. The dark-haired, droopy-eyed, 18-year-old one apprentice had walked out of his home in Rodovra, a small village just outside Copenhagen, Denmark, turning back to wave at his mother every few steps, full of joy and optimism. The dull, mechanical factory job was forgotten and the 3-year apprenticeship, with only 6 months left, abandoned. He was on his way to Spain, where the famous international brigades had already begun the task of defeating fascism with their victories at Jarama and Guadalajara. He would now help them complete the task. Even the familiar houses and trees that lined the road to the railway station suddenly seemed alive and beautiful, or so he wrote in a lightly novelized version of his memoirs. When he reached Paris, Carey refused to accompany his fellow Scandinavian volunteers into a brothel, declaring the belief, not uncommon among brigaders, that prostitution was slavery. 2 In Lyon, he had followed them sheepishly into a second one, determined not to be seen as aloof. He found the other volunteers were older, worldly, and slightly bullying. The train they had caught from Paris was known by some as the Red Express, since it had spent 10 months carrying volunteers towards the frontier. Sympathizers along the route knew it, and would raise their fists in salute. By now, however, the French border was closed. Non-intervention was hampering the supplies of men and arms to the Republic, though ships carrying Soviet aircraft were still getting through, while Hitler and Mussolini broke their promises daily. Reaching Spain by sea had become increasingly dangerous, especially after 57 of the 255 brigaders on the Ciudad de Barcelona died when it was torpedoed by a Francoist submarine just 400 meters off the Catalan coast on May 31, 1937. Many drowned after rushing below decks to find life belts, the ship sinking in just 3 minutes. As the rear end was going down, of course, the bow was coming up, and many comrades, from a false sense of security, or otherwise, kept climbing higher, which was suicide, as it was obvious what would happen when the ship plunged, recalled Joe Gibbons, an Irish-American survivor. 3 Canadian Carol Franchisti ended up clinging to a small jackmast that stuck out from the foredeck. He was sucked down with the rest of the boat a few seconds later. It was yet another flagrant breach of the non-intervention agreement by Mussolini, whose so-called pirate submarines were sinking all kinds of Republican shipping. 4. Now volunteers had to hike across the Pyrenees on foot, hiding from border guards. That had become the new rite of passage. Few of the thousands of volunteers who arrived this way would forget their first, dramatic sight of Spain after an exhausting day and night of clambering over the mountain range that separates it from the rest of Europe. The Pyrenees stood high behind us, white and hard, their peaks coloring to the rising sun, recalled the English writer Laurie Lee, whose physical condition was so poor, and complicated by epilepsy, that his main task as a brigadier would be to play his fiddle for local children. 5 We looked far, far down into tiny valleys in which blue ribbons of water sparkled, beautiful Spain stretched out before us like on a wonderful canvas, remembered Percy Ludwig, a British-Russian engineer. 6 At the outset of the trek, as thousands of volunteers had done already, and thousands more would do over the coming year, Leo Carey donned what seemed to him to be strange shoes, the rope-soled cloth sandals, or alpargatas, that were the footwear of local peasants. Some volunteers worried that these were too flimsy for the task, but they proved perfectly apt for the rugged mountainous terrain. Some of the group were caught by police before they could cross the border, and spent the next 2 weeks in police cells in France. 36 hours after setting out, a sore-footed Carey found himself in the same castle at Figueres where newly arrived volunteers had gathered since the early days of the war, before being sent out in batches to Albacete. Amongst those with him was a 17-year-old Norwegian boy, though those deemed underage were usually turned away. 7 The thick-walled, Spartan castle smelt of age and mold. Kari spent much of his time exploring its dingy basements. By now the walls were covered in graffiti in more than a dozen languages, as volunteers scrawled and scratched their names or left messages for friends who were due to follow them. In its courtyards and canteen he found Hungarian farmers, craftsmen from Switzerland, Scandinavian sailors, well-paid office workers from London, self-conscious Americans, loud Frenchmen, self-contained Finns, and feisty Slavs. More exotically, for a young man who had never left his own country, there was also a giant Icelander, a family from Poland, husband and wife and 2 adult sons, Negroes, Mongols, Jews, even a lone Abyssinian ate within days. Most people had severe diarrhea, another rite of passage, as stomachs struggled with olive oil and chickpeas. Already Kari had noticed that things were not as utopian as he had hoped. Men drank, squabbled and exchanged blows. Locals looked at them warily. Even those who approved of the foreign volunteers were not sure what to expect from the men who actually arrived. By now they had discovered that individual volunteers could be good, normal, or varying degrees of bad. On the train ride to Albacete, Kari was disappointed to see none of the expected crowds of cheering locals. In the towns where the individual battalion training camps were located, people were even more watchful. Old men shared their wineskins, laughing at the foreigners' clumsiness as they tipped the liquid over their chins, but drank little themselves and said less. "It's the war. Tomorrow will be better," one told him. 9 Here, as in Barcelona, any early enthusiasm had worn off. It was beginning to feel like a long war. This was especially true for those early volunteers who had arrived 9 months previously, many of whom were clamoring for permits to go home on leave, though these were scarce. As far as the Republican High Command was concerned, however, the volunteers were full-time soldiers who were expected to fight until the end of the war. That meant the international brigades could only send people home with permission from the War Ministry. Kari and a group of Scandinavian friends climbed the bell tower of a wrecked church and were amazed by the flat, parched and treeless landscape of La Mancha. 10 The heat was overwhelming, stoking tensions between the different Scandinavian groups training together to join 13 Brigade. A tattooed former Norwegian army corporal with a skull inked onto his chest vied with a Swedish former foreign legionnaire for a thuggish form of supremacy, swinging fists at other volunteers and locals alike. In the meantime, a laconic but respected English company commander, known only as Captain Smith, was replaced by a German determined to impose vigorous and rigid discipline on what he viewed as the unruly Scandinavians. Tell him that, while Germans train endlessly to win at war and still lose, the English don't train more than necessary, but still win, one angry Danish volunteer, referring to the Great War, told their translator, who refused to pass the comment on point 11 like the Dutch. The individualistic Scandinavians bridled against such discipline. 12 This they associated with Prussians and the Mexican party men schooled at Moscow's Lenin School or Frunze Military Academy. 13 Kari's closest friends were working-class Danes who, like him, had left school and gone straight to menial jobs, unemployment, or to sea. That did not stop them eagerly debating ideas, some of them profound. They wondered, for example, whether Christianity and socialism were not just 2 different forms of faith. 14 The Christians amongst them certainly thought so. Wasn't there also something stupid about having to use weapons to create a better society? And what happened, they wondered, when an ideal society was finally achieved? Would they all be happy, or immediately bored and looking for a new, higher ideal to struggle for? One evening they sat in Pedro's fly-infested cafe in Madrigueras, where the olive-skinned owner who served rough red wine had finally warmed to them. 2 Norwegian volunteers, Thalmann Battalion veterans blooded in the battles of Jarama and Guadalajara, walked in. The linguistic and geographical affinity of Scandinavians made them natural drinking partners, as well as often being placed in the same companies. Soon the Norwegians were telling them what to expect, lacing their stories with the world weariness of military veterans throughout history, men who have already passed through the deeply transformative experience of even a single day in battle, talking to newcomers. It did not sound good. Malaga had been betrayed, they claimed, and the generals had failed to follow up the victory at Guadalajara. A useless government, meanwhile, had just allowed Bilbao to fall. Democratically elected politicians in Europe were even worse. The continent's social democrats expressed sympathy, but backed non-intervention, blocked Russian armaments and, rather than fight fascism themselves, allowed anti-fascist volunteers like them to die. The fascists had better arms, while Catalans in Barcelona hoarded weapons needed at the front. Some volunteers had been driven insane by thirst and hunger. The average lifespan on the front was 3 weeks, they said, though this was mainly because the stupid ones who had not learned to find cover usually died on the first day. These exaggerated assertions were made by men only partially aware of the bigger picture of the war and with their tongues loosened by alcohol, but there were degrees of truth in all of them. On the final night before they left for the front, early in July 1937, Carey and the other new recruits in 13 Brigades Chapi Battalion danced with the same girls from Madrigueras who normally glanced furtively at them as they promenaded around town, though matronly chaperones were still on hand. Instead of shying away, mothers and elder sisters wished the men good luck and asked them to send love and greetings to their own brothers, husbands, and boyfriends, if they encountered them. For people in Madrigueras, this was becoming a routine. They had already sent several batches of young foreigners off to war and knew that many would, like their own menfolk, die or return wounded. Pedro refused to charge Carey and his friends for their last evening's drinks. A final dilemma was whether the canteens they took to the front should be filled with brandy or lemonade. Carey argued for lemonade, because it quenched thirst. Someone pointed out that they might have to offer it to a dying comrade. They opted for brandy. The recruits traveled by night towards the Sierras overlooking an arid, sun-burnished plain northwest of Madrid, on which lay the small town of Brunt. The multilingual 13 Brigade accounted for just 4 of the 88 battalions involved in the secret build-up to what was planned to be the fully reformed Republican Army's first major offensive. Virtually all of the international brigades were heading towards the hills above the plain. From here, a daring strike south was meant to encircle the Francoist forces to the west of Madrid while relieving pressure on the northern front, where port cities such as Santander and Gijón were holding out. Only 14 International Brigade, which had fought at Valsaine, was left out. The scale of this battle was different to anything seen before. The International Brigades accounted for just under a fifth, or 5 of the 27 brigades, of the estimated 70,000 Republican troops 15 who moved stealthily into the attack area during the first days of July. In all, the volunteer brigades and a cluster of international artillery and tank units from the international brigades provided some 14,000 troops. Only just over half of those were foreign, however, since Spaniards accounted for a growing number of the men in the brigade's ranks, and sometimes formed entire battalions. This was the first major attempt to turn the war around, building on the experience of 8 months of fighting around the Spanish capital. The Army of Madrid is the best. If we can't achieve success with such elements, then we can't achieve it anywhere. If the operation works successfully, the military impact and, especially, the impact on morale, will be very large and we can start to breathe, President Manuel Aznar wrote in his diary. 16 If it failed, he added rather more glumly, then it was likely that nothing would work. Prieto, the fellow moderate socialist who was now defense minister, was even more melodramatic. The winner at Brunt will win the war, he said. 17. The excitement was immense. Haranguing his troops, one commissar claimed that this was a chance to avenge Bilbao and Guernica, and, less logically, America. 18 Carey's Chapi Battalion, also known as the 21 Nations, had marched overnight to a gathering point in the steep, rock-strewn valley of the Alencia River. Alfred Kantaroas, the German writer who was now the battalion's political commissar, looked around him at the tanks, armored cars, and heavy artillery guns and decided that the tide was finally turning. Kantaroas had previously edited one of the brigade's many newspapers, so he also dreamed up a stirring imaginary headline to encapsulate the moment: "The People's Army is not just an anvil, it has become a hammer." A new phase of reconquest and victory, he felt sure, was about to begin. 19. While new volunteers like Carey, who had turned 19 a few weeks earlier, were keen to see action, older veterans felt more cautious. Luigi Longo, or Gallo, the Inspector General of the International Brigades 20, observed that some, especially in Carey's brigade, had been fighting for months without rest. For 8 or 10 months, they have been on virtually all the fronts, taken part in all the harshest battles, and have seen many of their comrades from the early days disappear, he wrote. Some have been injured 3 or 4 times. 21. The victories at Guadalajara and Penarroya, however, were part of a wider bolstering of morale. The change of government in Spain brought with it the sensation that political infighting was mostly over, while an increasing number of Spanish units were now able to match or outdo the international brigades in preparation, courage, and quality. One of the French founders of the brigades, Vidal Gaiman, still estimated that they formed a quarter of the Republic's shock troops. 22 New arms and proper uniforms meant that the Republican forces, and the international brigades, increasingly looked like an army of real soldiers. A second American battalion, the George Washington, had been created and was about to be initiated in battle. Together with the Lincoln and British battalions, this was part of a single regiment, while 15 brigades, other battalions, the Dimitrov, 6 Février and Spanish-speaking Español, made up a separate regiment. After the slaughter of its senior officers at Jarama, the Lincolns were now led by Oliver Law. The 37-year-old Texan was about to make history as the first black American commander to lead white troops into battle. Law was a former U.S. Army soldier with 6 years' experience in uniform, whose coolness under fire in Jarama had impressed everyone. "We came to wipe out the fascists, some of us must die doing that job. But we'll do it here in Spain, maybe stopping fascism in the United States, too, without a great battle there," he told an interviewer at Jarama. 23 Law had risen naturally up the ranks, and the choice for battalion commander had been between him and another black American, Walter Garland, who commanded the machine gun company. While the International Brigade staff and commissars had consciously set out to appoint an African American, few protested about the choice. Both men were amongst the few American volunteers with military backgrounds, while Law's courage and coolness were indisputable. As a communist organizer of the unemployed during the Great Depression, he was also considered politically sound. His appointment was a further reminder that the Communist Party was a rarity in U.S. politics, in that it both preached and tried to practice racial equality, at a time when lynching was still alive in the States, with 57 black victims in the 3 previous years. 24 More than 80 African Americans passed through the Lincoln Battalion, and they shared a history of slavery with many of the Cuban volunteers in their brigade. Some, like the nurse Celeria Kia, cited Mussolini's war in North Africa as a reason for joining. A handful of white volunteers, however, objected to taking orders from a black man. "At least in the labor punishment company you are treated like a white man," one volunteer spat. Others secretly whispered a sarcastic slogan, "Restore the whites to equality with the Negro." 25 Colonel Stephen Fuqua, the American Embassy's military attaché, who admired but was not permitted to help the volunteers, was surprised to see Oliver Law wearing an officer's uniform. An awkward conversation ensued. "I see that you are in a captain's uniform." "Yes, that is because I am a captain." "I am sure your people must be proud of you, my boy." 26. With the self-confident, extravagant, and popular George Nathan as head of operations under the Yugoslav Vladimir Kopic, 15 Brigade was swept by a curious tide of euphoria. This had much to do with the fact that, after months of lice-infested tedium in the trenches at Jarama, the brigade had enjoyed a short period of rest. The orders to move to Brunn caught them preparing for a sports day in the village where they had been regrouping. "We were tickled pink," said an as yet untested volunteer called Milton Wolfe. It was July 4th and we were really hepped up. 27 Philip Detro, a Texan and non-communist, recalled a sudden outburst of camaraderie. Comrades who before hardly spoke to each other now became very friendly. Everybody opened up. 28. The only concern was that, for the Brunt operation, they had been assigned to a division led by the Hungarian János Giles, or Gal, the same man who had sent the Lincolns on their pointless and bloody advance during the attack on the Pingarren Point. 29 15th Brigade spent the few days before the attack in an estate known as El Cancher, 14 kilometers below the vast and imposing monastery at El Escorial, built by King Philip II in the 16th century as a place from which to run the world's first global empire. Encamped in a beautiful forest on the side of the mountains. We are about to enter a battle which will prove decisive in the war against fascism, Peter O'Connor, an Irishman in the Lincoln Battalion, wrote in his diary. 30 The experience of night marches that week, when the heat subsided from fierce to merely uncomfortable, had already underlined to them one of the tortures of the coming battle, thirst. Leo Carey and 13 Brigade, which made up the rest of Gal's 15th Division, were also at El Cancher. 31 The brigade had come almost directly from the front in Andalusia, picking up fresh recruits like Carey along the way. His Chapiv battalion, the French-speaking Henry Wheelman and the Spanish Otumba and Juan Marco battalions had had little rest. A last-minute change saw the officers and commissar they had followed over the previous months replaced, to the irritation and anger of the men. The former Italian Communist parliamentary deputy Vincenzo Bianco, known as Krieger, was made brigade commander just 2 days before they went into battle. 32 This change reflected the factional infighting amongst different communist groups. The previous commander, Zeisser, had committed the same crime of rank inflation as Kleber earlier in the war by allowing himself to be known as General Gomez. 33 More importantly, he had complained vigorously that his exhausted brigade was not ready for battle. 34 János Giles, or Gal, was part of the select group of, mostly Red Army, foreign officers, along with Walter and Kleber, to be handed an entire division, which usually contained 2 or 3 brigades, to command. Walter's 35th Division was also waiting in the hills above the Brunt Plain. It included the German-speaking 11 Brigade, with an Austrian February 12th Battalion now added to the Thalmann, Hans Baimler, formed in April, and Edgar André, and 2 Spanish battalions, one of which had been only recently formed. 35 Kleber's 45th Division was in reserve, with 12 and 150 brigades having an additional Spanish battalion commanded by the Bulgarian Malinov, also known as Christoph. 36 Despite the presence of so many foreign volunteers, none of the international brigades were involved in the first wave of the attack, which began overnight on July 5, as thousands of men descended from the woodlands of the Sierra and marched silently across the plain towards Brunt and other objectives. With a large initial advantage in men and munitions, Lister, El Campesino, and José María Gallon, a professional carabinero officer from a left-wing military family, led their divisions straight through the Francoist front line. The plan was to either surprise or sweep past the handful of well-fortified small towns and villages in order to take the ridges overlooking the plain before enemy reinforcements could arrive. From there they were to turn towards Madrid and meet up with a second, smaller Republican attack force advancing west from the southern tip of the Spanish capital, thereby encircling and reducing the forces harassing the city from the west. The attack plan, designed by the man who had so cleverly defended Madrid as Maya's chief of staff, Vicente Rojo, depended as much on intelligent and successful maneuvering as actual fighting. Speed and silence were equally vital since the aim was to attack the half-dozen fortified towns and villages on the plain before daylight, often from several directions, catching them unprepared in a massive, overwhelming assault. A clear, star-spangled sky shed only slight light that night of the 5th, since the moon remained tucked away, and in the darkness thousands of boots tramping across the fields threw up a thin veil of dust. 37 For days, guerrilla units had been reconnoitering the terrain and observing the habits of enemy garrisons at night, and these now guided the units across the empty countryside, with locals having either left the area earlier in the war or asleep in their beds. 38 A vast, ghostly army walked through the darkness, along dirt tracks, dried up streams, and across the open countryside. On the plain the men soon noticed the softer, sandier soil of worked earth and the noise of crop stubble crunching underfoot. Occasional patches of vines, olives, chickpeas, and whole oaks dotted a plain that was scored by the gullies of dried-out streams and bordered by two rivers, the Guadarrama and the Perales. The initial strike was startling in its success. The small Brunt garrison was barely able to get out of bed before the attackers were inside the town's narrow streets. 39 by 9 a.m. on July 6, fighting there was already over, with only a handful of dead and injured amongst the attack force. 40 prisoners included several officers and two Falange nurses who were siblings of the aristocratic sister-in-law of Falange leader Antonio Primo de Rivera. 41 Even General Varela's chief of staff, Lieutenant Colonel Gregorio Lopez Muniz, on the Francoist side, was impressed. It was an undeniably brilliant example of approximation by night march in order to attack by surprise. The lessons of La Granja had been well learned, he wrote later. 42 The plan, in other words, seemed destined for success. Other settlements on the plain, such as Quijorna, Villanueva de la Canada and Villanueva del Pardillo, did not fall immediately, but could be bypassed. 43 Most were well defended with barbed wire and trenches all around, and some had been strengthened with modest numbers of additional troops and anti-tank guns. 44 Some garrisons had been nervously expecting something to happen, though they were not sure what. The soldiers of Quijorna garrison, for example, went to bed fully dressed and were in their positions within minutes of hearing gunfire. 45 Franco did not yet realize it, but by 10 a.m. on July 6, a 10-kilometer-long wedge had been driven into a space behind his troops besieging Madrid. "They have torn down my Madrid front," he exclaimed a few hours later. 46 Before giving instructions for preparations for an attack on Santander to be frozen. 47 One of the Brunt attack's objectives, in other words, was achieved instantly. Much of the plain was now under Republican control. For those leading the attack, the urgent question was how far they should press their advantage. They were already well placed to move beyond the 12-kilometer wide plain. It should now have been possible to strike south, cutting off the main road from Madrid to Talavera and Extremadura while also heading east for Boadilla. Units that advanced too far, however, risked being isolated and trapped. It was one thing, too, for the field commanders to follow precise, carefully made plans, and quite another for them to maneuver on their own initiative. 48 Lister eventually launched a timid push south that quickly ground to a halt. 49 Mayaja and Rojo both preferred to consolidate. 50 While Kleber's division remained in reserve, the other international brigades were mostly part of a second wave that set out later on July 6. Walter's division traipsed across the exposed plain to support the troops led by Lister and El Campesino, while Gall's two brigades prepared for what was now a crucial task. On the eastern side of the plain stood the reed beds, low scrub, and woodland that marked the course of the river Guadarrama. Beyond that a line of wooded hills rose upwards, separating the conquered territory from Boadilla, Aravaca, and the La Coruna highway, where the international brigades had fought in the final months of 1936. Beyond that lay the Casa de Campo, University City, and Madrid itself. The attack plan gave Gall's brigades the task of storming the two main ridges, known as Romanelos and Mosquito. They would become famous for some, and infamous for others, over the coming days. The obvious lesson from Jerima was that ridges like this should be attacked while they were still lightly defended. A British scout called Frank Graham roamed ahead of the advancing troops on his horse and found them almost deserted. He wished they had trucks to bring the men there quickly. 51 Several things happened, however, to slow them. One was a snarl up in the approaches to the battlefield, as units poured down the steep, windy roads. 52 vehicles sat bumper to bumper, jerking forwards a dozen meters at a time. 13th Brigade took 5 hours to cover the 5 kilometers to their start position in the hills 2 kilometers north of Villanueva de la Canada, a small, elongated village that stood at the gateway to the plain, and which had been bypassed in the initial attacks. 53 As the morning progressed and the battle to capture the village progressed, they enjoyed a ringside seat. Almost a dozen burned-out tanks already littered the fields in front of the village, where enemy anti-tank guns had stopped the first, early morning attack. 54 Now a second combined infantry and tank attack was being attempted. 55 It is unreal, like something we have seen on the screen in the cinema. But it is a thrilling sight, recalled one British battalion member. As the tiny dots that were Spanish infantrymen rushed towards the town, the volunteers played at armchair generals, criticizing the sluggish way the units moved. Now, if we were down there, we could do it better, they claimed. 56. Giles men were originally meant to bypass Villanueva, but the only decent road across the plain ran straight through it and supplies could only be moved properly once it had been taken. 57 The critics on the hill were right about the slowness of the infantry attack, which gave the defenders time to emerge from their bunkers after an artillery bombardment and return to their well-constructed network of trenches, concrete bunkers and foxholes. 58 General Walter considered it essential to attack such positions while an artillery bombardment was still going on. It's better to suffer losses from our own artillery by getting too close to the enemy than not to get the full benefit of the artillery fire, he told Surek, who nevertheless wondered who would be mad enough to actually do that. 59 The village was also ringed by barbed wire and attackers who tried to cut through that were mown down by machine gun fire from the 1,000-strong defenders. 60. New orders came. Giles brigades were to help take Villanueva de la Canada and only then move on. 61 Their attack, the third of the day, began early in the afternoon. For newcomers like Leo Carey, it was an initiation into the sights, smells and sounds of real war. When the defenders' machine guns opened up, with their evenly paced rat-a-tat-tat, it sounded like someone banging a hammer on a tin roof. It also scared the newcomers, who threw themselves to the ground while the veterans walked nonchalantly on. The fire was not directed at them, but at the English-speaking 15 Brigade, which had circled around to the south. 62 When they heard a buzzing noise that sounded like a swarm of bees, however, the old-timers dropped to their bellies and began crawling. That, Carey learned, was the sound of bullets whipping through the air above them. The village had been intelligently fortified, following a German system of circular trenches and barbed wire, and had just received reinforcements. On the plain, which fell gently away from the village on three sides, there were few places for the attackers to hide. The solid church tower offered a magnificent vantage spot for machine gunners, and a tiny walled cemetery outside the village provided another defensive strong point. A Moroccan unit held out there under intense artillery fire that sent the bones of the buried flying into the air. The smoldering hulks of tanks were proof that the fascists had the latest German anti-tank weapons. 63 The international brigades, however, had also just received the latest 45mm Russian anti-tank guns, 3 for each brigade. They were cumbersome, but devastatingly accurate. 64 The guns could be loaded with armor-piercing rounds, shrapnel rounds, or small grenade-like shells to destroy machine guns' nests. 65 The Garibaldis towed the rubber-wheeled weapons behind trucks, while the strong-muscled Scandinavian sailors of 13 Brigade's new anti-tank section often pulled them with ropes, 9 men to a gun. 66 15th Brigade's new anti-tank section, manned by a group of intellectually minded British volunteers, some of them students, were kept out of this fight and chafed angrily, watching from the hills above, knowing that their weapons could save infantry lives. 67 All afternoon men lay paralyzed a few hundred meters from the town. As the sun burned their skin, the wounded cried out for help and the slightest movement drew fire. The British battalion huddled 300 meters from the town in the ditches along the Brunt Road, regretting that their water flasks had been taken off to be refilled, and not returned, just before they were ordered into the attack, and that the streams on their maps were mostly dried out. 68 Unlike the other battalions, they were at least on a slope that rose gently out of the town, giving them the advantage of height. Even that, though, was not enough to risk rushing forward. They hugged the baking earth that lined the ditches, hid behind dung heaps and waited for nightfall. 69 The Americans in the Washington and Lincoln battalions were also struggling under the glaring sun, and 6 out of 8 men in one section collapsed from heat stroke. 70 Many of the Canadians in the American battalions, who called themselves the Fighting Canucks, lay out amongst the wounded, having failed to charge through the kill zone. 71 Kari's Chapeve battalion, meanwhile, arrived 2 hours late. They had lost their way in the fog of dust thrown up by speeding vehicles and the bombs and shells that sent plumes of dry earth high into the air. 72 George Nathan was sent to direct the attack personally, but, as night began to fall, they had still not crossed the last few hundred meters to the village. 73 The final act of the battle for Villanueva de la Canada came quickly, but was preceded by tragedy. Peering up from their ditches into the gloom of dusk, the British could see some 40 people, led by women, old men, and children, abandoning the village. They assumed that these were refugees fleeing the fighting during a lull and shouted at them to run. In the memory of one of those present, they instead remained closely packed together and casting fearful and anxious glances to left and right as they moved forwards. Occasional shouts of camarada, and commandante, sounded like appeals for help, and one British volunteer ran forward to guide them. 74 Only when the firing started did they realize that these people were leading a group of soldiers who crouched behind them. We had no alternative, recalled the same witness, who never shook off the horror of what happened next. 75 The British battalion's new commander, 76 Fred Copeman, turned to 2 machine gunners beside him and gave his orders. "Get ready to fire all you've got, and don't be sentimental," he urged. At his whistle blast, he remembered, the machine gunners let everything rip along the flat surface of the road. Not a nice sight. One old lady was dead in front. Happily she did not know what had hit her. A few more women were wounded. Only 3 men remained alive. 77 children also lay dead. 78 This ghastly encounter appeared to galvanize the attackers, and the final breakthrough came soon afterwards, on the western side of the village. One of 13 brigades Spanish battalions, the Juan Marco, rushed forward with grenades. 79 So too did the Bulgarians and Yugoslavs in 15 brigades Dimitrov battalion, whose courageous final dash brought heavy losses. 80 Soon both were inside the village. Encouraged, the British also rushed in. Once inside, the fighting was with bayonets and grenades, though the church's thick walls still provided valuable cover for the remaining defenders. By midnight, however, the battle was over. The ferocity of the defense, the losses of their own men, and the use of civilians as shields combined to strike fury into the volunteers. More than 140 prisoners were taken, but at least half a dozen were shot on the spot, including the mayor. 81 Copeman himself, enraged that a wounded fascist had shot a British volunteer who was apparently trying to help him, killed the artillery commander as he tried to surrender. "All I saw was the cold revolver he was waving around aimlessly. I was taking no chances, he dropped like a brick," he recalled. 82 Some 350 members of the 2 international brigades had been killed or wounded. 83 Amongst those to emerge from the rubble were 2 Belgians who had joined Franco's Foreign Legion and shouted "Hello Ruskies" at the international brigaders. 84 Villanueva de la Canada was, by now, a smoldering pile of ruins littered with hundreds of corpses. 85 A similar fate had already struck, or awaited, the other villages on the plain, though this task took several days to complete. 13th Brigade did not set out again until 10 o'clock the following morning. By then, most of the dead had been found and buried. One of the last to be discovered was the brigade's brand new Yugoslav commissar, Blagoje Perovic, who had been amongst the first volunteers to reach Spain. The previous night, perhaps knowing that he had to prove himself to his new unit, he had insisted on helping lead the Juan Marco battalion into the town. Political Commissar Cantaroas went through his pockets, removing his notepad, papers, a wallet, a watch, and a cigarette case that were bundled up to be sent back to the brigade's HQ. At the last minute he flicked open the cigarette case, and helped himself to one of the 14 elegant Gaulois blue there. He handed the rest out to the surprised group standing around him. "This is his final gift to us," he told the men, before Perovic's corpse was taken off. 86. Leo Carey and the fellow newcomers who had survived their first day of fighting felt curiously elated. They were now blooded soldiers, who had experienced victory. Wandering through the town that day, however, some began to realize that the heat was an enemy which provoked more than thirst. The corpses of Moroccan Francoist soldiers and their own companions were already blackened and bloated. Flies buzzed all over them. 87. The smell of decomposing flesh, at first sickly sweet, then rank, began to drift across the plain. It would remain there for the next few weeks, a nausea-inducing stench that new volunteers noticed immediately. Those tasked with shifting the bodies finally found a use for the bulky, hot, rubberized gas masks they were obliged to carry in case Franco was tempted to use the chemical warfare techniques employed by the Army of Africa in Morocco. 88. The volunteers wore them while picking up the dead, who were tossed into lime pits or taken away on trucks. As the two brigades marched on towards the rivers at the bottom of the eastern heights that morning, they were tormented by thirst. We marched in hilly, mostly shadeless terrain at temperatures that rose to 50 degrees in the sun during noon hours. Our cistern trucks had already been emptied by the time we left Villanueva at 10 o'clock in the morning. The thirst makes you ignore the danger of death. It drives you mad, wrote Cantaroas. 89. Some volunteers stripped to their shorts. Those with pale northern European skin turned a raw, violent red. Others studied the Moroccan captives with their hooded woolen cloaks, and took the opposite approach, leaving their baggy corduroy trousers, thick shirts, and other clothes on. 90. That way you are well protected from the sun, reasoned one Swedish volunteer. I would find Yanks who had ripped their shirts off. They had sunstroke and were usually beyond help. 91. Steel helmets became a source of debate, since they both protected from and absorbed the sun. They would turn away a glancing bullet or flying debris, but explosive rounds killed a man if they just brushed against them. 92. Ludwig Wren, the famed war writer who helped lead 11 Brigade onto the plain, never wore his. "It doesn't protect you from anything at all, except for clods of earth," he said. 93. Neither clothing option, stripped or covered, defeated the heat. Clothes stuck to your body, faces became striped with sweat, and your tongue felt like a wooden block. "We thought only of water, fantasizing about the river," said Carey. Reality was disappointing. 94. The Guadarrama River, which gave its name to such an impressive mountain range, turned out to be a meager stream lined with rough vegetation and poplar stands. 95. The water was dirty and almost stagnant. But there was water. You laid your face to the surface and drank in deep, blissful gulps. 96. Dysentery soon spread. Above them, the men could see machine gun nests being hastily set up. Were these friend, or foe? A patrol was sent up the slope to find out. The answer came in the form of raking machine gun fire. "Well, then," said the Swiss Japeve commander Otto Brunner, lying next to Cantaroas. "We'll give them a hiding tomorrow morning." 97. By then, Franco's generals had had 2 days to prepare for their arrival. 36. The Romanelos and Mosquito Ridges, Guadarrama River, July 8, 1937. On the morning of July 8, Leo Carey and Alfred Cantaroas were with the rest of Gal's brigades in the irregular scrub of spiky ilex, low cork oaks and broom of the Guadarrama Basin, looking up at the heights that they must now conquer. Rosemary, thyme and other dried herbs crackled underfoot, adding a perfume to this as yet unbloodied part of the battlefield. Red ants, which attacked en masse, were a surprise foe. 2. The shade and uneven nature of the terrain along the 4-kilometer wide stretch of woodland that they were occupying was welcome. The upward slope was not. Those who had been at Jarama recalled how easy it was to beat off attacks, and provoke carnage, from the top of a ridge. In addition, the Villanueva de la Canada engagement had meant that they were a day late, doubling the time available for preparation of defensive positions above them. A meager force of chauffeurs and office workers from Franco's military post at Boadilla, along with some regular Moroccan and other soldiers, had been rapidly sent to Mosquito Ridge the previous day. These, like some of the Republican units on the plain, included city conscripts who had never held a gun or, in some cases, a spade in their lives. Even they, however, could see that their position was a good one. In order to attack us, the Reds had to advance almost 2 kilometers in sight of us, climbing a slope, recalled one. We, on the other hand, had space behind us where we couldn't be seen and could move at will. The only inconvenience was that the ground was covered in trees and thick bushes, which were easy to hide in. The arrival of a tabor of Moroccans during the day added firepower to their position. 4. Later that morning, the 2 international brigades set off up the gentle, 3-kilometer-long ramparts to the twin ridges of Romanelos, topped by a farm building, and mosquito, deer, rabbits, and the occasional wild boar fled in front of them. 5. The first few folds in the hills proved easy to climb, with the enemy's forward posts retreating up the hill as 13 Brigade approached Romanelos, while the English-speaking 15 Brigade climbed up towards Mosquito Ridge, which lay further south. The results of the day's attacks differed greatly between units, generating confusion about whether the assault had been successful, or not. The Lincolns were amazed to find enemy soldiers fleeing before them. Some ran behind trees, stopped and fired at us. But mostly they just kept running. I couldn't believe my eyes. We weren't even shooting at them, said one of Oliver Law's runners, Harry Fisher. 6. They also found that the enemy's retreat ended at the ridge, and they were eventually pinned down by fire from above. 7. In the meantime, at about 11 a.m., a separate group from 15 Brigade followed several tanks all the way to the outskirts of Boadilla. 8. They had, in essence, achieved the aim of crossing the ridge, but, for some reason, they turned around. The inexperienced Francoist soldiers on Mosquito Ridge were hiding in their newly dug foxholes, convinced that they had been surrounded. The Reds had got to the village without us noticing, one said later. But they didn't live up to their reputation. Because, after a bit of shooting, they turned around and went back. 9. Reports reached Rojo's headquarters that the heights had actually been taken, provoking elation among staff there. It took 2 hours, and some misguided decision-making, before they realized they were wrong. 10. In fact, 5 separate attempts to take the highest peak of the Mosquito Range were beaten back by the office clerks and other reinforcements above them, with the insect-like buzz of their bullets inspiring the Mosquito Ridge nickname. On the northern end of the ridge, Krieger's 13 Brigade felt that they, too, were about to triumph. We had won, recalled Alfred Cantaroas. As far as the eye could see, the fascists were running for their lives. 11. A sense of reckless confidence overtook the men with him. This was paid for by 3 Company of the Chapib Battalion. A tabor of Moroccan troops that had been rushed there from University City lay hidden behind rocks and in the thick undergrowth along one of the paths leading up a ravine towards Romanelos. These, or other Moroccans, ambushed the head of the company and an accompanying machine gun section. 12. The attack was sprung so suddenly that the volunteers barely had time to use their weapons. Dead and injured fell to the ground, and some men became trapped by their clothes in the thick, thorny undergrowth, while the rest of the company fled. Animals. Idiots. Dirty Reds. 13. The attackers shouted after them in Spanish. The Moroccans, following the sadistic methods of the colonial army of Africa, moved amongst the wounded, torturing and killing. The screams rose in nameless horror to the sky, through the night, going on and on, erasing everything else from the minds of those of us who were listening, said Carey. I sank down, and prayed to a God I did not know and did not believe in. Self-preservation drove me on, but the screams continued to ring in my ears. 14. The exact details of what happened vary, but Carey, who later saw at least some of the bodies, talked of men burned to death and others with their eyes gouged out, their ears, hands and feet sliced off, or their genitals hacked off and stuffed into their mouths while they bled to death. If the aim was to strike terror into the volunteers, it worked. Cantaroas, arriving later, smelled the charred human flesh. I looked away, wanting to vomit. Nor did the comrades and friends of the desecrated speak of what they saw or felt. The horror had sunk too deep into us. It would never come to the surface, he recalled. 15. The Republican advance continued, however. All seemed to be going well until the brigadiers reached the final 400 meters of ground that separated them from the well-fortified, if still relatively lightly defended, upper ridges. The Chapiv men now discovered what it was like to run up steep ground towards machine gun and rifle fire, as an estimated 70 to 80 Francoist soldiers held them at bay from the central peak of the Romanelos heights. Neither brigade, then, had conquered the last ridge. The Chapiv commander, Otto Brunner, installed his headquarters in a fortified white farmhouse with a circular trench all around it, which had been abandoned without a fight. Like the rest of the new line they were setting up, this suffered the marked inconvenience of being several hundred meters below the enemy. That evening Brunner wrote a report warning that his battalion was already down to 180 men. The sections are completely exhausted. They would like to carry out their orders well, but are physically not in a condition to do so. We urgently request at least 2 companies of reinforcements. 16. The following day, July 9, the Chapiv battalion dug in below the ridge, expecting a counter-attack which never came. The rest of Krieger's brigade showed a limited desire to attack. The horror of the previous day's ambush appeared to have had its desired effect. 17. The Lincolns, meanwhile, attacked their part of Mosquito Ridge, which had been reinforced by a Spanish Legion Bandera early that morning. One attack set out from their lower ridge at exactly the same time as Franco's freshly arrived legionnaires decided to counterattack, with both sides running down to the shallow fold between their positions. 18. Oliver Law led from the front. Earlier that day he had explained to his battalion that they would have neither artillery nor air support. Now he, like his men, admitted that he dreamed about little more than getting home in order to drink gallons and gallons of cool water. 19. Harry Fisher, Law's runner, wrote home describing the attack 3 weeks later. The gods must have laughed when they saw us charge each other at the same time, wrote Fisher, who had been following 10 yards behind his commander. Once again Law was up in front urging us on. Then the fascists started running back. They were retreating. Law would not drop for cover. True, he was exhausted as we all were. We had no food or water that day and it was hot. He wanted to keep the fascists on the run and take the high hill. "Come on, comrades, they are running," he shouted. "Let's keep them running." All the time he was under machine gun fire. Later Fisher would write that it seemed every bullet was aimed at Law. Finally he was hit. 2 comrades brought him in spite of the machine guns. His wound was dressed. As he was being carried on a stretcher to the ambulance, he clenched his fist and said, "Carry on, boys." Then he died. 20. The Lincoln Battalion's commander was buried nearby. A simple wooden board read, "Here lies Oliver Law, the first American Negro to command American whites in battle." 21. The grave has never been found. That evening the men of the Chapiv, Lincoln, and other battalions on the lower ridges heard the deep rumble of engines and saw the lights of lorries bringing reinforcements onto the heights above them. 22. Despite this, the following day 15 Brigade, now down to just 300 men, half a battalion, came surprisingly close to breaking through after sneaking up close to the enemy overnight and launching a well-coordinated attack with 2 Spanish brigades and 14 tanks. 23 Defenders panicked and regrouped on a single peak under the command of a courageous Francoist captain, Estanislao Gomez Landro Wycook. 24 I myself had begun to think about how to escape, one of the defenders recalled later. He was stopped by the sight of his captain running backwards and forwards giving calm instructions, then being shot but jumping off his stretcher to return to the fight before being shot again and killed. He had time to hurl one last insult. "Let's show those English bastards who we are," he shouted. Look, now they are retreating. 25 By now, indeed, the attack had petered out. 15th Brigade's volunteers never realized quite how close they had come to conquering a crucial position that might have changed the course of the Brunt battle. 26. The Republican Corps commander, meanwhile, was told that energetic pressure was being applied by 13 Brigade to Romanelos and that this has not been taken, but it is hoped that it will be imminently. This was a lie, since the brigade was down to 240 men and firmly stuck 500 meters from the Romanelos ridge top. 27 No one believed any more in the success of an assault, said Kantaroas as they went through the motions of attacking over the next 2 days. It had been nothing more than a pretense, he noted. 28 Reports reaching Corps headquarters of Giles Division spoke of weary men whose morale had been shattered. Many soldiers have had to be evacuated in a state of exhaustion and with symptoms of nervous stress, the report noted. 29 That evening, as if to confirm the fragility of their situation, Chapiv staff officers sat in the defensive ditches around the headquarters at the farmhouse, while artillery tried to destroy the building. Suddenly they noticed that someone was still inside, babbling incoherently and occasionally shouting out verses from the Internationale and the Land of Tyrol. 30 An officer, whom Kantaroas named only as X, tottered drunkenly out of the doorway. Like the rest of the battalion staff, and with water almost absent, he had quenched his day-long thirst with large quantities of wine. Adrenaline had neutralized the impact of the alcohol on everyone else, but this officer was either blind drunk, shell-shocked, or both. He lolled towards them as shrapnel flew around him, muttering incomprehensibly to himself before falling headlong into a ditch. It was the first time in the war that this brave and seasoned officer's nerves had failed, commented Kantaroas. God damn me, we've to get out of here, he heard Brunner mutter. No one argued. Eventually, officers from several battalions agreed that Commissar Kantaroas should be sent to Madrid to complain about the way that Krieger was commanding them. 31 The latter was given to shows of bravura, including leading his men into fights with a submachine gun in his hands. In fact, his job was to direct them, worry about tactics and make sure they received proper tank or artillery support. He was also given to hurling drunken insults at both officers and men. 32 The determination of the men involved in this small conspiracy was reinforced at a meeting the following morning. The French battalion commander, Robert Lehay, asked the captain who served as his adjutant, whom Kantaroas called Captain Y, and was probably 32-year-old Captain Roux 33, to dash through the artillery fire to their own battalion headquarters and return with a map. Kantaroas watched as he rose like an automaton and clambered out of the ditch. Half a minute after he disappeared, we heard a sharp bang nearby, followed by a scream. We all reached for our pistols. An enemy rifle had to be within 10 or 20 meters of our trench. We jumped up. We heard whimpering. We all rushed out of the trench. In the next hollow Captain Y lay with a head shot, his hand gripping a revolver. He was still alive. We leaned over him. He opened his eyes and wheezed, I couldn't do it again, I couldn't do it again. I'm not a coward, but I couldn't do it. I couldn't go through that anymore. He looked at Lehay, don't say anything to our comrades. Don't tell my family. Promise. Villette the Henry Wheelman commissar knelt down beside him, and I ran to fetch a paramedic. When I came back with him, Y was already dead. He had gone through hundreds of enemy fire barrages. This time he could not do it again. His nerves couldn't take it anymore. He preferred death. He preferred that to admitting that he couldn't endure the horror anymore. Otherwise one would have been able to scold him as a coward. He was a hero. When we were back in the ditch, the liaison officer of Juan Marco was waiting for us with the message that the fascists were coming. 34 The attacks on Romanelos and Mosquito by Giles' 2 international brigades had failed. So, too, had the pincer movement meant to trap Franco's army outside Madrid. Land had been won, but the Republican army would now have to fight to keep it. 37 Resist, Brunt Plain, July 12, 1937. It was around this time that the Norwegian writer Nordhil Grieg first came to the battlefield. He was one of more than 100 writers and intellectuals from around the world who had gathered in Valencia on July 4, and then visited Barcelona and Madrid, for what was perhaps the most illustrious literary gathering of the 1930s, the Second International Writers' Congress for the Defense of Culture, organized by the Alliance of Anti-Fascist Intellectuals. 1 All the attendees were prominent left-wingers, there to show their support for the Republic. They included one past and one future Nobel winner, the Spaniard Jacinto Benavente and Chilean Pablo Neruda. The closest most came to battle, however, was when three helmeted men burst onto the stage at their meeting in Madrid on July 6 with a Francoist flag captured that morning. "The town of Brunt is now in our power," they declared to rapturous applause. Gerda Taro, who had been taking photographs of the Writers' Congress, immediately jumped in a car, ignoring all prohibitions against journalists, and sped to the Brunt front, where she captured images of Republican soldiers that spread quickly around the world. She also stopped to join Kleber's men in a fist-raised rendition of the Internationale. 2. Few of the writers were prepared to run the risks that Grieg, one of the best Norwegian authors of his generation, was taking in his determination to experience war in person. As he descended onto the Brunt plain from the north, he found the battle entering an entirely new phase. With all the small towns and villages now taken, and the ridges to the east holding out, instructions had been issued for the Republican Army to go on to what was deemed temporary defensive mode. From the goblinesque oaks of the Sierra, Grieg could see a single, tarmac road running like a shiny, blue ribbon across the plain to Brunt. 3 On the mountains behind him, and despite the terrible heat on the plain, patches of snow still glinted teasingly against a pale blue horizon. While the Republican Army dug itself in, the Condor Legion, the Italians, and the rest of the Francoist Air Force started a long, steady and nerve-shattering bombing campaign. Grieg saw fields burnt black by incendiary bombs. Fires crackled in the pine forests and brown columns of earth rose into the air wherever enemy shells landed. An American volunteer, schoolteacher John Cookson, paused to observe the battle-rent sky. "Everything seems to have its opposite," he wrote to his father. "The dust thrown by bombs thousands of feet into the air drifts over the mountains and plains, and the glorious golden Spanish sunsets are supplemented by an unrivaled red and purple against craggy mountains." 4. Grieg was looking for the Scandinavian volunteers serving with 11 Brigade, which together with 2 Spanish brigades was under the command of General Walter. 5 Trouble had erupted as soon as 11 Brigade Commander Richard Stamer heard that one of these was led by a socialist. To the sectarian Stamer, that automatically made the man a suspect, and he ordered a Spanish officer to spy on him. The other brigade soon found out, and all chances of harmony within the division were destroyed. 6 It was all part of what Ludwig Wren called Stamer's ability to show disdain for the Spaniards, which, unfortunately, he was much better at than other, more useful, things. Stamer had filled his brigade staff with careerist German communists, who often put political discipline and dogma above military common sense. 7 Zurek mistrusted these self-important officers who seemed to him to enjoy the limelight excessively. 8 Wren, meanwhile, could never pardon for Stamer for disappearing whenever the fighting started. His way of doing things was, to me, incomprehensible, he said. 9. Grieg visited the village of Quijorna, where the Baimler and Austrian February 12th battalions had helped overcome a stubborn defense, and a rumor had spread that a lone machine gunner perched in the church tower was a woman. On inspection, it was found to be the slumped corpse of a Moroccan soldier, surrounded by thousands of empty cartridge cases. 10 On the body of a dead Francoist soldier from Zaragoza, Grieg discovered a reminder that these, too, were men with homes and families. "We have no food to send you, only some lettuce. But next week Benito will be here, and then we can perhaps manage some sausage and cheese." Read a letter from the soldier's father. 11 Perhaps he was one of the many men buried alive as they took cover from intense Republican shelling in village cellars. A survivor recalled hiding in one of these with 100 wounded men before the building crashed down on them. "When the aircraft left, there was a tomb-like silence. Since nobody spoke, I thought I was the only one left alive," he wrote. "Then a ray of light, and hope of salvation, appeared, and I realized I was not the only one. We began to dig ourselves out with our hands, removing the earth that continued to fall on us, making a gap through which a single person could escape and pulling ourselves out. That is how a few of us survived, but no more than 10, the others would never get out. 12. Grieg found that, apart from the fight at Quijorna, 11 Brigade had enjoyed a relatively quiet time in the southwest corner of the plain, taking part in the occasional poorly coordinated attack on the road running west out of Brunt. 13. Now it was in defensive mode. In later years, Republican generals would disagree over whether the failure of the larger plan was because they moved too slowly or because it had been overambitious. 14. In fact, the reason lay less with Republican errors and more with the rapid and efficient response of the enemy and, crucially, its pilots and aircraft from Fascist Germany and Italy. Brunt galvanized Franco. As one of his generals noted at the time, the advance threatened Franco's personal authority, since this depends on his military prestige. 15. Historians do not agree on whether Franco's reputation as a brilliant general was actually deserved, but he certainly did not want to lose face at home or with Hitler and Mussolini. 16. Franco visited the battlefield himself on July 8, just as the first reinforcements arrived from the northern front. 17. He became acutely aware of the danger that would ensue if the international brigades broke over the ridges to Boadilla. 18. The Madrid situation requires our full attention, he wrote in a cable that day. It is indispensable that all our aviation acts on this front and that other projects are postponed in the north. 19. 4 days later, this final decision was paying off. Condor Legion Commander General Hugo Sperl, the fleshy gourmet who Hitler would rely on as a key Air Force field marshal in the Second World War, insisted on moving his entire legion of 8 squadrons and anti-flak batteries to Brunt and eventually took command of all enemy aircraft in the battle. 20. The skies over Brunt, which had belonged to the Republic for the first 2 days of the offensive, soon hosted the greatest air battle the world had ever seen. Up to 100 bombers and fighters were in the air at any one time, bombing, strafing and fighting duels. Below them, soldiers from both sides looked on mesmerized. Francoist air dominance came down to numbers and the fraud of non-intervention. Most of Franco's air force was provided by Germany and Italy. Hitler and Mussolini sent 250 aircraft, together with pilots and ground crews. A smaller number of aircraft were flown by Franco's own Spanish airmen. The new, speedy Messerschmitt 109, which would become the backbone of the Luftwaffe's fighter force in the Second World War, was more than a match for the Soviet aircraft that had triumphed at Madrid and Guadalajara, though the Condor Legion was still sufficiently wary to wait several days before committing their precious new planes to the battle. 21. The Luftwaffe also applied the techniques it had been honing on the northern front, with reconnaissance aircraft permanently above the battlefield transmitting intelligence to mobile command vehicles. Their aerodromes were also closer, allowing them to react faster and remain above the battlefield longer. More important, however, were the caliber and number of pilots available to Franco. A first batch of newly trained Spanish Republican pilots had just returned from courses in the Soviet Union, but were not yet operational, which meant that part of the Republican Air Force, which already had fewer aircraft, had to stay on the ground. 22. Brigaders quickly came to recognize the ponderous, throaty growl of the Junkers 52 engines, since these flew almost unmolested over the battlefield every night at a rate of up to 1 every 10 minutes. 23. Ground troops eagerly followed the searchlights seeking out the bombers, praying that anti-aircraft gunners might reach them. That happened only rarely. Soon the smaller aircraft were also free to roam the battlefield almost at will during the day, practicing the new and terrifying technique of continuous strafing known as the chain, or carousel, involving 3 or more aircraft revolving in a circle, taking turns to swoop down and attack troops on the ground while the others rose and circled before having another run. 24. The damage on the ground was not great to begin with. 25. But the impact on morale and on the willingness of the Republic's soldiers to break cover and advance proved devastating. 26. The noise of exploding bombs was terrifying and, even without the shrapnel, the shock waves knocked men unconscious. A Swedish volunteer was told to hide under trees and flatten his body against the ground. "You're supposed to have a piece of wood in your mouth." "I didn't," he recalled after being injured in a bombing raid. I wasn't more than 10-12 meters from the blast. The distance was enough for the shrapnel to fly above me, but the pressure wave took both my eardrums, since I had had my mouth closed. I lay unconscious almost an entire day before they found me. 27 volunteers spoke of their units miraculously surviving such bombardments. The terror, mental anguish, and seemingly arbitrary physical damage was described by a 15 Brigade volunteer after his unit, resting in a hollow below the lines, failed to camouflage itself properly and was attacked from the air. Then they let loose. That awful whistle, scream, and rush of the bombs, then the explosion. The whole earth was blasted into pieces. It heaved and rocked and swayed and roared and smoked, and the bombs kept coming down, and every time you heard that whistle and scream you knew there was a shaft pointing to the small of your back. The bomb would hit you right there and blow you to a million pieces. Then the bombing stopped and they began strafing. Everything was smoke and dirt and dark, but you knew the machine guns would see through the dark, and everybody around you was killed, and you were left here alone, and the next burst would catch you square across the back and you would be killed, too. Your ear was bursting, your head was splitting. Suddenly you didn't hear the roar at all. The planes were going, they were going away. You sat up, you looked around expecting to find everybody dead, and you saw others sitting up and looking around, your whole group, your whole section, the whole company, everybody alive, not a single one hurt. 28. The battle scars incurred were often mental, and doctors knew it, though some officers were inclined to suspect cowardice. Grieg saw one of 11 Brigade's Spanish soldiers brought into a field dressing station looking dead-eyed. He had a thick olive-yellow face, it was totally without expression. The man had been accused of pretending, but then the bombers came over. Suddenly he lifted his head listening, his features froze in a terrible fear, he started whimpering with little fearful sounds. It was a plane he heard. "You will get to go to the hospital," Dr. Arco said to him. "Sit here with me." 29. Artillery bombardment was marginally less dramatic than attacks from the air, but still require those targeted to seek refuge. Fortunately, the German artillery ran like clockwork, to the extent that General Walter's HQ, based around his battered Montfort truck, was targeted at between 2 and 3 p.m. every day for several days. When Wren spotted Walter wandering off to the bushes to relieve himself at just before 2 p.m., he warned him to be quick. Walter was caught with his trousers down, but soon rushed back. 30. With most of the front lines fixed by July 12, a tense, 6-day standoff began, while Franco's side prepared a counterattack. On the ground, attention shifted to the northeastern corner of the battlefield, where Kleber's division finally went into action, as the two sides tussled for control of the villages of Villanueva del Pardillo 31 and Villafranca del Castillo, held by the Francoists. Over 6 days fighting. 32 The habit of constantly repeating failed attacks with fewer and fewer men, a practice on both sides, worked so badly that Kleber eventually refused to attack a hill called La Moca, protected by a deep ravine and rings of barbed wire, for a fourth time. The bull-like general confronted his old nemesis General Mayaja personally about this. "I understand that there are cases when it is necessary to sacrifice entire divisions in order to break through the front in a designated sector, through which fresh reserves can then pass in order to develop a strike in depth. However, in this case I know that there are no reserves available for this purpose. Even if my division takes the hill, which given its present conditions is even less probable than at the start, there is no one behind it who could exploit the success. The slightest counterattack by the enemy will force my weakened units back, and the enemy will exploit this in order to carry out a strike in depth on our rear. If the general's orders are that we repeat the attack, then I must warn him that I cannot encourage his hopes of our successfully carrying out the orders received. 33. A thuggish Soviet advisor known as Ivan, or Ivan, threatened him with a court-martial and would later disarm and beat another Red Army advisor from Finland who made similar arguments. Mayaja was angry, but listened and did not order further attacks. Kleber had other problems too. his recently created 150 International Brigade, still had untrained recruits and poor cohesion. Some Spanish conscripts deliberately inflicted wounds on themselves or deserted, leaving behind notes that read, "We do not want to serve or fight because we are commanded by foreigners." 34 One Polish volunteer was even kidnapped and taken across the lines by deserters, who presented him to the Francoists as a trophy Russian. An unknown number of troublemakers were shot on the spot, but mistrust between Spaniards and foreign officers reduced their effectiveness. Kleber also replaced Brigade Commander Fernando Garasi, a Turkish-born painter of Sephardic origin, for disobeying orders. 35 Mayaja wanted to court-martial him, but Kleber claimed Garasi was ill, and kept him on his staff. 36 By July 16, the standoff that existed across the rest of the battlefield was established here, too, and Kleber's men were ordered to assume defensive positions for the expected grand counterattack. 37 Everything was tensed, ready for the great assault. 38. The coup that lasted a year, Brunt Plain, 18–26 July 1937. Just before dawn on July 18, the entire Brunt battlefield was awoken by the thunderous sound of heavy artillery. It was the first anniversary of the failed, fascist-backed coup d'état, and the day chosen for Franco's first major counterattack. His Axis-led air force now enjoyed clear dominance, and heavy bombers helped soften up Republican positions. The resulting cacophony could be heard in Madrid. 1 The principal target was the line in front of Brunt itself. Franco hoped that a thrust here could connect with assault troops storming down from the eastern ridges to the Guadarrama River. 2. Over the previous week, Capac's 15 Brigade had, intermittently, been able to rest and spend time in reserve positions by the dried-out Olencia and Guadarrama rivers. 3 Water had to be dug for in the riverbeds, though rotting human and animals' corpses threatened to poison it. 4 The two battered American battalions had been fused into one that inherited the Lincoln's name, bringing an end to the short, half-battle history of the Washington Battalion. To the considerable rage of officers and men, however, promises that Krieger's exhausted 13 Brigade would also be relieved were broken. 5 This meant that by the time the counterattack started, volunteers like Leo Carey, who had survived a week of futile attacks against the crests, spent a further 6 days coping with the thirst, sniping, aerial bombardment and strafing. The 10 days at Romanelos had been hell, but the anniversary exceeded all of them, he recalled. The noise deafened us, the dust blinded us, and the stench was nauseous. 6 The bombardments were often fiercer on the plain or at the bottom of the Guadarrama Valley, where 15 Brigade was resting. 7 Our previous concepts of hell have been thoroughly revised, Carey added in his diary. 8 Returning from Madrid, however, Cantaroas thought he saw a transformation in the battered Chapiv battalion, wrought by a fatalistic sensation that things could not get worse. 9 The surprising thing about suffering is its elasticity. You turn the lowest point into the norm and, from there, keep on living. Those of the battalion who remained had acquired an impenetrable hardness. They no longer wished to be replaced, he said. Carey agreed. Here we are, and here we stay, he jotted in his diary. 10 The counterattack spread to the hillside trenches occupied by Carey and his 13 Brigade comrades that afternoon. 11 With the heat pressing down on them, the Chapiv battalion spotted distinctive white riksa turbans in the undergrowth, as Army of Africa troops crept towards them. As usual, the Moroccans used the folds in the terrain cleverly, coming ever closer and rushing forward in short bursts. 12 Even then, it seemed that the Chapivs would hold them off, but an inexperienced company suddenly panicked and the contagion spread. The Juan Marco and Otumba soldiers abandoned their trenches unnecessarily, leaving their machine guns behind. Like all fleeing troops, they became easier targets as they ran. Other volunteers looked on aghast as they were mown down. When the Moroccans reached the forward line, they found the positions empty and ready to be occupied, as they gained 600 meters of land. 13 The battle was now to prevent the enemy taking control of the Guadarrama Valley, a fight that continued for 8 hard days. 14 When George Nathan appeared behind the Chapiv battalion with reinforcements that night, Rumors circulated once more that they would be allowed to rest. 15 Some hoped he might step in to command their entire brigade, replacing the despised Krieger, who was now ill. Cantero's pleading for him to be removed had fallen on deaf ears in Madrid. He concluded that the men he had spoken to were responsible for the disaster of appointing the Italian and did not want doubt cast on their own judgment. 16 Cantero's regarded Nathan as a fine English officer. The dapper Londoner maintained an aura of impeccable calm, together with a garrulous eccentricity. A British volunteer recalled bumping into Nathan one evening. "I was plodding up under shell fire when I saw under a shady tree a table neatly laid with a clean check tablecloth and an elegant person sitting smoking in an armchair. Shells were falling within not so very many yards of him. Naturally and inevitably it was Nathan," he said. The meal I was invited to, combined with Nathan's amusingly egotistical conversation, was very reviving. Somehow it was almost impossible to be frightened when Major George Nathan was around 17. However, Nathan did not take over the unfortunate 13 Brigade. 18 Cantero's claimed that, by now, all the Chapiv wanted was to make sure the enemy pays for what it has done. In any case, he noted in his diary, they had realized they were as good as finished as a unit. 19. Over the next few days, the surviving battalions of Giles Division and other Republican brigades fought over, but slowly lost, the hillsides running up to the Romanellos and Mosquito Ridges. 20 On the night of July 19, the German speakers in the Chapiv battalion became involved in a shouting match with what sounded like a group of drunken Germans in the trenches in front of them, possibly legionnaires or, less likely, Condor Legion gunners. They asked whether we were Germans. We shouted back, "Red Front." The Nazis on the other side began to jeer loudly at us. We were sons of bitches who would soon be hanging from the gallows, and that soon they would be on top of us. We answered that we were perfectly ready for them, asking why they didn't come over right away. Then they began to sing the Nazi anthem, the Horst Wessel song. Some of us wanted to answer back with the Internationale, but we decided it was better to stay quiet, that it would be shameful to use that song in a contest to see who could shout loudest. The Nazis finished with cries of Heil Hitler. And then we felt free to shout back at the top of our voices, "Death to Hitler." After that we exchanged a few shots. The Nazis carried on and on with their shouting, insults, and jeering. Nobody could even think of sleeping. 21. The following morning a few dozen of the Chapiv men were allowed to withdraw. 22 Cantero's led them down to the Guadarrama, where, as he rested by the riverbank, an artillery shell knocked him unconscious. He awoke to the smell of sulfur and the cries of the men he had just led to the river, several of whom were dying of terrible injuries. 23 It was his turn to join the ranks of the shell-shocked. Instead of going to the nearby field dressing station, he set off in a trance back across the river, up the hill towards the farmhouse headquarters and the front line. I walked slowly, step by step, like an automaton. It was as if I had been frozen in ice. I had no idea what I was doing. I walked straight through the artillery fire without noticing anything that was going on around me, he recalled. Having climbed the hill and crawled into the bomb shelter beside the farmhouse, he began to shake and weep uncontrollably. Barely able to talk, what he did say made little sense to those around him. 24 They sent him back down the hill, and off to hospital. 25 Cantero's battle was over. So, too, was that of many of his comrades, with Brunner amongst the wounded and almost all the officers dead, missing or wounded. 26. Gal's battered division carried out a gradual, fighting retreat. 27 Each day the Francoist assault troops advanced slowly down the slopes, 500 meters or a kilometer at a time, in attritional combat that left both sides exhausted. Each hut, hillock, or rock, has been fought over hard, Carey noted. Every tree, every shrub, and every stone in the area has consumed blood. 28 On July 23, Corps headquarters received the following message: the 13 Brigade has fallen to pieces, with its commanders lost and trying to reorganize in reserve. The 15 has also had to retreat 500 meters. The situation is very delicate. 29. The next day the remains of 13 Brigade were formally taken out of the front line, while Kleber's division was placed as a strategic reserve force to protect the southeastern front. That night, the bulk of Gal's much diminished division was told to cross over to a newly fortified second line above the west bank of the river, leaving just a few outlying units on the far side. It had been an orderly retreat and, bar a single moment of panic from 13 Brigade's Spanish battalions, a courageous and successful one that had sucked the energy out of a formidable enemy. 30. Franco's men made less progress elsewhere. Our units are exhausted due to the high number of losses they have suffered and because of the intense heat, the lack of rest during 7 days of continual movements and because they have not eaten a hot meal in all that time. 31 A Francoist Army report of July 23 read. The battle, however, was not over. Franco could see that his grand plan of rolling the Republican army off the plain and then continuing to pursue and destroy it while conquering fresh territory had failed. Pride demanded, however, that he should at least recover some of the lost land. Anything less could be presented as a Republican triumph. On the night of July 23, while Gal's battered division limped across the Guadarrama River, Franco was preparing another large push, hoping that the southern front of the plain might finally crack. A heavy, pre-dawn artillery barrage announced that July 24 was to be another day of hard fighting. Franco's more limited objective permitted a greater concentration of firepower on a smaller area, around Brunt itself. The aim was to break through the defensive lines on either side and surround the town. For the remnants of 15 Brigade that meant a morning of retreating and heavy fighting, with the first Francoist units finally crossing the Guadarrama in the morning. The men from 15 Brigade also lost their stretch of the Brunt to Boadai Road, retreating in an orderly fashion to a new line 500 meters behind it. Among a group of 25 International Brigade prisoners, a Francoist officer looked down his nose at those Americans, with their Jews and Negroes and democracy. The Lincolns had, in fact, done much to contain the attack, especially after Walter Garland brought up their Maxim machine guns. 32. Nordal Grieg had picked this day to visit the front again. He hitched a ride to it in an ambulance, seeking out once more 11 Brigade and the Norwegian and Scandinavian volunteers. 11th Brigade had stayed in its positions on the plain during the morning, coming to the rescue of a Spanish battalion with its anti-tank guns and sending the Edgar André battalion on a successful counter-attack in which 15 prisoners, a dozen rifles and a machine gun were captured. 33. On arrival at the brigade's headquarters, housed in dugouts cut into the side of a shallow ravine, Grieg came across a strange character who was totally naked except for a white loincloth and alpargatas, sitting on a leather car seat under a tree. The friendly, learned, Gandhi face with glasses bent over a map, was Ludwig Wren. 34. The tall, skinny, and bespectacled Wren, who normally wore a tightly buttoned-up uniform, Sam Brown belt and officer's cap, was decidedly opposed to clothes in this heat. He was an eager nudist and reluctantly wore more than shorts out by the front, reported Grieg, who exaggerated about the loincloth, since Wren wore shorts, admittedly with a bullet hole through them. El Campesino joked that Wren should paint his rank insignia on his chest, since soldiers had no reason to know he was an officer. 35 Grieg also noticed that Wren usually referred to the enemy as Der Gegner, or the adversary, rather than the more common fascist, and never carried a weapon. I fired only 2 shots during the entire World War, and that was unnecessary and hysterical, he explained. Staff officers, he meant, rarely had to fight. 36 His weapons were a map and a pair of field glasses. Richard Stamer, 11 Brigade's disciplinarian commander, had once more absented himself from the front, complaining of illness, and Wren was now commanding in his place. Under Stamer the normally courageous German battalions had been performing below their expected level. Some of the more experienced veterans of the Thalmann battalion, for example, had asked to be given rearguard duties after their officers bungled a local attack on 18 July. 37 Wren had to reorganize their poorly placed defensive positions as soon as Stamer left. General Walter also became fed up with Stamer, issuing a written and public reprimand for abandoning the battlefield. No senior officer has the right to leave the sector covered by his units without my special permission, Walter said in a note that, to Stamer's considerable embarrassment, was copied to the commanders of the division's other brigades. 38. In contrast, Wren seemed undisturbed by the artillery shells landing 50 meters away, or the bullets that occasionally sang through the air above them. The great final push of Franco's counterattack, indeed, did not yet seem to have perturbed Wren, or his men, in any way. A star-struck Grieg found the Saxon aristocrat Spartan and unfussy, but was most impressed by how cool he was when they came under aerial bombardment. The Norwegian caught a brief sight of him while he himself was lying face down in a fresh crater. He lay on his back with his hands under his head and looked with interest through his glasses at every glimpse of the aircraft, he remembered. Now and then he said with a caring voice, "Now hands in the airs." Then there was a loud bang right next to us and we got gravel in our noses and mouths. Suddenly Wren stood up and wiped the sand off himself. It looked as if he had stood up on the beach in Valencia. The planes were gone. 39. After the bombardment, the two men clambered to the top of the ravine to survey the battlefield, where most of the noise was coming from in and around Brunt, a few kilometers to the east. Wren peered through his field glasses and grunted in dismay, "This is not sensible of them." In the distance the plain was filling up with men retreating from the trenches in front of Brunt. They moved in large flocks, apparently unaware that this was far more dangerous than spreading out or staying put. All of a sudden, the fighter planes was down low onto them. The soldiers ran, some suddenly stopped and fell, the others ran on, wrote Grieg. The fighters played above them in wide turns, it was like an elegant show, they was downwards shooting from their tails and then they triumphantly rose again. The men hung together like men sentenced to death, the mitrailleuses machine guns flew around them and mowed them down. The only consolation was that Wren told him he could also see fascist officers trying to drive their men up out of the trenches. They threaten with revolvers, beat them, no one obeys. This is grade 40. They were witnessing the first major, panicked Republican retreat at Brunt. The attack had caught the Republican army at a difficult moment. Lister's division, which held Brunt, was just starting the process of being replaced by Cipriano Mera's anarchists, a changeover that had to be halted once the attack started, but nevertheless disrupted attempts at defense. Those attempts were watched by Lister's Russian advisor Radomstav, who described the morning aerial and artillery bombardment as like the earth being torn apart. 41 When tanks began rolling towards the forward trenches, he feared that they would carry the infantry following them straight into Brunt. He watched with amazement as a figure who Lister referred to as El Talento, or the talented one, emerged from his trench and strode towards, and then past, the tanks with a light machine gun. Once he had passed them, he sunk to the ground, and began firing at the advancing troops to separate them from the tanks, which also came under artillery fire. 42 It was not enough, however, to halt the attack. By midday most of Brunt was in Franco's hands. The plain was now a mass of disorganized units, vehicles, and individuals. The Condor Legion picked targets at leisure. Haro Harder, a German fighter pilot, and future Second World War air ace, who disobeyed Condor Legion rules on discretion by painting two large Nazi swastikas on either side of his Heinkel 51, was amongst those who flew undisturbed above the battlefield. "We shook up the enemy infantry so badly that they ran from their positions in mindless flight," he wrote in his diary that day. Even after it ran out of ammunition, his squadron kept diving at the running men. "We didn't destroy anything," he noted. "We just increased the panic." 43. To the east of Brunt, in the sector defended by the ragged remains of Giles' division, it also looked as if the front might crumble. 44 Some men began to flee as a battalion of German-made tanks, trained by the Condor Legion, whose own ground forces were mostly in 7 anti-flak batteries, made the situation worse by taking a hill overlooking their positions. 45 That evening, Gal himself walked down the dried-out bed of the river Guadarrama, gathering his scattered forces and re-establishing his line. He could find only 300 men from Krieger's 13 Brigade, but estimated he still had 800 soldiers in Capac's 15 Brigade, plus another 400 from a Spanish brigade attached to his division. 46 Together they totaled half of a single, full-strength brigade. That night, however, the remnants established a new, L-shaped line along the river and north of the road leading out towards it from Brunt. 47. The Republican command was furious at the retreats. Late that day it ordered a new line of defense to be established between Brunt and Villanueva de la Canada, with a second line behind the latter. 48 Any attempt to abandon this must be countered with the utmost severity, ordered Rojo. 49 When Walter's division was mentioned in dispatches for its good performance that day, it was one of his Spanish brigades, rather than the Germans, that was singled out for special praise. 50. Lister's battered division and Cipriano Mera's anarchists made a final, failed attempt at retaking Brunt on 25 July. 51 The day started with heavy bombardments, and while the battle for possession of the ruins of Brunt continued, Wren watched with concern as other units retreated around him and sent the Edgar André Battalion to cover part of this widening hole. 52. That afternoon the Condor Legion discovered Mera's anarchists regrouping in a sparsely wooded area just north of Brunt. 53 These men were closely packed together, and not dug in. Some 70 aircraft unleashed the most devastating bombardment of ground troops seen in the entire battle. 54 In groups of 8, the bombers created what one pilot called passageways of destruction half a kilometer wide. It is not strange, therefore, that on the third such attack the Reds began to flee. The admirable thing is that they did not flee after the first one, remarked one Francoist airman. 55. The end result was panic of previously unseen proportions. As incendiary bombs set the stubble in the fields alight, dense black smoke drifted across the plain and much of an entire division began to run. Neither Republican armored cars, which fired on their own men, nor the cavalry units who galloped madly around trying to shepherd them back together, could prevent the rout. 56 Above them, teams of Condor Legion aircraft set up their strafing carousels, bobbing up and down in turn to machine gun those out in the open. Oberleutnant Harder found the plain full of easy targets, cars, tanks, horses, mules, and crowds of soldiers trying to hide and take cover by piling on top of one another in the small number of trenches. He later boasted of killing 100 men in a single trench. 57. 39. The Price of War, Brunt Plain, July 25, 1937. Early on the morning of July 25, 1937, Gerda Taro prepared to travel to the front with Ted Allen, a 21-year-old Canadian reporter who was keen to witness one of the Polish photographer's famous Brunt outings. 1 Allen was infatuated with Taro. She was like a fox that is going to play a trick on you, according to one acquaintance. 2 She was shortly due back in Paris to be reunited with Kappa, who was organizing their next adventure, to cover the war that Japan, another Hitler's allies, had declared on China 2 weeks earlier for Life magazine. 3 Allen found a sleepy-looking Taro waiting beside a car in front of the 3-story, city center mansion known as the Palacio de Zabelberu, occupied by the poet Rafael Alberti and his Alianza de Intelectuals Antifascistas, which had become a second home to her. By now Taro had abandoned her French Riviera sportive chic style of dress in favor of one more akin to a militia woman, espadrilles and khaki overalls, her short hair dark, no longer neatly coiffured, a series of cameras slung around her neck. I must get some good pictures to take to Paris. If they are still fighting near Brunt, it will be my chance to get some action pictures, Allen remembers Gerda telling him. Let's not go too close, he replied. How do you want me to take pictures? Long distance. That's an idea. Are you frightened? Yes. Aren't you? She laughed. Yes. With an improvised front line and battle-shocked and panicked soldiers, the battlefield at Brunt was now very different to that experienced by Taro on previous visits. She and the reporter managed to drive past Villanueva towards the disintegrating front line, the hot morning sun quickly turning their car into an oven. General Walter was usually delighted to see his brave countrywoman, but this time he was furious. They must leave immediately, he shouted, in 5 minutes there will be hell. 5 Taro refused. A few minutes later the pair were sheltering with troops from Walter's 108 Brigade as Condor Legion aircraft bombed and strafed them. While Alan crouched at the bottom of their foxhole, Taro stood up to film with the IMO camera that they had begun to use for Times March in Time newsreels. 6 When then soldiers began to run, she jumped out to stop the panic, shouting for them to get back. By now she had switched to her Leica stills camera, and when her film ran out, she and Alan set off for Villanueva by foot, hitching a ride part of the way on a tank. In Villanueva they spotted Walter's big black mod Ford staff car and waved it down. It was carrying 3 injured soldiers to hospital and there was no room inside, so she and Alan clung to the outside, balanced on the running boards. Taro appeared convinced that the cameras carried some of her best work. 7 Tonight we'll have a farewell party in Madrid, she shouted across at Alan, in his novelist version of events. I've bought some champagne. 8 With enemy aircraft harassing them and the driver crouched as low as possible behind his steering wheel, the vehicle failed to move quickly enough out of the way of an out-of-control Republican tank. It smashed into them, flipping Taro and Alan off the car. 9. A badly injured Taro was taken to the English hospital at El Escorial. She had sustained a serious wound to her stomach and there was little that the New Zealand Dr. Douglas Jolly and his overworked team, who had already dealt with almost 10,000 wounded, could do. 10 The hospitals were so full, often with patients who clearly would not survive, that a group of French doctors went around at night covertly giving lethal doses of morphine to those who had been left on the grass outside, covered in dust and flies, to die. 11 A Hungarian doctor, János Kisle, recalled Taro being more or less dead when she came into my hands. 12 Her last, morphine-clouded words were to ask if her cameras were safe. 13 Unfortunately, those last pictures were lost forever. She was such an unusual patient that somebody took a photograph of Gerda, the young woman with finely plucked, arched eyebrows lying on her deathbed, hands gently folded across her stomach, and the handsome Kisle wiping away the blood that issued from her mouth and nose. Not all was panic at Brunt. To the northwest, Lister's Russian advisor Rodimstev and an aide had set up and manned 2 machine guns, while Lister himself tried to turn his men back. When advancing enemy infantry appeared, the 2 men were only able to slow them down with short bursts of machine gun fire. Suddenly, however, Redden's men from 11 Brigade appeared on their right with a handful of tanks, and charged the attackers, stopping them in their tracks. I could scarcely believe my eyes, said Rodimstev, who had mentally prepared himself for death. 14. Rodimstev's sudden rescue showed that the breach was only in the center of the southern front. The flanks were holding reasonably firmly, with Walter on one side and Gal on the other. 15 Even the supposedly demoralized and disintegrating 13 Brigade covered part of the breached zone with its fire. 16 When new officers arrived, however, and ordered Kari's Chapi battalion to shoot at retreating Republican soldiers, the men refused. At that moment, the battalion died a death, wrote Kari. Nobody fired, we had experienced that hell and knew those comrades felt they couldn't do anything else. Turned to stone, we observed the cavalry's attempt to stop the retreat, and still refused to fire. Who were these new commanders? They came from the division. They had not been in line. No, we did not shoot our own companions. 17. On the other side of the breach, the shaven-headed Walter and bespectacled Wren were directing the defense of part of the southwestern corner. While his Thalmann battalion officers fretted that they could now be surrounded, Wren concluded that the situation was not as bad as those fleeing believed. They were being attacked and harassed from the air, but when he scanned the plain with his field glasses, looking for advancing tanks and infantry units, he could see none. 18 He did not retreat until late in the day, by which time the division's international battery, named after the imprisoned Romanian communist Anna Pacher, had run out of artillery shells. That evening they withdrew to the new defensive front line in front of Villanueva de la Canada. 19. As 11 Brigade began to retreat, volunteer Harry Eriksson crawled back with 2 other Swedes to see what had happened to their anti-tank gun. It was still there, but abandoned. Confirming Redon's observation that only aircraft and artillery shells were pursuing the Republicans across the plain, they could see a mass of abandoned equipment, but no enemy troops. They were joined by a Spaniard and, between them, the four men set about hauling the gun back themselves. Its heavy iron shield protected them from bullets, and they found the whole exercise, which took more than 24 hours, welcome respite from their strict German officers. The fascists never attempted any attack with their infantry or anything. We were left to our heaving and pulling in peace and quiet, basically, Eriksson recalled. They were especially pleased at being able to report their officers for abandoning such a valuable weapon, though there is no record that any punishment was handed out to them. 20. Kleber's two international brigades, 12 and 150, now appeared from their hiding place, as reserves, in the northwest corner of the battlefield and, while being harassed continually from the air, advanced along the road south of Villanueva towards Brunt. Rojo believed a far wider collapse had only been averted by the exemplary behavior of a few units, and because select cavalry groups had halted a large part of the fleeing army. 21 By evening, the new lines had been established. The Francoists had taken back Brunt, but most of the rest of the plain was still in Republican hands. 11th Brigade remained in the new line, as did Kleber's division. The Republicans immediately prepared for a second day of Francoist attacks, with Communist commander Juan Modesto ordering Walter and to install machine guns behind the front line, with order to fire on any group or individual who abandons their position. 22 Kleber's internationals waited nearby, available to plug any gaps, while Gal's exhausted men handed their positions over to, amongst others, some Spanish Marines. The Lincoln Battalion's commissar, Steve Nelson, at first welcomed their arrival but, after hearing the Marines claim they were too tired to dig in, decided to set up his machine guns behind them. 23. That night Wren climbed a small hillock from where he could observe the battlefield, which was lit up by fires caused by the incendiary bombs. A silver crescent moon cast its light from a cloudless sky, where bombers roared but could not be seen. Grieg watched as searchlights tried to find the bomber. Suddenly there was a crash up there in the dark. A red bonfire was flaming down on the plain. 24 Grieg thought he had seen two bombers crash into each other, but he had probably just witnessed something new in the history of aerial warfare. Soviet fighter pilots had decided to experiment with night attacks on the Junkers, using the flames from their exhausts to trace them. The fires raging on the battlefield enabled them to position themselves right above it. Having failed on his first attempt the previous night, the Russian air ace Mikhail Yakushin saw a Junkers 52 heading towards him. He let it pass, turned to follow, placed himself to its right in order to target an unprotected fuel tank, and opened fire. Almost at once the enemy gunner responded, but he was too late, Yakushin recalled. His bomber was already going down in flames. When he returned to his airfield, the Republican air chief, Hidalgo de Cisneros, rang personally to congratulate him on becoming the first pilot in the world to have shot down a plane by night. Republican propaganda, which claimed that no Russians were fighting, pretended that this magical feat had been carried out by its own pilots, Castellón and Montenegro. 25. Franco was upset by the loss of this Ju-52 and two others in just 24 hours, but, overall, he had many reasons to be happy. His men had advanced several kilometers across the plain and recovered the emblematic, if physically almost non-existent, town of Brunt. For the devout, crusading general, it was a fitting end to the day of St. James, patron saint of Spain's army. When his generals boisterously gloated over the impending conquest of Madrid at a meeting later that evening, Franco cut short the celebrations. Reinforce the defenses in front of the conquered territory and stop the advance there, he ordered. I need the reserves for the conquest of Santander. Remember that I am in charge. 26. A combination of rugged Republican defense, the need to finish off the conquest of the north, thereby permanently releasing his forces there, and the loss of several valuable Junkers may all have weighed on General Franco's mind. Either way, the battle was all but over. The jittery Republicans, however, did not know this, and the following morning, July 26, they feared that there was still much fighting to do. Local skirmishes continued as Franco's commanders tried to improve their defensive positions. These immediately demonstrated the weakness of the Republican line. When the Marines in front of the Lincoln Battalion were caught unawares, Nelson's machine guns helped contain the enemy, before the last remnants of Giles' division finally left the battlefield later that day. Nerves were so frayed and the artillery barrages and aerial patrols over the battlefield so overwhelming that it took very little to make units retreat. By mid-morning, waves of retreating troops were once more coming through Redden's lines. The Thalmon battalion asked whether there was an order to retreat, but was told to hold their ground. Some time later a sweat-drenched messenger asked to have a private word with Wren. The Thalmon battalion has shot the commander of the 108th Brigade. That was such a terrible thing that, to begin with, I could not take it in. By accident? By mistake? No, on purpose. How did that happen? 27. The unfortunate Spanish commander of 108th Brigade, now badly wounded, had been retreating with his men through the Thalmon's lines. A terrible row had then broken out between his officers and Thalmon commander Bruno Hines, aka George Elsner. 28 According to his commissar, Robert Vinand, Hines ended up punching some of their officers, who declined to fight back. Then Vinand grabbed a rifle and threatened to bayonet them. It is not clear who, in the end, pulled the trigger. Wren was told that the 108 Brigade's commander, the same man Stamer had spied on, but whose brigade had been mentioned in dispatches for its bravery the previous day, had also tried to persuade the Spanish troops in the Thalmon battalion to move back. That was when he had been shot. Wren did not seem concerned, and did not order any arrests. Those who provoke panic should be stopped, using violence, he said. If things happened as you told me, I'm ready to defend him. 29. More troubling was the case of a Dutch volunteer who had been caught fleeing. Under the same rules, this was punishable by death. To Redden's amazement, the Dutchman agreed. He no longer cared about his life. One of the brigade's Spanish commissars argued that, since the deserter had come to Spain voluntarily and had hitherto behaved impeccably, it was wrong to punish him so severely. A court-martial by his peers saw the Spaniards continue to argue against a death sentence while the Dutch volunteers' international comrades insisted, according to Wren, that they had not come to Spain to receive special treatment and even had to prove themselves more than their Spanish comrades. 30 They sentenced the man to death. The Dutchman received the judgment calmly, telling them, I recognize that I have done wrong and that you have to shoot me. 31 He then shook the hands of the men who tried him. They, in turn, gave him a glass of wine and a cigarette. The military policemen with him hung their heads, and one of Redden's German staff officers asked to be spared the sight of the man being shot. I have suffered some rough interrogations at the hands of the Nazis, and I'm not a soft type. But what is about to happen to the Dutchman is not something that I can bear to see, he said. The volunteer was marched out of sight and executed. 32. This was yet another example of the international brigades, and, especially, the German communists, demanding a degree of sacrifice not expected elsewhere in the Republican Army. A similar incident in the 11th Division, where a Spanish communist sought out his political commissar and requested he be shot rather than forced to fight anymore, ended up with him being sent home. 33. At times, the only ground battle was between those fleeing and those trying to stop them. Kleber's saber-waving cavalry squadrons, which patrolled the area between the 1st and 2nd defensive lines on either side of Villanueva de la Canada, were confronted by angry rifle fire. My cavalry squadrons occupied with restoring order had 3 men killed and 14 wounded in the battle with the panicked flood of armed people, he reported. 34. Such was the success of the small-scale, local enemy raids and the general state of nervousness on July 26, that it raises questions about whether one more day of counter-assault by Franco's forces might have provoked a major collapse. During the day, however, Wren watched admiringly as Mara's anarchists flooded back onto the battlefield, ready to fight again. "More than one of us will have to apologize to these anarchists," he said. 35. He was less happy with his own troops, with only the Austrian February 12th Battalion, led by a man he suspected of being an anarchist, meriting his complete trust. 36 Wren had by now concluded that, with the plain once again almost empty of enemy troops, the Francoist advance had halted. His battalion commanders, however, were nervous. They were now in the front line, being targeted by artillery fire and fretting that they were far ahead of everyone else. Thalmann commander Bruno Heinz even asked if he could retreat. 37, Wren angrily informed his messenger that he could not. Soon, Thalmann's soldiers wounded in the artillery bombardment were reaching the dressing station at Redden's headquarters, each one accompanied by a suspicious number of perfectly fit companions. 38 The International Brigade's military police were also barring the way of a platoon of fleeing Edgar André soldiers, and news reached Wren that the 3rd German Battalion, the Hans Baimler, was beginning to crack. All this contrasted with the reports that now reached him from the February 12th Battalion, which had sent patrols out and found no enemy troops within 2 kilometers of them. Wren had to drive around the other battalions, reprimanding their commanders for letting the wider panic affect them. 39 Their positions, indeed, would hold for most of the war. As the Battle of Brunt wound down to its close on the afternoon of July 26, 2 disastrous losses struck the international brigades. George Nathan had led the weary remnants of Giles' division back to the same valley from where, 21 days earlier, they had set out for the battle. The international part of the division, both 13 and 15 brigades, was half its original size, having lost 1,572 men out of 3,163.40. Within this, the British battalion had suffered the worst losses. Just 68 men were left standing out of an original 331, with the Dimitrov battalion not far behind these figures. Nathan busied himself making sure that the survivors could now be fed in the peace and safety of their refuge, as the battle below them slowed in intensity. Overhead they could see a last wave of a dozen Ju-52 bombers, this time piloted by Spaniards, who wanted to pursue the retreating troops into the hills and planned to bomb Valdemarillo, the first major town north of the battlefield. With the Soviet fighters now largely absent, the Francoist airmen had assumed this would be easy, but a line of anti-aircraft guns were hidden nearby. One of the Junkers was shot down, 2 more were damaged, and the remainder decided to turn back. First, however, the Junkers lightened their loads by releasing the bombs. One of these fell close to George Nathan. A piece of shrapnel hit him, piercing his liver, diaphragms, and lungs, and killing him. He was the only casualty. For the men of the already decimated 15th Division, it was a ghastly and untimely death of a much-loved officer. At the funeral that night, hard men such as the fist-swinging Fred Koopman and the veteran communist General János Giles, aka Gal, wept bitterly. 41. This was the same day Rafael Alberti and Maria Teresa Leon, at the Alianza mansion, were woken up to take an urgent phone call from the English hospital at El Escorial. A woman photographer had just died there, the caller explained. All we know about her is that she's a photographer. We couldn't find any documents on her. She's dead. She was killed yesterday by a tank during the retreat from Brunt. Maybe you know her. If you don't come for her soon, she'll have to be buried in an unmarked grave. 42. The following day Kappa was still in Paris, awaiting Gerda Taro's arrival, when he read of her death. He had been flicking through El Humanite in a dentist's waiting room. The newspaper was devoted mainly to the recent Japanese attack on Peking, but, in a smaller piece on Spain, it announced that French journalist, MLLE. Taro Sick was reported to have been killed. 43 Taro was buried in the French capital, with a mass funeral organized by the communist daily newspaper Ce Soir, with whom she had recently signed a contract. Her tomb was adorned with sculptures by Alberto Giacometti. A distraught Kappa felt guilty for leaving her on her own. He would return to Spain later in the war and eventually became the world's most famous photographer. After her death, he would always talk about her with me, over and over again, his friend Ruth Surf said. She was the great love of his life. 44. The battle was over, but commanders on both sides still fretted that their opponents would try to launch another local raid or counterattack. That night a motorbike messenger appeared at the camp where the surviving members of 13 and 15 International Brigades were resting. 45 He brought orders for them to return to the plain and occupy a secondary line, in case there was an attack and breakthrough the following morning. The orders, given by Kopac's second-in-command Major Hans Claus, were received with indignation. British Commissar George Aitken, a Moscow-trained Comintern man who, according to Jason Gurney, nevertheless suffered many struggles between his loyalty to the Communist Party and his sense of justice to the men, went to argue with the corps commander. The reply was laconic: "We may all be dead before morning." 46 The order came just 2 days after Miko Markovies had been stripped of command of the Lincolns for refusing an order to move forward again. Battalion Commissar Steve Nelson recalled the conversation roughly as follows. "Commander Klaus, this is a disastrous order. I will not order the American battalion to carry out this order because it will result in a disaster, like the one at Jerema," said Markovies. "Markovies, I gave you an order which I received from division. You and I are under military orders. This is not a debating discussion here. We must act, especially since we are international brigades, whose role is to develop discipline," said Klaus, standing up. "I order you to carry out the order." "Colonel Klaus, I cannot carry out this order," he replied. "Markovies, I order you to surrender your weapon," said Klaus, stepping close and holding out his hand. 47. The pistol was handed over and Nelson was given command. That order had eventually been rescinded, but just 48 hours later it was his task to tell the exhausted, broken troops that they must return to the battlefield. There were groans and complaints, while Nelson explained they would be protecting not just their Spanish comrades, but also themselves. The men agreed to go and had just gathered their equipment, when the orders were changed. Everyone felt not just good, but proud, Nelson recalled. 48. The reaction of 13 Brigade was more extreme. Krieger ranted and raved at his men, but they refused to move. When one officer loudly objected and refused to lead his battalion out, Krieger swung at him and ordered his arrest. The men then erupted in outrage. Krieger singled one Spanish soldier out. "You will not fight." "No. 1, 2, 3. Your last word." Krieger then reportedly shot him in the head, though he would later deny it. Either way, only a cordon of officers prevented him from being lynched. Krieger was eventually arrested himself, while the remains of his 2 Spanish battalions, including their international officers, stood up, organized themselves and began to march towards Madrid. They were met in Torrelodones by a Spanish Republican unit which disarmed them. As with the Americans, the order to return to the line was eventually cancelled, but the damage was done. Late that night of July 26, to the amazement of survivors on both sides, silence reigned across the plain of Brunt. The battle really was now over. The Republic had gained land, while the recapture of Brunt gave Franco the propaganda victory he needed to preserve his personal reputation. This had been won for him, in large part, by aircraft and crews provided by Hitler and Mussolini, who were indeed convinced that the fascist air force had tipped the balance. Kleber agreed. "The aviation question has become the Republic's biggest problem," he said shortly afterwards. On its first attempt at a major offensive, the Republic had gained land while paralysing Franco's other operations. Optimists believed that, now it had experience of attacking, it could do even better next time. 49. The battle had tested the volunteers, who spoke of the madness-inducing experience of Brunt, to the limit. "We saw tough guys crack up and babble like babies, wild-eyed. We saw boys grow to resolute maturity in a day, American machine gunner David McKelvey White recalled. 50 The international brigades had lost 3,700 men out of 11,700, of those, 1,259 were dead or missing. New volunteers were still crossing the French border at the rate of hundreds each week, however. 51 For once, the brigaders had not borne the heaviest part of the suffering. Overall Republican losses were approximately 30,000 men, while Franco lost some 18,000 soldiers. It was evidence that, in the eyes of their commanders, many parts of the Spanish Republican Army had now reached the same degree of trustworthiness as the brigades themselves. The Spanish government ordered the immediate dissolution of 13 International Brigade. 52-53 For the survivors, including Leo Carey and Alfred Cantaroas, that was the worst possible punishment. A week later, the men of the Chapib battalion were instructed to pile their weapons in the middle of a farmhouse courtyard, and these were taken away. The men were redistributed amongst the other brigades. That night Carey dreamt of wolves tearing at him, of the Moroccan soldiers charging, and the screams of those they had tortured. Both he and Cantaroas were transferred to other brigades. 40. Vengeance, Quinto, Aragon, August 24, 1937. In mid-August 1937, Alex Urech and General Walter traveled away from the Madrid front towards the mostly peaceful front line in Aragon, to the east of Zaragoza. It was a change of environment in more than one way. The towns in this part of Aragon were bigger and had suffered less from the hardships of war. Goods that were impossible to find in Madrid were sometimes plentiful here. Walter bought a collection of wineskins both to give away as gifts and in order to refine his own clumsy attempts at using them without tipping wine all over himself. He reportedly practiced in the bath. 1. The welcome usually accorded to international brigaders in Madrid, where all doors opened to them, was not automatically offered by the local anarchists. They saw the brigades as a mere extension of their bête noire, the Communist Party of Spain. According to Surek, in one Aragonesa town, which he did not name, local authorities were positively hostile. When they called on the town's anarchist leader and asked for a room at the handsome villa he occupied, they were turned away. "The best I can do is put you up with the drivers," he was told. 2 Perhaps the man was trying to make the point that, in the anarchist tradition, officers were worth no more than the men who drove them. That night, Walter and Surek slept on hard, bare beds with no mattresses. This slight was felt deeply by some on Walter's staff, especially the Russian émigré Karchevsky, who looked after the staff's security. He had already been locked up for 24 hours after punching a cook who mistakenly put salt in Walter's coffee before the Valsaine battle. 3 When he was sent ahead to the small town of Grainan to set up Walter's headquarters for the coming operation in Aragon, he strode around with 2 revolvers and hand grenades hanging from his belt, terrorizing the townsfolk. These he harangued for failing to show loyalty to the Republic. He also placed 2 machine guns pointing into the town square and a nearby yard. A furious Walter wanted to know why he was being so heavy-handed. "Comrade General, anarchists," came the apparently self-explanatory reply. Walter ordered him to change his attitude or accept that, as a White Russian, he would never be allowed home. 4. The icy reception experienced by Walter and Surek was part of a wider mistrust of the international brigades as they moved into Aragon. "We met closed windows and barricaded doors. Beautiful young brunettes did not come out to meet us with flowers in their hair. Only old women dared venture out of their homes," recalled Surek. "We were not used to that." 5 Hostility was mutual. In the folklore of the brigades, the anarchists were already considered hopeless fighters. Amongst the many rumors was that, on this static front, they even played football matches against their opponents. 6. Walter and Surek were in Aragon to inspect the terrain for the next great offensive. This time, instead of descending on a single city or valley, the Republic planned to punch through various points on a 130-kilometer line. This stretched from the painter Francisco de Goya's birthplace at Fuendetodos all the way north to Tardienta. The troops who broke through were then to march on towards one of the biggest prizes in Francoist hands, the Aragonesa capital of Zaragoza. With its high density of army barracks and training schools, Zaragoza had fallen during the failed coup a year earlier, but workers in the city were now reportedly set to launch an armed rebellion of their own, coinciding with the offensive. As one of the 6 largest cities in Spain, its capture would help to balance out the loss of Bilbao. 7 As at Brunt, Huesca, and Logroño, a secondary objective was declared, to relieve pressure on the ever-shrinking northern front. The Republican territory left there was now just a narrow strip of mostly coastal land, with the port city of Santander still holding out. The overriding sensation in this region was a vast emptiness. The parched, bare lands and unwelcoming, rocky highlands reminded many visitors of the dusty badlands they had seen in Hollywood films. Troops were few and positioned at occasional outposts. We reached one of the forward command posts but could easily have carried on into enemy territory without anybody noticing, Rocho recalled 8 after arriving on a baking hot August afternoon to inspect the area. At another post he was greeted by a shirtless lieutenant who had painted the bars of his rank above his left breast. The scattered observation points could not even watch the entire front. The army's reforms, he concluded, had not made it to this front and soldiers here could not be trusted. The enemy appeared to have arranged themselves in a similarly slipshod fashion. We were able, without the slightest bother, to observe what was known as the enemy's defensive line, and our impression was that with even a small force of soldiers one would be able to go anywhere, said Rojo. 9 Real soldiers, properly organized, would cause havoc, or so he thought, especially if they attacked along such a broad front that they were impossible to contain. That meant bringing troops hardened in the fighting around Madrid, like the international brigades. 10 He later regretted, however, that he had not valued more highly the men who knew this line best. Events on the ground proved later that those other troops would turn out to be rather more useful, he said. 11 As the Republic's ambition grew, so too did the size of the armies it gathered. This offensive required even more troops than Brunt, with some 80,000 men in 100 battalions. 12 18 of these came from the international brigades. 13 Only Dumont's 14 Brigade, still out of favor after Logroño, was left behind, and would help see off an attack on the Cuesta de la Reina, near Madrid, in October. 14 That the offensive should happen so soon after Brunt was, perhaps, a display of overconfidence. It certainly caught the international brigades, as a whole, at a bad moment. The dismantling of 13 Brigade after Brunt had damaged their reputation and encouraged critics who saw them as communist interferers. Certain, even influential, circles in the War Ministry did not refrain from expressing their political views, in the sense that they said the Italian and German intervention had been caused by the existence of the international brigades, commented Kleber. In other words, if there had been no international brigades, there would also not have been any Italian or German forces on the side of Franco. 15 This was clearly false and, given the non-intervention situation, a dangerous idea. The accusations of communist interference were, however, both true and false. Many of the brigades were now mostly Spanish, and the recruits reaching them often came from a broad political base. Amongst the foreign volunteers, the Communist Party was tightening its grip. Nowhere was this more so than amongst the Italians, where Pacciardi had been arguing that the Garibaldis were no longer either really international nor a proper popular front organization. 16 His anarchist adjutant Brachelargue had been forcibly replaced, without consultation, and an ineffectual communist called Felice Platone foisted on him. As a result, Pacciardi left, taking with him a group of the original, non-communist volunteers. 17 In an army where most people would have been accused of desertion, this was allowed, presumably to avoid damaging the brigade's reputation abroad. Kleber considered him an extremely proud and capricious fellow, but could also see that sectarian Italian communists were losing their comradely contacts with the socialists and anarchists and alienating them. 18 Another non-communist, Pencinetti, was given command in an attempt to preserve the Garibaldi's unique popular front structure. Foreign volunteers were now a minority in many brigades. 7 out of 10 soldiers in the German-speaking 11 Brigade were Spanish. 19 for example, along with half of 15 Brigade. 20 This caused yet another layer of friction. Since most officers and commissars were foreign, while most soldiers were Spanish, language created constant problems. 21 The superior airs and national chauvinism of some, especially ardent Mexicans like 11 Brigade Commander Richard Stamer, made things even worse. They were, some volunteers confided and Kleber confirmed, 22 behaving like the imperialists and colonialists whom they routinely denounced. Kleber countered this by appointing more Spanish officers, and claimed this immediately improved morale and made his troops better fighters. 23 He nevertheless met with opposition from Martí and the Albacete base, who grumbled that this would bring destruction of the international brigades as such. 24 It was not just the Italians who were in turmoil. Kleber thought the three oldest surviving brigades, including the German-speaking 11 Brigade and the French-speaking 14 Brigade, were all going through crises that damaged their combat capabilities. The older volunteers, he realized, were increasingly in need of a rest. With a background of general fatigue and great losses, they began to ask themselves questions: how long will we continue to suffer and bear our losses? We have been fighting for a year, and that is enough. Let some others come and take our places. He blamed, in part, letters from wives in France. These were, he claimed, increasingly filled with messages along the lines of, "If you don't come back soon, I won't be able to stand it any longer and will give myself to another." Kleber's concerns may sound far-fetched, but Alex Zurek was confronted with a similar situation while on leave in France in 1937. His wife Berta told him that she could not bear life without a man and had asked her doctor for sedatives. "Before I returned to Spain, I begged her to have no inhibitions and to let herself be seduced," he wrote. "She was young and pretty, she certainly could find suitors. However, it was impossible for her to even consider such a thing in Rouen since everyone knew her. News of her betrayal would be spread. 25 In any case, there was a high chance that Zurek would be killed in Spain and never come back. In the end Berta moved to Paris, where she found a lover. So what?" said Zurek later. "After the Spanish War, Berta told me who her close friend was. He was handsome, charming, had great intellectual values, and was an actor in the theater. I had heard about him and held him in high esteem. Later on they bumped into him in Paris. The actor seemed surprised and pleased and wanted to go home with them. I did not want this man to be part of our life, and I told him," said Zurek. 26 Given the turmoil, it may have been overly optimistic to expect the international brigades to perform well so soon after Brunt. Kleber's 45th Division, for example, had been promised a rest as it reorganized its 8,400 men. 27 It was also tasked with creating an entirely new version of 13 Brigade based on battalions from the now suppressed 150 Brigade, who were angry at inheriting that distinctly unlucky, and inglorious, number. 28 This new, mostly Slavic, brigade was, however, the biggest and most international of all. It brought together the Polish Dąbrowski and Palafox battalions, with the latter including the Jewish Botwin and Ukrainian Shevchenko companies, with the Hungarian Rákóczi and the Yugoslav Jurojackovic battalions. 29 Walter's 35th Division now combined the German-speaking 11 and English-speaking 15 brigades, 30 which were below their full numbers, with 2,245 and 1,400 men respectively. 31 The Zaragoza attack plan called for the swift advance of 4 different columns. Kleber's division and the Catalan Communists of the Carlos Marx 27th Division were, separately, to break through at various spots north of the river Ebro. 32 and descend on Zaragoza together on the evening of the first day of battle, August 24. Since the line here was mostly made up of widely spaced hilltop forts and gun emplacements, it was assumed they could creep past these or surround and attack them in the dark. 33 The rest of the attacking army was to push through a more densely populated area, in relative terms, to the south of the Ebro. The largest column of all was based on Modesto's VTH Army Corps and included Walter's 35th Division with his 2 international brigades. 34 The aim was to skirt around the more difficult spots in order to reach Zaragoza as soon as possible. Having rushed past them, Modesto's men would then have to besiege and take several heavily fortified positions, including the towns of Quinto and Belchite. According to Walter, his division's instructions for the first day of the battle were simple and clear. They were to take Quinto. 35 Studying the map, this had appeared a reasonable task. When he and his staff had crept up to the top of his designated observation and command post, a hill known as El Cornero with a sweeping view of the town and its surroundings, 2 days before the attack, he realized that it would not be so easy. Wren, who had been sent on a pro-Republican propaganda tour of the United States, was no longer with him, but the former White Russian general, Montovsky, was. So, too, was his loyal adjutant, Surek. 36 From their hilltop they could see lines of trenches, individual fire holes and concrete pillboxes for up to 25 machine guns. The town spilled down a steep hillside overlooked by a robust, Mudéjar church. It was surrounded by barbed wire and garrisoned by 1,500 of Franco's toughest troops, including Falangistas, Requates, and the Civil Guard. Although, in numerical terms, the attacking force was not much bigger, Walter had 5 times as many machine guns and far greater artillery power. He was not sure, however, that this was sufficient to overcome a well-fortified town whose approaches consisted of steep slopes or dusty stretches of flat, open land that were well covered by machine guns and small artillery pieces. A cemetery, once more, and a row of low fortified hills to the south provided additional obstacles close to it that would need to be overcome. 37. Secrecy was crucial to the entire attack. 38 The anarchists, who had held the position outside Quinto since the beginning of the war, were lied to and told that Walter's visit was part of a wider, long-term reconnaissance of the Aragon line. They proved friendly and helpful. To Walter's amazement, they did not even bother to find out who the newly arrived men were. They seemed to enjoy explaining to a group of unknown officers who didn't even speak their language not just the positions of the enemy, but also for their own subordinate groups, he said. 39 A return trip the following day, again with the help of the anarchists, persuaded him to attack from the north and west. Taking the cemetery, which lay above the town, would be a first crucial step. The neighboring hills could be encircled and the enemy trapped there while the town was taken. 40. Preparations during the 24 hours before the attack were fraught and chaotic. A lack of fuel led to a lack of trucks which, in turn, meant that men could not be moved into position. A more discouraging night I have never spent, 41 Robert Merriman noted in his diary. Stamer's staff refused to lend trucks even after Merriman, now 15 Brigades Chief of Staff 42, had jumped on a motorcycle and gone to beg them. 43 As a result, only the Dimitrov and Spanish battalions were in place and ready to join the attack by dawn on 24 August. 44. An hour and a half before the dawn assault was due to begin, the artillery commander informed Walter that he was not ready. 45 Walter ordered him to start by firing whatever guns he had, but this was done so badly that when the Dimitrov and Thalmann battalions attacked the cemetery 46 they could only approach to within 50 meters. 47 Walter decided to experiment. Rather than hiding his artillery behind faraway hills and hoping they could lob shells accurately from there, he decided to bring a single 75mm artillery gun up to fire from point-blank range. This was anathema to the gunners, for whom the loss of such an exposed gun would have spelt disaster, and the artillery commander had to be bullied into it. When the dozen international gunners who had volunteered to bring the artillery piece up opened fire from just 400 meters away, they quickly took out machine gun posts and part of the cemetery wall. 48 Even then, a 1st Infantry attack failed before the Lincoln Battalion took the cemetery in just a few minutes later that afternoon. Soon they were in the town itself, with help from AT-26 tanks, while the Austrian February 12th Battalion entered from the other side. Tom Wintringham, who had spent the previous 6 months training new officers but had returned to 15 brigade staff the previous week, was impressed. "It was a beautiful piece of work," he said. 49. Overnight the enemy organized itself around 3 main resistance points in the church, with 2 heavy machine guns in the belfry 50, at the town cement factory and in a small hospital. Early in the morning, however, the machine gun posts in the church belfry were, at least temporarily, put out of action by Walter's anti-tank guns, and at 9 a.m. the civilian population asked permission to leave. 51 Street fighting continued all day as the defenders were beaten back to the church and a handful of other buildings. There, Walter and 15 Brigade Commander Kopic personally directed the attack by the Thalmann and Lincoln battalions, while Stamer, once more, stayed away. 52 The meter-thick walls provided strong protection, however, and the brigaders repeatedly failed to enter through a hole opened up the previous day, so orders were given to burn down the church, where 150 Francoists were holding out. 53 Wintringham went looking for a neighboring house that could be set ablaze, in the hope that the flames might spread. "I was just having a good look round, nipping round corners and doors very quickly so they couldn't shoot me, when whack, a bullet hit me on top of the shoulder," he wrote. Wintringham now recalled, with shame, that he had spent the previous months teaching pupils at the International Brigades Officers' School how not to expose themselves to fire. The bullet smashed a bone and he had to be sent straight to hospital. He would not fight again. 54. Eventually, sacks stuffed with hay and grenades, along with curtains, clothes, and bed linen, were soaked in gasoline, set alight and thrown into the church, filling it with dense smoke. A group of 42 men jumped out through the windows and surrendered, but when the smoke cleared the rest were still holding out. 55 A 75mm gun was, once again, brought up close to knock down the belfry and fire through the church's doors and windows. Over 100 shells were launched through the church doors from just 200 meters away, but still the defenders refused to surrender. They retired to the altar and choir stalls, keeping the internationals at bay with grenades and machine gun fire. Later that night, 50 would escape through a side door. 56. The following day, August 26, Walter decided to clean out Quinto with the Dimitrov and Thalmann battalions and then launch 15 brigades British and Spanish battalions, which, as an experiment, included a mostly American company, 57 to finish the attack on Perbril Hill, where around 500 demoralized and thirsty enemy soldiers had been encircled and their water supply cut off. 58 Defenders in both places soon realized that there was no escape and began to surrender in small groups. 59 An hour later, the town was taken and 240 prisoners were led out towards Walter's command post at El Cornero Hill, while the Lincolns and Dimitrov joined the attack on Perbril Hill. 60. Anti-tank guns targeted trenches and machine gun emplacements with their devastating, rapid fire and, after half an hour a white flag was raised. An American machine gun opened up on the surrendering men, however, driving them back into their trenches, where they started to fight again. 61 The Republicans eventually had to send an officer to negotiate and apologize. Given a second opportunity, most were happy to raise their arms. A group of Francoist officers nevertheless held out on a corner of the hill. Felix Kussmann, a Russian-born American volunteer, was surprised to find that 2 of these officers were Tsarist Russians. The first one he encountered screamed "Red pigs! Red pigs!" at them in Russian. When it looked like he might be captured, he turned his gun on himself and, in Kussmann's words, blew his brains out. The other Russian also died. Kussmann found a sword and a Bible on one body. 62 Closer investigation revealed that they were a former White Russian general called Fonk and a captain called Polichin. Walter was delighted. They both met their deserved end, he commented. 63 In all 1,060 prisoners were taken and 450 defenders killed, while the 2 international brigades lost 330 men, including around 70 dead. 64. Walter later wrote an academic dissertation for Moscow's Frunze Military Academy on his division's role in the Zaragoza offensive. putting the success of the attack on Quinto down to several things. 65 First of all, by attacking in stages and at different points, he had been able to build numerical advantages for each attack. Secondly, the use of artillery at point-blank range worked well. 30 shells fired close up against the cemetery proved far more effective than hundreds fired from 4 kilometers away. It was perfectly possible, and beneficial, to fire from open positions, he said. 66 Walter also claimed that another significant factor had been his own self-belief. The slightest doubts or vacillation at any level of command inevitably provokes apathy and indecision in the units, he wrote. 67 This was his victory, he felt, and he furiously ejected a contingent of anarchists who arrived with a black and red flag and a photographer. 68 The Zaragoza offensive had been launched in the belief that the workers in the city were about to rebel and would help eject the Francoists. In fact, rumors of an uprising there had been heavily exaggerated. The liberators of Quinto hoped, at least, that they would receive a welcome similar to the one they received in Brihuega after the Guadalajara battle, but the town had been in fascist hands for too long. Republican supporters had mostly been killed or forced out a year before. It was also close to the villages where anarchists had carried out their own Red Terror. 69 Afterwards, Surek recalled meeting the eyes of a young girl sitting proudly beside her father, her head held high as she combed her lovely, long, dark hair. When our eyes met, I saw a certain uneasiness and hostility in them towards Reds and even more towards internationals. My God, what can be more terrible, he asked. 70 The young girl had good reason to mistrust the international volunteers. The desire for revenge was widespread. We just grabbed those guys, lined them up and shot them right there, said one American. An argument over whether an injured prisoner should be killed was settled by a volunteer known as Crazy O'Leary, reputed to be a former mobster, who shot the man in the head. 71 Amongst the brigade's own dead was one of Walter's favorites, his medical chief, Dr. Dubois-Damansky, also known as Mayatek, who had been shot by a sniper after sneaking up to the front line to watch the action. Surek recalled Walter's anger. The general came to me, hugged me, and said, "We'll avenge Mayatek." Amongst the prisoners brought from Quinto to the observation post were sharpshooters from the Belfry. They did not go very far. The general ordered them shot. The executions were done by the soldiers who had escorted them. The condemned prisoners, either of their own accord or ordered by the corporal in charge of the execution, turned their backs. One prisoner raised his fist in the Republican salute. I could not reconcile myself to what happened, nor could many others. I saw one Republican staff officer walk with a drawn revolver behind a fascist officer after having interrogated him. The fascist officer cried before he died. The Republican officer's face was contorted by his moral dilemma over what he was forced to do. I knew the man. He was well educated and polite, he would not hurt a fly. 72 There was nothing spontaneous or uncontrolled about the killings. Walter himself shot several prisoners while Merriman accepted the executions, which had become an established part of this war, but was angry with a German volunteer who humiliated a young fascist officer first. Prisoners came in droves wanting water, etc. Haggard, bad-looking lot, the American noted in his diary. Selected officers questioned them and finally shot them. Our men started to loot the town, bad but a fact. 73 Merriman recorded a later decision to punish looters by shooting them, if necessary, but nothing was said about disciplining men who shot prisoners, while those who were not snipers, officers, or non-commissioned officers were left alive. 74 41 Conquest, Belchite, August 31, 1937. Elsewhere, the Zaragoza offensive had not gone well. The lightning strike on Aragon's biggest city from the south ground to a halt 25 kilometers short of its target, at the riverside town of Fuentes de Ebro after the surprise attack ran, quite literally, out of fuel. The petrol arrived so late, along with many of the trucks, that an exasperated Lister ended up ordering his men to start marching to the front. 1 Their vehicles caught up with them later, and Surek saw them heading towards their target late that morning, kicking up a huge dust cloud above the ravine they were traveling through. It looked like a scene from a Western movie, he recalled. 2 According to the attack plan, Fuentes de Ebro, a gateway town that stood on the road to Zaragoza, should have been taken by surprise early in the morning. Even after the delayed start, Walter thought they should still have made it to the gates of Zaragoza that night. On August 24, an opportunity to change the strategic situations of the war in favor of the Republic was, once again, wasted, he wrote. 3. To the north, some of Kleber's troops initially did much better. With trucks also scarce on his side of the river Ebro, and Zaragoza little more than 20 kilometers away, he ordered his men to march into battle. More controversially, he also changed the attack plan, ordering both his brigades, the Slav-led 13 and the Italian-led 12, to stay on the southern side of the road leading towards the city, rather than following the original plan for the Italians to advance on the north side. 4 They set out at night without local guides, no maps and poor knowledge of the terrain. 5 The Polish-led Dąbrowski and Palafox battalions found little in their way before reaching the lightly defended town of Villamayor de Gallego, just 7 kilometers from Zaragoza. 6 Out of the 100 battalions used in the offensive 7, these 2 Polish battalions were the only ones to reach anywhere near the city. That night they could see its lights and hear the pealing of church bells, which they assumed were being rung to warn of their approach. 8 Kleber later claimed they had also caught the command staff of a Francoist unit by surprise, taking 150 POWs, most of them officers. These allegedly included 4 Germans and their translators. The Poles paid dearly for their daring. The following morning tanks came out of Zaragoza and pushed them back. They found themselves isolated in enemy territory and without support. Over the next 2 days, starved of food and short of water, they had to fight their way out, pursued all the way. Part of the Palafox battalion became trapped in a ravine known as the Barranco de las Casas, where it was wiped out. Survivors returned in dribs and drabs, bringing a handful of prisoners. Kleber claimed that around 100 of these had been killed after they refused to go with them and tried to escape under the cover of night. 9 The 2 Polish battalions lost 300 men and villagers had to dig mass graves in the Barranco de las Casas for all the bodies. 10 Their fate would have been different if the Italians or the other northern column, which would have included Muriel Rukeyser's athlete boyfriend Otto Bach, had not been halted much further north at the town of Zura. 11 Kleber claimed that the Italian units ignored his instructions and lost their way. 12 Some allegedly headed north, away from Zaragoza, while Walter reported that one battalion turned a full circle in the dark and marched into the Republic's own rearguard. 13 The Garibaldinists recalled it differently, claiming that they had simply been pinned down by fire from various hilltops as soon as it got light and were soon suffering from thirst and exhaustion. They had been sent into unfamiliar terrain without maps, they added, while the Poles had exaggerated the extent of their advance. 14 The boldness of the Dąbrowski and Palafox commanders revealed the dangers inherent in encouraging units to infiltrate enemy territory, bypassing forts or towns that might resist them. If everyone did the same and a new front line could be formed, then the enemy in their rearguard could be slowly worn down. If that did not happen and units ended up behind enemy lines on their own, they could be hunted down and destroyed. Kleber blamed the Italians, claiming that he also had to sacrifice his divisional reserve battalion 15, the newly formed Juro-Jakovic battalion of Bulgarians, Yugoslavs, and Spaniards, which lost all but 50 of its members over the coming days. 16 If true, and Kleber liked to exaggerate, that meant they suffered the worst casualties of any international battalion at any time in the Spanish Civil War. On the southern side of the river, meanwhile, there were repeated attempts to take Fuentes de Ebro and continue the advance, but it soon became clear that Zaragoza was beyond their reach. More limited objectives were set, and it was now that the so-called Battle for Zaragoza would change its name, even to historians, becoming the Battle of Belchite. 17 This large country town in the middle of the harsh, dusty landscape to the west of Quinto had held out against the initial attack and was still in Francoist hands when Walter received a telegram from General Pozas on August 31. You have been appointed commander of all the forces acting against Belchite, including armored cars and artillery, and with the right to request aviation support, it read. Belchite must be taken today. 18. It was his task, in other words, to take the largest remaining prize within reach. Following the principle of bypassing the strongest points of resistance, Belchite had been surrounded while the front line was pushed up to Fuentes de Ebro in the north and Puebla de Albortan to the west. 19. By the time Walter received his telegram, it had been under siege for a week. To Walter's fury, his two international brigade commanders, Stamer and Kopic, were nearly killed together when they went to survey the objective. They had ignored the most elemental rules for avoiding strafing attacks from the air by traveling in a tight convoy of 2 cars. The 2 men found a town of solid houses, factory towers and church spires, surrounded by dried-out fields and handsome olive groves. It had been turned into a fortress. 20 pillboxes with half-meter thick concrete walls reinforced by iron rods studded the approaches, giving cover to anti-tank and machine guns. In front of these, lines of trenches and barbed wire made any approach by infantry extremely hazardous. It was far more daunting than any town they had taken so far, which explained why progress had been slow. 21. Walter was not so impressed. He thought the pillboxes were badly designed, poorly camouflaged, and too close to the town. 22. With the proper combined use of artillery, aerial bombardments and infantry, they should have been easy to put out of action. Such coordinated activity, however, was often beyond the abilities of the Republican Army. 23. More importantly, Belchite also contained thick-walled buildings that were easy to defend, including a large 15th-century church with elegant, patterned mudéjar brickwork and a large seminary, as well as the narrow streets and cellars for storing country produce that made Spanish country towns such natural fortresses. These had been reinforced with sandbags and barricades. The quality and quantity of the defenders added to Walter's problems. The 3,000 or so soldiers in the town included battalion-sized units of legionnaires and Moroccans, as well as recruits, phalangistas and civil guards. 24. It was a far tougher proposition than Quinto. Walter had some 5,000 men available to him, from his own division and a number of anarchist brigades. The latter outnumbered his own men, since the German speakers of 11 International Brigade were soon sent to reinforce the line north of Belchite, around the town of Mediana. 25. The regular army commander on the spot, Colonel Pedro Sanchez Plaza, was as unhappy about command being handed to Walter as the anarchists were. There had been no real plan of attack and each of the 4 brigades involved had been acting on its own initiative, but they had slowly been tightening the noose and taken several concrete pillboxes, the cemetery, and various hills around the town. The defenders, however, were being resupplied from the air, receiving food, ammunition, and spare parts that floated down under parachutes. 26. Francoist radio stations, meanwhile, broadcast stirring messages of support, telling them that they were about to be rescued, while priests, family members and military officers praised them over the airwaves and urged them to keep fighting. The defenders hoped to emulate the heroes of the Alcazar at Toledo and hold on long enough for the Francoist counterattacks to break through the new front line at Mediana and rescue them. 27. Walter decided it could all be done much better, but Belchite could not be taken in a day. Instead, he adapted the strategies used at Quinto by trying to conquer it in stages. 28. He brought the English-speaking 15 Brigade and the anarchists of the 116 Brigade to join the attack. As at Quinto, he decided to use the artillery close-up, where their accuracy, destructive power, and ability to damage the morale of the defenders would be far greater. "Your shit. You'll carry your cannons across the stream on your backs," Walter shouted at one reluctant artillery officer. "I'll be here at 5 a.m. If the order is not carried out, you'll be held responsible and will pay with your head." 29. The attack started at 7 a.m. the following day, September 1, from 4 different directions, with 15 Brigade leading from the north. The British battalion was held in reserve, while the Lincoln, Dimitrov, Spanish, and Thalmann, on loan from 11 Brigade, battalions attacked. The close-up artillery fire knocked out machine gun posts in church towers and destroyed much of the town center, where the defenders' command post was positioned. The attackers took 5 of the 15 concrete bunkers that morning, as well as the train station, a mill, and several other important buildings. All this was managed at a relatively low cost, but Walter claimed he could feel the experienced hand of the Italian and German commanders 30 in the enemy air force, which bombed his troops whenever the Republic's own aircraft disappeared. 31. The attack continued the next day, September 2, with Walter's Spanish brigade creeping up overnight with heavy machine guns to within 100 meters of a crucial bunker, to start a daring early morning raid. It was a technique, he commented, that should have been used more frequently. 32 Another Spanish unit took the imposing, thick-walled seminary building. Shells continued to rain down, with Bob Merriman describing a spectacle, a city gradually smashed to bits by persistent artillery, before noting that they hide in underground passages and only in this way does the place hold. 33. By the evening, 15 Brigade and others were in the town and house-to-house fighting began. Pressure built on the Medina front, however, where a slowly retreating and jittery 11 Brigade had lost what Walter called the calm spirit that had characterized the brigade in previous battles. 34 The brigade's medical chief claimed it had already reached its physical and psychological limit and that, as a result, the soldiers won't be able to hold on to their positions for much longer. 35 By now, the British and Thalmann battalions had both been sent to help 36 since Walter's main concern was that the Francoists would break through and lift the Belchite siege. The brigadiers advanced slowly through the town on September 3, placing machine guns on rooftops. Anti-tank guns, once more, were crucial for blasting through walls or eliminating machine gun posts, with the brigade's 3 guns firing 1,000 shells each over 2 days, and one of them bursting its barrel. 37 That evening they watched hopelessly, however, as new gun parts and munitions reached the defenders by parachute. 38. Walter pledged that the first 5 soldiers to reach the center of Belchite would be promoted to lieutenant, while the first 5 officers would also be guaranteed promotion. 39 As the street fighting continued, junior and non-commissioned officers took command of different groups, often mixed up from various units, who stormed buildings one by one with grenades. The fighting was now room by room, with grenades lobbed through holes knocked in the walls between them. 40. In the baseball jargon used by the Americans, good pitchers such as Merriman showed their prowess by hurling grenades from a distance through doors and windows. 41 For Merriman this was the greatest fun yet in Spain, and he played a prominent part, earning a fierce rebuke from Coppoc for abandoning his duties as the brigade's chief of staff. 42 The defenders, meanwhile, had established a warren of underground passageways by knocking holes through the walls of the cellars in each house. These, in turn, provided refuge to the frightened families who remained in the town. Progress was slow, with the town's churches, including one that held up the Dimitrov and Lincoln battalions, particularly hard to conquer. 43 It may have been now that the commander of one brigade that was meant to be attacking the town made the mistake of visiting Walter at his command post. Dr. Len Crome witnessed the scene. "Where is your brigade? I left them 2 hours ago. They were lying a kilometer from the town. And where are they now?" The commander began to stutter. "My general, I cannot tell you precisely, but..." "You cannot tell me?" Walter was in a rage. He hit out at the officer with fists, the butt of his revolver, and then, when he fell, with his boots. Then, Budkovskal. "Yes, comrade general. Go with him to the brigade and see that he takes the church. I hold you responsible. Shoot him if he hesitates, and take over command yourself. But remember, don't come back without the church." "Yes, comrade general." 44. Harsh words were exchanged with Sanchez Plaza 45, whom Walter accused of deliberately trying to provoke clashes between internationalist volunteers and the anarchists. 46 That night the defenders regrouped in the city center, leaving a lone machine gun post in the cathedral tower. Earlier in the day, however, General Poses gave a press conference announcing that Belchite had been taken. As a result, foreign newspaper correspondents began to visit. Many decided they had been duped. Walter was not surprised. 47 The following morning, Barcelona's La Vanguardia newspaper carried a headline claiming Belchite had fallen. 48 In fact, some 1,300 men were now defending a very small area, making the attackers' task much easier, but allowing the Francoist commanders to prevent partial surrenders. 49 Walter was admiring. The groups of Phalangistas and Requates resisted until they had used their last bullets, he said. 50 The bodies of the dead, meanwhile, were being stacked and burnt in the main plaza or thrown into an empty underground well designed to store olive oil. That night the defenders were given an ultimatum, to surrender or be destroyed. Over the radio, their commanders in Zaragoza now gave them permission to break out, and a large group managed to do exactly that, flinging grenades as they ran through the dark into the olive groves. Some 160 made it through, and their own side welcomed them back as heroes. 51 At least some of those trying to escape were civilians, including women and children. A Spanish officer in 15 Brigade remembered it like this. Suddenly, a few yards in front of us, we heard voices and distinguished a mass of people coming toward us. Some were women. There were shouts of camaradas. We thought they were more of the people who had been liberated. Our commander called on them to halt. The answer was a shower of grenades. It was impossible in the bad light to distinguish anything clearly. We noticed that some of the civilians were firing at us. They were officers in disguise, as we found out afterwards. Some succeeded in slipping past us, but the Dimitrov battalion rounded them up and disposed of them. It was terrible fighting for the time it lasted. But every one of the officers met his fate. 52. The following morning a loudspeaker truck was drawn up. Fascist soldiers, those of you who are Spaniards, listen. Your leaders are lying to you. Quinto is in Republican hands. You will get no reinforcements. The relief column sent from Zaragoza has been smashed at Mediana. There is no relief for you in Belchite, there is only death, they were told. Come over to us and live. If you don't, you will all be wiped out. 53 The remaining 1,200 men surrendered en bloc and, finally, on September 6, the Republican flag flew over Belchite. 54. The anarchists of 153 Brigade were given command of the ruins and the internationals were hurriedly moved out. That did not prevent looting, at least for souvenirs of the battle. Amongst the trophies carried away were Italian fascist flags and Nazi swastikas. Posters found on the walls instructed women to dress modestly, with long skirts and long sleeves, claiming, according to one shocked female visitor, that sin is woman's because she tempts man. 55 Merriman had time to wander through what he called a very rich and beautiful place, now in ruins. 56 The stench of death was so strong that many wore scarves over their faces as masks. 57 Merriman would return a few days later to find looting still going on. I even picked up a nice present for Marian which I sent back with the things to Albacete. They are two beautiful red bedspreads, he wrote. 58. The capture of Belchite was by no means the work of 15 International Brigade alone, or just of Walter's division. In the scramble to claim Belchite, indeed, it was the anarchists who boasted that they had raised a flag on the main church tower. Fighters from the former Tierra and Libertad Brigade had been promised home leave if they were the first to reach the center, and when this was denied them, and, after a row with Walter, their commanders agreed to withdraw from Belchite, there were disturbances, according to one report which did not state exactly what the disgruntled troops did. 59 Anarchists started a false rumor that the International Brigaders had been kept in reserve, and out of danger, until the last moment. How can we expect obedience from the troops unless commanders provide a good example, they asked in one report. 60 Walter was furious. Most of the successes in the Zaragoza operation belonged to our division, he countered. 61 15th International Brigade had suffered the worst losses, he argued, With 80 dead, 47 disappeared and 203 wounded, though their companions in his Spanish 32nd Brigade had suffered almost as badly. 62 losses of 600 men were, he claimed, entirely reasonable in exchange for the killing or capture of over 3,000 opponents. 63. To Surek's dismay, another member of the close-knit group of staff officers around Walter, the Polish captain Wojtek Butowski, had died in the street fighting. The former French foreign legionnaire, now repentant at having served as a slave to fascism, had written to his mother in Poland a few days earlier. It was the first letter since he had informed that he was leaving for Spain. Butowski told of his engagement to the volunteer nurse who cared for him after his men had dragged what they initially assumed was his bullet-ridden corpse off the battlefield at Jerema. "I have the intention to be married, and will do it very soon, to a young Spanish schoolteacher whose name is Carmen. I am in love up to my ears. I liked Berta, his former girlfriend, as a sister, but I am in love with this woman, a comrade in life and war." 64 It was one of the many passionate, if often truncated, relationships born out of the drama, heat, and intensity of the war. Surek watched as selected prisoners were interrogated. Civilians were being inspected to see if they had bruising on their shoulders from firing a rifle. This time Surek tried not to allow himself to lose his own calm. Instead he pitied the poverty and despair of the prisoners. Their clothes were torn, they were dirty and hungry. Perhaps in spite of all they suffered, they were happy that they survived, that the sun was shining, and that it was all over. 65 But when someone pointed out a suspected police informer, he was struck by a sudden rage, which he put down to his own experience of informers while he was an underground activist in Poland, and attacked the man with his fists. "I walked away panting and ashamed. Belchite citizens looked at me wordlessly," he recalled. A Spanish colleague was more direct. "Why did you beat him? It would have been better if you had shot him." Up to 170 other prisoners, mostly military officers but also up to 30 local rightists, were shot. 66 If Walter claimed the victory, then responsibility for this was also his. Surek drove to Modesto's headquarters, where he found the victory being toasted with excellent French cognac. Walter was drunk, and he and Modesto were behaving like little boys. They climbed a fig tree together to pick fruit before Walter ordered his driver to take him to Belchite, down the still dangerous road that connected it to the town of Azila. Polish volunteer Dr. Janet Opman, who had sent men back to the line at gunpoint in Brunt, and Koltsov's long-term girlfriend Maria Ossen, were drinking with them, and asked to go along for the ride. 67 Surek felt he had no choice but to get in the car as well. "General, that road isn't free yet," I ventured. "Mr. Olek shits in his pants," the elated general replied. The women laughed and I raved. We kept on riding. I was very restless. "Jadska Walter, stop it, for God's sake!" I shouted angrily. "This is serious." "Well, let's go back," the general decided. "Mr. Olek doesn't want to go this way." 68. The following day, with Francoist bombers already attacking the town, Surek was surprised to see the usually fearless Walter and Modesto looking panic-stricken. The reason was that La Pasionaria, who had tried to drive straight into the still-occupied town a few days earlier after believing reports that it had already been taken, was visiting. Walter explained later that he had feared he might become responsible for La Pasionaria's death. "I was worried about Madre Mother," he said, using his personal nickname for the powerful woman to whom he was always deferential. 69. Walter was delighted. The volunteers and Spaniards under his command had been disciplined and, when left to their own devices in the street fighting, had shown initiative and courage. They had defeated an enemy that showed great persistence and capacity for resistance. 70 His own decision to bring the artillery close up had been crucial, he concluded, with 15 brigades' use of 45 mm cannon in the street fighting particularly successful. 71. The wider offensive, however, had failed. Kleber was aware that this reflected poorly on the communists in the army. The entire operation, conceived for purposes of drawing the enemy away from Santander, was considered by the General Staff in Valencia to be an operation that was directed and carried out by the forces of the Communists, he wrote. The Zaragoza operations had great internal significance for the Communist Party, because it presented the opportunity to put an end to the anarcho-Trotskyist FAI domination in Aragon. It is no wonder that the party demanded the utmost exertion of effort from all its members. It is also understandable that the party could not be satisfied with the results. 72 The Communists' well-earned military reputation had been seriously dented, threatening their power and status within the Republic. They had previously done much to impose organizational discipline on the army, with French military attaché Henri Morel noting that out of fear of disorder, the moderates went over to the Communists, who presented order. Walter's final conclusions were mixed. They had captured 900 square kilometers of territory but failed to save Santander, which Franco conquered on August 26, the third day of the offensive. 73 If the original objective had been to take Zaragoza or, as the orders read, to get close enough to place the Aragonesa capital under artillery fire. 74 This had also not happened. However, the operation was an improvement on Brunt in terms of land won, losses caused, and losses suffered. 75 The greatest successes had been at Quinto and Belchite. The international brigades had, once more, suffered more than their share of losses, accounting for almost 20% of the total of 7,700 dead, wounded or missing in action. 76 Kleber claimed that his Polish 13 Brigade had suffered worst, losing 800 men, while the Italian 12 Brigade was missing 250. 77 The English-speaking 15 Brigade had lost 330 men, including 127 dead or missing, and a further 207, with 47 dead, were gone from the German 11 Brigade. 78 It can be assumed that more than half those losses were Spaniards fighting under the banner of the international brigades. Overall, though, Walter felt the battle showed significant improvements in the Republican Army, which was more coordinated and worked better under fire than previously. The defense of the median line by the Germans of 11 Brigade and others, for example, had eventually succeeded because of support from the air. Over-optimism and the erroneous belief that a popular uprising was underway in Zaragoza had not helped. The plan of attack on Zaragoza itself, originally with just 3.5 brigades and 12 artillery guns, against a heavily militarist city bounded on one side by the wide river Ebro, had never been realistic. 79 Fuentes de Ebro could and should have been bypassed, Walter thought. A belated and disastrous attempt to take the town in October, as a Russian tank commander experimented with sending infantry units into battle on heavy BT-5 tanks that sank in the mud and became trapped in narrow streets, saw 15 Brigade take heavy casualties. Its Spanish battalion, the Español, or 24th, which included Spanish and Portuguese speakers from Latin America, was virtually wiped out. 80. The decision to move from No Pasaran to Pasaremos, we shall pass, after Guadalajara had, Walter believed, been a difficult one to carry out. Offensive warfare with limited resources is more complex and requires that soldiers and officers display greater willpower, initiative, and training than in static defense. 81 He wrote. The Republican Army was still not good enough for that. Emilio Kleber, meanwhile, paid for his division's failure. The general had none of Lukács's charm or tact and, under his command, the division had been torn apart by one of the endemic failings of the international brigades, the tensions between nationalities. The Poles, and Kleber himself, of 13 Brigade claimed the Italian 12 Brigade had shirked its duties, abandoning them to be slaughtered. The latter accused the Poles of lying, or at least exaggerating, about taking Villa Mayor. 82 All this exacerbated the tensions between the communists and non-communists in the Italian Brigade. 83 The prickly and outspoken Kleber was called to a hearing at the Communist Party headquarters in Valencia to defend himself against the accusation that he had deliberately set Poles against Italians, with La Pasionaria amongst those grilling him. His sacking was presented as a personal decision but, amongst other sins, he was criticized for letting people in your division become attached to you personally. 84 Hans Kahler replaced him. Maximuov, the latest head of the Russian military delegation, put a gloss on Kleber's departure. He worked for more than a year, longer than all the rest, and it was time to go home. They need people with experience at home, he said. 85 In fact, after his recall to Moscow during Stalin's purges, Kleber, Manfred Stern, would be sent to spend the rest of his days in the gulags. 42. The North Pole, Teruel, December 1937. On the evening of December 14, 1937, four of some of the most invisible characters in the international brigades, American guerrilla war experts Irving Goff and Alex Kunzlich along with two Finns, slipped out into the snow to cross the rugged countryside of Teruel, together with 8 Spanish soldiers. With moonlight reflecting dangerously off the snow, the dozen men walked for 20 kilometers, skirting the high spots from which the enemy secured its line around the city. Their target was a small, unprotected bridge that crossed the Guadalaviar and linked the semi-besieged city to the town of Albarracin, set in a spur above the river. 1 The group had been trained by Russian experts, one of whom, Ilya Starinov, was also out that night. An amazing feeling arises when you cross the front line at night. It is as if you are walking on a narrow bridge over an abyss, he said. 2 Arriving shortly before dawn, they set their explosives and a timer, and then left hurriedly. By the time the charge exploded and the bridge tumbled into the ravine below, they were already on a distant hilltop. "I've blown bridges," Goff explained later, scoffing at the romanticist depiction of international guerrillas in Hemingway's For Whom the Bell Tolls. "You put a detonator in the thing and then you'd better be 20 miles away." They then cut telephone lines and, on their way back, bumped into an enemy cavalry patrol which harassed them as they moved towards their own lines before the main attack on Teruel began a few hours later. 3 Early in December 1937 it had become clear, with forces amassing near the Guadalajara front, that Franco was planning yet another assault on Madrid. 4 If the war in the south and center of Spain had turned into a draw in which the Republic had gained the initiative, this had partly been because Franco was concentrating on the north. His recent victory there now released large numbers of troops and brought a dramatic increase in his army's ability to strike elsewhere. The Republican Army decided to hit first, in order to disrupt plans that might bring the war to a sudden and dramatic end. A preemptive offensive, it was hoped, would demonstrate to the world that the Republic was still vigorous and viable, while stretching out the war until an increasingly likely wider European conflagration started. The symbolic value of holding major cities, even where this outweighed their actual strategic value, continued to obsess both sides. That is why the Republic now turned its attention, once more, to modest Teruel, sitting on a mound beside the river Turia and overlooked by higher hills. The lines here had barely changed since 13 Brigade received its baptism of fire as part of the failed attempt to conquer it a year earlier. The city occupied a salient of Francoist territory in the southern part of Aragon. This made it, in theory, a simpler target than other cities, and explains why it was chosen ahead of another fully planned option in Extremadura. 5 The Teruel salient contained around 8,000 of Franco's soldiers, so when the Republic gathered 89 battalions, almost 80,000 men, to attack at 6 the odds of winning were already promising. If Teruel could be surrounded before reinforcements arrived, then it seemed likely that the city would fall. For the first time, however, the international brigades were not to be given a prominent role. There were two main reasons for this. First, the overall quality and morale of the Republic's regular army had improved, making the brigades less special. Secondly, the Republic wanted to keep the brigades, who were always the first stop for foreign reporters, out of the headlines. The capture of Teruel without them would help the Republic in its drive to use the non-intervention policies of Britain, France, and the United States against Franco, who was far more reliant on foreign fighters. Finally, there were still politicians and generals who did not like the international brigades, either because they were foreigners or because they were considered part of the communist bloc within the army. 7 Only General Walter's 35th Division, still with the German and English-speaking 11 and 15 International Brigades, was called upon to take part and then, initially, to remain in reserve in and around Alcanis. 8 The only brigadiers to play a significant role in the first phase of the offensive were those, like Goff and Kunzlich, who had joined the guerrilla units that specialized in behind-the-lines sabotage. They were part of a mixed guerrilla unit of highly trained men which was mostly Spanish, known as the 14th Corps. 9. Unlike the attempts to take Zaragoza, Huesca, or Segovia, the Teruel offensive proved a spectacular success. The element of surprise proved crucial. 10 Launched on December 15, and accompanied by a heavy snowfall, it took just 2 days to encircle a city which, rather like Huesca, had survived with only one main route out, by both road and rail, to Zaragoza. 11. Hemingway, Capa, and other reporters gathered excitedly in the railway wagon parked inside a tunnel at Porto Escandon that served as a rearguard Republican command post, before venturing out to the front. 12 Hemingway, who was used to the dramatic and harsh weather of America's mountain states, called this a country cold as a steel engraving, wild as a Wyoming blizzard or a hurricane. 13 He and the other correspondents were able to drive down to Valencia most evenings to file reports, or send photographs, of the expected Republican victory. 14 Peering at Teruel through a periscope from a rocky outcrop, the American novelist described the city as sitting below a flat-topped, steep-flanked hill, the Mansueto, with a ship-like prow rising from the plain to protect the yellow brick-built town clumped above the river bank set against a fantastically eroded background of red sandstone. 15 His soldier's eye also saw, however, how difficult it might be to take. It was not just the dramatic hills that surrounded the city like sentinels, but also the weather. This became so cold that doctors found themselves having to amputate soldiers' frostbitten hands and feet. 16 After Teruel was surrounded, it took a further 2 weeks to oust the last defenders from the city center. The international volunteers most involved at this stage were from the French and Romanian-led Ana Poker artillery battery, which poured shells onto the buildings where the defenders grouped for their last stand, though the Asturian miners who placed charges of up to 1,500 kilograms of dynamite in tunnels underneath them were more effective in persuading them to surrender. 17 Festivities began long before the last defenders finally surrendered on January 8, since it became clear before Christmas that the fascists could not hold out. 18 Walter's German and English-speaking brigades, who were still in reserve, found themselves caught up in the celebrations. The Germans marched through a village they called La Cotonera, probably La Cotonera, firing bullets into the air. Wine flowed freely everywhere. The commander of a new 15 Brigade Canadian Battalion, the Mackenzie Papineaus, or MacPaps, marched his men through the snow the following day to clear their heads. 19 The wave of optimism that swept across the Republic made the White Christmas of 1937, for some brigaders, easily the most pleasant days ever to be experienced. In Spain. 20 Toys were gathered and distributed to local children, dances held and victory toasted. Hershey bars, candies, and French cognac appeared in the American camp. After so many months without fighting, and having replenished with new recruits and had time to train with them, morale among the international brigades was as high as it had ever been. The British were given signed personal photographs by British Communist Party leader Harry Pollitt, which were probably not as well received, especially by the non-communists, as the letters and Christmas puddings he brought from home, or the pork, wine, and nuts produced by the quartermaster. The only dampener, for some, was the way a formal statute for the international brigades, that was finally published on September 23, was used to mark a difference between ordinary soldiers and officers. This statute cemented their role as front-line shock troops and made them roughly equivalent in status to Franco's legionnaires. The new set of rules came as part of the Republican government's continued attempts to both improve organization across the army and reduce the power of Martí and the Comintern cadres in Albacete, where they now occupied 40 buildings. As a reminder that they, too, were under the command of the Spanish War Ministry, Martí and his staff were publicly reprimanded for not yet having provided a proper list of their men. 21 In many ways the statute simply formalized existing practices, but in others it was deliberately interfering. Marti formally lost control of the men trained at Albacete as soon as they left to join their battalion. They now belonged to the larger unit, a division or corps, of the Spanish army which their brigade had joined. The rules, pay, rights and obligations were the same as other soldiers in the regular Spanish army, and the Defense Ministry reserved the right to appoint half of its officers directly. The latter now became a superior class, much as they were in both the Red Army and Imperialist armies. 22 When officers and other ranks were separated for their Christmas meals that December, there were complaints. When the shit was being served up at the front, we were all together, weren't we? Observed one political commissar. 23 There was no equality in pay, either, with a captain, for example, receiving twice the salary of a private soldier. 24 Shortly after, the British were visited by Paul Robeson and listened to his rich, bass baritone renditions of spirituals, though by now he routinely changed the words of the famous showboat musical song Old Man River from I'm tired of livin' and feared of dying, to the more rousing and hopeful I must keep fightin' until I'm dying. 25 There would be no such celebrations at New Year, for it was one thing to take Teruel and quite another to hold on to it. Most of Franco's generals, along with his German and Italian advisers, believed the city was unimportant or, rather, that it was not worth distracting them from the planned operation against Madrid. 26 Franco, however, hated to lose. So he now turned Teruel from a short, minor battle into a major, long-term one, which would last until the end of February. He suspended preparations for the Madrid attack 4 days before Christmas, meaning that one of the Republic's main objectives had been accomplished. 27 Its secondary objective, to draw the war out further, just as a full-scale European conflagration became increasingly likely, was also being met. While the Republicans were mopping up the remaining Francoist units in the city, the enemy had already launched a counterattack designed to take a series of surrounding hilltops. Whoever controlled those hills, controlled the city, said Walter. 28 When Hemingway had climbed one of these early in the battle, he looked down at a pretty, peaceful little city, with its church steeples and neatly geometrical houses, surrounded by sugar beet fields. To one side lay red cliffs, sculptured by erosion into columns that looked like organ pipes, and beyond, a devil's playground of red, waterless badlands. 29 The grandest hill of all was the flat-topped Mansueto, protecting Teruel from the east. 30 To the west lay La Muela, the most impressive of several thimble-shaped hillocks thrusting up from the plain like geyser cones. 31 This, and another hill to the north called the Mulitan, provided the main balconies overlooking the city for any attack force wanting to dominate it with artillery and machine gun fire, and were Franco's primary targets. The Republican generals had not realized with what determination Franco would set about trying to recover Teruel and had already withdrawn many of their best troops when a fierce counterattack started on 29 December. 32 With almost total control of the skies and a big advantage in artillery, Franco's troops began pounding their way back towards Teruel. The combined firepower available to him was formidable. Used correctly, with concentrated attacks on small areas, it could thoroughly destroy or demoralize a particular sector of the front. 33 His units advanced rapidly towards La Muela, provoking panic inside Teruel itself. 34 The Francoist advance was only stopped by thick fog and a blizzard on the afternoon of 31 December. 35 Reportedly the worst in living memory, as temperatures sank to -22°C, provoking frostbite and killing off many of the injured. 36 Francoist boasts that they had taken back the city were quickly revealed to be lies. 4 foreign correspondents following his troops set out together for the supposedly recaptured city on New Year's Eve, only to have their car blown off the road by Republican artillery. Only one reporter survived. This was the Times of London correspondent and communist spy Kim Philby, who had previously tried to organize Franco's assassination. 37 Ironically, Franco would now award him the Red Cross of Military Merit. My wounding in Spain helped my work, both journalism and intelligence, no end, he admitted later. 38. Walter's 2 international brigades were finally mobilized that day, joining the attempts to prevent the enemy reaching El Mulitan. Placed near the town of Concut 39, the German-speaking 11 Brigade was forced to give up ground 40 before being moved to La Muela, where some of the toughest fighting would take place. By now the snow was so thick on the steep-sided hills that the tanks attached to 11 Brigade often slid back down the slopes they had climbed, tipping over when they hit the bottom. 41 Over the first few days, 340 of the brigade's men had to be withdrawn, suffering frostbite. 42 Machine gun locks and rifle bolts had to be warmed by hand, or tucked inside clothes to stop them freezing. Hands sometimes stuck to exposed metal, frozen into place. Even the lice that inhabited the seams of every soldier's clothing found it too cold to move. 15th Brigade was also put into trucks on New Year's Eve and driven along the snowbound mountain roads, with icy winds throwing swirls of snow against windscreens or through the edges of their tarpaulin covers. The sight of so many wrecked vehicles lying in the ravines below them was proof of just how treacherous the roads had become, though the poor driving skills of former city taxi drivers from Madrid and Barcelona, unaccustomed to snow and ice, were also blamed. The volunteers were taken to a series of exposed defensive peaks 20 kilometers north of Teruel in the inhospitable Sierra Palomera, part of a long chain of sierras that ran northwards, and which the Americans dubbed the North Pole. 43 With fingers and limbs stiffened by the cold, they dug into the snow-covered fields and hillsides, though at night many were brought back to sleep in the semi-abandoned villages behind them. Soon 1 in 10 of 15 Brigade's men also had frostbite or were complaining of numbness. Since there was no continuous line to defend, the battalions were distributed along a row of strongpoints from which to prevent an enemy breakthrough. The MacPaps were installed at Argent, the Lincolns moved on to Fuentes, and the British and Spanish battalions were placed near the village of Cuevas Labradas. 44 An unfinished tunnel there became both the brigade headquarters and a night shelter to which most men would retire every evening. This was considered the epitome of misery, since the fires lit to, unsuccessfully, warm the tunnel filled it with choking smoke, melted the icicles and created a carpet of slushy mud that soaked through leather boots. 45 The young anarchists who had been holding these positions still had not dug proper trenches or machine gun posts, but were quick to follow the example of the more experienced brigaders. Once more, the suspicions, grievances and jealousies of the rearguard disappeared under shared danger. They had a good opinion of the international brigades, and with our example they started to clean their rifles, recalled one American sergeant. When we began to improve the trench and to make firing holes with sandbags, they imitated us. They were good soldiers and tried to do their best but did not know how. 46 Elsewhere the volunteers were impressed by how the regular Spanish units now maintained discipline, putting up with artillery barrages or aerial bombardments and returning to their positions as soon as they were over. 47 With no continual line of trenches blocking the enemy, the Francoists managed to infiltrate between the Spanish and Lincoln battalions. This provoked a Lincoln counterattack which proved how much they had learned in 10 months. The guys who just a short time ago had been the biggest beefers against the snow, the cold, were now coolly giving volley fire on order, recalled the scrawny, bird-like poet Edwin Rolfe, who was now working on the International Brigade's Volunteer for Liberty newspaper and, occasionally, as an American commissar. They deployed beautifully, spread like a fan across the plateau under heavy fire, infiltrated as though on a training maneuver of 48. If the snow and cold were the most direct threat to both life and limb, it soon became apparent that another potent enemy was above them. On January 3 the sound of what seemed like more than 100 enemy bombers paralyzed many of the volunteers with fear. These flew over their positions and onto a town 15 kilometers behind the front line, Perales del Alfambra, leaving it partially destroyed. 49 It was a sign of how Franco meant to proceed. Republican attempts to push the nationalist advances back brought only limited successes, with 11 Brigade involved in the continual attempts to retake positions on and around La Muela at Bayonet Point on 5 and January 6. On one of its most successful charges it captured 240 prisoners 50 but the cost was high. when 15 Brigade was moved in to replace it on January 14, at what Coppock told his men was the post of honor, where the fiercest fighting was. The new Canadian Macpap Battalion found the trenches and no man's land on a spur of land to the north side of Lamuela still full of semi-frozen corpses. Behind them lay a sharp, 20-meter drop that blocked any attempt at escape. The British Machine Gun Company, meanwhile, was placed on the Santa Barbara Hill, from where it could provide deadly, sweeping fire against approaching forces trying to drive their way down the Concut Valley, 5 kilometers west of the city. 51. 15th International Brigade was now close enough to Teruel itself for the headquarters of the Lincoln Battalion, which acted as the brigade's reserve, to be established in the cellars of a series of properties owned by a Dominican convent on the outskirts of city, which also housed a psychiatric asylum. The nuns had believed Francoist propaganda that labeled international volunteers likely to inflict rape, mayhem and general disaster, but were eventually evacuated to Valencia. 52 One American volunteer likened the captured city to a blackened, Goya etching, a city frozen and stark, surrounded by burnt, bomb-blasted hills. 53 Miraculously, hot food could be prepared and delivered every day. 54 Most of the Americans retired at night to sleep in the warmth of these buildings and the cities. Shops were ransacked for warm clothes. Eccentric, improvised uniforms now reappeared, with one commissar wearing what looked like striped morning suit trousers and a wide-brimmed black sombrero. 55. A few days of calm, or what one American called an ominous lull. 56, followed as the weather cleared, with the sun glittering off the melting snow and snipers exchanging fire from trenches that were sometimes a mere 50 meters apart. On this sector the fighting had temporarily become, one volunteer recalled, a closer approximation to the trench warfare of World War I than any other action since Jerima. 57 By now it was also clear that the two armies had switched roles. The Republicans were fighting to hold on to Teruel, while the Francoists tried to recover it. With the latter's air supremacy, that now seemed wholly possible. 58. The Francoists resumed their counterattacks with renewed vigor on January 17, aiming to occupy the major hills north and west of Teruel. 11th Brigade was given the task of defending one of these, El Mulitan, while 15 Brigade remained in various positions on or near Lamuela, above the river Alfambra and just outside the western side of the city. The rocky peaks of El Mulitan were the key to Teruel since they formed a natural fortress which, in theory, was difficult to assault. The Edgar André Battalion scrambled up through the snow to the peak to find only half-meter deep trenches, already semi-destroyed and affording poor protection from artillery and air bombardment. 59. For 2 days the German-speaking Republican volunteers battled over the small peaks on the south side of El Mulitan. 60 They knew, however, that they were still not receiving the main force of the Francoist attack since they could also see the Alto de las Saladas hills to their north being pulverized by Franco's artillery and the air force provided by Hitler and Mussolini. By night, groups of German Minenwerfer mortars took it in turns to continue the bombardment. Hundreds of enemy aircraft appeared, while the Republican Air Force was almost completely absent. They must have had more important things to do, Walter's chief of staff put scribbled sarcastically in his diary. 61 There was only one brief let-up, when the evening sky was lit up by what one volunteer called a vast sheet of cherry-colored, mauve-red fire. While faint bars of white striations moved through it. 62 It was a freak phenomenon, similar to the aurora borealis, which mesmerized parts of the battlefield. The Alto de las Saladas hills fell in what one observer called the greatest attack of the war, with a preliminary bombardment that left them shrouded in smoke. 63 When this cleared, the German volunteers saw lines of attackers silhouetted against the snow as they stormed the hilltops. The two Republican brigades there suffered 50% losses. 64. The men of 11 Brigade knew it would be their turn next. The Edgar André Battalion was already exhausted after 2 days of bombardment and battling over the small peaks on the south side of El Mulitan. 65 The following day their positions came under even more intense attack, and the Austrians of the February 12th Battalion were sent in to replace them. 66 Enemy aircraft circled the hilltop constantly, like mosquitoes around a light, swooping in to strafe or drop small bombs that sent rocks and stones skimming across the surface of the mountain. 67A. Furious attack on January 19 filled the dense, damp air on top of El Mulitan with a choking cloud of acrid smoke, lit up by the green and red bursts of shrapnel released overhead by time-fused shells. 68. Part of 15 Brigade watched helplessly from the distance as the February 12th Battalion slowly retreated, fighting its way backwards with little or no support from the air or Republican artillery. There were no real positions there, recalled a member of Walter's headquarters company, which was sent in to help protect the last remaining patch of rock on the Mulitan overnight on the 19-20th January. 69 We just lay straight on the mountain, or sometimes among the rocks. There was hardly any soil, no more than some 20 or 30 centimeters. We had no chance of digging positions in the cold. We were right up on the peak. 70 Every square meter of land had been impacted by shrapnel. Between them, the Edgar André and February 12th Battalion slowly ceded terrain, while fighting off 11 different attacks over 5 days. 71 It became an epic piece of resistance which so impressed the Republican High Command that they considered minting a special medal to commemorate it. 72 One of the onlookers described having seen the remnants of the German anti-fascist battalions being destroyed as they tried to hold against an impossible hail of fire. They eventually had to be ordered to relinquish their last defensive positions on the south face of the Mulitan, and by the evening of January 20, this was under enemy control. 73. Those who had climbed the Mulitan, convinced by the brigade slogan "the quality of the fighter always wins over material of the enemy," had been proven tragically wrong. 74 Hemingway declared that it had been a position that they sold as dearly as any position was sold in any war. 75 Much of that price was paid not by Germans or Austrians, but by a company of young Catalan anarchists who had joined 11 Brigade, arriving at the snowy front with just rope-soled alpargatas on their feet and demanding that they be allowed to name their company after Buenaventura Durruti. 76 Most were still teenagers, but they proved to be ferocious fighters. Even the anarchist-allergic Germans recognized their bravery, especially after they ignored battalion commanders to carry out a daring raid in order to rescue 7 of their own men who had been left behind defending a small hut. 77 The companies of Spanish recruits, from Catalonia and Madrid, proved themselves for the first time, showing their finest face, and admiring Walter, who had installed his headquarters in some peasant cave houses dug into a nearby cliff, agreed afterwards. In all, the brigade had lost 900 men, including 300 to the cold. The English-speaking 15 Brigade prepared itself to be next, as it manned positions straddling the valley, where the river Guadalaviar becomes the river Turia, that runs towards Teruel from the west. Their instructions were to stand firm, and to be worthy of the sacrifice of the German-speaking 11 Brigade on El Mulitan. By January 19, as the Germans were fighting over the last patch of the Mulitan, many of the British and Canadians had moved onto the valley floor. There they were subjected to the combined barrage of shelling, bombing and strafing that preceded an attack. 78 The carousels of aircraft stacked above them, taking turns to dive and strafe their positions. Men claimed that the aircraft came so close that they could see the pilots at their controls, picking their targets. 79. On the following day, January 20, an attempt to burst through their lines was stopped, but only after both the British and the Canadians, who bore the brunt of the fighting, had retreated some distance. Their machine guns, positioned on the slopes above, created carnage. The 15 Brigade is holding its position, and reserves are arriving, Putz wrote in his diary. 80. The most alarming episode of the day, however, came when the MacPaps saw half of one of their companies, some 40 men, dash across no man's land to the enemy trenches. They were deserting. This was a Spanish company, made up of raw young conscripts from Valencia who had lost their officers and, amid rumors that a white flag had been raised, were easily persuaded by the enemy that they were already surrounded. 81 It was a traumatic event, especially as the deserters had taken 2 machine guns and 25 rifles that could now be used against their battalion. The Canadians were forced to fire on them, and it was, as one chronicler put it, an ominous thing, new in the history of the international brigades. This phenomenon was not unique to the Canadian battalion. Spaniards were also deserting from 11 Brigade, with one commissar blaming this on the ferocious discipline enforced on them which bordered on terror, though the departure of Stamer as 11 Brigade commander early in the battle and his replacement by Heinrich Rau appears to have improved things. 82 For the volunteers, these were cases of the people they had come to defend deciding that they would rather fight on the other side. With the trenches so close to one another, Spaniards were able to have shouted conversations, which only a handful of volunteers understood. At one stage, the British looked on with alarm as their own Spanish recruits rose out of their positions for a no-man's land meeting with troops from the trenches in front of them. Londoner Frank West, a former Union shop steward turned commissar, broke it up by firing over their heads. "You don't sit and talk with an enemy that's done what the fascists had done to you under any circumstances," he said. "We opened up over the top first until they were separated, and then the fascists got what they had coming to them." 83 The Spanish recruits complained, seeing the British reaction to their sociable temporary truce as entirely dishonorable. The gap left by the deserters had to be filled by a motley collection of clerks and administrators from the battalion staff, including the paymaster. These, nevertheless, held on with the rest of 15 Brigade until January 23, when the attack petered out. The Francoist High Command, always keen to exaggerate the numbers of international volunteers, claimed to have decimated 3 entire international brigades, which they called the Lincolns, the Washingtons, and the Walter Brigade. 84 11 days later, on February 3, the battered 15 Brigade was relieved and sent back towards Madrid and the town of Belmonte de Tajo. 85 As the battle-weary men traveled towards Belmonte de Tajo, American communists contrived to create a situation of such overwhelming presumptuousness that it was fortunate not to provoke permanent rifts within the Lincoln Battalion. The American-led battalion had left Teruel on a painfully slow-moving train that was taking it towards Valencia. The train was overtaken by a car carrying Earl Browder, the visiting head of the Communist Party of the USA. The train was stopped and the men, still hungry and in filthy clothing, were forced to listen to a series of speeches. Amongst other things, they learned that Roosevelt had become the first world leader to challenge the wisdom of non-intervention and appeasement, with a famous quarantine speech of October 5, 1937, in which he warned that a new era of terror was eroding international law, order, and justice and paving the way for something far worse. Without a declaration of war and without warning or justification of any kind, civilians, including vast numbers of women and children, are being ruthlessly murdered with bombs from the air. It seems to be unfortunately true that the epidemic of world lawlessness is spreading, Roosevelt declared, as Hitler, Mussolini and their allies in Japan continued to rip up post-First World War global peace treaties like the Kellogg-Briand Pact. And mark this well, the president continued, when an epidemic of physical disease starts to spread, the community approves and joins in a quarantine of the patients in order to protect the health of the community against the spread of the disease. 86 Nobody, however, in the international community was prepared to follow him. Earl Browder also took it upon himself to admonish men who had just been through weeks of hard fighting about so-called unhealthy attitudes and griping. He was probably referring to a small group of men who, angry at having to drill, had declared that they were now anarchists. When, however, he threatened that if some of you don't straighten out you just may be sent home, he was jeered. Laughter, catcalls, and booing showed that, whatever his power over the communists, a good number of the men regarded this as a bad joke. "Save me the first boat," someone shouted. I'm grumbling, when do I go home?" spat someone else. 87 The rebellious-minded seafarers who made up the Lincoln's Machine Gun Company, despite many being communists, were amongst those who loudly demanded to know when the next boat was leaving. 88 It was a reminder that not all communists were blindly obedient, and that not all Lincoln volunteers were Americans or party members. Browder's arrogance, indeed, reflected the distance that separated those communists, including the ones not in uniform, who saw the party as proprietor of the international brigades from those who simply wanted to fight fascism. The MI5 spy agency, which kept files on many British volunteers, later ruled that it had failed to leverage this division between so-called true believer communists and those who were primarily anti-fascists. Arthur Landis, a volunteer who wrote a masterful history of the American volunteers, compared the brigades to the Continental Army in the American War of Independence, which was, above all else, political. 89. He also meant, however, that the views inside it were diverse, regardless of the Communist Party's role as the prime organizer and recruiter. The seamen, some of the Canadians and others of independent beliefs, resented a situation in which views other than those of the PUSA reached them but seldom, he explained. That is not to say that they were in opposition to the British or American Communist parties. They simply desired to hear opinions and ideas from other progressive and left sources. 290. After an overnight stop in Valencia, the train set off again, but sometime the following night a telegram was received. The men were needed back at Teruel. 91. Yet another counterattack on February 5 had broken through, threatening the city from the north. Walter's international brigades were wanted for an urgent diversionary attack at Segura de los Banos, some 75 kilometers north of Teruel. 92. They faced, once more, sub-zero temperatures, icy winds, sleet and snow. There, against a largely unprepared enemy, they took a series of hilltops with surprise attacks, capturing a considerable quantity of prisoners, machine guns, and other arms, along with luxuries such as Portuguese cigars and canned octopus. They then dug in to resist the expected counterattacks, fulfilling their role as bait for a diversion, while again being subjected to constant bombing and artillery fire. Walter once more set up his headquarters in one of the many cave houses in the region. When his Russian advisor, Colonel Shevchenko, stepped out to watch a squadron of bombers arriving, he was killed by a bomb that fell a few meters from the cave. Had it fallen a short time later, it might have killed another Russian visitor, the chief advisor, Rodion Malinovsky, and deprived the Red Army of one of the men who would lead the epic defense at Stalingrad during the Second World War, and go on to become Soviet defense minister. 93. The diversionary attack did little to blunt Franco's drive on Teruel. This was launched again on 17 February 94 under the protection of Hitler and Mussolini's aircraft. 95. Within 4 days the city was all but encircled, with only a narrow escape path left along the banks of the river Turia. On the night of February 22, with the Francoists already in parts of the largely ruined city, those defenders who could still walk crept out along the dark riverbanks to safety. Walter estimated the losses amongst them at 40%. 11th Brigade had lost many men at Teruel, but, just as it was now mostly Spanish, so too were its dead. The young boys from Madrid and Catalonia accounted for perhaps 3/4 of battle losses. 96. Once again, a new International Brigades battalion, in this case the Canadian MacPaps, had suffered badly, with an estimated 150 to 250 losses. Amongst the dead was 24-year-old former University of Rochester track star John Field, whose 58-year-old engineer father Ralph Higby Field had given up a teaching job and joined the brigades pretending to be John's elder brother. He was working in the Canadians' kitchens, where he was told of his son's death. 97. The British battalion had lost a third of its men and the Lincolns were now down by 80. 98. The Battle of Teruel had lasted 2.5 months. Walter saw the prime error as not having followed up the original success by advancing some 40 kilometers further, a move which, by closing the entire Teruel salient, would have shortened the front line and cut the railway line to Zaragoza. In Marty's bloated rhetoric, however, the heroism of Teruel was deemed certain to provoke a fresh wave of support from workers around Europe. Without doubt, tomorrow it will begin to prove its fruits. Tomorrow more food and more footwear will reach Spain, just as there will be more people who realize that in Spain the future of the peoples of Europe is being decided, he declared. 99. Elsewhere in the brigades, men were told that the fact that it had taken Franco 10 weeks to recover a city that the Republic had captured in 5 days, it was, in fact, 23 days, was proof that the latter was ahead in the war. 100. It was now late February, however, and the attack that Franco had been planning on Madrid had still not happened. Overall losses on both sides at Teruel had been staggeringly large. Later historians would call this battle the Stalingrad of Spain, not just because of the cold and the extent of the slaughter, but because it appeared to mark a turning point in the war. With the Republican army now almost matching Franco's forces on the ground, in terms of skill, if not equipment, mastery of the air was proving to be his decisive advantage. He also had large reserves of foreign troops, the Italian CTV, now free from its duties on the northern front, that made the international brigades pale into insignificance. During their attacks around Segura de los Banos, 15 and 11 brigades had been only about 20 kilometers away from the Italians' new base. The balance of power, in other words, was increasingly tilting away from the Republic and the volunteers who had come to defend it. 43. Blitzkrieg, Belchite, March 9, 1938. At 6:30 a.m. on the morning of March 9, over 35,000 troops from Mussolini's CTV fascist militia waited anxiously behind their start lines for a new assault. 1 The Republic's leaders had expected this to come at Guadalajara, with Franco finally bending to Italian and German frustration by launching the attack to capture Madrid that he had postponed in response to the loss of Teruel. Instead, the Italians were massed along a 4-kilometer stretch of the line near Rudaya, halfway between Teruel and Belchite. 2 They were just one of 3 army corps preparing to smash through the Aragonese front. Stretched along a 100-kilometer wide attack line, or waiting in reserve, were 27 Francoist divisions. They had been rapidly resupplied and readied for action while the Republican units slowly mended their own battered forces. 3 With 150,000 men, 700 guns, and 600 aircraft, this was to be an offensive of as yet unseen proportions, along a front stretching south from Fuentes de Ebro to Vival del Rio Martin. 4 The orders spoke of taking advantage of the superiority in material and morale after Teruel. 5 This time the campaign was to be conducted along the Blitzkrieg lines advocated by the Germans, noted the Cambridge University graduate Peter Kemp. 6 One of a small number of British volunteers fighting on the other side, who had recently transferred from the Requates militia to the Spanish Legion. He and his fellow legionnaires were lined up just north of the Italians as part of the 45,000-strong Army Corps of Morocco. 7 The attackers outnumbered defenders by 5 to 1.8. Their aim was to split Republican Spain in two, driving a wedge through Aragon and Catalonia to the Mediterranean Sea. Fleets of sturdy new American-built trucks, 9 part of 12,000 sold to Franco by Ford, General Motors, and other U.S. manufacturers, were there to help transport them. The arms embargoes did not cover these, or the fuel being sent by oil giant Texaco. 10 Without American petroleum, American trucks, and American credit, we would never have won, a Francoist official admitted later. 11 For the first time, the international brigades were being gathered into 2 separate and entirely international divisions, commanded by General Walter and the popular German Hans Kalle. Walter was delighted to welcome his fellow Poles and other Slavs from 13 Brigade into 35th Division, where they joined the German and English speakers of 11 and 15 brigades. He saw in them the nucleus of a future army for his Polish homeland, a dream that, as later events would show, was not entirely misplaced. They were glad to leave their previous division, where they had been arguing with the Italian-speaking 12th Brigade ever since they accused it of abandoning them at the gates of Zaragoza. They had spent most of their time since then in Extremadura, where they again blamed a failed attempt at capturing the town of Campio de la Reina on a panicked retreat by one of the Italian battalions. 12 The Italians, meanwhile, maintained their popular front spirit under yet another non-communist commander, the socialist Arturo Zanoni, though he faced considerable internal criticism from communists. 13 A recently formed international brigade, known as 129 Brigade, was the latest, and would be the last, new major international unit to be formed. It was due to join 45th Division, which Kala had inherited from Kleber following its poor performance at Zaragoza. 14 This now also included the French-speaking 14 International Brigade, which was resting at El Escorial. 15, and to which the Franco-Belgian André Marty Battalion was finally moved, as well as the Italian 12 Brigade. 16 While the other brigades had gradually gathered together volunteers who spoke the same language, though Spanish was now the native tongue of most of the soldiers. The new brigade was a fresh Tower of Babel with a large proportion of foreign volunteers. These came from 40 countries, though Central Europeans and Slavs were predominant. Poles, Czechs, and Yugoslavs, some of them fresh arrivals from the Lenin School in Moscow, occupied many of the most important posts. Bickering between the latter two groups, or, to be more precise, between their two national communist parties, was a problem to begin with. This was resolved by giving command to the fiercely disciplinarian Pole, Wacław Komer, using the name Roman Wojtek. His attitude to military matters was much like that of his countryman Walter, with the same expectation of absolute obedience and the iron will of a disciplined 100%er. 17 This was the same man who had boldly led the Polish battalions that came closest to Zaragoza. He also had a violent past as a teenage communist enforcer and assassin in Poland and, then, as a trainee and operative of the Soviet Union's Red Army, its OGPU, later NKVD, secret police and Comintern. 18. The experienced Dimitrov and Yugoslav-led Juro-Jakovic battalions formed the new Brigades Corps, while an entirely new battalion was named after the former Czech president and national hero Thomas Masaryk, who had guided his country to independence after the disintegration of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, and had died the previous year. 19 A Paraguayan communist called Emilio Pavas served as the formal link to the Spanish Communist Party. 20 The enthusiastic new brigade lived a short, halcyon period of training in the town and fertile surroundings of Chillon, where local men worked in the strategically vital mercury mines of the region and had not been sent to war. Even a former right-wing mayor reputedly vied with the rest of the townsfolk in an informal competition to be the best host to these foreign visitors. As Franco's army set out to force its way through the Republican front line on March 9, Walter's brigades were amongst the few reserve units within easy reach of the line, though 13 Brigade had only arrived the previous day from Extremadura. 21 15th Brigade had moved back to the area around Belchai 2 days earlier, and the others were spread out in separate towns and villages across this thinly populated region. 22 Little else had been done to reinforce the area, although the dramatic bombings of rearguard towns over previous days, with the partial destruction of Alcanais and death of more than 250 civilians rivaling the massacre at Guernica, were a signal that an attack might come soon. 23 A Lincoln Company commander, Frank Bonetti, said they were not expecting anything serious. However, 24 This was partly because they were not on the front line, which lay 20 kilometers west, just past Fundidos. 25, and when the sky thickened with bombers and the sound of distant artillery fire rumbled across the land, they were not sure what this meant. 26 A 20-year-old Spanish conscript with the Lincoln Battalion, Fausto Villar, recalled counting 120 aircraft in the sky at one time. It was an enormous display by Franco's Germans, telling us that the sky was theirs, he wrote later. 27. The initial bombardment was furious and intense. The Republican front-line troops positioned here were inexperienced and, crucially, with minimal reserves behind them. They were terrified by a menacing new aircraft, fresh out of the Junkers factories of Dessau and Bremen, that dived straight at them, dropping well-aimed bombs. This was the recently designed Stuka dive bomber, or Ju-87, which fell hawk-like from the sky to unload bombs with such precision that the Luftwaffe deemed them capable of hitting to within 5 meters of their target. 28 There were only a few of these, but it was a first real test for the gull-winged aircraft that, with its shrieking sirens, would strike terror into the countries that Hitler began invading in the World War that started the following year. German trained tank units and Condor Legion 88mm anti-aircraft guns, also with legendary precision and often used against targets on the ground, joined in what became a first proper trial of real blitzkrieg. 29 In fact, The opening bombardment was so intense that the Spanish Legion was able to just walk through some lines, bayoneting dazed men. Amongst the first to realize what was happening was an outlying section of the Canadian MacPaps on the road from Belchite to Lettox Point 30 by first light. Fleeing soldiers of all kinds were passing through its positions, muttering about breakthroughs and treason. 31 Walter hurried towards the front while Merriman, temporarily in charge of 15 Brigade, prepared to defend the hard-won pile of semi-destroyed houses at Belchite by establishing what everyone assumed was still only a secondary line 6 kilometers to its west. The English-speaking volunteers moved forward slowly that night, unaware of the speed of the advancing enemy. This was not surprising, since the 45,000-strong Army Corps of Morocco had punched through a 15-kilometer stretch of line defended by 6,500 men, while, to the south, the 35,000-strong Italian Corps had attacked a section of the front defended by just 3,000.32. The Canadians were sent closer towards the advancing army near Azura, with orders to arrest retreating soldiers and shoot their officers, but ended up waving their weapons at men who simply ignored them. 33 The British and Spanish battalions remained nearby in reserve. 34 The brigade that advanced to meet the enemy was by now reasonably well equipped and trained. New recruits from Albacete had been sent to fill the gaps left by the punishing experience of Teruel, and they were nearly up to full strength. 35 The recruitment of foreign volunteers had continued apace, with February the second highest month for new volunteers since the previous June. Those arriving now were fully aware of how those who preceded them had suffered and, as a result, had few illusions about what they might face. 36 Many senior officers, however, were on leave, underlining the fact that nobody was expecting the attack. 37 The speed and brutality of the assault that reached them early on March 10 was far beyond previous experience. Since there were so few reserve outfits available to form a second line, Walter's division was distributed in separate, often isolated, pieces. The advancing army swept through them like a tsunami. An angry Merriman, already looking exhausted and unusually shabby, had appeared overnight and demanded to know why the Lincolns were not in position already. The battalion's acting commander, David Rice, filling in for officers on leave, insisted that an earlier order had not reached him. Rice was a balding, older man from New Jersey who appeared tired of the fighting. 38 As they walked through the pre-dawn darkness, he told those with him, "This is crazy. The only thing I had to do with war before this were the anti-war demonstrations I took part in back home." 39 The brigade did not even reach their destination. Instead, they walked into machine gun fire just after passing the medieval hilltop sanctuary 40 of Pio, 4 kilometers from Belchite. They rushed back to take up positions in and around the sanctuary's brick-patterned Mudehar tower, finding the caves below it packed with inexperienced Spanish troops, huddled in fear. 41 These hilltop positions were pounded by artillery and the brigaders watched aghast as the new Stuka bombers descended on Belchite. 42 The blitzkrieg-style attack saw them rapidly forced into retreat as tanks and truckloads of men 43 rolled towards, and around, them. 44 As they raced back towards Belchite, Condor Legion aircraft swarmed, strafing the moving figures. 45 The sensation of being hunted prey was such that men once more claimed they could see the faces of the pilots trying to kill them. One brigadier recalled that the feeling was not of despair or fear, but of stupefaction as, in the gloating words used by the attackers, they were decimated by our aviation. 46 Amongst the first to die was Rice, the 11th Lincoln commander in its 18-month history, and one of 5 of that group to die. The others had all been wounded, 2 of them twice. 47 Fausto Villar, the young Spanish observer, held one corner of the blanket on which they tried to carry Rice away after he was caught by the blast of an artillery shell. 48 But they eventually gave up. An American who stayed behind holding his hand and tried to prevent Rice's innards from spilling out was one of many to fall prisoner. 49 For the first time, as they were overwhelmed by the speed of the attack, international volunteers began to be captured en masse. The Lincolns ran back to take up positions in the town, but the fast-moving attack did not slow down. 50 The British battalion were less exposed and retreated in an organized fashion, line by line, through the olive groves outside Belchite. 51 They had little to fire back at, however, since these attacks were motorized, with tank units maneuvering rapidly to outflank them. 52 A lone anti-tank gun tried to slow the tanks down. 53 While aircraft pursued individual men as they ran. One Irish volunteer jumped onto the road and danced a defiant jig after one group of planes left and before the next wave arrived. In an exact reverse of the battle fought in these streets during the Zaragoza offensive, Belchite's battered church and handful of thick-walled factory buildings now served, temporarily, as a refuge, as did new concrete fortifications built to Russian plans. Belchite, which had taken almost 2 weeks to capture, fell in just 12 hours, and was abandoned that afternoon. There is nothing sadder in a soldier's life than to abandon the towns and villages he fought for and won so dearly, remarked Walter's aide-de-camp, Alexander Surek. 54 The Canadians, meanwhile, were left to their fate. They helped slow the attack further south and west before one of their officers bumped into Walter, who ordered them to withdraw early the following morning. 55 Two machine gun crews who had been placed on a cliff wall could not be informed of the order, but held up the advancing troops for several hours. The Spanish and Finnish Canadian machine gunners fought until they ran out of ammunition and were caught. Only one was spared execution. 56 The panicked retreat from Belchite was so hasty that 15 Brigade began to break up. After heated discussion amongst the officers, some 300 men who had fled Belchite, mostly Spanish and British, set up a defensive line around a hill 2 hours' walk from the town. 57 That night they were amazed to see enemy campfires spring up on 3 sides of them and set out again in the dark before they were surrounded. 58 Almost everywhere the story was the same. A defensive line or point would be established by an isolated group, which immediately discovered it was almost surrounded and was forced to move again. The sensations of disorientation and abandonment were new and terrifying. I had no idea what was going on, where we were, or what was going to happen next, admitted one American who joined a column of several hundred men on a 3-day cross-country march, avoiding the advancing enemy, through the dry, rugged woodlands of scrubby pine trees, rocky outcrops, and sandy soil towards Casp, 60 kilometers away. 59 While the fragmented 15 Brigade fled south and east on March 11, Walter's 2 other international brigades took up positions covering roads leading from Belchite to Azila and Lessera. Patrols were sent out to search for what was left of 15 Brigade, but little was found. The enemy had moved so swiftly into Belchite, however, that it appears to have stopped for a day so that the attack line further south could draw level. 60 It was not until the morning of March 12 that 20 tanks were spotted, zigzagging across the flat, open land towards the position occupied by the Edgar Andre on either side of the road from Belchite to Azila and stopping occasionally for infantry to catch up or be delivered by truck. The well-plotted movements of Willie Benz, commander of the Edgar Andre Battalion, give some idea of how chaos, improvisation, and the will to survive became the driving characteristics of the days ahead as Walter's International Division was broken up. This happened so quickly that it is impossible to piece together the movements of the groups of men who joined and separated continually over the next 5 days, often not knowing where they, or the enemy, were. The 20 tanks that rolled across the flatlands outside Belchite, almost certainly the same ones that had ousted 15 Brigade from this emblematic town, were heading straight for the Edgar Andre's positions. Benz, whose real name was Heinrich Sherman 61, urgently requested anti-tank guns. He was sent just one and, instead, opened a carefully guarded case of Russian-made armor-piercing rifle rounds that he carried with him, distributing them to his marksmen. 62 The advancing armored column, however, did not seem concerned when his men opened fire. It was clear that they knew we had no artillery or tanks, recalled Benz, whose battalion was just above half strength. They were easy prey, sitting alone on the road to Azila with no protection on either flank. Nobody had informed the Edgar Andre that the other 11 Brigade battalions had already moved southwest to protect Vinacide. 63 Even then, the approach was slow and cautious, with Benz surprised that the tanks did not just bulldoze straight through his lines. Instead, they waited for a short artillery barrage later that morning, which was immediately followed by tanks breaking through at 3 different points of their line. With the enemy looping around his position, Benz could see that this was lost. 64 He burned the documents he had on him, and hid others inside a pile of straw, as he prepared to flee. He then ran through the olive groves towards the Aguas Vivas River with half a dozen men, zigzagging to avoid machine gun fire from the Moroccan Army Corps' light tanks. Neither Benz nor most of his men, many of them miners or factory workers, knew how to swim, so they ran as fast as possible along the riverbank towards Azila, where they eventually crossed a mill dam. A hillock on the other side of the river gave Benz a perfect view of the armored column now heading towards Azila, and he could see Francoist troops planting flags on each hilltop to guide the Condor Legion aircraft above them. The enemy column soon reached the town and took the bridge, since the volunteers did not have explosives to blow it up. That allowed the enemy to cross the river and head south towards Haijar in a race to cut off the remains of Walter's division. A column of tanks also turned north towards Quinto and the river Ebro, pushing the Austrian-led February 12th Battalion, which had been in reserve, away from the rest of 11 Brigade. 65. The scattered groups of German-speaking and Spanish soldiers from the Edgar André Battalion, meanwhile, walked or limped across the fields or down roads gouged with strafing marks and past the hulks of burned vehicles, some of them occupied by corpses of men they recognized. Most headed towards the town of La Puebla de Haijar, where Walter's famous mobile headquarters, basically his voluminous staff car, now a large black Chevrolet, was parked. 66 Given the dangerous situation, however, Walter decided to move further back along the retreat route. With no room in the car, Benz found himself walking alone to the next town, Haijar, where he found desperate confusion, with scattered units readying to move, but not knowing what it was they were meant to do. 67 He looked on as valuable heavy machine guns were abandoned, since there were no vehicles to drag them away. The small town streets were full of bomb craters, wrecked buildings, and confused soldiers. A local cafe was full of drunken men in uniform, some of them Americans, who were emptying the wine barrels. The enemy was delighted. This flight is turning into a general rout, panic reigns amongst those fleeing, commanders abandon their troops and the latter throw away their arms and equipment. Nothing has happened today to suggest that anyone is in charge, a Republican reported on 12 March. 68 The glee on Franco's side was increased by its minimal losses, since infantry were only needed to mop up the dazed men who had already, in effect, been defeated by the combined might of tanks, artillery, and aircraft. The upper reaches of the Republican Army, meanwhile, had little idea about what was happening on the ground, and the local Army Corps commander admitted he had lost most of his units. 69 Walter, too, began to lose contact with his battalions. For the volunteers scrabbling to make sense of what was happening, it was clear that they were bearing the brunt of a major offensive. 70 By March 12, the retreat had become a series of disasters, large and small, in which Walter's brigades, or disconnected groups of men belonging to them, stumbled through territory that was increasingly occupied by advance units of the enemy. Each attempt at organizing a line, or sometimes just halting to rest, would end with the appearance of yet another enemy unit on their flank or behind them. 71 One historian of the Irish Volunteers, who were mostly in 15 Brigade, compared the climate of haste and confusion to the Grimm brothers' tale of the hedgehog and the hare, in which Republican units rushed backwards and forwards only to find that the enemy already waiting for them at their destination. 72 Later that day, Benz joined some of Walter's staff officers who were stopping fleeing troops, known as rabbits in their jargon, and trying to organize new defensive positions. Soldiers from other units argued with them, however, declaring that resistance was useless. These were disarmed and sent on their way, though there were also reports of some being shot. At one stage Surek came across a blonde-bearded volunteer with a broad, heavyweight boxer's physique walking down the road with a machine gun over his shoulder. He invited the man to leave the gun and continue. "And what will you do without the machine gunner man?" inquired the gunner, who turned out to be the brother of a famous Jewish boxer from Warsaw called Rotholk, and joined the troops gathering to resist Point 73 elsewhere. However, vehicles were being hijacked at gunpoint by those desperate to flee. Weapons were even drawn to force soldiers to share water bottles as daytime temperatures rose, while men who had shed their blankets shivered in the cold nights. Point 74. A cool-headed but hyperactive Walter drove around trying to make sense of the chaos. All his brigades were now in flight, leaving multiple paths towards the Mediterranean unprotected. A 60-kilometer front was absolutely open for a push towards the coast, noted Vicente Rojo, the mastermind of Madrid's defense, who would soon be called in to try to restore order. Point 75. Although a disaster was unfolding before him, Walter relished the proximity of battle. Point 76 at Haijar, he ordered Benz to gather a nighttime patrol to see if the bridge over the River Martin was under enemy control. Walter himself joined them, and Benz led what he called a patrol the likes of which must never have been seen in this war. It was made up of a general commanding a division, a brigade commander Heinrich Rau 77 now commanding 11 Brigade, a battalion commander Benz, and 6 lieutenants and sergeants. Point 78. He might have added that, in Rau, it also included a future leader of Communist East Germany. When they received machine gun fire, Benz pushed Walter to the ground, making him tumble down the hill. "His attack of fury and curses left me cold," recalled Benz. Point 79. Walter followed his custom of not hiding from bullets at night, since the chances of being hit were slim, and, instead, sprinted down the road 80 while his staff jumped into a ditch. He was not, however, nearly as fit as the younger Surek, who ended up physically pushing him along the road. Point 81. The following morning, March 12, Benz helped organize a defensive line on the Alcanais Road, where two groups of survivors from 15 and 11 brigades had gathered. Even with remnants of the Thalmann battalion and others also now appearing, this ad hoc group boasted only 300 men with 2 tanks and a single anti-tank gun. Point 82. It was, however, one of the few organized fighting units left from 2 brigades which 48 hours earlier had boasted up to 4,000 soldiers. Much of the rest of Benz's brigade, for example, was already miles away, having fled beyond Casp. Point 83. Others had not stopped there, and stragglers from the international brigades were already being picked up as far away as the coast. The 11 Brigade did not create a particularly good impression on those days, 84. Walter commented later. It did not help that, during the day, those who still followed his orders were fired on by their own artillery. Point 85. On March 13, much of what remained of Walter's division had either reached Alcanais, or was on its way there, being harassed along the roads leading from the west. By now, some men had been retreating for 3 days and were exhausted. Surek recalled infuriating Walter by falling asleep while interpreting a conversation with some Spanish officers. Attempts at rest, however, were often fruitless, with volunteers awoken by yet another wave of panicked men spilling through their positions. By day, the heat became unbearable. "None of us who took part in the dreadful march will ever forget it," recalled one British volunteer. "We were in the middle of a rout. Thousands of men from other brigades were also on the march, and mixed with them went the fleeing civilian population. The scene beggared description. As the long black column climbed wearily up the steep rocky hillsides, enemy planes came swooping and machine gunning their helpless victims. 86. Their sense of despair might have grown had they known that the Italians and Spaniards on Franco's side were competing to see who could reach Alcanais first. This meant that while Benz's column limped towards the town overnight with the 2 tanks ferrying those too exhausted to walk, the Italians were racing towards it from the southwest in trucks and tanks along virtually undefended roads. Benz's column met up with what was left of 13 Brigade after its battalions were forced back from Ledux, Lessera, and Muniasa. Point 87. This was now the largest organized group in Walter's division, but when they reached Alcanais in the morning the Italians were already there. They had covered 37 kilometers overnight, arriving at dawn on March 14 and beating the Moroccan Army Corps to take one of the most important early trophies in the offensive. They later claimed to have taken 2,000 prisoners. Point 88. Some of Walter's staff were momentarily captured after approaching what they assumed was a Republican roadblock. Romanian artillery commander Walter Roman raised his hands and was led off towards a ditch just as Walter's head of services Captain Karchevsky arrived and turned his machine guns on the enemy. That allowed Roman and the others to flee, but Karchevsky died, apparently while flinging his fists against those trying to capture him. As with many White Russian recruits, including the now hospital-bound and terminally ill Simontovsky, his dreams of returning to the homeland died with him. Soon the Italians were ringing the town's church bells to announce their victory. Surek wept, convinced that all those left behind them would be captured and shot. 89. In fact, many escaped, but Walter was now cut off from most of his division and had to drive a long, circular route to the next major town on the retreat route, Kasp. The hundreds of men approaching Alkanais from Hijar, meanwhile, were forced to strike northeast across the rugged Sierra de Viscuerno to reach Kasp. The hungry, exhausted men fretted that the place they were now heading for, which had been the capital of the anarchist Council of Aragon, might also have been taken by the time they reached it. Eventually, however, they saw campfires lit up on the hillsides as troops of all kinds gathered to defend the city. Here, at last, they had an opportunity to make a stand. 90. The following day, March 15, the Italian-led 12th Brigade reached the area by truck and train from Extremadura, with one battalion immediately sent to help defend Kasp, which Rojo, who that day took command of this part of the front, had identified as the critical defensive point. By this stage, the other international brigade battalions in the area were ragged, fractured units, rarely with more than a third of their men. All now nevertheless set about defending Kasp, a large town on a hill close by the river Ebro. 91. The defense, however, was fragmented. Walter, for example, sent Benz's group back towards a bridge near the village of Chiprana in order to block the enemy forces approaching along the southern banks of the Ebro. They did not make it that far. First their ammunition truck was blown up in an air attack, and then a Scandinavian section which had been sent ahead clashed with the enemy vanguard and struggled back with just 11 men. Hidden in the woods, the few dozen volunteers from Benz's battalion harassed the enemy as it built up its forces for a final push. If they had known that there were only 24 of us, the day might have ended very differently, said Benz. 92. The defense of Kasp was chaotic. A proper defensive line was never formed. In barely coordinated groups, positions were established, acts of bravery, cowardice, or foolishness registered, positions outflanked and men lost, captured, or forced into flight. Where resistance was strong, or small counterattacks launched, there was always a gap that the enemy could use to infiltrate its troops closer in towards Kasp. The best weapons, especially anti-tank guns, were now scarce. Some men simply threw rocks, hoping the enemy would take them for grenades and duck into their trenches. 93. The advance, nevertheless, slowed for the first time. This was partly because Franco's army needed to draw breath, though the will to resist of the volunteers and other units in Kasp helped. 94. Eventually, they were driven back into the town itself. Surek wandered the burning streets with the commander of the Hungarian Rákóczi battalion, inspecting machine gun positions. We did not know where our troops were, or where the enemy was, he admitted. 95. The volunteers had, nevertheless, been read an order from Rojo explaining that anyone who panicked would be shot. He had, in his own words, decided to impose sacrificial missions on some of his best units. 96. These included almost all of what remained of Walter's division, plus part of Hans Kalla's 45th Division, which was creating a defensive line behind the town. Even the new Masaryk battalion of 129 Brigade was sent to join the fight, though the other international units did not seem to realize. 97. The attack that came was much like that seen at Quinto or Belchite earlier in the war, but with the volunteers on the defensive side of the house-to-house fighting. Ragged groups of volunteers and Republican Spaniards occasionally defended themselves at bayonet point. I abandoned any attempts to give orders to what remained of my company, it was simply a case of each man for himself, recalled British Company Commander, Walter Gregory. No longer were we organized in battalions, now we were simply the remnants of the 15 International Brigade 98. His battalion commander, Sam Wilde, only escaped after one of his men threw a punch at the Francoist soldier who thought he had captured them. 99 One moment remembered vividly by those who saw it came when an Italian tank drove into a square, and was initially greeted as friendly, but then opened fire on a group of 24 Lincolns. The injured were then deliberately run over with its heavy tracks as more tanks poured into the square. 100. This courageous attempt to hold the town was doomed to failure, but did slow the blitzkrieg advance for the first time. By March 16, however, the defenders were holding on to little more than the town's railway station. A heavy aerial bombardment put many to flight and the last brigaders abandoned the city the following night. 101 Casp was fully in enemy hands by March 18. Once more, international volunteers fell prisoner in dozens. 13th Brigade, and within it the Naphtali Botwin Jewish Company, was all but wiped out. It had, nevertheless, been an epic fight. During those 3 days, the obstinacy with which the arbitrarily grouped troops improvised the defense, thanks to the willpower of their commanders and the enthusiasm of some groups of men, helped the army recover, stopped the advance and fixed a line that would only be overrun 12 days later, after much sacrifice by the enemy, said Rojo. 102 The new line was partially held by Hans Kalla's 45th Division, which had moved into position behind the city. The main objectives, however, of the first part of the Francoist attack had been reached. The price paid by the brigaders was enormous. At one stage the British battalion could only find 20 of its 607 men as, once more, groups of stragglers wandered through the woods beyond Casp. 103. Kalla's division now took over the fighting, initially holding a line along the river Guadeloupe. As long as that line held, Walter's shattered division could set about the difficult task of reorganizing. It was sent to regroup in reserve positions on the eastern side of the Matarana River, and then further back at Batia. 104 His battalions had been thoroughly defeated, and one volunteer recognized that they had been no match for the huge steel juggernaut. 105 By now, the same volunteer saw that his fellow soldiers were stunned, sullen, hungry and dispirited. 106 They were angry, too, wanting to know who to blame for 1,000 or more lost comrades who they had come to know and love, with whom close friendships had been forged and tested. 107 The battle, however, was not over and the shattered international brigades had to be rebuilt quickly into proper fighting units. Reinforcements were found from wherever they could. The guiding spirit of the Irish volunteers, senior IRA man Frank Ryan, reappeared from his office job in Madrid. Hospital patients deemed to have almost recovered from their wounds were sent to them along with recently arrived, half-trained volunteers from Albacete and prisoners from Camp Lucax. 108 Benz found Walter's headquarters full of hobbling and bandaged men. Some had to be sent straight back to hospital, because they were in no state to fight, he recalled. 109 More young Spanish draftees also appeared as the battalions were rapidly reconfigured. By March 26 the British battalion, for example, had been brought back to strength, though there were hardly enough English speakers to fill a company. 110 The confusion of the previous days, meanwhile, produced accusation and counter-accusation within the Republican Army. Walter had been happy for his men to shoot fleeing anarchists from 153 Brigade, his old rivals from Belchite, while the latter accused the volunteers of unauthorized retreats and claimed to have halted fleeing German brigaders at gunpoint. 111 There was even quarreling within the brigades, with British Battalion Commander Sam Wilde accusing the Lincolns of deserting their positions at Belchite. 112 In fact, they had been ordered to withdraw. 113 Similar accusations were made against Benz of the Edgar André Battalion, who would be formally chastised, and 12 Brigade Socialist Commander Arturo Zanoni was also replaced later in the month, amid communist complaints about his role in CASP. 114 Brigadier General Juan Modesto was much closer to the truth when he later accused 18 Army Corps Commander Enrique Fernandez Heredia of sacrificing Walter's men unnecessarily by sending battalions out on their own to defend places that, basically, were already in the enemy's hands. 115. Walter launched a witch hunt within his division, convinced that defeat automatically suggested incompetence, cowardice, or sabotage. Major Ivan Zwerda, a former White Russian guard who had been with the International Brigades since their first battles in Madrid, had panicked during the fighting in CASP, shouting, "Save yourselves if you can." It was claimed that he had also torn off the insignia of his rank, to avoid being shot as an officer if captured, and had disappeared when sent to organize a defensive line. 116 Walter ordered Surek to shoot him. The two men had met several times before. He was a happy, agreeable, frank man. It was hard for me to carry out the order, Surek recalled later. That did not stop him. He formed a small firing squad and shouted fire, while the victim looked at him and cried, "Alek, why? Why? Why?" 117. Zwerda was not the only man placed before a firing squad. One major, 2 lieutenants and 1 sergeant were shot yesterday for cowardice, a freshly arrived American volunteer, the Brooklyn writer Alva Bessie, noted in his diary. 118. Again, the Spaniards serving with the International Brigades found this sort of discipline excessive for men who had traveled from far away to defend them. When a drunken Irish volunteer kept rushing into the division's field hospital, insisting that it should pack up and flee, the Spanish doctor on duty simply told him to calm down. Asked later whether he wanted the man punished, the doctor said no, he was an international and he was drunk, he reasoned. 119 Walter disapproved. Rumors also circulated about fascist provocateurs in the ranks, and some of the more rigid Communist Party commissars now felt free to discipline not just grumblers but also political dissenters. 121 of them, American Pat Reed, was sent on enforced sick leave, just as his brigade was filling up with men from the hospitals. He's talked against the Communist Party now for a year now, ever since he's been with the Lincolns, but he's probably the best soldier in the battalion, and a good anti-fascist. He hasn't changed the position of a single communist soldier, argued one of his friends in an attempt to change the mind of a notoriously inflexible American commissar, Dave Doran. Reed was still sent away. 121 Others who were deemed to have fought badly were demoted. An added difficulty to the task of rebuilding the broken brigades was that some men had fled with no intention of ever returning. Spanish recruit Fausto Villar found himself being ferried 200 kilometers away to the International Brigade's beachside hospital in Benicàssim by 2 lieutenants who commandeered a series of trucks to take him there and talked openly about going on to the French border, having decided that the war was lost. 122 Villar was exhausted, bruised, and battered after being chased by tanks, getting stuck in mud and falling headlong into a ditch at Belchite, but he was not wounded. Doctors gave him 2 injections and kept him in for a night, but then discharged him. He noticed that many other patients were in a similar state, suggesting that relatively minor injuries were being used as an excuse to abandon the front. The following day the doctor warned all 3 men that they had to report immediately to the International Brigade's offices in Valencia. Instead, they went to Villar's home, a small garret flat in the city, to be greeted joyfully by his mother and girlfriend, who gave them a far more frugal meal than those served at the front. Afterwards, the pair of lieutenants get up together, collect their greatcoats and thank me for the attentions they have received in our household. Then, telling me that their mission is complete as far as I am concerned, they leave. I am left at a loss, for I had been expecting that tomorrow morning all 3 of us would be reporting together to the International Brigade's office here in Valencia. Now, though, they have disclosed their real intentions and told me not to be so silly, I am back home now and the best course for me would be to keep indoors until the war is over, which will not be long now. As for themselves, they are off to try to arrange a passage out of Spain before the war ends in our losing, as it surely must. They know that if they are captured, they will be shot, Martinez for being an officer of the Lincoln Battalion who has come over from America as a volunteer to fight fascism, and Camacho, not just for being an officer, but also a runaway from the Francoist zone. I tell them that I will be reporting to the International Brigades office because I think that, although we know that this war of ours is lost, I have a duty to fight on to the finish. They make no reply. 123. Villar's tale was more than just a reminder that courage and cowardice lived side by side in the International Brigades. It was also a sign that the Spanish Civil War had reached a watershed moment, where the profound differences between the two sides in terms of equipment, international support, and the training of soldiers had allowed Franco to deliver a devastating blow. Fascist firepower, with the Luftwaffe overhead and Mussolini's own troops and tanks on the ground, was a crucial part of that. For the first time the brigades had felt the full force of a rapid and overwhelming blitzkrieg-style attack. It was far from over, but the juggernaut could only be slowed and halted by continuing the fight. 44. Boy Soldiers, Guadeloupe River, March 19, 1938. While Walter's men were regrouping, Calla's division was fighting. For the first few days they managed to hold their positions on the Guadeloupe River, not least because Franco's army was now concentrating its efforts on extending the offensive to the north side of the Ebro, towards Huesca. There, having started on March 23, 1938, it was also advancing at a dizzying speed. Franco sought the psychological blow of crossing into Catalonia, where a fortified line of defense, like a small-scale version of France's Maginot Line, had been constructed along the river Cinca. This proved as ineffective as the real Maginot Line would in 1940. On March 27, Franco's generals announced the capture of their first Catalan town, Massalcoreig. Those volunteers who had joined Spanish units in Aragon at the beginning of the war and stayed, like Muriel Rukeyser's German athlete boyfriend Otto Bach, were amongst those bulldozed into submission by this new blitzkrieg campaign. Bach would, reportedly, die in his machine gun nest overlooking the Segre. 2. Benz, whose men had crossed the river Guadeloupe, watched with admiration as Calla's soldiers fought to defend a bridge. "It was one of the most magnificent battles that I have ever seen," he wrote. "Our forces pushed the enemy back onto a hill, with the help of 2 tanks and 2 armored vehicles, but behind them came another attack group. The battle went backwards and forwards, with hand-to-hand fighting. The Francoists were slowly forced to withdraw and our comrades were right against their hill when the tanks ran out of ammunition. The enemy took advantage of that to advance again, but did not get very far as our people remained firmly in possession of a small hillock and, thanks to that, the bridge was saved." 3. Much of the fighting was now being done by teenagers. With conscription reaching 19-year-olds the previous year for most of the Spanish recruits, men like Fausto Villar had yet to reach 20. As the number of international volunteers decreased, and as the more experienced brigaders were increasingly given jobs away from the front line, the weight of these youngsters in the ranks grew. Many were illiterate farm boys, a significant proportion were anarchists. The Spaniards, however, were not the only teenagers. In Caspe, a fresh-faced 19-year-old American called Rudy Haber, who looked even more youthful than his real age, had been left in charge of a machine gun covering the retreat of the last men to leave the town. He had commanded a section at Teruel, looked as innocent as a baby and was never seen again. 5 The youngest of the Garibaldini, gawky-looking Carlos Sanz, also died in the town. 6 Over the next few days the commander of 14 Brigade, Marcel Sagnier, would rely on an even younger boy, a 17-year-old Spaniard known as Navarro, to man the machine gun covering his men as they withdrew and, in the front line, to destroy an attacking enemy company. 7. Another youth, Frenchman Pierre Georges, was amongst those in 14 Brigade trying to prevent the Francoist forces from crossing the river Guadeloupe and continuing their rush for the sea. In International Brigade terms he was already a veteran, having joined as a 17-year-old with the first men who arrived in October 1936. For someone so young, and given the intensity of the experience, that must have seemed a very long time ago. Georges was capable, however, and appreciated in the brigades, where talent and courage, as well as political conformity, were quickly noticed. Initially, given his tender age, he was kept away from the front line and worked as an assistant with the French brigade's headquarters staff. At the age of 18 he had been sent to the non-commissioned officers' school set up at El Escorial. Now he was in charge of a section, placing his men in positions on a spur of land above the river Guadalope near the bridges of El Vado and Masatrigos. The French youngster had been sent here by Rabah Asadhoum, an Algerian-born taxi driver and graduate of the Comintern's Far East University in Moscow, whom Surek had initially met when Rabah was behind bars, having been accused of trying to rape a Spanish woman. Asadhoum was now commanding the Commune de Paris Battalion 9, one of approximately 500 Republican volunteers from French Algeria, and had recently taken on responsibility for looking after a 12-year-old Spanish boy whose troubled life reflected his own difficult childhood. Georges recalled running along the line of men who had dug themselves shallow dips and small buttresses using helmets and bayonets. He checked their positions, finding one flank protected by a light machine gun equipped with valuable anti-tank rounds in the hands of another teenager. "He is a youngster from Marseilles," wrote Georges. 11 months in the front line and 2 wounds already. "I know that, with him, the light machine gun is in safe hands." Their position was separate from the rest of the battalion and their orders were to hold it down to the last man. The inevitable then happened. Tanks appeared and, behind them, groups of enemy infantry. His section fought all day, with Georges scanning the attacking force from behind a bush with his field glasses in order to pick out targets. The tanks were now less than 100 meters away, with machine gun bullets ricocheting off the stones around him. One piece of shrapnel hit him in the stomach, sending him tumbling into his trench. Half conscious, he then heard his men hurling packages of explosives under the tracks of the tanks. The position was lost, though Georges would somehow escape. Most of his men were captured and many were shot. Asadhoum died here. The snapshot provided by Georges, who would later have a Paris metro station named after him, or rather his Second World War French resistance pseudonym of Colonel Fabien, showed how the line held by Colla's men was slowly pushed back at great expense to both sides until it too broke. After that, a rout similar to that already suffered by Walter's brigades began. 11 Only the new 129 Brigade would escape this, having been sent further south, where it would spend months attached to a variety of larger Republican units, to the dismay of its volunteers, who wished to be with their international comrades. 12. Benz and his Edgar André battalion were amongst the first of Walter's battalions to be called back to duty and to realize how desperate the Republic's position was becoming. They were sent to help prevent the offensive on the north side of the Ebro River breaking through near the town of Mequinenza. This lay just across the Ebro, at its junction with the ample river Segre. It was also the site of a large bridge spanning the Ebro. Benz's men found the army here in tatters, with soldiers lying forlornly around the town. Mequinenza fell the day after they arrived, March 28. All that could be done was to retreat back over the bridge and blow it up. 13 This cut off Republican troops on the other bank, some of whom had to be ferried back on boats. Walter himself came to check the demolished bridge, ignoring warnings that he would face enemy machine gun fire. It was so thoroughly destroyed that he deemed too much explosive had been used, but he was satisfied that nobody could now cross and that this flank was safe. Amongst the units now on the far side of the river was 13 Brigade, which had been sent to Lida, a city that would fall the following week, with Republican troops blowing up the 2 major bridges that crossed the river Segre in the city. 14. They acted as the international brigades always did, tough resistance, followed by counterattacks, day and night, wrote the Francoist military historian Manuel Aznar, echoing the reputation the brigades had gained with the opposing army. 15 13th Brigade was pushed back and destroyed the river bridges further north at Corbins and Villanova de la Barca. 16 As a new, permanent defensive line was established along the Segre. Franco, who hated Catalan nationalism, immediately abolished the 6-year-old semi-autonomous government in this part of the region as he swiftly set about reversing the progressive reforms of the Republic. On March 28, a reinvigorated Francoist army definitively broke through Calla's lines, at first north of Caspe and then gradually further south. Soon Mussolini's Italians were rampaging their way towards the rearguard areas where Walter's men had been regrouping, and over the next 2 days these were all sent back into battle. The Germans from 11 Brigade helped set up a first reserve line, roughly following the course of the river Materna, but, by the following evening, found the Italian volunteers retreating through their positions. 17. The pattern of panic, uncontrolled flight, and sporadic, poorly coordinated defense recommenced. At one stage the puce-faced figure of André Marty himself appeared in the middle of the road, angrily berating members of the Commune de Paris battalion as they retreated. He was, he reminded them, a hot-blooded Catalan himself, since he had been born in French Catalonia, in the county of Roussillon, and would defend his land against the attackers while blowing out the undeserving brains of all cowards who abandoned their units. 18 As usual, he was more bluster than action. By now, the entire administrative structure of the international brigades was also beginning to fall to pieces. The base at Albacete was emptied of staff, while hospitals were scaled down, merged and hurriedly moved to Catalonia. Some 1,200 office workers, instructors, and the last batch of fresh volunteers joined the drunks, thieves and other prison inmates who had been sent as reinforcements. One motley group, gathered together in the valiant Couturier Battalion 19, was blamed for starting a panic near Fabra, pulling part of 12 Brigade into flight with it. 20 Amongst those who stood uselessly, pistol in hand, trying to force the men back was the brigade's medical chief, Dr. Henry Chrétien. By March 30, the brigades had given up on Mela, Non-Asp, and Fabra, the last Aragonesa towns before the border with Catalonia. Volunteers listened, crestfallen, as Italian fascist chants rang out from recently captured Non-Asp, to be followed by cries and pistol shots, which they took to be the executions of captured comrades. 21. Early that day, 15 Brigade was rearmed and ordered back to the front. 22 For newcomers like Alva Bessi, the experience was remarkably like that of those who had arrived to the initial chaos of November 1936. We were lined up and marched down toward the road, where there were cases and cases of unused Russian rifles, packed in grease. These were issued to the men, and as we had not rags with which to clean them, we tore strips off our underwear, he wrote. My rifle, whose metalwork bore the stamp of the Russian Imperial Eagle, was numbered 59,034. Under the partly obliterated imperial emblem was a new stamp, the hammer and sickle of the Soviet Union. There was no time to clean the arms adequately, we cleaned and wiped them as we marched. We halted for a moment to receive little paper packs of cartridges, which the men stuffed into their pockets and packed into their blanket rolls. We halted again to take on a load of hand grenades. None of us had ever tossed a live grenade. We went onto the main road and marched in artillery formation. It was impossible to realize that the training period was over and that within a few hours you would meet what you had come 4,000 miles to meet. 23. A fresh breakthrough had by now forced the front back towards a line that roughly followed the main road leading from Calicete, via Cazares, and Gandesa, to Corbera de Ebra. 24 The volunteers had their backs to the Sierra de Pandals, part of a stretch of rugged sierras that ran parallel to the river Ebro as it turned and flowed southwest. The Sierra would, at least, serve as a useful defensive buttress. Beyond that, as a second and more extensive natural barrier to Franco's advance, lay the Ebro itself, which grew in intensity as it flowed ever closer to the Mediterranean Sea. 15th Brigade's battalions were not, however, informed before they set out for this line on March 30 that the enemy had broken through again. Nor were they told that the positions they were meant to defend no longer existed. 25 The international brigades as a whole were now charged with defending a significant part of the line. On paper, this was an impressive array of battalions whose names echoed the glories of Jarama and elsewhere. In practice, they were now pale imitations, led by foreign volunteers, but mostly with untrained Spanish conscripts and short of men, arms, and support. There were other major differences. At Jarama, Russian tanks and aircraft had protected them. Now it was German and Italian hardware, often piloted or driven by Axis soldiers, that ruled the skies and led the skirmishing troops against a defensive line which, in the case of 15 Brigade, no longer even had an anti-tank battery. 26. Some of the international battalions would barely survive the following 48 hours. One of the worst disasters befell the British, who were called on to link up with Lister's 11th Division and prevent the enemy entering the village of Caliceid. Many of the soldiers in this rapidly reconstituted battalion were untried in battle. The high turnover amongst the officers meant that they, too, were relatively inexperienced. 27 Before dawn on March 31, a Spanish liaison officer led them through the village towards the positions they were meant to occupy, unaware that Lister's men had already withdrawn. Rounding a corner on the road, they ran into two groups of tanks, one of which was coming straight along the road towards them while the other emerged out of a hollow to one side. We took it for granted that, as we were being guided into position still a kilometer ahead, they were our own tanks, recalled one company commissar. In fact, they were Italians from Mussolini's CTV, who immediately drove between the two British columns and opened fire. 28 Battalion Commissar Wally Tapsell, still assuming these were friends, shouted frantically at them. "You bloody fool! Do you want to kill your own men?" he cried. The officer in the leading tank turret aimed his pistol and shot him dead, just as the rest of the men began to scatter. 29. Other Italians quickly emerged from the woods along the roads, shouting and charging through the grey, pre-dawn light. With no hand grenades, the British battalion was poorly prepared for close-quarter fighting or disabling tanks. Some men resorted to hurling tin cans or pretending to pull grenade pins out of rocks they picked up, hoping to fool the Italians into diving for cover. 30 All the men could really do was run into the hills. Irishman Frank Ryan, who had joined them, was captured almost immediately, becoming the most senior international brigade's prisoner. 31. It was, wrote one American, the most humiliating defeat an English force ever suffered at the hands of Italians. 32 More than 100 Britons were captured in the space of a few minutes. 33 Wintringham, who heard about this later, was scathing, saying that it was not enough to claim that they did not know the enemy had advanced so far. This and the weariness that follows weeks of heavy fighting, and the fact that many men were new recruits who had only just joined the unit, cannot excuse the disastrous slackness, he wrote. 34 Victor Ruiz Albaniz, the same pro-Franco journalist who had first encountered the volunteers at University City in Madrid, saw them shortly afterwards. He claimed to be shocked by the aspect of the feared and respected international brigaders. Most are manual workers and there is only one bookkeeper, a mechanical engineer and a painter. Many are pure race Jews and, in general, they look terrible, with thin bodies and hungry faces. Of the 607 men in the reformed British battalion, only 70 managed to meet up the following day. 35 Another estimate spoke of 334 men who had disappeared permanently. 36 By April 1 the entire line defended by the international brigades had given way, and decimation of their ranks continued as they fled towards Gandesa, only to find it occupied. As small, scattered groups attempted to make their way through hostile countryside that night, one ragged bunch of a dozen Americans bumped into the rear of a column of Mussolini's Italian troops marching down a road. There was no doubt they were fascists, recalled Harry Fisher, who had witnessed Oliver Law's death at Brunt. The soldiers were in high spirits, maintained good order, had clean uniforms, and marched in formation. Their officers rode on horses. 37 Rather than run and draw attention to themselves, they chose to march along behind them, pretending to be part of the advancing army. This ruse fooled the Italian officers who looked them over before they slunk off again into the woods. 38 By now, he said, the best way to distinguish Republican soldiers from Francoist ones was that the former were all in torn and tattered uniforms. 39 Elsewhere, the Mackenzie, Papineau Commissar Karl Gazer was surprised to be urged to surrender by someone calling in a Brooklyn accent, "Come on over. Don't be afraid. We are your friends." The voice belonged to an Italian CTV officer who had lived in New York. 40 Gazer eventually became the most senior American prisoner. His life was saved only because passing officers explained to his captors that they needed some international volunteers to survive, so that they could be swapped for Italian soldiers. 41. Bob Merriman, meanwhile, realized that the remaining German and English-speaking battalions from Walter's division had been all but encircled and ordered the entire 35th Division to do what it could to escape. "We will get out of here if we can," he said. 42 They made a failed attempt to fight their way into Gandesa, which had already been taken, but an Italian cavalry charge on their positions ended with appalling losses inflicted by the volunteers' heavy machine guns. At night, they walked silently past the enemy camps, seeking a way out. "There wasn't a man who made that trip who didn't feel death walking by his side," one survivor recalled. 43 At one stage, Merriman had led a group comprising several hundred Lincolns and others into a ravine, where they were trapped by machine gun fire as they ran through a field of low vines. "The Americans and Canadians, big strong men, fell en masse," one Swiss volunteer observed. "Most died and others fell prisoner." 44. Amongst those to escape the ambush was Fausto Viller. He met up in the woods with 5 other Spaniards from the battalion, 4 of whom were paunchy granddads, as the prematurely aged peasants in their 30s who had been drafted were known. They warned him that they intended to surrender if confronted by enemy troops. On April 2, Viller's group was discovered asleep in a sheep pen by a Francoist cavalry squadron, and joined a group of more than 100 Lincoln prisoners. The American volunteers were weeded out and marched off. Later, albeit at some remove, there is the rat-a-tat of machine guns. We fear and reckon with some sadness that they must have liquidated all of the internationals that were taken away earlier, although we cannot say so, because from time to time we can still hear scattered shots. Not that that is the end of it. The eternal Judas, a lad from Bunal, Valencia, whom I never liked, either to show himself in a good light or because he himself is a fascist, God alone knows for sure, wastes no time in denouncing 2 out of the 5 or 6 American brigaders whom I know to be still in our line posing as Spaniards, having weathered the questioning. The squalor of the actions of the fellow from Bunal makes my stomach heave, but, by way of a counterpoint to the actions of this Bunalense, I am even more disturbed by the conduct of one of the Americans betrayed who throws himself to the ground, prostrate at the feet of the Francoist officer, to plead for mercy. 45. Viller's evidence matches that of Priscilla Scott Ellis, a British volunteer nurse serving Franco's forces, who was nearby when she noted in her diary that there are 85 prisoners here of the International Brigade, mostly American and some English. They will all be shot as the foreigners always are. 46. Viller was convinced that Merriman had died, but he may have survived, only to run straight into an enemy camp, where he was captured and executed. 47 Locals later talked of having witnessed a small group being held captive, interrogated and shot in batches over several days. One group included a tall officer, possibly Merriman, who initiated a loud argument with the firing squad so that the others could try to escape, though all were shot. 48 The Americans had lost their most charismatic officer. He had persuaded his wife to travel back to the United States some weeks earlier, and Marian was at home alone when a journalist friend from San Francisco rang. Had she heard? The reporter eased himself out of the conversation, saying he was awfully sorry to give such news to me, she recalled later. 49. The situation was now even more chaotic and disastrous than it had been during the flight from Belchite to Casp. 50 Part of the Italian 12th Brigade continued to flee along a separate road towards the city of Tortosa and the coast, where they found their path blocked by Marti. He had barricaded one of the escape roads with trucks and, helped by a group of Republican assault guards, managed to rally 300 men and send them back towards Gandesa. Most were caught there and their officers shot. 51. The road out of Gandesa was full of soldiers and refugees, their carts piled high with mattresses, chairs, rattling pans, and sacks of food. There were no group formations, there was no discipline. Officers were not giving orders, everyone was just heading toward the Ebro, recalled Harry Fisher. Mostly that meant going to one place, the bridge at Morro de Ebro. The column was strafed, soldiers and civilians alike. When an American truck appeared and Fisher tried to help a woman onto it, she cried out for her baby. The baby was lying on the road lifeless, he recalled. Sully Lincoln volunteer Marty Sullivan approached the woman and tried to explain that her baby was dead. But she still called out for it. I watched Scully carry the little bundle to the truck and put the baby in the mother's lap. The mother cuddled the baby as if it was alive. 52. At the Ebro, a few hours later, they bumped into Coppock organizing a line of resistance, while the buzzwords "No Pasaran" began to circulate again. Soon, however, it was recognized that the chances of preventing the enemy reaching the river were non-existent. Only the waters of the Ebro could halt them. Fisher was sent on to the new 15 Brigade gathering point near Morro la Nova. Only about 100 members of the entire brigade of 2,000 soldiers were there. Benz's men were also told to cross the bridge, early on April 3, and helped place explosive charges. Amongst those also setting the charges were General Walter himself and a sapper unit led by Briton Percy Ludwig. 53. A few hours later Fisher heard the bridge being blown. For the first time in a month I felt a sense of relief, he recalled later. The Ebro River was wide and fast-flowing, the fascists were on the west side of it, and we were on the east. 54. Many had been left behind. The legendary Thalmann Battalion had just 80 men remaining from 450. The Lincolns could muster only 60 men. 55 hundreds of volunteers were dead, many more had been captured. The Italian CTV militia army, for example, was by now holding a group of 480 international volunteers, who were described in a Paris newspaper as being made up of 141 British, 70 Americans, 42 German, 42 French, 31 Poles, 24 Australians, 24 Portuguese, 12 Swiss, 9 Italians, 7 Irish, 6 Norwegians, 2 Chinese and a Russian. 56 Fausto Viller, meanwhile, was marched off to be questioned by a German officer. It is apparent from what he is saying that he is very well briefed about the sort of forces he has facing him. He goes on to ask me if there were Germans in my division and I tell him that I do not know, that I can only speak for my own battalion, the Lincoln. Now he asks me about the brigade and about Merriman, for the fellow seems quite well informed about everything connected with us, and I tell him that I know nothing about Merriman since he is an officer and I am a common soldier. He returns to the subject of Merriman, asking me if he was with us when we were surrounded. Then he rips off the three-pointed star of the international brigades that I wear on my chest. And we are walked down the plateau to the flat ground stretching in front of us, seemingly strewn with numerous lines of artillery, one beside the other, like some huge field planted with cannons instead of vines. There are contingents of black-shirt Italian troops who, when we come level with them, wave cudgels and call out to us, "Any Italians among you?" while others threaten us at rifle point as we pass through them. 57. The majority of the International Brigade survivors were now safely across the Ebro, though others were still trapped and wandering around the countryside, waiting for an opportunity to swim the river. The battle, however, was not over. Franco was determined to reach the sea, and if he could not get there across the river, then he would do so elsewhere. Lister's troops continued to put up the most effective resistance to his attacks, and between 4 and April 17 they ceded just 8 kilometers of ground on the front between the Sierra Peaks at Les Armes del Rei and Pina Galera. 58. Much further south, where the line of sierras that reached up towards Gandesa softened and became passable near the town of Morella, the new 129 Brigade had also been retreating as the thrust towards the Mediterranean continued along a separate path. Here, the men of Comer's brigade were swallowed up by the same sort of panicked flight that only the river Ebro had stopped further north. By April 1 they had already spent a week retreating along the roads that led from Alcanais to Morella and, from there, to the sea at Vinaros. By this stage the brigade had lost all contact with Cala and had fallen in with the army group defending this sector of the front. It fought with the typical enthusiasm of a new unit keen to prove itself, and even managed one of the few victories during the retreats when they took a peek near the monastery at the Tozal de San Joaquim on March 30. But this was a momentary episode, and as they continued down the roads towards Morella, the volunteers found them full of abandoned arms, munitions, uniforms, and food. 59. A narrow valley outside Morella was chosen as a rallying point, with a truckload of rifles arriving and 129 brigades cavalry trying to stop the retreating men. Back up the road, a small group attacked with tanks, but all they could manage was to slow the advance for a few hours. While Commander Waclaw Comer and his men held out in Morella, a walled town tucked against a massive rocky outcrop topped by an imposing 12th-century castle, panic spread further down the road. Some Republican officers hijacked vehicles at pistol point, while others were shot on the spot for abandoning their men. Eventually, on April 4, his men were surrounded, and Comer broke out with 100 of them. The road they fled down, accompanied by 5 Spanish brigades, led to the seaside town of Vinaros. 60. This was crowded with ambulances, armored cars, mules, and anything else that could carry men or armament. Comer was a bloody-minded, argumentative commander, as likely to upbraid his own officers as he was to confront those above him. He railed against being separated from the other international brigades, complained furiously when his battalions were loaned out to other brigades and divisions, was threatened with arrest by one division commander, and argued with Lieutenant Colonel Juan Ibarrola, the Loyalist Civil Guard officer who commanded another division. I told him that his way of treating my brigade was nothing more than a display of military ignorance, he explained later. 61. Instead of leaving in my hands a brigade which I know well, whose men I know and whose officers have an extremely high morale, it had been taken from me, breaking up a unit with strong morale, mixing it with other panic-ridden ones. Ibarrola ordered him to shut up and obey. 62. In conspiratorial fashion, Comer then went on to suggest that Ibarrola could not be trusted because of his Catholicism, and that this knowledge was also sapping the morale of the brigaders. The international volunteers saw in him an enemy of the international brigades who deliberately tried to ensure their physical liquidation, he wrote. 63. This was more a reflection of Comer's own rigid dogmatism and the flights of paranoid fantasy that went with it. Despite the dislike of the Republic displayed by the Roman Catholic Church hierarchy around the world, there were practicing Catholic volunteers within the international brigades, especially amongst the Poles and Irish. 64. Comer may, indeed, have been demoralizing his own men by encouraging such opinions about Ibarrola. By now, in any case, their spirits had hit rock bottom, since the road leading to the coast at Vinaros could no longer be crossed, cutting his men off from the rest of the brigades. The feeling amongst the men was that all was now lost, he added. 65. With his volunteers demoralized and his Spaniards likely to desert, Comer became the fiercest disciplinarian in the brigades. He had a Canadian sergeant shot for requisitioning a mule and then selling it, but did not dare mete out the same punishment to the Spanish sergeant with him, who was merely stripped of his rank. The head of the shock group in the Dimitrov battalion, a volunteer called Bent, was executed, this time for pulling a gun on his superior. Comer also imposed a strict code of shared retribution. For every soldier who deserts from a section, his corporal will be tried and executed, he announced. For a deserting corporal, the platoon sergeant will be tried and executed. For a sergeant it will be his lieutenant, and for a lieutenant it will be his captain. 66. This, he claimed, put an immediate end to all desertions. Nothing was quite so demoralizing, however, as the news that reached them on April 15. It was Good Friday, and the devout Carlist Requates who finally reached the beach at Vinaros waded into the tranquil Mediterranean Sea as if it was the River Jordan. General Alonso Vega crossed himself with the salt water, and those who believed that this really was a crusade saw something deeply significant in the date. The following day a rebel newspaper proclaimed, the victorious sword of Franco has sliced into two parts the Spain that is still occupied by the Reds. 67. 45. Defeat, Despair, Hope, Mora la Nova, April 4, 1938. Once more, Franco decided to halt. After reaching the sea he had taken a further 60 kilometers of coast while the Republicans retreated to the far side of the Ebro, blowing up the bridges. Most experts, and Franco's German advisers, agreed that he could have rolled up through Catalonia easily over the next few weeks, taking advantage of the chaos in the Republican ranks and claiming final victory. He seemed, however, to be in little hurry to finish his war. Nor, however, was he interested in negotiating its end, given that he saw total and absolute victory, with the consequent annihilation of any future opposition to his dictatorship. There was work to be done behind the lines, where death squads from the Phalange wreaked revenge and those who had served the elected government, regional assemblies and town halls of the Republic before the war were pursued, jailed or shot. So, too, were those who had indulged in the massacres of priests and rightists, irrevocably dirtying the name of the Republic and limiting its outside support as a result. One group of wells at a remote spot in Francoist territory near Teruel had already filled up with the bodies of more than 1,000 of his opponents, just as the ravines and gullies outside Granada had done earlier in the war. 2 The terror practiced at the moment in the nationalist zone by Martinez Anado is unbearable even to the Phalange, the German ambassador commented. 3 Franco's foreign advisers were furious at his leisurely approach to conquest. Many questioned whether he was really a good general, or just an unimaginative plotter who constantly fumbled the opportunities presented to him by the great advantages in military hardware or by political divisions within Republic. 4 The latter had erupted again during the retreats, with Negrin sacking Defense Minister Indalecio Prieto the week before Franco's troops finally reached the Mediterranean. 5 Franco must, however, have felt emboldened by advances being made in the wider assault on Europe by the fascist powers and their authoritarian, reactionary allies across the continent. The spring of 1938 was a season of decisive gains, and not just in Spain. The March 12 Anschluss saw Hitler annex Austria with little effort and only timid reproaches from Britain, France, and the other Western democracies, freeing him to start the next steps in his expansionist plans. For the Austrians of the February 12th Battalion this had added insult to injury on the same day that they were pushed back by Franco's advancing troops and Hitler's Condor Legion aircraft near Belchite. 7 weeks earlier, to help prepare the repression inside Austria itself, Franco's army had ordered the severe and thorough interrogation of any Austrian volunteers captured at Teruel in order to discover where in Austria and by whom they had been recruited. 6 The only cheering news had been that, on March 17, the new but short-lived French government of Léon Blum had reopened its frontiers to arms. The ferocity of German and Italian naval activity, especially Italian pirate submarines, had been seriously impairing the arrival of armaments from the Soviet Union. 7 The opening of the border would, in theory, allow what remained of the Republic to rearm and drag the war out until it merged with the greater Europe-wide conflict that many now expected. In that case, the Republic might finally become a formal ally of Britain and France, dramatically altering the balance of forces. This was, indeed, the Republic's final hope. For Negrin, whose determination not to give up on victory contrasted with the pessimism of President Manuel Aznar, whose diaries show him arguing with Negrin about whether the Republic should simply surrender, this was worth the inevitable further losses in lives. 8 Franco's timidity about pushing north and taking Catalonia was also guided by a fear that the presence of his troops on the frontier might finally drive France into reacting. 9 The door was slammed shut again on June 13, by a new government led by Edouard Daladier. The following day, Franco's forces, driving south, took the important coastal city of Castellon. The bombing and sinking of a British steamship, the Delwyn, in the port of Gandia did nothing to change the non-interventionists, who were now preparing for Hitler to take control of the Sudetenland from Czechoslovakia. 10 The contrast with Franco's fortunes was notable. Since regular supplies of arms or men continued to arrive from Italy and Nazi Germany. 11 Notwithstanding all committees, Italy will not abandon Spain until the nationalist flag is flying from the loftiest towers of Barcelona. Valencia and Madrid, Mussolini's foreign minister, Count Chano, said early in June. 12 Recruitment of new international volunteers slowed dramatically. A total of 1,298 men had arrived in February 1938, but only a few more than that would join the international units over the entire 5 months from April to August. 13 By May 1, there were 12,614 volunteers left, and 1 in 7 of those were being treated in hospitals. 14th Brigade still boasted 1,479 French speakers, but the Italian 12th Brigade was down to just 762 foreigners, of whom 104 were officers. 14. Worse still, Stalin's interest was flagging. Even General Walter was packing to go home. His final report on the state of the international brigades and the Spanish War was damning but, characteristically, blamed fifth columnists and spies for many of its failings. The disastrous retreat from Aragon had, he said, happened despite the presence of precise data that we had well in advance about the impending offensive, and even Russian advisors had been hypnotized by Guadalajara and the expectation of a Francoist offensive there. 15. Walter was delighted, nevertheless, to receive the Republic's Placa Laurita, or silver plaque, medal. Surek, his devoted aide-de-camp, was less impressed. In spite of my attachment to him, I was taken aback by his elation. In my imagination I saw him, like many other generals, with a chest laden with so many medals that there was no empty space, he recalled. I am convinced that people who pride themselves on medals, despite the pride of past heroic accomplishments, carry with them not only the nostalgia and love for a rich past full of life experiences but also, unfortunately, love of war itself. Before he left on May 8, Walter wanted to take his Spanish flamenco dancer girlfriend, Isabelita, back with him, though, since he was already married, that might have been tricky. A few weeks earlier he had caught her weeping in front of a photo of his daughters, begging their forgiveness. He was told, in any case, that Isabelita would not be allowed to leave. Instead, she and Surek accompanied him to the frontier, and Isabelita wept all the way back. I'll never meet such a good man again in my life, she reflected. 16. Many volunteers had become lost behind enemy lines, and some managed to return. A small group from the British battalion led by Lewis Clive, a former Grenadier Guards officer and gold medalist rower at the 1932 Olympic Games in Los Angeles, wandered the countryside for 10 days before crossing the river. 17 Franco's men had captured so many prisoners during the retreats that it could not control them all. Some brigaders escaped, including Kopic, who was able to use his knowledge of both Spanish and Catalan to convince soldiers in Franco's side that he was a lost peasant who needed feeding. Others were able to take advantage of the remarkable similarities between uniforms to merge with their captors and then flee. 18. Writer Alva Bessie was sent out with a truck to look for men who might have crossed further downstream. He came across 15 Brigade Assistant Commissar John Gates, together with Americans Joe Hecht and George Watt, drying themselves on a riverbank, naked under their blankets. They told us they had swum the Ebro early that morning, that other men had swum and drowned, he said. 19 You could see they were reluctant to talk, and so we just sat down with them. Joe looked dead. Hemingway and Herbert Matthews of the New York Times, traveling together in a new Montford Roadster, also reappeared at this time. Bessie was grateful for their gift of Lucky Strikes and Chesterfields. Matthews seemed to him to be permanently bitter, while Hemingway was still eager as a child. He asked questions like a kid, "What then? What happened then? And what did you do? And what did he say? And then what did you do?" Matthews said nothing, but he took notes on a folded sheet of paper. "What's your name?" said Hemingway. I told him. "Oh," he said, "I'm awful glad to see you, I've read your stuff." I knew he was glad to see me, it made me feel good, and I felt sorry about the times I had lambasted him in print. I hoped he had forgotten them, or never read them. "Here," he said, reaching in his pocket. "I've got more." He handed me a full pack of Lucky Strikes .20. Hemingway, in turn, recalled standing in the dusty brush beside a nervous-making road as he listened to the three barefooted survivors, who had only just been clothed, tell their stories of how 6 companions had drowned. They described having to break across an open field toward the Ebro bank and being sniped at by artillery controlled by an observation plane overhead, finally the desperate swimming of the Ebro and wandering down the road, not to desert and not to try to reach the frontier, but looking for the remainder of the battalion. 21. Those who managed to cross the Ebro to safety often did not stop there. One of the last volunteers to make it across the bridge at Morro de Ebro met an American artillery officer who advised him that there is no brigade, no division, no army. It is all over. The best you can do is get out of this country as fast as you can. 22. With so many soldiers wandering the Catalan countryside, it was never clear whether they were deserting, or simply lost. Many automatically headed for the French border, knowing that the further north they went, the more likely they were to escape a Francoist advance. Others sneaked onto the quays at Barcelona or Valencia, waiting for a boat to stow away on. Merchant marine vessels such as the Essex Judge and the Kelvin threw them back out. In towns as far north as El Masnou, Ripoll, Ribes de Freser, Camprodon, Canes de Mar and Calila, Republican police arrested foreign volunteers heading for the French border and sent them back to their units. Often, they traveled in small groups. 9 French and Belgian members of 14 Brigade, for example, along with 2 Bulgarians from 129 Brigade and an Englishman from 15 Brigade, were caught at Masnou over just a few days in mid-April. 23. In the Catalan seaside town of Cambrils, the brigade set up their own control post, to bring together those who were lost or deserting. When we arrived, 100 stragglers of all nationalities were gathered in the patio of a factory. They had lost their arms, some were wounded, hungry and in a dire physical condition, recalled Battalion Commander Penchienity. 24. André Marty harangued them, hurling insults. He also claimed that Marty personally shot 4 of them after they answered him back. There is no confirmation of that, and Penchienity was already on his way to becoming one of the brigade's harshest and least trustworthy post-war critics. The degree of violence employed on the men was contentious at the time and for long afterwards. Andrew Castells, the best historian of the international brigades, and a young Catalan recruit serving with 129 Brigade, claimed that a total of 65 men were shot for cowardice, mostly in the Italian, French, American, and British battalions. Some of his sources are suspect and the most reliable ones give a total of around 24 executions altogether, though it is safe to assume that more went unreported. 25. Either way, there was enough shooting for the brigaders themselves to speculate as to how some of their comrades might have met their deaths. 26. The whole structure of the brigades had been disrupted by the retreats. On March 19, Marty had formally ordered the closure of the International Brigades base in Albacete. 27, where 225 volunteers and 509 Spaniards were still working, along with the destruction of many documents and the removal of as much as possible to Barcelona. The training bases in towns such as Madrigueras and La Rota were hurriedly shut down. All was done in a rush, with one training camp at Quintanar de la República, run by Penchienity, given just 4 hours to destroy documents and put the remaining men into trucks. The network of international hospitals also had to be rebuilt, with 5 new hospitals set up in Catalonia and the patients moved. A new brigades base was set up in Horta, one of the poorer outskirts of Barcelona, but it was a shadow of the once proud base at Albacete. 28. It also seems, originally, to have taken over a half-built barracks where several hundred disgruntled deserters were held and some appear to have rioted. 29. Those international brigade prisoners considered beyond recovery were also sent into Catalonia, with Capac's brother setting up the new jail in Castelldefels Castle, where their graffiti is still. Conserved on the walls of a small chapel. 30 Some are roughly scribbled names and dates, or sketches of naked women. Others are large, carefully drawn scenes of the countryside or portraits of famous politicians. One, of two dogs looking wistfully out of a window, speaks poignantly of captivity and a desire for freedom. Restoring morale was a problem, even amongst the officers. The strain has been terrific and our boys are not in very good shape, one British communist wrote home. Their commanders were initially prepared to refuse any orders to go back into the front line. Captain Clifford Wattis wanted to pull out immediately for Barcelona and said he had Communes trucks already fixed. Battalion Commander Sam Wilde was for refusing to go into the line again and Bob Cooney, Commissar, was wobbly. 31 Those not tied to the discipline of the Communist Party were more likely to have reached the conclusion that the war was lost and further effort useless. In the British case, for example, the Communists now declared that they mistrusted the admittedly brave man and excellently trained officer Wattis, who had taken command in the field during the retreats. 32 Eventually, however, the majority of the volunteers were persuaded that the war was not over and that, as one left-leaning British newspaper told them, if they should fail, not they alone, but all of us would be losers. 33 It was an uphill task, but there was time to heal wounds, restore pride, and return the brigades to the condition of proper fighting units. With so many losses, and so few new international volunteers, they were now refilled almost entirely with Spaniards. It dawned on some brigaders that they were now fulfilling a role that the original organizers had always wanted, to train, and provide example to, the new Republican Army. This exercise was both paternalistic, since some brigaders still clung to feelings of national superiority, and paternal, given that the recruits who now included 17 and 18-year-old Catalans. 34 They were, in other words, little more than children. 35 A handful were idealistic young communists who had asked to join the brigades. Most were ordinary conscripts, illiterate farm boys, anarchist city kids or petit bourgeois Catalans, enamored of their homeland or, in some cases, of the other side. The need to prepare and harden these teenagers alarmed the prematurely aged veterans, who fretted that they would never make real soldiers or learn how to protect themselves. Either way, the task was enormous and absorbing. The young recruits experienced the harsh love of some of their instructors, and the sadism of others. With Austria gone, Hitler eyeing up the Sudetenland in Czechoslovakia and Mussolini pouring new troops into Spain to finish off the task there, it looked like the enemies of fascism were already the losers. The Spanish Republic, meanwhile, was punch-drunk, but still alive. With Negrin in control, it was also determined to hold out as long as it could. To do that, it needed not just to defend itself, but also to return to the attack. Only this, Negrin thought, would convince the world that the shattered remnants of Spanish democracy were still worthy of support. Spain's communists were similarly determined to fight back. They knew that they would be amongst those most vigorously repressed and punished by a Francoist Spain, though anarchists were in a similar position. For many of the volunteers, too, there was no question of giving up. This was especially so for the Germans and those from other dictatorial or authoritarian countries, who had nowhere to go back to. For them, Spain gave meaning to their lives and remained both a place of freedom and the front line of the fight against fascism at home. That explains why so many were happy to keep fighting in a war which, by most measures, the Republic now looked likely to lose. 46. Prisoners, the monastery at San Pedro de Cardena, autumn 1938. Chen Agin had prepared his message carefully. It was written in Latin letters, but these did not go across the page. Rather, he had placed them going down, as he was used to doing with the Chinese script learned in his native Shanghai. When the Spanish propaganda men arrived with their camera to film Agin and his fellow international captives in the squalor of the monastery at San Pedro de Cardena, the Chinese fighter held it up to the cameras. For those used to reading down, rather than across, the message was simple: Viva España! Arriba España! Chen Agin, Shanghai. Egan's journey to this monastery prison near to the Castilian city of Burgos had started in China itself, when he enrolled on a French boat, the Gerdo Mora, as a kitchen boy in 1937. He was running away from the nationalist Kuomintang of Chiang Kai-shek, which was pursuing him for organizing a communist trades union. On board was a Vietnamese chef, a cultured man who Egan admired enormously. The chef, whose name was never recorded, told him of a huge battle that had broken out in a country called Spain. That battle pitted troops provided by fascists like Italy's Benito Mussolini and Germany's Adolf Hitler against Democrats, communists, and other left-wingers. These were allies of Japan, the same country that had invaded parts of China. People from around the world were traveling to Spain to help defend it against the right-wing generals led by General Francisco Franco, who had risen against an elected, left-wing Popular Front government. Egan, the chef said, should join them. If Hitler and Mussolini were sending troops, then it was the responsibility of all anti-fascists to fight against them. He himself could not go, as the chef, a fellow communist, was due to travel to Moscow for political training. Like another Vietnamese ship's chef who would rise to fame, Ho Chi Minh, he was also already committed to the ideology that had fired the Russian Revolution 2 decades earlier. So Egan jumped ship when it docked in Spain. Trapped in the northern pocket of the Republic, he became one of those 8,000 or so international volunteers who joined the Spanish army directly, in his case fighting with a group of Asturian miners until he was captured. If he had been able to cross into France and make his way back to Spain, like the Canadian volunteer Bill Williamson, then he would probably have joined the international brigades. More than a dozen other Chinese, most of them already migrants to Europe or the Americas, had already done so. 1. A similar number of Vietnamese, Filipinos and other East Asians had also volunteered, with the Vietnamese captain Lucien Chin commanding a company in 13 Brigade. 2. Egan's encounter with the brigaders had finally taken place in jail, where all foreigners were treated as part of the same mass of dangerous foreign reds. The vast majority of the 600 other international volunteers now living amidst the filth of the San Pedro Monastery, where the medieval warrior El Cid Campeador had famously deposited his family for safekeeping, were international brigaders. These were mostly from 11 and 15 brigades, captured during the retreats from Aragon, and would have included the 2 Chinese who appeared in a Paris newspaper report. 3. While the majority of captured brigaders were executed, for some were not. The reasons were various. The international volunteers could be used for propaganda purposes, as both evidence that the other side was breaking the non-intervention treaty and to show how poor these international Red soldiers, who became something of an obsession for Franco himself, really were. That is why Chen Egan was being filmed. Finally, they could also be exchanged for Italian soldiers and German airmen held by the Republic. Some 400 Italians, for example, had been captured in Guadalajara alone. Most of the British, Canadian, and Swiss prisoners would be swapped for 110 Italians in 1939. Some of those released earlier on returned to fight, with 5 of the 23 Britons captured at Jarama, who had passed through camps in Talavera and Salamanca, as well as being subjected to show trials in which some were nominally sentenced to death, back in Spain within 6 weeks. 6. One of them, Jimmy Rutherford, was captured a second time, taken to San Pedro and, after several weeks, removed and executed. 7. Other prisoners remained for years, either here or in larger camps like that at Miranda de Ebro. Those most likely to stay often had nowhere to go, since their countries, including Italy, Germany, Austria, and various Balkan nations, did not want them. Some 150 international prisoners were sent to a work camp at Belchite, where their task was to help build a new town to replace the one destroyed by 2 separate battles. 8. Some of those helping to rebuild the town had once helped to conquer it or, later, had escaped when it was recaptured. Conditions in the huge, open dormitory cells of San Pedro were ghastly. They were also a place of torture, degradation, and death. There was one tap for 600 men, starvation rations, and only a few toilets. Dysentery, boils, lice, and fleas plagued the prisoners. A group of sadistic sergeants regularly beat the prisoners, especially those who were ill or slow, with 5-foot-long wooden sticks. A separate sala de torturas was used to mete out even tougher beatings. 91 Sergeant, who kept breaking his wooden sticks, eventually made a pizzle stick out of a dried bull's penis, weighted with a lead slug that raised welts on the prisoners' backs. 10 He was so keen on using this that the English speakers nicknamed him Sticky. Days often started with early morning beatings as the men were forced out onto the parade ground to be counted. As we went down the 2 flights of stairs, the guards along with Sticky would be waiting at the bottom door to lay into us as we came out, recalled Bob Doyle. The return journey was the same. 11 Doyle was taken into the sala de tortura after sitting down instead of eating his food standing up, as required. 4 of them closed in and began raining blows on my back, shouting Rojo! Rojo! Red! Red! And in their frenzy they sometimes missed their target and hit each other instead. 12 The batterings lasted for 10 minutes. Those who fell ill because of the poor conditions and beatings were treated by Basque nuns, who were also prisoners, a reminder that not all of the Catholic Church in their part of Spain had backed Franco. 13 Occasionally, the prison was visited by an unnamed bishop, who turned to the Spanish prisoners, mostly Basques and Asturians, and then pointed to the brigaders, shouting, "Look at them, the scum of the earth." 14. As a condensed version of the international brigades themselves, the prisoners also formed a fresh Tower of Babel. One propaganda photograph, perhaps taken to shock Franco's own conservative backers, shows a group of 20 men, of whom 5 are probably either Afro-American or Cuban and 3 appear to be East Asian. 15 A camp committee was set up to help organize the prisoners and, when necessary, defend them against the worst abuses, though several much-hated volunteers also offered their services as helpers to the guards. A so-called San Pedro Institute of Higher Education was set up, with prisoners giving lectures on their areas of expertise. 16 They also found a way to print a newspaper, the Jaili News, on stolen 8.5 x 14-inch pieces of paper. A single copy of each edition was typed up and circulated. They sang to keep up their spirits, and after he left Spain one of the Americans made a record of their songs in various languages. 17 The slight, mustachioed Indian volunteer Gopal Mukund Hutter entertained people by reading their hands. Hutter still claimed to be from Iraq, used the name John Smith, and had been captured with other members of the 15 Brigade at Gandesa. The senior prisoner, along with the Mackenzie, Papineau Commissar Carl Gazer, was the charismatic Frank Ryan. He and the 140 men captured at Caliceid were saved because their captors were Italians, who shoot away a civil guard execution squad. 18 When asked who was in command, Ryan stepped forward immediately, despite the fact officers were more likely to be shot. 19 Perhaps he knew his uniform would give him away. When they were taken to the San Gregorio General Military Academy in Zaragoza, they were ordered to give the fascist salute and shout Franco, at the end of every parade ground head count. Sir, to give that salute would signify we pledge our loyalty to Franco. I call upon all my fellow soldiers to refuse, said Ryan, claiming that the Geneva Convention meant they could not be forced. After some discussion, and given that those who refused were beaten, the men agreed to give the salute, but did so in as messy a fashion as possible. The Francoists explained that foreigners were treated exactly like the Spanish prisoners. The New York Times's William Carney reported after visiting Point 20 that may have been true for those taken prisoner, but many had already been executed. Peter Kemp, the British legionario fighting for Franco, confirmed as much to the U.S. Vice-Consul Charles Bay in April 1938. Kemp said that, in general, any foreigners captured were executed by the troops taking them, without any kind of trial. He said that feeling against foreigners was very bitter on the part of the Spaniards he had fought with. He tried to save an Englishman who he thought worthy, but was ordered to execute him himself. He reported. 21 Kemp told a friend that the man was a British sailor who had actually been trying to desert. 22 One calculation for the American volunteers who were captured, gives 173 men out of 287 executed. 23 Similar proportions can probably apply to all international brigade prisoners. Frank Ryan was eventually recognized by all as the natural leader. 24 After they were visited by foreign journalists, news that he was being held reached Ireland, and Prime Minister Eamon de Valera himself tried to arrange his release. Ryan felt free to upbraid Carney for his pro-Francoist articles. He was eventually removed from San Pedro and subjected to a trial that saw him sentenced to be executed, though this was later commuted to 30 years in jail. 25 Ryan would, in any case, remain in Spanish prisons until after the end of the war. At San Pedro, there were constant reminders of Hitler's backing for Franco. Gestapo agents were often in the prison, seeking out German brigaders and looking for intelligence of all kinds. 26 German prisoners apparently suffered the worst beatings, and some were sent straight on to camps in Germany itself. 27 The most daring escape saw 6 Germans take 2 months to saw through a window bar before breaking out at night and walking almost as far as France before being recaptured. They spent the next month, or 3 months, in one case, crammed together in a dingy, dungeon-like cell. 28 Gestapo and Nazi agents at San Pedro also conducted interrogations and medical examinations of volunteers from Britain, the United States, Portugal, Canada, Cuba, and a handful of other Latin American countries. Calipers were laid out on a table in a field and a queue of prisoners were told to strip. Heads were measured. So were limbs. 29 Questionnaires asked them about everything from their drinking habits and sex lives to their political convictions. The brigaders' answers were given half in jest and half in seriousness, but the earnest Spanish doctors assisting took each reply literally. They included Lieutenant Colonel Antonio Villonedra, a German-trained military psychiatrist and avowed eugenicist. He was the head of the so-called Military Psychological Studies Unit, with a special remit to pursue what he and Franco called Marxists, a group that, in their definition, included almost all supporters of the Popular Front coalition that had won the 1936 elections. He was helped by 2 intellectual-looking young Falangista doctors whose task was to prove that all Marxists were, by nature, either mad, psychotic or congenitally subnormal. A priori, it seems probable that psychopaths of all types would join the Marxist ranks, Villonedra reasoned before starting the project. Since Marxism goes together with social immorality, we presume those fanatics who fought with arms will show schizoid temperaments. 30 Marxism was clearly an illness, so the eugenicist also considered it his duty to seek a cure or, at least, ways to prevent the infection from spreading. We supposed they thought it would be useful if the fascists ever invaded Britain, said Bob Doyle. 31 An assistant, called out the length, breadth, and depth of his skull, the distance between his eyes, the length of his nose, and described the skin color, body type, wound scars, and disability, recalled American Carl Gazer, who was photographed with just a small cloth over his penis. Each prisoner was instructed to stand in front of a camera for a front and side view, and a close-up of the face. We were now scientifically classified. The most bizarre questions, many brigaders found, were about their sex lives. Where did you have your first woman? Was she a prostitute? 32. After analyzing his results, Villonedra concluded that his original hypothesis had been right. His report claimed that 58% of English prisoners were single men with sexual experience outside prostitution, that 7% were recruited by charlatans in Hyde Park, that 17% had signed up in employment agencies. All 3 Welsh prisoners were alcoholics, he found. He classified almost a third of the English prisoners as mental retards. Another third were deemed to be suffering from degenerative mental illnesses that were turning them into schizoids, paranoids, or psychopaths. Their fall into Marxism was, in turn, exacerbated by the fact that 29% were social imbeciles. Once more we see confirmed that social resentment, frustrated aspirations, and envy are the sources of Marxism, the psychiatrist eugenicist wrote. The persistence of the ideological attitude of the English Marxists is the result of their closed minds and lack of culture. 33. The results were hardly scientific, but did not prevent Valleonedra from becoming Francoist Spain's most important psychiatrist, producing proposals for the purification of a Hispanic race that, he claimed, had lost vigor from 5 centuries of intermingling with Jewish converts to Catholicism. As a devout Catholic, he could not back the kind of mass sterilization favored by some German colleagues but proposed, instead, the pre-selection of suitable breeding candidates to restore nobility to the national bloodstock of Spain. Valleonedra was, of course, wrong to assume that all the prisoners were avowed Marxists. Some of us were Democrats, anarchists, some were communists, said Gazer. 34 The thing we learned was that we all had to stick together. The Spanish psychiatrists' testing produced one fascinating result, however. Despite the pressures of jail, 85% of the foreigners refused to express regret for fighting to save Spain's republican government. They could no longer fight, but had not lost their political principles. The immense majority remained firmly attached to their ideas, Dr. Valleonedra concluded. 47. The last charge, Ebro River, July 24, 1938. On the evening of July 24, many of the remaining international volunteers in Spain found themselves creeping through the dark towards the banks of the river Ebro, which flowed through Catalonia and into the Mediterranean Sea. At Amposta, the last major town before the Ebro spreads into a large delta formed by centuries of deposits laid down by the river, the French-led 14 Brigade was at one end of an attack line that stretched 105 kilometers upriver. In fact, the attack they were preparing here was a feint, with the main offensive beginning 25 kilometers further upriver at Zerta and stretching 80 kilometers north beyond Fayon, where Republican brigades were also crawling through the mud and reeds on the riverbank. The aim was to attack back into the territory lost during the retreats, strike at Gandesa, and either advance further from there or dig into the rocky sierras and draw Franco's troops towards them. That, it was reasoned, would halt Franco's offensive towards the acting capital Valencia, in the southern part of the now divided Republican territory, and might also extend the war until something major happened to change the international situation. Morale was surprisingly high. The men knew there was little chance for a total defeat of the enemy, wrote one American volunteer. They thought specifically in terms of seizing territory, entrenching, and then holding it. They also knew, from their nightmarish retreats on the Aragon front, that the line of rugged sierras, with the Sierra de Pandals at their center, which lay just 15 kilometers on the other side of the river from the main attack points between Zerta and Asco, provided a perfect defensive line from which to do battle. On rickety pontoon bridges, in boats with muffled oars, 2 canoes and rafts of all sizes, the 5 international brigades all began to cross, or tried to cross, the river that morning, starting at just after midnight. They accounted for a fifth of the attacking brigades, suggesting that they were, once more, in favor as shock troops. The great majority of their soldiers were now Spaniards, and the senior commanders for the operation were young Spanish communists, such as Marino or 25-year-old Manuel Tagena, who was in charge of the entire 15 Army Corps with 70,000 men, including part of the international brigades. 3 The crossing began at 15 minutes past midnight, just as the calendar moved into July 25. The Hungarian Rákóczi battalion of 13 Brigade led 35th Division across near Asco. 4 The Poles in the same brigade sat in silence, waiting their turn, listening to the first bursts of machine gun fire on the other side of the river and wondering whether the Francoists had been waiting for them. Nobody knew if the first boats had managed to get across, one man recalled. 5 The guns quickly fell silent, however, and Surek, who was now a 13 Brigade staff officer, reassured them that the enemy was fleeing. 6 Soon the Poles, too, were across, and marching along hilly tracks as, at the head of the advancing army, they bypassed points of resistance in an attempt to take possession of the Sierras before the enemy discovered them. Those who crossed that night generally fared well. Those who tried the following day, during daylight, had more difficulty, since enemy aircraft were soon flying along the Ebro, picking targets at will, destroying pontoons and boats. The German-speaking 11 Brigade, for example, were slower to the other side, but still able to seize Asko with the help of part of 15 Brigade that day. 7 The Poles and Hungarians, meanwhile, marched on relentlessly. Small groups of enemy troops surrendered, scarcely able to believe what was happening. As dawn broke, they saw roads already strewn with abandoned backpacks, blankets, clothes, and even arms as the scattered Francoist defenders began to flee. Confused peasants did not know whether to raise their arms in a fascist salute or clench their fists. 8 Two local women driving a cart found themselves joining the advance, transporting the heavier machine guns. They did not ask which side they were doing this for. By shortly after 11 a.m. the brigaders had already broken through the Sierras to the crossroads at La Venta de Camposines, where the roads from Asko to La Fatarella and Mora de Ebro to Gandesa met. The Miquellas battalion reached this spot first, finding a few red-capped Moroccans standing around with their horses, trucks carrying soldiers retreating from Mora de Ebro trundled past, and a battalion of men casually sat around preparing food. The battalion was quietly surrounded, attacked, and captured, including its officers, some of whom tried to dash for their horses. No one shot back, recalled one of their officers, Zygmunt Malajek. 10 By midday they were already in front of the Sierras and marching along the road towards Corbera de Ebra, its church tower emerging gradually as the Jewish Naphtali Botwin company of the Palafox battalion took the lead. The company commander, a tough former foreign legionnaire from Poland called Israel Halbiersberg, had to rein in his over-enthusiastic men after they exposed themselves to fire by moving too quickly over open ground. 11. Eventually, the defenders retreated and the brigaders were ushered into an abandoned Corbera by the former mayor, amid Catalan cries of Visca Catalunya, Visca la Repubblica. By now the Poles had met up with the British battalion. 12 That evening they reached within grenade-throwing distance of Gandesa, the main town of Tarragona's Terra Alta region, where a considerable garrison was camped out and defensive fortifications were more sophisticated. In under 24 hours, they had advanced 25 kilometers on foot, leading the Republican Army in a surprise attack that had already achieved its most important targets. Other parts of 35th Division mopped up behind them, as parallel advances took place to the south and north. 13. It should have been a moment of glory for Red Army officer Mijail Kvatov, alias Charkenko, a Ukrainian who was commanding 13 Brigade under the guise of a volunteer. 14 He did not, however, accompany the brigade on its advance. Surek, who had become his aide, was unimpressed. Charkenko was determined to stay away from the front line, he concluded, because he was due to return home to the USSR within a month. The contrast with General Walter was enormous. 15. Downstream, in the flatlands near Impostat, a very different sort of battle was taking place. The French brigade had successfully placed a pontoon bridge across the Ebro at Camperdo, and the entire Commune de Paris battalion had crossed, establishing a bridgehead in the few hundred meters of land that separated the river from an irrigation canal. Their pontoon was quickly destroyed, however, and the Henry Barbusse, which crossed further downstream near Impostat, was the only other one to make it to the far shore. The battalion suffered radically different fates. The Henry Barbusse held on during the day, but was able to withdraw overnight back across the river. The Commune de Paris, now led by the Algerian-born communist René Cazella, found itself trapped, unable to return and attacked by artillery and the machine guns of a Moroccan colonial regiment. 16 It is a violent and deadly combat we face in this small redoubt where we find ourselves entrenched, wrote one battalion member. We all know it will be necessary to resist until nightfall. Before that, we can expect no reinforcements. In front of us the enemy, at our backs the river, the situation is therefore quite clear and tragic. 17 It was a massacre in which the battalion lost 80% of its men. With the pontoon and boats destroyed, guns jamming, and ammunition running short, one of Cazella's messengers, François Roche, swam the 400-meter-wide river to request fresh ammunition. When he swam back again, the situation was already disastrous. Groups of men could no longer do anything to defend themselves. Those who knew how to swim threw themselves into the river. Many drowned, others were killed by machine gun fire. Fewer than 200 out of 650 men made it back. 18 Seriously wounded, Cazella put a gun to his head and killed himself. 19 Pierre Landrier of the Henri Barbusse recalled this day as the worst of the war. The most terrible sight of this battle was seeing in the mists of the emerging dawn and over the muddy and undulating waters of the Ebro, the bodies of our brothers in arms, fallen upstream during the crossing of this river, passing by. Helmeted or in their caps, they passed in front of us, one after another, still carrying their cartridges or their grenades, sinking and bobbing up, their heads and busts emerging from the water, parading before our positions, as if for a last goodbye. Together with our Spanish brethren, how many of our own and other internationals were swept into the main delta of the Ebro and to the bottom of the Mediterranean. My most heartfelt memory of the day was that I could not cross this river and help our comrades on the other bank, who called for us, in vain, as reinforcement. Their cries, their shouts, resounded for a long time in my mind. 20. Franco's initial response to this lightning attack was limited by the fact that most of his troops were further south, advancing on Valencia. Others had been sucked into the fighting at Amposta. Panic had also overtaken some of his units and reports arrived of soldiers fleeing as far as Zaragoza. 21 On July 25, however, he was able to use Condor Legion aircraft to bomb and straf the pontoon bridges. The locks of several dams on tributaries further upstream were opened, sending water flooding down the river at 3 times its normal rate of flow, to the terror of the brigaders, many of whom could not swim, and sweeping away much of what it encountered as levels were raised by 2 to 4 meters. 22. Militarily, the river crossing was a huge success for the Republicans. The thinly defended terrain had been thoroughly investigated in the preceding weeks by partisan units, with everything from the position of machine guns to the identity of battalion commanders carefully mapped out. The noise of triumphant soldiers shouting and singing in a dozen different languages must have sounded strange, but the villagers in this rugged patch of Catalonia welcomed the volunteers as their liberators. The British battalion carried the flags of both Catalonia and Spain, provoking spontaneous demonstrations of joy. As we turned a bend in the road, we were surprised to find quite a large number of peasants, men and women, lining by the side who cheered us on. One old chap seemed overcome with emotion at the sight of the Catalan flag at the head of the battalion. Rushing forward towards the standard, he clutched it passionately and smothered it with kisses, recalled a British brigadier. 23. Initially, Franco's troops surrendered without offering much of a fight. They were, like many of those now serving in the international brigades, mainly teenage peasants and young working-class draftees who had little appetite for war. One American International Brigade officer who was captured, along with his Spanish Republican driver, eventually persuaded his scared young captors to surrender instead. They stacked their rifles, made a pile of their grenades, returned my pistol and turned themselves over, he remembered. They then seemed happy for the first time. I had explained that prisoners of war were not harmed by our side. They sang songs and explained that all of them, except one, had relatives on our side, whom they were anxious to see. 24 After the hardship and defeats of the previous 6 months, it was a glorious moment. Within 2 days Republican forces had captured 800 square kilometers, an area the size of New York City, including 11 towns and numerous villages. 25 This covered the large loop in the river Ebro that ran north from Zerta to Fayon and an additional smaller bulge from there almost to Mequinenza, including a small stretch of territory in Aragon. 26. More importantly, behind them stood the sierras of Pandals and Cavils, an inhospitable territory of impenetrable gullies, rocky ridges and imposing, craggy crests. Beyond that lay the river itself. These were 2 magnificent natural defensive lines. Gandesa remained in Franco's hands, but it was half surrounded and the roads from there to the Ebro had been cut. Franco's attempts to take Valencia were halted instantly, as troops were directed to the new front. The Republic had not enjoyed such success since its advance on Zaragoza. 27. The price paid was, so far, relatively small. Practically no resistance, noted Alva Bessie, as the Lincoln Battalion advanced on the first day. That, I should say, will come later when the fascists have gathered their material for a counterattack. 28 The Republic was fighting back. It was, as one historian put it, the last throw of the dice. 29. 48. Resist, fortify, and be vigilant. La Cova Hospital, La Bisbal de Falset, July, September 1938. Nan Green had already seen some of the worst hospitals in Republican Spain, where rats crept into men's beds to nibble at the gangrenous limbs of amputees, and surgical refuse was simply thrown out of windows. She knew, however, that her job was to run such places, providing cures and care for wounded international brigaders and those they fought alongside. This was why she had been tasked with helping to set up a hospital for the 35th Division in the most unlikely of places, a large, open cave that lay under a massive overlying lip of exposed rock amongst the almond trees, vines, and pine scrub of the Priorat region, just across the river Ebro from the battlefield. It was here that those who survived ghastly, bone-shattering trips from the front-line dressing stations in ambulances or on mules could finally be operated on. The Cova de Santa Lucia, as the cave was known to locals, was a 100-foot wide space, open at the front, which curved inwards under the massive rock ledge. It was a place of miracles and refuge for the villagers who lived in houses perched above other rounded outcrops in the nearby village of La Bisbal de Falset. The broad front of the cave looked out over neat rows of trees on the terraced fields below, one of which now housed the large marquee tent that acted as the triage center. Above the thick layer of rock lay another wooded field, making the cave invisible from the air. The cave itself provided a deep, hidden home for an operating theater and 120 beds. 2 These were laid out in a higgledy-piggledy fashion, reflecting the uneven floors and walls, and causing the volunteer nurses to constantly bash into them in the gloomy interior. 3 This is where the men were carried in on stretchers after they had been divided into one of the 3 categories that British nurse patients Darton described as serious, medium and wait, it can go back. 4 By the time 33-year-old nurse administrator Nan Green arrived at La Cova Hospital, on or around July 24, 1938, along with many of the other volunteer nurses and doctors, she had already been in Spain for a year. Her relationship with the war had begun earlier than that, though, when her husband George, a jobbing cellist, guitarist and banjo player in London clubs and cinemas, had announced that he was going to Spain. It had not been a long talk. Although her own father was a chartered accountant and paid-up capitalist, Nan and George had been swept up together in a genuine, joyous and naive enthusiasm for equality, social change, and the Soviet Union. 6 Such was their conviction that their poet son Martin Green wrote, looking back on his childhood, an infant revolutionary wheeled in a pram/speaker's corner meant more to me than did the statue of Peter Pan. There was little questioning about the figureheads of global communism. Lenin and Stalin were nursery gods, said Martin. 7 For his parents, the dilemma posed by the Spanish War was simple: the world was at the crossroads, democracy and peace or fascism and war. 8 The news that George was going to Spain had come during a family shopping outing in London, where Nan helped run a bookstall. 9 I've got to go to Spain, George said suddenly. Her reply, she recalled later, was a straightforward yes. When he asked if she could keep the home fires burning, her answer was exactly the same, even though they had 2 young children aged 4 and 5. 10 The Greens were not conventional. She worked, they both looked after the children, and his musician father provided a useful and enlightened extra pair of hands. A Methodist nursery school provided happy daycare. Sexual fidelity was not a required part of their relationship. Nan only once felt jealousy, an emotion so humiliating that I trod it down after a short struggle. 11 George always told her about his sexual liaisons, including those on the horizon. Nan's response was often to invite the woman to tea. That put paid to any long-term threat to the relationship. The blue-eyed and blonde-haired George was, in the words of the poet Stephen Spender, fat, frank, bespectacled and intelligent, while his wife, another observer noted, was a brisk, efficient, dedicated no-nonsense woman of beauty and intellect. 12 In the year and a half before she arrived at Lakova, they saw each other just 5 times. 13 Of greater importance to both of them was their shared belief in the communist cause, a belief that, later in life, would require Nan to unlearn her personal blind spots about both Stalin and the Soviet Union. When a brother-in-law chided George for abandoning his family, it was Nan who wrote back. "Listen," she said. "George and I are thinking of more than our own children, we are thinking of the children of Europe, in danger of being killed in the coming war if we don't stop the fascists in Spain." 14. George had driven to Spain in February 1937, delivering a truck loaded with supplies to British medical aid, which had become part of the International Brigades Medical Services, initially attached to 14 Brigade, in January 1937. 15 As an ambulance man and all-round hospital assistant, he ferried the dying away from Valsaine, worked as an impromptu anesthetist, risked the strafing runs at Brunt and, after burning himself on some frozen petrol, was sent to recover at the English hospital in a 12th-century monastery at Huet, 120 kilometers east of Madrid. 16 There, thanks to his quiet conviction, charm, and soothing cello playing, he soon became a political commissar. Nan heard little from him. What she did find out, in his letters, was either censored or came with gruesome descriptions of injured soldiers having gangrenous limbs chopped off. When George's friend and fellow ambulance man, the aristocratic artist Wagon Phillips, was invalided back to Britain, the latter suggested that she go to Spain as well as an hospital administrator. Phillips even offered to pay for her children to go to boarding school. She paced up and down all night. Would the separation, however temporary, from both parents make them unhappy, she recalled asking herself. Was I rationalizing a desire to escape from the heavy responsibility I was burdened with? 17. By morning, Nan's mind was set. If George has gone, he's gone because our children are no more important than the other children in Europe and we're trying to stop the war, she said. 18 By September 1937, her children were at the Summerhill Progressive Boarding School, chosen, in part, because the headmaster supported the Spanish Republic, and Nan was in an open-top truck on her way to Huet, where she was amazed to find her husband. They had not met for 8 months. He was initially accused of monopolizing this new woman, until people discovered they were married. 19 George had already decided that he wanted to fight and left to join the British battalion, where he became a sergeant 20 and was placed in charge of a group of rebellious young Catalan anarchists. He also joined the so-called activist movement, by which model soldiers aimed to serve and educate by example. 21. Nan was strict, kind, efficient, and dedicated to her work. 22 There were many obstacles, apart from the dearth of supplies, horrific nature of the injuries and pressure of the job. She found herself dealing with anti-communist grumbling amongst the international nurses at one hospital and then, at another, was accused of Trotskyism and robbery by a paranoid, sexually jealous and morphine-addicted German doctor. The latter allegation came after a brief and much regretted affair with a British patient, William Day, who later deserted. Her lover became a problem for all who met him. The affair a typical release of passion within the adrenaline-fueled world of the war and the brigades. Nan described being in an overcharged atmosphere that had exploded, like a rocket, and blamed the relationship on a form of mountain sickness which put them all into a permanent state of mild excitement. 23. The British Communist Party was as prone to witch hunts as any other, and Nan was dubbed a sexually promiscuous adventuress in one secret report home. 24 The Brigade's medical services, which had a much lower proportion of communists, seemed to arouse special suspicions amongst hardline party loyalists. Even André Marty was informed about Nan Green, further fueling his paranoid misogyny. "You have come to this country to work, to obey orders and not to whore about," he had already warned 22-year-old French-Spanish volunteer nurse Rosa Creeman, though only after asking her to sit on his knee. 25, sent to a filthy hospital at Uccle, the normally stoical and self-disciplined Nan was eventually found weeping uncontrollably, in part because she had not heard from George for 6 weeks. These were the chaotic days and aftermath of the retreats in Aragon, during which so many volunteers died, but she eventually received a letter from him. He now requested fidelity. "I know we don't give or extract promises, and all that, and I know that it was precisely when you were in your front line that I betrayed you," referring to the one infidelity that had hurt her, "but whilst I am here, would you like to be faithful to me? Please love me." 26. Nan was appointed secretary to Len Crome, the Latvian-born, Edinburgh-based doctor who had served under General Walter and was now head of medical services in the 35th Division, which included George's British Battalion. 27 The Cave Hospital at La Bisbal de Falset was just one of several under his command. George, by now serving in an anti-tank unit, had crossed the Ebro with the rest of 15 Brigade early on July 24. The advance was so swift that Nan crossed the next day, since the 35th Division was setting up an advanced hospital at a farmhouse on that side of the river. Her job there included using watercolors to produce charts classifying the number and types of injuries treated at each dressing station on the front line, which were then used to work out supply needs. She knew, of course, that she ran the risk of seeing her own husband's name on the lists that she scoured every day. Instead, she received a letter from him dated August 6, 1938, boasting about the success but warning of the heavy toll on his company, which had been named after Labour Party leader Clement Attlee, whose party had finally shed its support for non-intervention the previous October. 28 What do you think of the Army of the Ebro at? Losses very heavy. Major Attlee column crossed the river with 105 men and we've only got 32 left. Everything missed me up to date. Have they bombed you yet? I believe you're the side of the river. Crossing the river itself was a beautiful operation. 29. George Green's letter summed up the best of the events of the previous 2 weeks, while glossing over the rest. The Ebro River crossing had been successful and the advance over the first 72 hours was spectacular, but then, as expected, Franco had reacted. As he threw in reinforcements and Republican troops continued to cross the river, the battle became more heated and the line stagnated. 30 Soon tens of thousands of men were fighting across a 30-kilometer front in the Terra Alta, a land of rocky hills, deep ravines, bare cliffs, villages of farm laborers and cereal crops, vineyards, almonds, olives, Aleppo pines and fruit trees, which that summer registered temperatures of almost 60 degrees Celsius in the sun, according to novelist Javier Cercas. 31. The advance of the 35th Division had halted just a few hundred meters away from Gandesa, the biggest town in the Comarca. 32 The speed of the initial attack was not quite sufficient to overcome the well-designed defenses before Franco filled up the town and the heights to the south of it with reinforcements. 33 That left the brigaders fighting over the lower slopes and first bumps of the Sierra. 34. The British battalion tried to take a small but crucial hilltop called the Pimple, formerly known as Puig de el Alaga, or Hill 48,135, overlooking Gandesa from the east. The German-speaking battalions of 11 Brigade, which also tried to take this and neighboring hilltops, would rename it Death Hill. 36 Once more, men charged up steep slopes only to be mown down by machine gun fire. At night, they watched the serpentine patterns of truck headlights moving towards them as enemy reinforcements arrived. A dip between the British and Lincoln positions, the Baron d'Enpo 37, became known as the Valley of Death and, this being high summer, soon stank of rotting corpses. 38 Jack Jones, a young British Labour Party councillor and union activist 39 remembered running up the hill time and time again until, on one charge, he felt his right arm go numb and saw blood gushing from his shoulder. Around him lay the dead and injured, some of whom crawled back later under the cover of darkness. The field hospital at Mora de Ebro, he recalled, was like an abattoir, there was blood and the smell of blood everywhere. 40. A week later, the British were still attacking the same hill, which was so small that there was room for just a dozen or so men on the summit. 41 The British were decimated. So, too, were the Canadian MacPaps, when the task was handed to them. The enemy suffered just as badly, if not worse, but were able to bring in fresh troops continually. 42 Lewis Clive, the British gold medal Olympic rower, was amongst those to die, just weeks short of his 28th birthday. He really was one of the comparatively few people who put into practice what they preach, which is a pretty difficult thing to do at the age of 12 at Eton, a boyhood friend recalled later in their school magazine. He was incorrigibly idealistic, and I have often laid siege to his castle, at lunch in the city, but never with the slightest success. 43. The final attempt to take Death Hill came on August 3. It failed. Similar results, at the cost of high casualties, were obtained up and down the line. From his new position on the staff of 13 Brigade, Surek saw his fellow Poles and fresh Spanish draftees cut to pieces, with 60% losses rising to 75% amongst the mainly international officers. The Lincolns lost more than 300 of their 700 men. 44 The Catalan teenagers, however, proved their worth. We knew that the recruits would be able to advance, but not that they would attack day after day, resist the accurate fire of mortars, the more devastating weapon for morale, without panic or any weakening of their morale, noted the Palafox Commissar, Eugenius Szyr. We had not imagined that they would know how to respond to the crossfire of machine guns without retreating, finding cover from the rocks, trees, and terrain, that they would dig trenches with their bare hands, that the wounded would argue about being evacuated, he continued, that the machine guns would pass from one set of hands to another, though there were sometimes mistakes and unnecessary losses caused by exaggerated heroism. 45 The idea that, in addition to front-line fighting, the international brigades could serve to train up an army, or part of one, had finally come to fruition. By the time George Green wrote to Nan on August 6, employing the forced bravado of an activista soldier, attack had become defense. That day, the British battalion was pulled back after 13 days fighting, with just 150 men left out of 558.46. The rest of the 35th Division joined them the following day. 47 As an anti-tank man, in a special unit, Green had so far been spared what one comrade called the worst any man can face in war, to be called upon time after time to go over the top under intense and deadly fire. 48. As the Republican Army turned to defense, the slogan repeated continuously by the commissars was, resist, fortify, and be vigilant. 49 There were some similarities to Jeremy, for they were now defending a line of hills against the approaching Francoist troops. The similarities, however, ended there. The destructive power of Franco's forces had multiplied several times since then. The capacity for resistance had increased almost as much, and the volunteers knew exactly how to dig fire holes that could resist everything but a direct strike. They also defended in depth, so that any position won by the Francoists was immediately followed by a, normally higher, one, where the battle would have to start again and, usually, produced a counterattack that attempted to retake it. 50 Hill lost, Hill retaken, became the slogan. 51. Hemingway, quoting Clausewitz, was convinced that this was all worthwhile, since defense was also a way to win. Yes, this negative intention, which constitutes the principle of the pure defense, is also the natural means of overcoming the enemy by the duration of the combat, that is, of wearing him out, he wrote on August 11. He also noted that the Spanish War was now 2 years old and that the Japanese had attacked China a full year before. War is due in Europe by next summer at the latest. It nearly came on May 21. It is possible that it will come now, in August. Or it may be delayed until next summer. But it is coming. 52 It was worth, in other words, trying to hold on until then. The psychological strain of endless hours of bombardment, however, was tremendous. It was as if all the worst experiences suffered by the volunteers over the previous 20 months had been kaleidoscoped together on this front. Intense barrages of shrapnel bombs and mortars kicked up a fog of dust, laced with spinning shreds of steel, while the ground shook and the continual blasts left many concussed. Water, again, was scarce. Uniforms turned to rags. Boots were shredded. 53 Typhus and dysentery added to the losses. 54 The injured lay crying out in no man's land and often could not be recovered. There were too few ambulances to ferry away the injured, so the task was often carried out by mule, with stretchers strapped to each flank. 55 Those who survived the stage would be sent to an old railway tunnel while they waited to cross the river to the cave hospital at La Bisbal de Falset. The Catalan teenagers fought valiantly, but some were ill-prepared for the relentless psychological onslaught. The vigilance called for by the commissars was both against the enemy and against deserters crossing towards their lines. Few units could stand more than 10 days at the front without morale hitting rock bottom. When Alva Bessie and the Lincolns marched back through Corbera d'Ebre to rest for a few days after the initial attack, they found very little left of the town. It was silent, bombed out and reeked of death. 56 One international volunteer admitted that this was the first time they began to come to terms with the idea that we could lose the war. With the complete extermination of the international brigades. 57. 49. Dreams of Home, Sierra de Pandals, early August 1938. For Nan Green these were days of frantic activity, as she sorted through the reports coming back from dressing stations established in roadside ditches. 1 Like the men, she was filthy and smelly, wearing a cut-down pair of overalls and, in her words, a too short shirt. "How dirty I am," she wrote to her sister Mem. "My hair needs cutting, it has gone into tight dust curls like a Woolworth's doll, the bandages around my infected feet are black, my one sandal goes flap-flap when I walk, everybody is dirty too." She painted her charts, establishing an injury classification system that so impressed one of the New Zealand surgeons in the division, Douglas Jolly III, that he would copy it for the Allied forces in Africa and Italy in the Second World War. She made endless cups of tea, that great British cure-all, and sometimes gave direct blood transfusions of her own blood. Many people don't know how lovely it is to lie down beside the man whose face has gone ghastly white and your blood goes into him and you see the color come back into his face and you begin to see him breathe, Nan recalled later. 4 She remained awed by the indescribable feeling of comradeship. 5 And, after moving to a field station on the far bank of the Ebro, was able to visit George and the British battalion. She found a raggle-taggle bunch of weary men, scattered over a hillside. George was there unharmed. "We spent 2 evenings and 1 whole night on a louse-infected sofa 6. News finally reached the volunteers that those with 15 Brigade who had been there since June 1937, before Brunt, could apply for leave. This had become a contentious issue, since the rules allowing 13 days leave for every 6 months at the front were clearly not being observed. 7 Dreams of returning home, however, were cruelly dashed. Leave would only last 6 days and be for 30 men at a time. There was also an attempt to protect prominent political figures, and 4 British volunteers who were due to stand at town hall elections in the UK in November were ordered home. Of the 4, Lewis Clive, a Labour councillor in South Kensington, had just died, another of the candidates would be killed by friendly fire, and only Jack Jones and 1 other made it back to Britain. 8 On August 15, just 9 days after they had been pulled out of the front line, 15 Brigade was sent back to the Sierra de Pandals, to a position beside the French-led battalions of the 45th Division. 9 These had moved across the river to join the main attack force 19 days earlier and suffered badly on a peak known as Hill 626.10. Once more, briefly, an international brigades line was formed in the heart of the battle, even if most of its soldiers were Spanish. Franco had launched another major counter-attack and 15 Brigade was to defend an infamous pile of bare rock known as Hill 666.11. The volunteers' experiences of the worst of warfare now reached Dantean dimensions. They scrambled up mule paths on the steep, rocky Sierra de Pandals to find the patchy covering of scrub oak, hawthorn, and pine. 12 turned into a blackened, war-torn and destroyed land, burned to a crisp. 13 It was littered with the stinking bodies of dead men and animals, since there was no soil in which to bury them. God never made a more desolate stretch of territory, and man never contributed more to its further desolation, Alva Bessie observed. 14 Since the volunteers could not dig into the rock, they piled shale in front of them to form rudimentary parapets. 15 The Spaniards they were replacing left silently and, according to Harry Fisher, seemed to be in a state of shock. 16 By now, the British anti-tank unit had handed over its last gun to the Thalmons and George Green was sent to join the brigade's machine gun company. This was traditionally one of the most dangerous deployments, since machine guns were lethal to the enemy and, hence, more frequently targeted. He would have been amongst those called to a meeting of 15 brigade officers, commissars, and activists, to insist on almost suicidal tactics. They were to counter-attack continually, the brigade commander said, even if cut off. Hill 666 simply had to be held. The whole purpose of the Ebro offensive depended on us holding, recorded one American. The men wore camphor bags around their necks or urinated into their neckerchiefs to ward off the smell of the dead, both friend and foe. 17 The natural aromas of the region, of thyme and rosemary, had long been drowned out. 18 On one occasion, Fisher and his companion Marty Sullivan were sent to get more transmission equipment and decided to go through a safe valley where a battalion appeared to be resting. Soldiers were lying all over the ground. We realized they were not at rest, there was an awful stench, and insects were buzzing around the men. They were all dead, as many as 200, very possibly soldiers from both sides. 19 Cuban volunteer Gerardo Sampedro encountered a similar scene, with a few remaining injured men asking for water, or for weapons to kill themselves with. On that occasion there was time for the men with him to replace tattered boots and uniforms with those, from the dead, that were in a better condition. 20 For those who had lived through Teruel and the retreat from Aragon, the firepower lined up against them was both tragically familiar and terrifying in intensity. German and Italian aircraft, once more, roamed freely, bombing at leisure and in quantities of over 5,000 kilograms per day. 21 Artillery shells poured down for hours at a time, usually followed by an enemy attack and a brief exchange of grenades. 22 A thin mist of dust, a mixture of cordite and blasted rock, hung almost permanently in the air. At night the men emerged from their holes, crawled towards the enemy positions to hurl grenades or tried to recapture a high point, then frantically dug to improve hideaways or rebuild the ones obliterated by the previous day's bombardment. At Hill 666 the Lincolns ended up singing the Internationale simply as a way of recovering their sanity after a day of bombardment. 23 They nevertheless kept hold of the hill, handing it over to the British on 24 August. 24 Further along the chain of spiky sierras, crests were lost and retaken as the story was repeated for all the volunteer units in the front line. 25 Franco's own artillery commander was frustrated by their resistance. The enemy goes back to refuges on the other side of the crests, which are hard to target, and then runs back as soon as the bombardment is over, he complained. 26 Sometime late in August, George Green joined the list of wounded. He had been caught by shrapnel, had a few stitches and then ordered to stay in hospital while suppurating sores on his legs were cured. The principal thing I feel is relief that he is away back from that hell for a while and I don't suffer the tension of wondering if he is alive which, with every boom I hear, comes, Nan wrote to her sister. 27 She wasn't the only one who had been worrying about a husband at the front. Another English nurse at the Cave Hospital, Patience Darton, had married a German communist that February. What will you do with a German husband who has no passport? Someone had asked her. There will always be work for nurses and machine gunners. Have you thought of that? She replied. 28 Patience's husband died in the first week of the battle. Although they were in different hospitals, George could now pass notes to his wife. He wrote to his mother with undimmed enthusiasm, explaining that he came to war because we love peace and hate war. And to hold the line here and now means that we can prevent this battle being fought again later on Hampstead Heath or the hills of Derbyshire. 29 He admitted, however, that he would rather be back home. My idea of a good time is not being shot at, but is connected with growing lettuce and spring onions, and drinking beer in a country pub, and playing quarters with friends and having my children about, he told her. Point 30. If the line held at Sierra de Pandals and elsewhere, it was, in part, because the rugged sierras of Tarragona's highlands were so difficult to attack. 31 Further north across the Gandesa Road, however, in the hills that led up towards the twisting Fatarella Road, the countryside softened slightly and the attackers enjoyed more success. Part of 13 Brigade found itself retreating slowly here and then, acting as a police force to prevent others from fleeing after a breakthrough captured a small amount of Republican territory at great expense on 19 August. 32 Enemy progress remained slow, despite the imbalance in firepower. Franco had been lured into a stubborn fight where he was forced to hammer away at relatively small positions, pouring vast amounts of explosives onto them and sacrificing troops for meager results. Once more, this looked like mulish pride, and poor military leadership, to his allies. Write down in your journal that today, August 29, I predict the defeat of Franco. This man either does not understand how to wage war, or does not want to, Mussolini raged at Foreign Minister Ciano, who dutifully wrote the words down in his diary. The Reds are true fighters, Franco is not. 33. Franco, however, insisted that, however long it took, and regardless of his own losses, this was an opportunity to pummel the enemy. They don't understand, he said. I have the best of the Republican army shut into an area along a front of 35 kilometers. 34. A second push on September 3 proved slightly more effective, as Franco's troops tried to move out of Gandesa towards Corbera de Ebra and, beyond that, to the crossroads at La Venta de Campo, signs that would allow them to press on towards the river. It was a 10-kilometer stretch of road that his men had captured in barely more than 2 days during the Aragon retreats, but which the next 3 weeks of fighting yielded only part of. 35 There was no sudden panic, but gaps gradually opened up as different hilltops covered with slabs of limestone rock and charred vegetation were fought over. It was now that the Italians of 12 Brigade, with 2/3 of their troops Spanish, finally crossed the river. 36 They were taken straight to poorly fortified positions on the far side of the Gandesa Road and suffered unreasonably on the first 2 days, with almost a third of one of their battalions out of action. 37 They fought on bravely, however, only slowly ceding territory. Often a single small rocky outpost would be lost and taken 2 or 3 times in a day. Another major attempt to break through the defenses began with an intense bombardment, including 6 air attacks, on September 13. It was the worst we had ever seen, Italian Commissar Blas Bonzano wrote. They were still able to hold some positions, after one company fought almost to the death before the survivors could be rescued with a counter-attack. 38 By now Franco was watching the battles with his own eyes. 39 The description he gives of one, in which one of our most brilliant units had the mission to break the front, fits that of the assault on the Italian positions, or near them, on September 13, but could just as easily have described similar attacks repulsed later by the Polish or German brigades, or other Republican units. More than 2,000 artillery pieces were lined up for that battle on a 2 kilometers front, observed Franco. From our observatories we would see the efficiency of our artillery and mortar fire, evicting the enemy from its positions and forcing it to retire to the other side of the hill. Our aviation amplified the destructive and morale-breaking impact. Then the moment to attack arrived. Brilliantly, our forces prepared to cross the great gully that separated them from the enemy positions, but when they were halfway up the slope, the fire of a number of machine guns hidden behind the rocks in the gully stopped them without our batteries being able to locate and destroy them, which annulled the effect of our intense preparation by bombardment and brought about the failure of that day's operation. 40. By now, the Commune de Paris was back in action with the rest of 14 Brigade. After its disastrous first day during the Ebro campaign, it had been rebuilt almost from scratch and was now led by Théophile Roll, one of the few surviving veterans from the Madrid battles. As a stretcher-bearer in late 1936, the former metal worker and amateur rugby player had thrown himself down a hill to try to save Hans Baimler when the legendary German communist had been shot in University City. Since then he had progressed through the ranks and, having suffered frostbite at Guadalajara and shrapnel wounds at Caspe, was now a captain noted for his risk-taking. 41 role did not survive the battle. It was assumed that, when he disappeared on September 8, he had been wounded, caught, and then executed. 42, his close friend Henry Tanguy, the brigade commissar, later joined their names and used role Tanguy for his nom de guerre as a Paris resistance leader during the Second World War. 43. For the English-speaking 15 Brigade, meanwhile, the new counterattack also meant a sudden return to the craggy Sierra peaks on September 6, this time in the neighboring Sierra de Cavales, where the British eventually established themselves on yet another three-digit hilltop, Hill 356.44. It is impossible to track all the fights over so many small piles of limestone rock, but George Green and the British anti-tank men, now in the Brigade Machine Gun Company led by an American, rushed and captured several outcrops. 45 Amongst those killed trying to dislodge them was a fascist Irish volunteer called Dave Higgins, from the 18th Bandera of Franco's Spanish Legion, which was almost destroyed. At least one of Franco's officers wondered whether the 21 square kilometers gained over the first 4 days of this counterattack had been worth the lives of so many men. 46. The volunteers were also prepared to kill deserters from their own side, and when men from one of Lister's brigade tried to raise a white flag and cross over to the enemy, Afro-American volunteer Tom Page shot 2 of them on the spot. 47 Harry Fisher, meanwhile, recalled seeing an infamously sadistic American called Alex Pratt holding a gun to the head of a weeping Spanish recruit who was begging not be sent back into the front line. Pratt was once again using the bullying tactics of our enemy, the tactics we had come to Spain to put an end to, he wrote. 48. This counterattack also ran out of steam, and overnight on September 11, 15 Brigade was pulled back for a rest and its positions occupied by the Slavs of 13 Brigade, joining the German, French, and Italian brigades on the front line. The Italians had already lost half their brigade of 2,764 soldiers but, in the words of one commissar, never lost their spirit of resistance. 49 The international brigades had performed a valuable role by defending the mountain tops, but they were by no means the only protagonists of the battle. It must be remembered too, in terms of a proper perspective, that simultaneously with the movements of defense and attack of the limited units of the international brigades, whole divisions of Spanish troops were suffering identical circumstances, wrote Arthur Landis, an American MacPap veteran. The losses on both sides were, by now, terrible. The pool of potential reserves, however, was as imbalanced as the stock of munitions and armament. While Franco could drain the population of much of Spain and import fresh troops from Morocco or Italy, however unwillingly, the Republicans' Ebro army basically now relied on Catalonia. To the dismay of the volunteers, the reserves now reaching the international brigades were often men in their 30s who had avoided being called up, or been driven back to the front after deserting. 50 It was by no means clear that they would fight as well as the teenage recruits who had crossed the river at the start of the battle. On September 16, 2 days after the bruised but unbeaten 15 Brigade descended from the Sierra de Cavales for a rest, hopes that a wider European war would force Western democracies to come to the Republic's aid were dashed. British Prime Minister Neville Chamberlain flew to Berchtesgaden to negotiate the handover of the Sudetenland to Hitler. Tension had been increasing over the previous weeks and rumors had reached the brigaders that France was cancelling leave for its troops and reinforcing the Maginot Line. 51. While the brigaders were fighting fascists in Spain, Chamberlain had written to the British King, George VI, explaining that Britain and Nazi Germany were the two pillars of European peace and buttresses against communism. 52 Ever the activists, the American volunteers telegrammed President Roosevelt, reportedly warning that it was now clear that the bombs that were falling on Madrid would surely fall on London, Paris, and New York, and demanding assistance for the Republic. Will the French and English cabinets fall as a result of popular indignation? Alva Bessie wrote in his diary. 53 The developments were a reminder, however, that the brigaders saw themselves as fighting two battles, one, to defeat Franco and save the Republic, the other, to persuade the world that fascism would only be defeated by arms. Hemingway had been less hopeful about Chamberlain in a piece he published in Ken magazine in July. After Britain signed a naval agreement with Italy. 54 He is not a fool, and when he makes a deal with Italy, it is a deal for the immediate best interests of the shareholding class he represents, he wrote in July 1938. One thing you have learned in the last 15 months is that when a politician cries you are bitched. They cry for history. But they act for expediency and for profit and loss, and above all they act to hold their jobs. They know how right they were, how good their hearts were, and for a minute they see themselves as statesmen and as historic figures, not as the pitiful, conniving, frightened people that they really are. 55. While 15 Brigade rested, their friends from the foreign press came to visit. 56 Fisher was full of admiration. A car stopped at the foot of the hill. Bullets flew all around it. Two men got out and climbed frantically and laboriously until they reached our resting place. They were exhausted. The two men were Herbert Matthews and Ernest Hemingway. 57 A handful of volunteers were now sent on leave. They included Fisher, who was one of just 7 Americans. He was told that he was going to Paris for a week or so, and that I had to be ready to head out in 2 hours. He could not work out how, given that the frontier was closed, he was expected to get back. He looked quizzically at the Lincoln commander, Milton Wolfe. He smiled at me and winked, and I knew that I was on my way home. There was only a brief moment to say goodbye to his companion in fatigues, Marty Sullivan. "I'll miss you, but I'm glad you're going," he said before Fisher walked off, biting back tears. 58. Not everyone, of course, waited for permission to leave. By now, 15 American and Canadian volunteers in the Mackenzie, Papineau were, in Bessie's words, deemed to have fucked off permanently. 59 At least 2 Lincoln and 2 Thalmon volunteers were also arrested for desertion. 60 Commissars in units where men deserted were now themselves threatened with immediate punishment, while the idealistic Germans had, a few weeks earlier, recommended singing revolutionary songs as a means of prevention. 61. Rumors also spread that the international brigades were going to be pulled out permanently, that their task was done and the government wanted to do something that might force Hitler and Mussolini to remove their men too. Away from the action, many now dreamed simply of going home. In the case of one British volunteer, this dream was of tea in my mother's house in suburbia, of pints of mild and bitter in oak-beamed pubs, and I could not help wishing I had never come. 62. 50. The last fight, Barcelona, September 16, 1938. For weeks now, Mussolini's aircraft had been targeting Barcelona, their random bombing runs over civilian parts of the city designed to cower the population and damage morale. 1 Terror is the most effective weapon of the Air Force, one of his generals had reported, as raids on the city killed 3,000 people. It should be launched against enemy populations, destroying cities, their centers, and all means of life, submitting it to a nightmare that forces surrender. Mussolini's foreign minister, Ciano, was shocked by one bombing report that urged Il Duce to greater efforts. "I have never read such a terrifying document," he said. There were only 9 S-79 aircraft and it lasted just a minute and a half. Buildings reduced to dust, traffic stopped, panic that turned to madness. 3. From the windows of the city's Hotel Majestic, India's future Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru had watched the bombs fall on and around Barcelona in June, 5 nights to the accompaniment of aerial bombardment. 5 days and nights, crowded with events, and impressions, the memory of which will endure, for he saw in those falling bombs a link between the fight against fascism and Indian resistance to colonialism. There, in the midst of want and destruction and impending disaster, I felt more at peace with myself than anywhere else in Europe. There was a light there, the light of courage and determination and of doing something worthwhile, he wrote later. The previous month he had visited the British Brigadiers. Reluctantly I came away from these gallant men of the International Brigade, for something in me wanted to stay on this inhospitable-looking hillside which sheltered so much human courage, so much of what was worthwhile in life, he said. 5. On September 16, 1938, Alva Bessi, now also working as a commissar, was in Barcelona when, in one of their most notorious raids, Italian bombers flew over from their base on the island of Majorca, killing 30 women queuing at a fish market. He also picked up the first solid rumors that the volunteers were going home. It was being said that Marty had been to Moscow, where the Comintern had approved the withdrawal, and that those leaving hospital were no longer being sent to the front. When Bessi returned to the Ebro 2 days later, it was already the main point of discussion. He also noted that the official Republican press, perhaps in preparation for this moment, had been playing down the international brigade's role in the Ebro operation. The volunteers, meanwhile, were beginning to feel a persisting superstition and fear of being killed just before going home. According to Bessi. 6 George Green, however, reacted in the opposite fashion. The men were likely to be called back for a final fight at any moment, so he discharged himself from hospital, and delivered the discharge document himself to the medical headquarters where Nan was working. They spent 2 hours eagerly talking about how they would soon be back in Britain with their children. "We were expecting orders to return home," explained Nan. "We knew we would have to make our way out separately, so we made a pact that the first one out would not see the children until the other arrived. We wanted the double joy of reunion by sharing it with each other." 7. The brigaders, meanwhile, had no option but to fight on. Franco, by now following events through his binoculars from a viewing point on the Col de Moro hill west of Gandesa, launched yet another assault on the Sierras on September 18, starting with a day of intense artillery bombardment on a 5-kilometer front. 8 The Germans of 11 Brigade and the Poles of 13 were sent back into the line, while 15 Brigade was left behind, knowing that it, too, would soon be needed. On the second day of the attacks, Franco targeted the hills in the Sierra de la Fatarella being defended by Hans Calla's French and Italian-speaking volunteers. This began with one of the longest bombardments of the war and continued with the usual insistence on frontal assault, regardless of the cost in human lives. In this case the lives were, once more, of young Moroccans. One hilltop was taken, then recovered, before Calla was given an entire Spanish machine gun battalion to help defend the most important peak in his area, Hill 496. He decided, however, to spread the machine guns out and, later that day, the Moroccans stormed it successfully. 9. By this stage, Franco's attention was increasingly fixed on Czechoslovakia and the crisis being provoked by Hitler, which put his own army under serious threat. France, after all, had a treaty that obliged it to defend Czechoslovakia. If France and Germany suddenly went to war, then Republican Spain would be an ally of the former and troops or arms could be marched into Catalonia to defend it, though Mussolini had also pledged to send 1 or 2 extra divisions if that happened. 10. All depended on how French Premier Daladier reacted. A declaration of war would undoubtedly have been welcomed by the French volunteers, who spent that day recomposing the line broken the previous evening in the Sierra de la Fatarella. 11. It was clear, too, that if Hitler was allowed to proceed, and his friends in other countries were emboldened, the Jews of continental Europe would face further persecution. The Naftali Botwin Company of the Palafox Battalion prided itself on providing living proof that, as fascism and anti-Semitism grew, some Jews were already fighting back. Together with the rest of 13 International Brigade, they were now forcing Franco's troops to pay a high price as they struggled to advance up the road from Corbera d'Ebre, which had fallen on September 4. 12 Like the rest of the volunteers, they suspected withdrawal was coming, but, since they were already in the front line, they had more urgent tasks to think about. The Botwin Company was placed in one of the most exposed positions on the front, shattered daily by artillery and mortar fire. Emanuel Mink, the Polish Olympiad sportsman who had been a founding member of the International Brigades, arrived to take over command. He brought with him a large group of recent recruits, mostly made up of Jews who had arrived from Paris in January. By this time, much of the original company was already dead. It was a suicidal position, in open country and surrounded by fascists. he recalled. 13 They received fire from 3 sides and, each night, emerged from their holes to rebuild their trenches. Mink himself was immediately wounded by shrapnel and taken to hospital. On 21 September 14 the position was finally overrun and they fought at bayonet point against the Moroccan troops of the 5th Tabor of regulars. Finding themselves surrounded, the Botwin survivors raised their hands. When the foreigners in the Botwin company were ordered to step out, their 19-year-old Spanish anarchist commissar, Diego Mula, stopped one of them, Lieutenant Misha Skoropinski, from joining the rest. Both men look on helplessly as the others were shot. 15 Kami Alkalaj, the Yugoslav who had temporarily replaced Mink, died. Skoropinski somehow managed to escape, while Mula was also eventually shot. Only 3 men appear to have escaped. Just as the battle reached a fresh pitch and the Botwin company was annihilated, the volunteers' dreams of being sent home became reality. On September 21, Negrin announced, in a speech to the League of Nations in Geneva, the immediate repatriation of all foreign volunteers. It was a move designed to shame the appeasers and make them either insist that Hitler and Mussolini's fascist powers leave Spain, or start helping the Republic and slowing the spread of Axis power. In her desire to contribute to the pacification and restraint which we all desire, the Spanish Prime Minister declared. And in order to eliminate all pretexts and possible doubts about the genuinely national character of the cause for which the Republican Army is fighting, the Spanish government has decided to withdraw immediately and completely all non-Spanish combatants. It is with a feeling of great sorrow that we regard the idea of separating ourselves from this group of brave and self-sacrificing men who, led by a generous impulse that will never be forgotten by the people of Spain, came to our aid in the most critical moments in our history. I want to proclaim here the heroism and the high moral value of their sacrifice. They voluntarily undertook not to safeguard petty selfish interest, but solely to serve and defend the purest ideals of justice and liberty. I feel safe in saying without equivocation that their own countries will feel proud of them, and this is the highest moral compensation they can receive. 16. In truth, there were not that many international volunteers left, or not in fighting condition, especially after the previous few weeks of slaughter. In all, scattered around the country, they accounted for some 7,000 fit fighters, just enough for a small division. As a result, Negrin argued privately, their military efficiency has fallen off. Rojo had already informed him that losing the volunteers would not hamper the Republic's now well-organized, if heavily outgunned, army. 17 This was not ingratitude, nor lack of respect. Negrin's real objective was to jolt the appeasers into insisting that Franco also withdraw his foreign units. 18 Without Mussolini and Hitler's aircraft, artillery, and motorized divisions, after all, his army would lose the main parts of its superiority. The Ebro battle had already shown that, in other respects, the Republic had finally caught up in terms of military discipline, training, and strategy. 19 News of the immediate repatriation reached front-line officers the following day, but, at least in the case of 15 Brigade, they decided not to pass it on to the men. All mail and newspapers were stopped. 20 Official orders to withdraw had not been received. They were about to return to the battle and needed every man to be on their best fighting form. We were simply going back into action again, said one volunteer. We had no inkling that we were about to embark on our final fight with the fascists. 21 Some, however, did know and, having seen so many comrades fall over the previous 2 months, wondered whether they would survive. It was a cruel test, one admitted. 22 Model activists such as George Green, however, did not feel much conflict about returning for one last fight. To them, it was a moral duty. The news did not reach the polished trenches. The men here were still defending a near impossible position straddling the road from Corbera, where they were constantly shelled, bombarded, and sprayed with machine gun fire. It was an important position and, against considerable odds, they stayed loyal to the slogans of resist and build. Here comes our son, the Mikioas battalion commander Franek Kasizarchik would joke when night fell and the moon came out. 23 His commissar, Mieczyslav Schlyan, Agreed. Point 24. He was right. Life in our lines began at night. By day the sight of just 2 or 3 of our men would provoke a downpour of steel. After dark you could stretch, eat, chat to comrades and, above all, repair and build 25. Every day the Mikios dug another 100 meters of trench, created another machine gun nest or 2 and laid out 50 more meters of barbed wire. Surek recalled watching with Marino and Cobbin, the 35th Division's commander and head of operations, as the surviving members of the Mikios battalion re-emerged, ghost-like, from the dust and smoke after 6 hours of enemy bombardment. Point 26. They then immediately repulsed a tank attack. Those Poles! Cobbin shouted. They could hardly believe that our men were still in position, Surek recalled with pride. Point 27. The battalion's Ukrainian volunteers, meanwhile, prepared for their last major fight by building primitive anti-tank mines made out of bundles of grenades resting on 2 sticks, which in turn were attached to a string which, when pulled, would make them explode. The attack that day on the positions held by 11 and 13 brigades began with yet another artillery bombardment which saw them disappear into a cloud of smoke and dust, so that it appeared impossible that anyone might survive. Point 28. It was followed by attacks with tanks and cavalry and saw a heroic defense in which many of the Mikios battalion's best men died. Point 29. They were still holding on to many of their positions when the order came to withdraw, since a neighboring peak had been lost, leaving them exposed. Some initially refused to move, claiming that they could hold out for longer. They did not know that withdrawal meant, in all probability, survival and an end to their participation in the war. Edwin Rolfe had rushed excitedly to the front with a huge pile of morning newspapers on September 22. The front page story was Negrin's speech, and he wanted to share it. He found 15 Brigades headquarters deserted. Everyone had gone back up to the line the night before. Point 30. The remains of the British, Lincoln, MacPap and Spanish battalions had moved up to support 13 Brigade overnight 31 and spent much of the day huddling behind the hill defended by the Poles, listening to the battle rage just 300 meters ahead of them. As the front line rolled slowly back, and the battered Poles were sent into reserve, George Green and the rest of the English-speaking volunteers moved into the front line. That night, meanwhile, at a field station near the front, Nan Green scoured the list of dead and wounded, and was relieved to see that George's name was not amongst them. The real fighting would begin in the morning, by which time the men of 15 Brigade were amongst the few people in the world who did not know they were due to be withdrawn, though the news had seeped through to some. The polished trenches, carefully built by men whose civilian jobs had often been as miners, had been destroyed the previous day, and they spent the night frantically trying to construct new fortifications. 32. Next morning the shelling was so intense that the volunteers felt their brains reeling from concussion. Bessie was nearby listening to the battle, tortured by the knowledge that men had been dying last night and today, at the very last moment of their participation in the Spanish War. 33. On September 23, as he waited for the men to be withdrawn, he watched a dogfight, ending with a Republican pilot plunging to the ground. In his death, it was difficult to avoid seeing the symbol of the end of the international brigades, he noted in his diary. For never before has there been a spontaneously gathered volunteer army like this one. 34. He was only too aware of the cruelty of making the men fight for one more day. There will be bitterness among those who survive for the loss of those who died after it had been decided by the government to immediately and completely evacuate all foreign troops. 35. It was not a glorious last fight. According to Bessie, the new Spanish troops who had been press-ganged or brought from punishment camps soon raised white flags, fucked off to the rear or deserted to the enemy. 36. It was, however, symbolically fitting that the final fight had not been against Spaniards, but against Franco's foreign troops. From the very beginning of the war, these had always been far more numerous than the 35,000 volunteers who eventually passed through the ranks of the international brigades. It was also typical that, when 13 Brigade volunteers from Poland and the other Slavic nations, who now knew they were to be relieved, were told to march back into the second line of defense during the day, they did so without complaint. If the fascists attack, then you have to fight. "That's all there is to it," remarked one of their commissars, perhaps putting a gloss on what, for some, must have been a wretched decision. 37. Over the next 24 hours all the international brigades were finally withdrawn from the front, and almost all the volunteers had crossed back over the River Ebro 36 hours later. Over 200 men from the British battalion had died, been wounded, or had disappeared on the previous day. Some battalions had lost half, or more, of their men. 38 That night, 2 brigaders woke Nan Green to tell her that George was amongst the missing. I pulled the sheets around my suddenly icy cold shoulders, trying to grasp the thunderbolt. It must not, it could not be true, she recalled. 39 Nan hoped that, like Green's company commander Walter Gregory, her husband had simply been captured. But Gregory himself had witnessed what, most probably, were the final minutes of her husband's life. He had placed George in a defensive position with his machine gun crew before they were attacked by 5 tanks and infantry who captured their trench, forcing them to surrender. I kept looking behind me in the hope of seeing George and his crew, but they never came. I doubt if they ever left the trench, since the fascists had made it a policy to shoot machine gunners on the spot, he said. 40 Nan spent months looking for him in hospitals, and his death was not confirmed until the following year, by which time she had returned to Britain. The last 5 days of fighting had been particularly bloody. For the men who survived them, they felt like tragedy. For those who watched and directed the fighting from the command posts of the Republican Army, however, it looked more like a miracle. They saw one of Franco's army corps disintegrate as it tried to fight its way through them. Modesto said they had turned the site into a place of honor and glory for the entire Republican Army. 41 A great defensive victory had been won, with the division giving away just 500 meters of land in September, while Franco's Maestrazgo Army Corps lost 10,000 men. The fascists needed 8 days' rest before they could attack again, Marino said. Manuel Tagena, the 25-year-old mathematician who commanded an entire army corps, gave a goodbye party for the 50 unwounded survivors from amongst the 400 internationals he had put into a special battalion belonging to his 15 Corps. He lamented the sudden loss of 6,000 first-class soldiers but added that we were very happy to see them leave alive, and with honor, from a battle in which they had fought heroically. 42. For the volunteers, the final 12 hours had been especially cruel. Of the 106 British brigaders who went into battle, only 58 returned. Overall losses for the battalion were 204 men out of 377, while the Lincolns lost 247 out of 440. 43 Nothing can compare with the end, wrote one of the International Brigade's first British recruits, Glaswegian Peter Kerrigan, who had been through everything from Lopera to Jerema. 44 Alva Bessie agreed. An inglorious page marks the end of the glorious XVTH, a page of retreat, panic, desertion, he wrote in his diary. 45. Each nation had its tragic tale of last-minute loss. Surek and the Poles mourned Joseph Kolorts, aka Kolitsky, a much-loved communist organizer in France, who had been their final recruit. He had arrived a few days previously and was reportedly last seen shouting, "I'll show them how a communist dies." 46 Surek was perplexed by this last-minute sacrifice in the name of a creed he himself would eventually lose faith in. Who needed it? And why? "I still can't explain it," he said later. The British had also lost young Ivor Hickman, a Cambridge graduate and mathematical engineering apprentice in Manchester, who had married the love of his life, psychology graduate Juliet MacArthur, immediately before leaving for Spain. "I stand only a moderately good chance of going back to England, that's quite honest, but somebody's got to be killed and this death business isn't dealt out fairly or honestly," he had written home. "Anyway, it's important to me because I have so many things to do." Yet 47 others suffered slower deaths, at the Cave Hospital, or elsewhere. When he finally died of his injuries on October 4, 1938, Shaskel Honestein of the Polish Botwin Company officially became the International Brigade's final martyr. 48. The Ebro Battle, especially the suicidal thrust against Ampostadt on the first day, had accounted for 10% of all deaths of French volunteers, even though these had been the first to arrive in Spain in force, 22 months earlier. 49 As they left the carnage behind them and stepped onto the pontoon bridges across the Ebro, it was not surprising that the volunteers experienced mixed feelings. Relief, sadness, and exhaustion could not prevent them dwelling on whether it had all been worth it. People walked deep in thought without uttering a word, recalled Surek. We survived the war, but we were leaving the front at a difficult moment when the fight was for every meter of land. 50. Nan Green might have been expected to see her husband's death as tragic, but she knew he would not have seen it that way. He was killed almost in the last hour of the last day. But I've never felt able to be sorry for him because he was doing the right thing, he was doing his thing and it was the right thing. We all feel that, she recalled. It had been a privilege for them to march right straight down the high road of history in the right cause, and there hasn't been anything like it since, so flawless and so black and white and so good and so wholesome, and he was doing that, and he was sure that we would win, and he was sure that the French were going to send the things over, and he was with the battalion, and I think that that was his last thought. That's how he died flying, as it were, you know, like a bird dies. 51. Farewell to Arms, Northern Catalonia, September 24, 1938 to February 8, 1939. The brigaders were gathered in rearguard towns in Catalonia with their units but separated from their Spanish colleagues, who marched back to the front a few weeks later. Relief at surviving the war, and pride at having taken part, were tinged with bitterness over their final fight and a sense that they were abandoning Republican Spain at its most difficult moment. The last day had been the most painful of my period in Spain, said Milton Wolfe, the Lincoln Battalion commander, after watching many men, especially the latest, unwilling Spanish recruits, disappear down a ravine that had provided an easy escape route from their position. 1 Many brigaders, deep in their hearts, knew that one reason why they had been cast out was that collectively they no longer possessed the strength or enthusiasm of the early days, observed Andrew Castells, the Catalan veteran of 129 Brigade. Their finest were already buried under Spanish soil too. Some 5,000 men, or 1 in 7, had died. A similar number were missing, either dead, imprisoned or had deserted. Around 6,000 had already been sent home, many of them injured, and a further 3,160 were in hospital. 3 The chances of returning home unscathed, then, had been somewhere below 50%. Most of the earliest volunteers, those who had fought in the first few days at Jarama in February 1937, at University City or at Boadilla and the other battles to defend the La Coruna highway before and after Christmas 1936, had almost certainly died. 4 Those who had survived, usually did so because they had been wounded and sent home or spent time in hospitals away from the battlefield. They had been an almost unique phenomenon for the time, an international volunteer army, and had paid a high price for what, to all intents and purposes, was a military defeat. Only time would tell if they had won a moral victory by arguing correctly that the only way to stop fascism was with a gun in your hand. Proof that they were right would come the following year, in Poland and elsewhere. Henry Buckley, the British Daily Telegraph journalist who had followed the entire war from the Republican side, viewed the dissolution of the international brigades as a quixotic gesture which received little publicity because the world was watching Prague, not the Ebro. 5 Sure enough, a week later, Chamberlain returned to Britain waving an infamous piece of paper containing his agreement with Hitler. This granted Nazi Germany a large part of Czechoslovakia and would ensure that the rest of the country was either taken over by authoritarian neighbors or, in the Slovakian half of the country, by a pro-Nazi regime. Peace for our time, Chamberlain declared to a cheering crowd outside his Downing Street home. Alva Bessie saw the renewed Francoist offensive after the withdrawal of the International Brigaders as an extension of that, pointing out how simple it had been for Hitler to take control of a major arms producer like Czechoslovakia. Both he and Mussolini, having received carte blanche and with nothing to worry about in Central Europe for the moment, can afford to turn all their attention to liquidating the Spanish War and dividing the spoils, he wrote in his diary on October 5, 1938.6. Half a dozen Catalan towns now found themselves playing host to volunteers who no longer had much to do. They were restless and bored, according to Bessie, who heard rumors that, with Franco launching his fresh offensive on their old positions near Corbera de Ebra at the end of September, they might be asked to volunteer again. 7 That rumor soon died. Men began thinking of their wives, children, and other dear ones. They pulled out family pictures. They yearned, as is understandable, to return to normal life. 8 They also yearned for other things. In rest towns like Calila there were more than a dozen weddings of brigaders to their Spanish girlfriends. 9 One whirlwind romance, between Czech volunteer Bruno Niener and local girl Nuria Rabul in the beach town of San Feliu de Giles, produced a marriage that lasted just 3 days. 10 The mood of those who had come from the Ebro battle was not improved by the other brigaders who joined them. They included those who had been working far from the front and others who had been in the Castelldefels jail. 11 Wren found himself in charge of a whole battalion of officers, specialist engineers, artillerymen, and others, who suddenly appeared from offices and different parts of the army. 12 He was also disturbed by the former jailbirds, who now mocked their colleagues, got drunk, dropped their trousers in front of the local women and gave the brigaders a bad reputation in host towns. 13 Even the normally brisk André Marty admitted that the volunteers were entering a delicate and difficult moment. Many of the soldiers are physically exhausted. They are all worried about their futures, some because of partial military call ups in their countries, as Europe sensed a wider war approaching, and others in case they have to go home to a fascist country, he said. The French government had begun to put its people on a war footing and, as a result, had closed the border. That had prevented 300 wounded men from leaving Spain on September 27, while a further 300 were waiting to go on 4 October. 14 This was a grave matter, since more than 3,000 men were in hospital and some were still dying of their wounds or various diseases, most commonly typhus. At least 24 died in rearguard hospitals in Vic, Olot, and Mataró over the next few weeks. 15 Propaganda efforts concentrated on the young Polish Jew Honestein, with a mass funeral procession through the streets of Barcelona headed by a banner in Catalan reading, Shaskel Honestein, defender of Spain's independence, who shall remain forever in the land of free men. 16 Leaflets carrying a poem by José Herrera Peter rained down on the crowd, praising, "Your blood / the last drop added to that torrent which / from heights all around the world / ran generously down to Spain." The unit's own Botwin newspaper claimed that the internationals will leave with troubled hearts, like a workman who has not been able to finish his task. "What will you do now?" the internationals are asked. Everyone answers the same: "We will look for work and wait for the next opportunity to fight fascism." 17. A series of farewell ceremonies started on October 17, with an exhausted Negrin himself traveling to a small country resort at Les Macies, near the monastery at Poblet. Thousands of men gathered in an arcade courtyard, while Kappa and Matthews looked on. 18 Alva Bessie jotted down notes on the speakers. Negrin was a fine intellect, forceful speaker, very tired. Modesto was visibly overcome with emotion, strong, male guy, while Marty was the demagogue, old and flabby. 19 Many had come to hate the Frenchman. Others still admired his commitment to them and to the cause. 20 A League of Nations committee was formed to oversee their departure. 21 Commanded by officers from various European armies, many of whom were intelligence agents trying to work out whether these Reds were going to be a danger when they got home. 22 The committee registered a total of 12,673 foreigners in the Republican Army. A separate government report stated that these included some 7,102 fit international brigade soldiers, a further 3,160 who were in hospital, and 1,964 other foreigners spread out in different Republican Army units. 23 A further 1,000 or more would have been medical personnel. Repatriation centers were set up in towns and villages on the railway lines heading north towards France. 24 First, however, came the biggest farewell ceremony of all, through the streets of Barcelona on October 28. André Martí, Hans Kalla, Luigi Longo, and Ludwig Rennes led the marching men through the pale sunshine of an autumn afternoon. 25 Barcelona, a city mistrusted by militant communists like Rennes, turned out en masse. Some 200,000 people lined the streets, throwing flowers while paper leaflets were hurled from windows and balconies were decorated with flags and red banners. 26 Even here the different military traditions between nations were obvious. The André Martí and Rákóczi battalions of French and Hungarians were smartly dressed in new uniforms, the Germans and Poles knew how to march, while the Americans appeared in mismatched uniforms or civilian clothes. Lincoln Commander Milton Wolfe admitted, "We've never been what you call good at parade marching, and when we got on those streets with flowers up to our ankles I guess we did a kind of shag." 27 The New York Times's Herbert Matthews was more generous, they could not seem to keep in step or line, but everyone who saw them knew that these were true soldiers. 28. As it threatened to grow dark and rumors spread that the Italians were coming to bomb them, the crowds broke through the security lines and buried the men in flowers, hugs and kisses. 29 Men recalled being forced onto their knees by the weight of these embraces. The women and children were jumping into our arms, kissing us, calling us son, brothers, calling come back, weeping, recalled one volunteer. I never had such an experience, because these men, such tough fighters, every last one of them was crying. 30 Bessie, who had been sick, wished he had been there. One wounded brigadier, watching from a balcony, felt both proud and sorrowful. Another simply felt guilty. We, who were leaving the fight, were yet receiving the heartfelt homage of the Spanish people, he said. 31. Dolores Ibarruri, La Pasionaria, lived up to the passion in her nickname, leaning out from the podium and delivering a fiery speech to the crowd in Barcelona. It is very difficult to say a few words in farewell to the heroes of the International Brigades, both because of what they are and what they represent. A feeling of sorrow, an infinite grief catches our throat, sorrow for those who are going away, for the soldiers of the highest ideal of human redemption, exiles from their countries, persecuted by the tyrants of all peoples, grief for those who will stay here forever mingled with the Spanish soil, in the very depth of our heart, hallowed by our feeling of eternal gratitude. From all peoples, from all races, you came to us like brothers, like sons of immortal Spain, and in the hardest days of the war, when the capital of the Spanish Republic was threatened, it was you, gallant comrades of the International Brigades, who helped save the city with your fighting enthusiasm, your heroism, and your spirit of sacrifice. And Jarama and Guadalajara, Brunt and Belchite, Levant and the Ebro, in immortal verses sing of the courage, the sacrifice, the daring, the discipline of the men of the International Brigades. For the first time in the history of the people's struggles, there was the spectacle, breathtaking in its grandeur, of the formation of international brigades to help save a threatened country's freedom and independence, the freedom and independence of our Spanish land. Communists, socialists, anarchists, republicans, men of different colors, differing ideology, antagonistic religions, yet all profoundly loving liberty and justice, they came and offered themselves to us unconditionally. They gave us everything, their youth or their maturity, their science or their experience, their blood and their lives, their hopes and aspirations, and they asked us for nothing. So, yes, they wanted a place in this battle, they aspired to the honor of dying for us. Banners of Spain. Salute these many heroes. Be lowered to honor so many martyrs. Mothers. Women. When the years pass by and the wounds of war are staunched, when the memory of the sad and bloody days dissipates in a present of liberty, of peace, and of well-being, when the rancor has died out and pride in a free country is felt equally by all Spaniards, speak to your children. Tell them of these men of the International Brigades. Recount for them how, coming over seas and mountains, crossing frontiers bristling with bayonets, sought by raving dogs thirsting to tear their flesh, these men reached our country as crusaders for freedom, to fight and die for Spain's liberty and independence threatened by German and Italian fascism. They gave up everything, their loves, their countries, home and fortune, fathers, mothers, wives, brothers, sisters and children, and they came and said to us, we are here. Your cause, Spain's cause, is ours. It is the cause of all advanced and progressive mankind. Today many are departing. Thousands remain, shrouded in Spanish earth, profoundly remembered by all Spaniards. Comrades of the international brigades, political reasons, reasons of state, the welfare of that very cause for which you offered your blood with boundless generosity, are sending you back, some to your own countries and others to forced exile. You can go proudly. You are history. You are legend. You are the heroic example of democracy's solidarity and universality in the face of the vile and accommodating spirit of those who interpret democratic principles with their eyes on hoards of wealth or corporate shares which they want to safeguard from all risk. We shall not forget you, and, when the olive tree of peace is in flower, entwined with the victory laurels of the Republic of Spain, return. Return to our side, for here you will find a homeland. Those who have no country or friends, who must live deprived of friendship, all will have the affection and gratitude of the Spanish people, who today and tomorrow will shout with enthusiasm, long live the heroes of the international brigades. 32. Buckley felt it had been a wonderful and dignified send-off, but it also brought on a sense of gloom. It seemed, somehow, the beginning of the end, he wrote, as if the Republic was being abandoned by its last remaining friends. 33 2 days later Franco launched his definitive offensive on the Ebro pocket. Ernest Hemingway was distraught by the news of the brigadier's departure, especially when he and Martha Gellhorn met a dejected Pachiardi, the same man who had sexually harassed her, who seemed broken by the experience and was, like many volunteers, now both stateless and poor. All of a sudden I heard Ernest, leaning against the wall, on the steps, and crying. I never saw him cry before or since, Gellhorn recalled later. They can't do it. They can't treat a brave man that way, he said. 34 One biographer claims this was the moment Gellhorn decided to marry Hemingway. I really did love E then, and it had a long influence on me, she remembered. The novelist seemed to think that many volunteers had traveled from America because of him. I always felt responsible for you being here, he told Bessie when he met him at 15 Brigade's departure camp in Rapal. You know that speech I made at the Writers' Congress, he asked, referring to a meeting in New York in June 1937. I know that speech was responsible for a lot of guys coming over. Bessie was perplexed. 35 Hemingway, once more, had put himself at the center. The core part of a later and unusually tender prose poem to the dead American volunteers expressed his sincere regard for the men whose willingness to act had provoked a certain envy in him. The dead sleep cold in Spain tonight, and they will sleep cold all this winter as the earth sleeps with them. But in the spring the rain will come to make the earth kind again. The wind will blow soft over the hills from the south. The black trees will come to life with small green leaves, and there will be blossoms on the apple trees along the Jerima River. This spring the dead will feel the earth beginning to live again. For our dead are a part of the earth of Spain now, and the earth of Spain can never die. Each winter it will seem to die, and each spring it will come alive again. Our dead will live with it forever. The dead do not need to rise. They are a part of the earth now, and the earth can never be conquered. For the earth endureth forever. It will outlive all systems of tyranny. Those who have entered it honorably, and no men ever entered earth more honorably than those who died in Spain, already have achieved immortality. 36. Getting the men home was a complex task. It required France to accept its own volunteers and also allow others to cross its territory on their way home. There were fears that, as political tension grew across Europe, the mere presence of international brigade veterans might provoke rightist or pro-fascist protests, and some of the first to cross the frontier found themselves jeered by hard-right French activists. Passports that had been handed into the International Brigade's office had disappeared, though most were later found. 37 Many men were economic migrants or political exiles who could not always prove that they had been living in the countries that they now wished to return to. 38 Some, according to the brigade's own internal archives, were deemed to have no nationality at all. The first major rail convoy left Calais on November 18, carrying French volunteers in a train adorned with flowers and laurel wreaths in remembrance of the dead. 39 tears were shed, once more, as the trains left Spain, the country which they had failed to save from Franco's reactionary generals and fascist allies. 42 days earlier, the last Republican troops had been thrown back across the Ebro. The operation had been a success, in that it extended the war by 4 months, but the best of the Republican army had been destroyed. 41 The Republic still held Madrid, most of Catalonia and a large swathe of land in southern and central Spain, but its resources had dried up. Franco's victory appeared inevitable, unless foreign powers intervened. After the shameful abandonment of Czechoslovakia, that was unlikely. The bulk of those who could leave, and not everyone could, were home for Christmas. There were mass receptions at Austerlitz station in Paris, London's Victoria station, in the Swedish port at Malmö and at the 48th Street Pier in New York. 42 The British were greeted by Labour leader Clement Attlee with a fellow future Prime Minister, the young Conservative and anti-appeasement campaigner Edward Heath, who had visited the British Brigaders in Spain. 43 Spotted in the crowd. He had struck up friendships, including with the future trades union leader Jack Jones, when visiting the Brigaders before the Ebro offensive. Forming up behind the flags of the countries in the international brigades, they marched straight from Victoria Station to the Prime Minister's residence at 10 Downing Street with a letter demanding an end to non-intervention. They had no permission to march, but police decided to let them through. 44 Having lost their war, it was yet another attempt to win the argument against appeasement. After months, or years, of warfare, the returning brigaders had to face the harsh realities of getting back to normal life. This was particularly difficult for the injured, whom the Spanish described with a word of shocking crudity, that was also harshly accurate about what war had done to their bodies: mutilados. The satisfaction of having answered the call of conscience and performed their duty as anti-fascists was a solace for some. Numerous national committees raised money and held events to honor their bravery, but the volunteers were soon back on their own. Glory is ephemeral and epic moments only survive in books, and then solely for those who read them, reflected Henry Tanguy, one of the French commissars. 45. In most countries, the political right viewed the veterans as dangerous revolutionaries. Many intelligence agencies and police forces did as well. Even some anti-militarists on the left looked down on them, while those communists who returned to Moscow often found themselves under suspicion in the paranoid world left by the million deaths of the Great Purge of 1936–38. This was encouraged by reports from Marty, Walter, and others about how the brigades had supposedly been riddled with spies and so-called Trotskyists. Some of the senior Red Army personnel they had come to know and respect were purge victims, who had been shot, or sent to the Soviet work camps. Of their own commanders, Kleber would not survive the gulags, and Gal, like Vladimir Kopek, was shot. Those volunteers who simply could not go home became known as the dispossessed. One report on patients at the hospital in Vic listed those with nowhere to go as Germans, Hungarians, Poles, Czechs, Yugoslavs, Estonians, Lithuanians, and Finns. 46 As a result, some 3,200 men remained in Spain, their future entirely uncertain. 47 For the conservative Catalans of Sant Quirze de Besora, where the Germans of 11 Brigade were quartered, this meant a strange Christmas in which their own Catholic celebrations were shared with mostly communist, atheist Germans who nevertheless sang their traditional seasonal songs. 48 Just before Christmas 1938, Franco launched a fresh offensive on Catalonia, and on January 23, as his troops approached Barcelona, the remaining international brigaders were called on to volunteer once more. 49 Meetings were held and stirring speeches made. "We'll repeat Madrid, we'll make Barcelona another Madrid," they were told, but the reception was not unanimously enthusiastic. "We did not believe it possible," recalled Surek. A heavy silence enveloped the hall. 50 The Communist Party, however, had decided. Then someone shouted out the words of the Dombrowski anthem, "Our answer is one, to the front, Dombrowski Brigade." Only one of the surviving Botwin Company members refused to go back. It is unclear how many men returned to arms. Some reports spoke of more than 1,000. Tigania, who had commanded volunteers at the Ebro, now reported receiving 700 of them. 51 Wren was amongst those opposed to the idea, though most of the 1,360 Germans and Austrians with him were in favor, with 902 signing up. I wasn't at all enthusiastic. Was it reasonable to remobilize the brigades? 52 If Catalonia could not be saved, he reasoned, why sacrifice so many seasoned fighters? He was horrified to hear that Marty, who had no experience, was to command the unit and, worse still, that it had been suggested that Wren should accompany him to provide military expertise. 53 Fortunately, Marty did not want him or his battalion of 270 technical officers. The Italians were amongst the least keen. Only 20 men appear to have rejoined the army in their rest town of Torello. 54 Likewise, only a handful of the 300 Canadians who were about to leave Spain agreed to return to the fight. They included their senior officer Edward Cecil Smith, though they were also not needed in the end. Marty berated the others, claiming they were now only interested in spending time with their Spanish girlfriends. If you rabbits want to run out of Spain with your putas, whores, go ahead, one volunteer recalled him saying, though, like many Marty stories, this may have been apocryphal. 55. Surek became commissar of a Slav group which joined up with the German speakers at Granollers. They were handed rifles and light machine guns, but were immediately forced to retreat, and he had to threaten to shoot a forester who refused to guide them through the woods. The volunteers were back on an unpredictable front line, carrying out a fighting retreat that often felt more like a guerrilla action than a last stand. 56 To begin with, they operated independently before being absorbed by the 35th Division under their old commander, Marino. 57 The newly formed units fought, or at least carried weapons, for just 2 weeks. 58 They do not seem to have made an important contribution, and certainly did not prevent the Francoist army from rolling up towards the French border. Barcelona fell on January 26. The dream of turning it into another Madrid lasted less than 1 day. Within 24 hours of the first Francoist troops appearing on the slopes of the Tibidabo hill, their officers were in the city hall and the Catalan government's palatial headquarters, making speeches from the balconies. Resistance had been negligible. On January 30, 1939, Henry Buckley stood at the border a few kilometers from La Jonquera, in the northeast corner of Catalonia, and watched as French soldiers forced wounded Republican soldiers back across the frontier they had just crossed. It was a story he wished he had never had to cover. "Sorry General, we have our orders," 59 a French major replied when British Brigadier A.L.M. Molesworth, part of the League of Nations Evacuation Commission 60, complained. On February 1, the Spanish Parliament met in the cellars of the same castle in Figueres where many international brigaders had begun their time in Spain. Only a fraction of the elected members were able to take part in the meeting. They could do little more than make plans for continuing resistance in the larger section of Republican Spain, including Madrid and Valencia, that lay south of the Ebro Valley. "This place is like a tomb," Buckley confided to the Russian journalist Ilya Ehrenberg as the meeting started. "My friend, this is the tomb not only of the Spanish Republic but of European democracy," he answered. Buckley could not help but agree. 61 The meeting did nothing to stop the inevitable. A few days later the French border opened and the full exodus of refugees and a defeated army began. 62 Military units of all kinds were, by this time, marching towards the frontier. The following day Wren and his group of around 600 men, which now included the Cubans and other Latin Americans left over from other brigades 63, marched from La Bisbal de Emporta to Palafrugell, where they encountered the Poles who had not volunteered to fight. The latter stole from the food stores. All the good ones had gone to fight, only the scum were left, he sniffed. 64 They had to find weapons so that they could police their own men. The Polish International Brigade's Dr. Franciszek Kriegel, meanwhile, became the empty town's acting mayor. Redden's men then marched to the border, reaching it on February 5, where they met up with Surek and the other volunteers who had gone back to fight. 65 A final parade was held at the frontier on February 8 in front of Negrin, La Passionaria and Modesto, before the men formed up and marched smartly across the border inland from Portbou, their determination to maintain their military bearing and discipline making them stand out amongst the chaos. 66 With closed ranks and heads high we marched onto French soil. We sang, the gendarmes yelling, singing prohibited. They brought us back to reality, Surek recalled. 67 Dignity and discipline were maintained in the final moments. We surrendered our arms, adding them to the big pile in front of us. After so many lost battles, this act was very sad and utterly tragic, said Surek. Those same weapons had, he said, been a symbol of our freedom, and letting them go was more than just an admission of their defeat in a war that dragged on for 2 more months in the remaining Republican part of Spain, with Franco declaring absolute victory on April 1, 1939. 68 When we first took them in our hand, we were convinced that, thanks to them, we would win a better world, Surek explained. The volunteers had lost a war, but, with the outbreak of the Second World War a mere 5 months away, they would soon be proved right about the dangers posed to all nations by the unchecked rise of fascism. That undoubted truth anchored their pride in later years and established their legend. They did not yet know, however, that their victory would finally come with the defeat of fascism 5 years later. For the moment, they only felt distraught that they were leaving the people of Spain at the hands of a merciless dictator, and that, as W. H. Auden had observed in his 1937 poem Spain, History to the Defeated may say alas but cannot help or pardon. 69 A few hours after the last volunteers crossed into France, Franco's army reached the border. 52. Premature Anti-Fascists, Paris, August 21, 1941. Pierre Georges arranged to meet his 2 pistol-carrying colleagues at the Paris metro station of Barbes-Rochecoart, at 8 a.m. on August 21, 1941. The former teenage international brigadier, injured while commanding a section during the retreats through Aragon and repatriated in August 1938, was now a 22-year-old married man. He had escaped from a detention camp in occupied France and begun secretly training communist youths in guerrilla warfare. 1. Germany had invaded Georges's country in May 1940, sweeping past the Maginot Line, and France, which was also attacked by Mussolini, capitulated the following month. Paris was now full of uniformed soldiers of the Wehrmacht, but the period of occupation had been relatively bloodless. Violence against the Germans was considered taboo, especially since Hitler was already infamous for responding, in occupied Poland and elsewhere, with the mass shootings of prisoners. The city was still cowed, and a small anti-German demonstration 8 days earlier had seen several young communists arrested. 2 of them, Henry Gauthierotu and the Jewish-Polish immigrant Samuel Tesselman, had been taken to the woods at Vallée Auxiliary Loops and executed. Georges wanted to do 2 things, to exact revenge, and to start a violent, underground struggle against the occupiers. Under the nom de guerre Colonel Fabien, he was destined to play an important role in that resistance. We spotted a magnificent naval commander strutting on the platform, recalled Gilbert Bruslin, one of the young fighters with Georges in the metro station. Fabien said, that when the train arrived, the officer got into the first-class carriage, and at that moment Fabien fired 2 shots, turned around, and sprang up the steps leading to the exit. We ran as far as Sacré-Cœur 3. They had killed a naval warrant officer, Alphonse Moser. It was, to all effects, the start of the French resistance movement, in which veterans of the international brigades were destined to play a major part, as they also would in partisan movements across occupied Europe. It was also an opportunity for the communists to begin erasing the shame of the Nazi-Soviet pact, which had finally collapsed when Germany attacked Russia on June 22, exactly a year after France capitulated. That mutual non-aggression pact had been signed in front of Stalin by foreign ministers Vyacheslav Molotov and Joachim von Ribbentrop just a week before Germany began the Second World War by invading Poland on September 1, 1939. The agreement, and its consequences, had a devastating impact on many former international brigaders. The more disciplined communists clung to the belief that Stalin's decision was forced on him by the need to build up his own army and because Britain and France had spurned an alliance. The rest recalled that they had gone to Spain to fight fascism, rather than collude with it. This was especially difficult for the Poles who saw their country overrun in just 5 weeks. Germany annexed or took control of most of it, while Russia also invaded. Stalin went on to attack Finland in November and annex Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, and parts of Romania the following June. As a result, some brigaders found themselves fighting against the same Red Army advisors who had been on their side just a year or so before. 4 In the meantime, Germany grabbed Denmark and Norway before invading Belgium, Holland, and France in May 1940. Greece and Yugoslavia fell the following year. By the time Fabian carried out his attack, the Axis powers controlled all of Western Europe bar Britain, the neutral states of Switzerland and Sweden and the 2 Iberian countries of Spain and Portugal. Everything east of that, meanwhile, was under Stalin's control. This dizzying succession of events in the 2 years after they left Spain, saw many brigaders sink into disillusion. Bernard Knox, who had traveled with John Cornford to Madrid and Boadilla, stepped away from communism. The Nazi-Soviet Pact of 1939 was understandable. The Western betrayal of Czechoslovakia was a clear signal to Stalin that if Hitler turned against Russia, as he repeatedly announced that he would in his book Mein Kampf, the West would not raise a finger to help, he said. But the brutal annexation of the Baltic states and still more the aggressive war against Finland were harder to accept. Knox emigrated to the United States where, after a period in which brigaders were viewed as suspect, he and several other veterans were eventually recruited by General Wild Bill Donovan's OSS, Office of Strategic Services, the covert wartime intelligence agency with outposts across the world. The Nazi response to Fabian's Paris metro attack was ferocious. By the end of the following month, 58 communists had been executed. With Paris increasingly dangerous, the fledgling communist resistance movement decided to move its campaign elsewhere. The next assassination of a German soldier was carried out in Nantes on October 20 by Brigades veteran Spartaco Gisco, accompanied by Gilbert Bruslin. They assassinated Lieutenant Colonel Karl Hotz, the city's military governor, and a fellow officer. Many French people were horrified and the Germans furious. 2 days later, the occupiers executed 48 prisoners in retaliation, apparently after Hitler personally insisted on instant revenge. 62 of those killed were International Brigade veterans and 2 more died in a further round of executions later that week. 7 The Free French leader Charles de Gaulle, who had escaped to Britain, responded with a radio broadcast on the BBC. "War should be undertaken by those whose business it is," he said. "I am giving an order to those in the occupied territory not to kill Germans." 8. De Gaulle eventually changed his mind and many International Brigade veterans joined the resistance in France, including women who had served in Spain as nurses and doctors. At least 105 were killed, with 20 of them amongst the hostages shot by the Germans in reprisals. Pierre Ribier, the stocky commissar who had carried the wounded Jan Kurtka off the battlefield at Boadilla, was one of the dead. 1/3 of those executed had been born outside France, with a single unit of 23 resistance fighters who were caught and shot in 1944, including 5 brigaders, none of whom were French. 10. On August 19, 1944, Henry Roll-Tanguy ordered the Umbrella Resistance Organization created earlier that year, the French Force of the Interior, FFI, to rise against the German troops in Paris. The former International Brigade's political commissar had become regional commander of the resistance movement. 11 The uprising forced the Allies to divert their offensive towards the city. A few days later, When half-tracks from General Philippe Leclerc's 2nd Armored Division reached the center of Paris, they bore the names of Spanish Civil War battles, including Guadalajara, Ebro, and Teruel, since they were mostly manned by Republican Spaniards from a company known as La Neuve, who were fighting for the Free French. As a result, it was a Spanish officer who first walked into the city hall to meet the resistance leaders there. The following day, August 25, Roltanguy and Leclerc co-signed the formal rendition of Paris by General Dietrich von Choltes. 12 Both Roltanguy and Georges are today feted as resistance heroes, and the Colonel Fabien metro station in Paris is a reminder of the historical importance of the young resistance leader who was killed in an explosion, possibly caused by someone mishandling a mine, on December 29, 1944. If the war in Spain had been an act of resistance against fascism, then it was natural for international brigade veterans to return to that battle by creating or joining partisan units across Europe, or joining their national armies. Initially, most of those who marched across the border from Catalonia had ended up in the windswept, wire-enclosed rudimentary camps set up on beaches in southern France. Of the 5,948 foreigners in these camps in March, from 50 countries, 5,736 were international brigade veterans, with Italians and Poles forming the largest contingents, followed by Germans. 13 The number of Portuguese, a total of 316 brigaders, Cubans and Argentines, with more than 200 each, proves that these groups, mostly from 15 Brigades Spanish-speaking battalion or the Italian-led 12 Brigade, played a far more important role in the international brigades than historians have previously acknowledged. The 34 Brazilians and 25 Greeks on a separate list suggest that these were not welcome home either, and, as the Second World War began that September, there were still 3,500 brigaders languishing in camps because, as Comintern leader Georgy Dimitrov wrote to Stalin, they were people whom no bourgeois government wishes to receive. 14 Stalin showed little interest, however, in shipping them to the Soviet Union. 15 The brigaders formed well-organized national groups, though some preferred to live outside their carefully controlled and sometimes politically paranoid groupings. They posed a serious dilemma for the collaborationist authorities of Vichy France, and the more troublesome or senior veterans often ended up in a special camp at Vernay, which also served as a club for future partisan leaders. It is remarkable, indeed, just how prominent they became. In Yugoslavia, for example, all 4 of Tito's partisan armies were led by Spanish veterans. A later secret report for the CIA acknowledged that the military organizers of the partisan movement were the Spaniards, the pre-war communists who had served in the international brigades. 16 When Knox tried to coordinate with partisans in Italy, he found his past with the international brigades a useful passport. He mixed up his languages by mistake, occasionally using Spanish words such as fuego or frente, instead of fuoco and front. After another such fumble, the division commander stood up, smiling, walked over to me and patted me on the shoulder. "Spagna, no," he said. He had been in the Battaglione Garibaldi that had fought next to us in the Casa de Campo. From that point on, relations with the partisans were no problem, he recalled. 17. Half of the Garibaldi veterans who returned to Italy joined the partisans, including Giovanni Pesce, who found that he preferred the old kind of warfare to the clandestine life of an urban guerrilla in Turin. "I missed the comrades running alongside me, with 100 men shouting out loud, rather than operating in silence," he recalled. "But here we have to fight terror with terror." 18 Another Garibaldi veteran, Aldo Lampredi, was one of the 3 partisans who executed Benito Mussolini and his lover Claretta Petixi on April 28, 1945. The couple were finished off with Lampredi's Beretta pistol. Knox was one of the brigaders who went on to serve directly in Allied armies, though some were initially looked on with suspicion. Those who ended up in Britain often drifted into the Free French, Polish, Czech or other exile armies that were being formed. Some Germans such as the writers Erich Weinert and Willy Breedel sided with the Red Army, shouting propaganda slogans at their invading countrymen from the rubble of Stalingrad. 19 Esmond Romilly, nephew of Winston Churchill, ran a cocktail bar in Miami before joining the Canadian Air Force, and was amongst the many to die in that war when his aircraft failed to return from a raid on Hamburg in late 1941. 20 others, like the Danish veteran Leo Carey, would never recover from the post-traumatic stress disorder that is now accepted as a widespread condition amongst returning combat soldiers. Tom Wintringham, meanwhile, became one of the guiding lights in converting Britain's local defence volunteers into the armed Home Guard. He had already been expelled from the Communist Party for refusing to break up with his girlfriend, and future wife, Kitty Bowler, whom Marty had deemed a Trotskyist spy. With an invasion of Britain likely in 1940 and Churchill proclaiming that if you've got to go you can always take one with you, Wintringham both lobbied for and initiated the teaching of guerrilla tactics and street fighting. When the government dragged its feet, he even arranged special arms imports and set up a popular private guerrilla training center, with several international brigade veterans as instructors and the surrealist painter Roland Penrose teaching camouflage at what newspapers approvingly dubbed a school of ungentlemanly warfare. 21 Trained guerrilla fighters from the brigades were particularly highly valued. What do I know of guerrilla warfare? I learned everything in Spain, American Brigadier Irving Goff would declare years later after he had been recruited by OSS. 22 Edward Carter, one of the African-American volunteers, served so magnificently as a U.S. Army sergeant that a U.S. Navy vessel was named after him. 23 Suspicion of communists and mistrust of certain nationalities meant that some veterans found their desire to fight frustrated. The wounded Jankertka, who had returned to London with his girlfriend Kate Mangan, was interned as a German alien for 13 months, to his profound disgust. 24 Many of the Poles, meanwhile, completed a long journey home via camps in French North Africa and on to the Soviet Union. There they joined a Soviet-organized Polish army, helping to form and lead a unit whose members were parachuted into occupied Poland. 25 Those who survived Spain often did not survive the next war. Around half of the 250 Yugoslavs, out of 350 who made it back to their country, who joined their partisan movement would die, though 29 eventually reached the rank of general, an extraordinary number that reflects the prominence given to Spanish fighters in Tito's regime, and 15 years after the war, a CIA report on the key military figures said 1/3 of them were brigade veterans. 26 Of the 84 surviving veterans from Latvia, 25 died fighting in the Red Army. 27 Since Jews and communists were Hitler's enemies, many veterans were killed at extermination or prison camps. They included at least 200 from just France, Italy, and Austria. 28 A group of 7 Romanian Jewish veterans, who had been picked out for especially brutal treatment, sought to add a degree of dignity to their inevitable deaths at Mauthausen. This was one of the worst camps, where international brigade veterans were known as Die Rote Spanier, the Red Spaniards, and required to wear a red triangle, as well as a yellow star, if Jewish. 29 If any one of you survives this hell, tell our people where and how we died, one of them announced to the Spanish inmates the night before. 30 The following day they marched straight towards one of the guard towers singing the Internationale until they were machine-gunned to death. 31 Perhaps inevitably, many became involved in the small rebellions and acts of resistance within the camps. One group broke out of Natzweiler concentration camp, which was specifically designated to house, amongst others, former German international brigaders, and made it to, of all places, non-belligerent Spain, though Franco clearly supported Hitler, sending a division of volunteer troops to the Russian front. 32 The Austrian brigadier Rudolf Friemel, confined at Auschwitz, had less luck. He persuaded the authorities to allow him to marry Margarita Ferrer, his girlfriend from Spain and mother of his son, in March 1944. It was the only wedding to be held at Auschwitz, and the couple were serenaded by an orchestra before being allowed a single night together, in a room at the camp brothel, where non-Jewish female prisoners were turned into sex slaves for selected favored non-Jewish prisoners, before Margarita was sent back to Friemel's family's home. 33 That December he was hanged with other members of a group who had been caught planning to break out. I hope to see you and my beloved little boy again, but I could never give up the fight. That was impossible for me, Rudolph wrote to Margarita the night before he was due to be hanged. Now my hour has come. I don't feel sad, and nor should you, my sweet girl. When the war is over, you will return to Spain. Look after our son. Make a man and a fighter out of him. And look ahead in order to forget these unfortunate times. My final thoughts will be of you. 34. International brigaders were also amongst the sick and severely undernourished inmates who rose against the Auschwitz guards just before liberation. It is also stated that a band of prisoners, most of them veterans of the Spanish International Brigade, broke out of the compound and exchanged fire with the SS guards, as a result of which 3 of their own number were killed, reported an American officer who arrived 2 days later. 35. Emmanuel Mink, the sportsman who traveled to compete at the Barcelona Olympiad, stayed to fight and survived the Botwin Company, was one of the survivors of a forced march of prisoners away from Auschwitz in the days before liberation. 36. Like many Jewish veterans, he ended up living in Israel, where international brigaders were initially accused of abandoning their own people during the Great Revolt of the Palestinian Arabs, which coincided with the war in Spain. They were finally praised by President Chaim Herzog in 1986 for combating the fascism that had claimed millions of Jewish lives. 37 brigaders were, similarly, amongst the leaders of the resistance at Buchenwald, which ended with the capture of 200 SS men. 38. Those Jewish volunteers who were not sent to the camps often, if not usually, lost family members. Alexander Surek would forever regret asking his wife, Berta, to keep their daughter Helena 39 close to her after he was arrested by the Germans in occupied France in 1941. I begged her to be brave and never to separate herself from the child, he recalled later. My entreaty tortured me all through my life. I could not foresee that separation might have saved them. They perished together. 40 Both died at Auschwitz. 41 Alexander Surek, who had obtained Russian papers, survived camps in France and Germany before eventually returning to Poland. 42. Not everyone behaved with such courage. Some, indeed, changed sides or became informers. They included André Huesler, commissar with 14 Brigade, and his brigade companion Jacques Valiant, the former French foreign legionnaire who ran the pioneer companies. 43 The traitorous quartermaster Dupré sided, unsurprisingly, with the German invaders and was executed for treason in 1951. 44 A Lithuanian volunteer was also later spotted wearing a German Wehrmacht uniform by an International Brigades veteran who joined the resistance in Paris. One of the most curious figures was Frank Ryan, the bold, left-leaning IRA man who had been captured during the retreats. He was one of those who remained in the camp at San Pedro de Cardena until after the outbreak of the Second World War. He was eventually freed by the Abwehr, German military intelligence, who organized a mock escape for him in July 1940, and spirited him away to Berlin. There he seems to have worked with other Irish Republicans who thought that the war offered a unique opportunity to bring about a reunification of Ireland, especially if Hitler should invade Britain. There is still bitter debate over whether this meant the avowed anti-fascist who had persuaded 15 Brigade to return to the line at Jerimo became a Nazi collaborator, placing Irish nationalism above all else and losing the right to be considered a socialist. With his health failing, Ryan tried to return to Ireland, but was refused permission as his country did not want to jeopardize its position of neutrality. He suffered a stroke, and died in a German sanatorium in June 1944. 45. As the full horrors of the Nazi regime and the Holocaust were revealed, some politicians in Western democracies looked back at the war in Spain and recognized that they had failed in their duty to defend the free world. Roosevelt admitted that his Spanish policy had been a great mistake, and Hoover's former Secretary of State, Henry Stimson, had long before realized what a disaster the non-intervention agreement regarding Spain had been and how it played into the hands of the Axis powers. After the Second World War, Franco's Spain was not admitted into the United Nations. Shortly before his death in April 1945, Franklin Roosevelt had written that having been helped to power by Fascist Italy and Nazi Germany, and having patterned itself along totalitarian lines, the present regime in Spain is naturally the subject of distrust by a great many American citizens. He continued, "We do not forget Spain's official assistance to our Axis enemies at a time when the fortunes of war were less favorable to us, nor can we disregard the activities, aims, organizations and public utterances of the Phalange. These memories cannot be wiped out. The Cold War and an American desire to set up military bases across Europe would eventually produce a thawing of relations in the 1950s. Even more remarkable was the important role played by international brigaders in Soviet bloc countries immediately after the Second World War. When these fell under Russian control, Stalin sought out communists who had proven themselves as loyal militants and partisans. Surviving brigaders often fitted both categories. In the immediate post-war years they rose to prominence all over Russian-dominated Europe, running ministries, commanding armies and police forces and representing their countries as ambassadors. In fact, given that the cohort of surviving members from these countries cannot have numbered more than 9,000 people, the power they came to wield was remarkable. Even the alumni of the world's most prestigious universities would have had trouble competing with that degree of establishment success. The same regimes they helped to found would, however, also eventually devour many of them and are now widely scorned in the countries which suffered more than 4 decades of communist rule after the Second World War. Nowhere were the brigaders more powerful than in East Germany, as the Soviets struggled to find people they could trust who could help them construct a narrative of historic anti-fascism, cleansed of Hitler's Nazi legacy. They turned to former 11 Brigade Commissar and Commander Heinrich Rau to run the first de facto government of their occupied zone, the German Economic Commission, DWK. Hundreds of German veterans eventually rose to the upper ranks of the regime, with at least 6 becoming government ministers. 4713 were in the Central Committee, 8 in the Politburo, and there would be at least 1 ex-brigader on the all-powerful Secretariat for all but a few years up to 1984. The new German state also needed armed forces and police, often to repress its own people. Brigaders took prominent positions there too, providing 17 generals, 40 colonels, and numerous other officers. The German-speaking units of the international brigades represented the nucleus of the armed forces of the future GDR. The country would eventually certify. 48 Considering that there were barely more than 1,000 veterans in East Germany, their importance is outstanding. 49. Some German brigaders became notorious oppressors, with veterans providing more than a dozen senior members of the feared Stasi secret police, while 100 more joined the ranks of various police forces. 50 The infamous Stasi, indeed, was founded by Wilhelm Zeisser, aka General Gomez, with the help of Brigadier Karl-Heinz Hoffmann. The 85,000-strong Stasi People's Police Force and its network of 175,000 informers was led by brigade veterans for all but 4 years until the fall of the Berlin Wall in 1989. By that time it had become East Germany's most notorious and hated tool of state repression. Erich Mielke, its head for 32 years and a veteran of the brigade's internal security services, became known as the Master of Fear. He was the ruthless architect of what one writer called the most perfected surveillance state of all time, which held files on millions of citizens. 51 When the Berlin Wall finally fell, much of the popular hatred against the communist regime was channeled directly at him. He was eventually tried, and found guilty, of murdering 2 policemen in the pre-Nazi Weimar Republic days. Richard Stamer, meanwhile, became chief of police in the Brandenburg state, which contains Berlin, before moving to even more senior positions, while Hans Kalle had a more discreet role as police chief in Mecklenburg. At one stage, veterans were in charge of all 3 branches of the security services, including the Army, the Interior Ministry's police and the Stasi. 52. Much the same would happen in Yugoslavia, where 30 brigaders eventually reached the rank of general, and, to a lesser degree, in Poland and Bulgaria. 53 In the decade immediately after the war, almost all the Eastern Bloc countries had government ministers who had served with the international brigades in Spain. A former machine gunner with 12th Brigade, Mehmet Chihua, was Prime Minister of Albania for 25 years. A particularly vicious round of trouble started after Yugoslav leader Tito refused to accept submission to Stalin and the Soviet Union in 1948. Since the Stalinist mindset believed in contamination by proximity, and given that Yugoslavia's armed forces were being run by international brigaders, veterans automatically became suspect. Hungarian Foreign Minister Laszlo Rajk, for example, was detained with 6 other brigaders in September 1949. 54 Rajk was found guilty of spying at a show trial and executed the following day. Of the 97 defendants declared guilty in the Hungarian trials, 16 were former brigaders. 2 were executed and the rest went to jail while many more lost their jobs, though Brigadier Ferenc Munich became prime minister in 1958. Much the same happened in Czechoslovakia, where the brigades would provide 2 interior ministers and half a dozen deputy ministers. 55 In what became known as the Slansky trial, senior party official Otto Sling was hanged and deputy foreign minister Artur Lundin was imprisoned. Both were brigade veterans. "I was a treacherous enemy within the Communist Party," Sling was forced to declare. "I am justly an object of contempt and deserve the maximum and the hardest punishment." 56 Oswald Zavodsky, another volunteer who had become head of the National Security Corps, NSB, was executed later, in 1954. Dimitrov Battalion Commander Joseph Pavel's career summed up the entire communist history of Czechoslovakia, since he was also imprisoned, then exonerated, became interior minister during the brief reformist Prague Spring in 1968 and was sacked and expelled from the Communist Party after Russian tanks appeared on the streets of the Czech capital. Lundin's book, The Confession, became a classic denunciation of the Orwellian turn taken by Stalinist parties. In all these cases, the Spanish connection was deemed an important reason for suspicion. All across the Soviet-controlled side of Europe, veterans found themselves being interrogated to see if they, too, had been contaminated by their contact with the outer world and the supposedly spy-ridden international brigades. The Germans were indignant, since these interrogations reminded them of their treatment by the Gestapo, despite the fact that other brigaders were amongst those ordering that these new interrogations be carried out. One brigadier, Willy Kriechmeier, died mysteriously in a secret police cell, and even the previously mighty Zeisser was amongst those to lose their jobs. "I hear it rumored that at the moment speaking about Spain is unwanted, and that everything connected with it is cancelled," the loyal communist Ludwig Renn wrote in 1952. Supposedly this is happening because there were too many traitors in Spain. I don't understand such points of view. 57 Perhaps the fact that the career-minded Stamer had by now married the daughter of President Wilhelm Pike helped in preventing show trials in Germany. 2.58 There were also arrests in Poland, including of 129 Brigade Commander Wacław Komer, though he was later reinstated. 59 Further trouble came for him and other Jewish veterans in 1967, however, with the burst of Polish socialist anti-Semitism that followed the Six-Day War between Israel and its neighboring states. For men like Surek, who had fought fascism and lost family in Hitler's camps, this was a devastating end to their dream. Many Jewish brigade veterans lost their jobs. Emigration, to Israel, the United States, Canada or, in Surek's case, to France, became the only solution. Cast initially into poverty, Surek later became famous amongst veterans for his response to a Polish general who tried to kiss him on the cheek at a reunion. "Not here," he said. "But here," pointing at his backside. 60 Although the Polish brigaders did not reach the same prominence in the country's administration as their comrades elsewhere, they were honored with monuments and street names. Under the virulently anti-communist right-wingers of the Law and Justice Party, Poland's sometimes controversial Institute for National Remembrance has recently called for these to be torn down. It claims that the Polish brigaders fought for the construction of the Stalinist state and that relativizing their activities, e.g. that not all were communists, will not change the fact that as a group they served the criminal communist ideology. 61 The political passions of the Cold War era saw some brigade veterans on the other side of that conflict also pay a heavy price. American communists and their friends, for example, became the focus of suspicion and witch hunts in the United States. Alva Bessie, by then an Oscar-nominated screenwriter, became the most famous of them all as one of the Hollywood 10 who refused to give evidence to the House Un-American Activities Committee, HUAC. I will never aid or abet such a committee in its patent attempt to foster the sort of intimidation and terror that is the inevitable precursor of a fascist regime, he famously told HUAC, which saw him sent to jail for contempt. He was blacklisted by studio bosses and imprisoned for 10 months. Amongst those to give evidence were embittered brigade veterans such as William McQuistion, who claimed to have witnessed the shooting of fellow deserters in a Barcelona bar. God knows, Hitler and Mussolini can be very little worse than the ruling clique of the communist bureaucrats and political commissars, another deserter, Edward Horan, told the committee. 62. The theatrical goings-on at the HUAC hearings overshadowed a more subtle and serious condemnation of those who had fought fascism before it became fashionable. They had been, some were told, premature anti-fascists. Bernard Knox first came across the term when, after a distinguished Second World War career, he was interviewed by the chairman of the Yale Classics Department to study for a doctorate. He recalled that interview much later. To jazz my application up a bit, I had included my record in the U.S. Army, private to captain 1942-45. The professor, who had himself served in the U.S. Army in 1917-18, was very interested, and remarked on the fact that, in addition to the usual battle stars for service in the European theater, I had been awarded a Croix de Guerre à l'Ordre de l'Armée, the highest category for that decoration. Asked how I got it, I explained that, in July 1944, I had parachuted, in uniform, behind the Allied lines in Brittany to arm and organize French resistance forces and hold them ready for action at the moment most useful for the Allied advance. Why were you selected for that operation, he asked, and I told him that I was one of the few people in the U.S. Army who could speak fluent, idiomatic, and, if necessary, pungently coarse French. When he asked me where I had learned it, I told him that I had fought in 1936 on the northwest sector of the Madrid front in the French battalion of Exith International Brigade. Oh, he said. You were a premature anti-fascist. I was taken aback by the expression. How, I wondered, could anyone be a premature anti-fascist? Could there be anything such as a premature antidote to a poison? A premature antiseptic? A premature antitoxin? A premature anti-racist? If you were not premature, what sort of anti-fascist were you supposed to be? 63. It was not until the Vietnam War, when Lincoln Battalion veterans found themselves fated as they joined protest marches behind their own banners, that international brigaders became particularly visible again in the United States. That did not stop future President Ronald Reagan from claiming they had fought on the wrong side. 64 Western European veterans, if they survived the Second World War, and lists of former members held by, amongst others, Dutch police found their way to the Gestapo, were amongst the few not to suffer immediate consequences, though communist infighting would eventually see even André Marty shunned by his former ideological comrades. The famous denouncer of spies and internal enemies was himself denounced as an agent of the enemy, who imposed narrow-mindedness and sectarianism. 65 More than a dozen senators and deputies in France, Norway, and Italy, including 2 ministers, the Republican Randolfo Pacciardi and the Socialist Pietro Nani, while Giuseppe Di Vittorio headed the country's largest trades union, were veterans. 66. Jack Jones, who survived the Ebro battle, became head of Britain's mighty Transport and General Workers Union. It has been suggested that he may even have been a Soviet informer, though this was something he vigorously denied. If it were true, however, Jones would have been just one of at least a dozen brigade veterans in Western Europe who served Communist Moscow's spy machine. 67 The most famous, or infamous, of these was Morris Cohen, who recruited a scientist at the Los Alamos Testing Center in New Mexico to pass on blueprints of the first American nuclear weapons in 1945. 68 Jones, meanwhile, was at one time considered to be Britain's most powerful man, more powerful than the Prime Minister, according to a Gallup poll in 1977.69 that pitted him directly against another brigade veteran, Sir Alfred Sherman, who became Margaret Thatcher's most trusted advisor when she was elected Prime Minister and began a ferocious battle with the trades unions 2 years later. Sherman and Thatcher had jointly co-founded the radical, for its times, right-wing think tank, the Center for Policy Studies. Sherman had been expelled from the Communist Party for attacking Stalin over Yugoslavia, but never regretted his participation in the fight against fascism. Spain was a special case, a few more good divisions and I still think the tide could have been turned against Franco, he said decades later. 70 He did, however, feel betrayed. We were given no real picture of Stalin's motives. We were pawns in many ways. Although veterans' associations kept the international brigade spirit alive, many brigaders returned to their lives without forming any part of that, especially where they suspected Communist Party control. It is clear, however, that most were deeply marked by the youthful, idealistic, dangerous, and frightening trip to Spain. Many of those who, as journalists or observers, watched or cheered for them, also carried the flame of the Spanish cause forever. Muriel Rukeyser, the poet who had fallen in love with German volunteer Otto Bach in the first days of the war, published an in remembrance note to her Bavarian, runner, cabinet maker, fighter for a better world in German newspapers during the 1972 Munich Olympics, asking his family to get in touch, though there was no answer. That moment in Spain, she said, had ignited something whose fires would not stop. 71. Indeed, for many of those who fought, Spain was the defining event of their lives. Regler, despite his own fallout with communism, summed it up as the place where the light shone and the new geography began. 72 Even after he had turned his back on communism, Stephen Spender was clear about the war's place in history. The resistance of the Republic became the cause of democracy, and that of the rebels the cause of fascism. Whatever a great many Spaniards on both sides may have been fighting for, this was the issue being fought out by Italy, Germany, Russia, and the international brigades on Spanish soil. 73. The last of the international brigaders are dead, or close to it. Over the 2 decades before writing this book, I met a number of them, men like Virgilio Fernandez, who died in Guanajuato in December 2019. Direct experience of the brigades will soon go to the grave. There was nothing perfect about the brigaders, and attempts to paint them as saints only served to highlight their failings. These were, mostly, men at war. They killed and were killed. Some fought bravely, others did not. Some were noble and brave in their actions, others were cruel, cowardly, or callous. Some fought for an ideal, others for adventure. And, for some, those ideals would take them on a journey of oppression that placed them closer, in their behavior and blind defense of Stalinist communism, to the fascists whom they declared as their enemies than to the democratic republic that they defended. All fought, however, against the most destructive and malevolent force unleashed by 20th century Europe's violent politics and history. As that distinguished Yale classics professor Bernard Knox pointed out, there could be nothing premature about anti-fascism. Franco was not a pure fascist himself. He lacked the imagination for that. But it was fascism that rescued the botched coup attempt of his generals and made sure he won his war and could impose his reactionary, 36-year dictatorship. His Spain was a place of political and social repression, where tens of thousands were placed before firing squads, women lost their basic rights, and death penalties were carried out into the 1970s. It was no coincidence that Hitler and Mussolini became so heavily involved in what, despite a continued unwillingness in Spain to view it as such, was patently the opening battle of the Second World War. The Spanish Civil War, indeed, was not just fascism's first great, emboldening victory. It was also its longest-lasting one. That triumph, and the politics of appeasement by Western democracies that began in Spain, emboldened Hitler to extend his war and launch the Holocaust. Anyone who fought against Franco, then, was also fighting against that. War, as I have argued, is mostly binary. It obliges all but the most ardent pacifists to take sides. Few people living in Western democracies today would, with the benefit of hindsight, struggle to decide who to support. One of the tragedies of contemporary Spain is that this is not clear to all Spaniards. During his 4 decades of dictatorship, Franco frequently harked back to the Great Crusade, the coup and civil war that cost the country 500,000 dead, 74 hundreds of thousands cast into jail or exile, and nearly 40 years without basic freedoms. Some 150,000 people were killed by Franco's own firing squads and associated right-wing death squads alone. John McCain, the decorated American military pilot, Vietnam prisoner of war, Arizona senator and Republican presidential candidate, could never have been called a fellow traveler. In 2016, Senator McCain wrote an opinion column in the New York Times that highlighted the sacrifice of the International Brigade volunteers. It was inspired by the death that year of Delmer Berg, who is thought to have been the penultimate American brigadier to pass away. McCain admitted that his respect for the brigades had begun when he read Hemingway's For Whom the Bell Tolls as a 12-year-old. Not all the Americans who fought in the Lincoln Brigade, as it became known popularly, though it was really a battalion, were communists. Many were, including Delmer Berg. Others, though, had just come to fight fascists and defend a democracy. Even many of the communists, like Mr. Berg, believed they were freedom fighters first, sacrificing life and limb in a country they knew little about, for a people they had never met. You might consider them romantics, fighting in a doomed cause for something greater than their self-interest. And even though men like Mr. Berg would identify with a cause, communism, that inflicted far more misery than it ever alleviated, and rendered human dignity subservient to the state, I have always harbored admiration for their courage and sacrifice. 75. On April 2, 1953, Franco oversaw the opening ceremony of his future tomb at the Valley of the Fallen, an enormous underground basilica dug out of the rock below a granite ridge in the Sierra de Guadarrama. Franco died in 1975. In a fraught, fast and successful transition, Spain returned to democracy within 3 years. It also tried to bury the memory of the Civil War, preferring to look forward, while electing moderate left-wing governments for 14 of the next 19 years. A socialist government finally removed the dictator's body from the mausoleum in 2019, but the 150-meter-high cross above it can still be seen from the outskirts of Madrid. It is an arrogant reminder of victory, although nominally this monument was meant to commemorate all the dead. In his inauguration speech, Franco had referred only to our fallen and recalled the heroism and enthusiasm with which they engaged in those ferocious battles in which the international brigades were forced to bite the dust of defeat. 76 He was then into the 15th year of his 4-decade-long dictatorship, but was obviously still irked by the foreign volunteers who had defended the Republic. He did not mention the more numerous foreign fascist contingents of Axis power soldiers and aviators, or African colonial troops, that had ensured his victory. This was by no means his only mention of the brigaders. Franco often referred to them in his speeches as, having been shunned by Western democracies immediately after the Second World War, he tried to reposition himself during the Cold War as an anti-communist rather than anti-democrat. It is now too late to ask them, but it is reasonable to assume that veterans felt some satisfaction at angering him so many years later. In 2000, a group of Spanish hikers came across a crumbling, 3-tier block of concrete in the otherwise wild and rugged surroundings of the Sierra de Pandals, where much of the final fighting had taken place. Chipped and weathered, the knee-high memorial bore the names of 35 volunteers from 15 Brigade, including men who had traveled from the United States, Canada, Britain, Palestine, Finland, Latvia, and the nearby Spanish province of Valencia. Amongst the names of those commemorated on the memorial were former Lincoln Battalion Commander Bob Merriman and the old Etonian Olympic rower Lewis Clive. At the time of its rediscovery, this was the only surviving 1930s monument to the international brigades in Spain, though a dozen more have been erected since Franco's death. Hundreds of other memorials can be found spread across the world, from Seattle to Stockholm and as far east as the Volga River town of Samara. At least 100 such memorial plaques or monuments are spread around just the United Kingdom and Ireland, from London's Jubilee Gardens to Aberdeen, Portsmouth, or Waterford. A memorial plaque bearing poetry by Nordhild Grieg and the names of 4 young men who died in Spain, was unveiled on the Norwegian island of Utøya by teenagers attending a summer camp run by the Labour Party's Workers' Youth League in July 2011. 2 days later, far-right gunman Anders Behring murdered 69 of those young people in the country's worst massacre since the Second World War. 77. In November 1996, some 700 surviving brigaders from 28 countries 78 had gathered for their last major reunion in Madrid. They were by now mostly in their 80s or above. 85-year-old British nurse Patience Darton, who worked with Nan Green and whose marriage to the young German brigadier Robert Equist lasted just 2 months before she was widowed, was warned by her doctors that she was too frail to travel to Spain for the event. She was, however, determined to return to a country that meant so much to her, and which she had not visited since the war. Patience attended an evening concert in homage to the brigaders, but later felt unwell and was taken to hospital. She died the following day with her son, from her second marriage to British Brigade veteran Eric Edney in the 1950s, at her bedside. Historian Angela Jackson, who has written extensively on women in the international brigades, was also with her. She had heard the cheers of the crowd and the songs she remembered from the Civil War. Without doubt, she would have thought her obituary published in Spain under the heading Morir en Madrid, to die in Madrid, was a fitting way in which to record the close of her life, she said. 79. It was an emotional reunion. Spain's political right wing had recently been elected to head a democratic government for the first time since the 1930s, with the People's Party, founded by Francoist Minister Manuel Fraga Iribarne, in power under Prime Minister José María Aznar. The previous year, while in opposition, his party had joined a unanimous petition from the Spanish Parliament calling for Spanish nationality to be offered to all former international brigaders. At the very least, they should be allowed to consider as their home the same country Spain that occupies such a large place in their hearts, one deputy argued. 80 That had been put into law earlier in 1996, fulfilling a promise made by President Negrin before the bulk of the brigaders departed in 1938. The special nationality law helped settle debate over whether there had been something premature about their anti-fascism. The volunteers had fought for liberty and democracy in Spain, it said, and they were deserving of the gratitude of the nation. 81. Tables. Volunteer numbers by origin or language/regional groups. Total recruits by March 1937, after Jarama and Guadalajara battles, snapshot of second-year recruits. October 1937, January 1938 figures, Catalonia total recruits plus wounded, missing or dead on December 26, 1937, prior to Battle of Teruel, total recruits plus wounded, missing or dead on March 31, 1938, during Aragon retreats, volunteers serving on May 1, 1938, after retreats and close of Albacete base, total recruits in war. October 1936, September 1938 volunteers left in Spain on October 1938 disbandment. Franco-Belgian group 8,300. German group 5,237. Anglo-American group 4,265. Italian group 2,343. Slav group 7,619. German 1,354. 164. 1,044. 2,217. American 733. 174. 739. 2,341. Austrian 231. 134. 437. 872. Balkan 1184. 2895. Baltic. 659. 892. Belgian. 1390. 107. 711. 1722. Canadian. 173. 173. 181. 512. Czechoslovakian. 284. 226. 610. 1066. Scandinavian. 98. 799. French 6928. 408. 2687. 8962. Dutch. 302. 72. 171. 628. Hungarian. 285. 70. 195. 528. British/English. 877. 267. 717. 1825. Italian 2124. 261. 1321 3002. Polish 1541. 584. 1212 3. 117. Portuguese. 112. 12. 134. Swiss. 275. 50. 110. 408. Diverse. 164. 1201. 1122. Finnish. 26. 81. Danish. 42. 198. Swedish. 71. 173. Romanian. 62. 109. Russian. 9. 80. Yugoslavian. 122. 387. Albanian. 2. Argentinian. 9. Armenian. 7. Bulgarian. 42. 165. Chilean. 1. Cuban. 8. Scottish. 2. Danzig. 5. Estonian. 6. Greek. 15. Irish. 8. Icelandic. 1. Latvian. 6. Lithuanian. 12. Luxembourgeois. 1. Moors, Sikh. 1. Palestinian. 13. Norwegian. 26. Paraguayan. 2. Puerto Rican. 1. Turkish. 1. Andorran. 1. Chinese. 1. Dead. 15.7%. 4,575, 15.1%. Missing/deserted. 11.9%. 5,740, 18.3%. Repatriated, injured or not. Included with missing and deserted 5,062, 16.1%. In hospital. 12.8%. 2,361, 7.5%. Total 18,714, 3,477, 27,764, 31,369, 12,614, 32,297, 12,208 to 673. Franco-Belgian language group. German language group. Anglo-American language group. Italian language group. Slav language group. Foreign total. Spanish brigaders serving in IB units. Total 8,300, 5,237, 4,265, 2,343, 7,619, 27,764. Dead 23.5%. 13.5%. 10.6%, 12.8%, 12.5%, 15.7%. Injured, missing, repatriated, or deserted 25.1%, 5.9%, 3.3%, 10.7%, 7%, 11.9%. Current strength 4,268, 4,221, 3,671, 1,793, 6,136, 20,089, 26. 725. Percentage in frontline units 41.3%, 47.7%, 32.8%. 42.4%, 46.4%, 42.8%, 77%. Destination unknown 14.8%, 4.8%, 10.6%, 11.6%, 18.9%, 12.9%. Percentage in rearguard and hospital 43.9%. 47.5%, 56.6%, 46%, 34.7%, 44.3%, 23%. Percentage in hospital 17.7%, 21.3%, 21.6%, 21.1%, 11.8%. 17.7%. Base reserves 10%. 12.3%. 22.5%. 14.7%. 13.4%. 14.2%. Base auxiliary services 11%. 7.4%. 7.3%. 8.5%. 4.8%. 7.3%. Medical personnel 1.8%. 5.1%. 5.1%. 0.7%. 4.3%. 3.7%. Total medical personnel 75. 213. 188. 13. 263. 752. Working in industry 3.4%. 1.4%. 0.1%. 1%. 0.4%. 1.2%. Political affiliations of active volunteers. Communists and Young Communists 55.6%. 70.8%. 63.9%. 60%. 50.7%. 59.7%. Socialists and other anti-fascist parties or groups 15.9%, 8.7%, 1.9%, 1.2%, 3.8%, 6.8%. No party or unknown 28.5%. 20.5%. 34.2%. 38.8%. 45.5%. 33.5%. Source Regaspi 545.2.108 pages 52 to 4. 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 Regaspi 545.2.108 pp. 52 to 4. Total numbers of foreign and Spanish brigaders distribution by units and ranks on December 20, 1937, before Battle of Teruel. General. Colonel. Lt. Colonel. Commandante, Major. Captain. Lieutenant. Alferez, 2nd Lieutenant. Brigada. Sergeant. Driver. Corporal. Private. Total. 11 Brigade. 2. 10. 60. 127. 7. 231. 105. 257. 2199. 2998. 12 Brigade. 6. 35. 84. 23. 6. 203. 58. 25. 2032. 2472. 13 Brigade. 1. 11. 34. 100. 3. 225. 28. 189. 2248. 2839. 14 Brigade. 2. 12. 46. 47. 19. 62. 185. 89. 140. 2595. 3197. 15 Brigade. 2. 9. 37. 64. 1. 5. 170. 83. 232. 1837. 2440. 15 Division. 1. 1. 5. 12. 14. 12. 58. 51. 36. 768. 958. 35 Division. 1. 1. 5. 21. 36. 1. 7. 84. 108. 115. 870. 1249. 45 Division. 1. 3. 11. 48. 103. 11. 4. 211. 227. 40. 1973. 2632. 20 Battalion of 86 Brigade. 2. 3. 11. 27. 3. 3. 24. 57. 82. 1887. 2099. Anti-Aircraft Battalion. 5. 19. 51. 1. 18. 179. 44. 165. 1141. 1623. Anti-Aircraft Artillery. 1. 4. 16. 2. 11, 40, 17, 32, 189, 312. 1st Heavy Artillery. 1, 4, 9, 3, 6, 24, 22, 230, 299. 2nd Heavy Artillery. 7, 5, 6, 9, 26, 1, 26, 192, 272. Madrid Special Service. 6, 5, 7, 3, 7, 15, 167, 7, 249, 466. Frontline Transport. 8, 20, 7, 47, 248, 186, 113, 629. Frontline Medical. 10, 42, 88, 31, 48, 137, 82, 135, 1369. 1942. Rearguard Medical. 1, 12, 35, 66, 19, 25, 80, 74, 94, 997, 1403. Rearguard Transport. 1, 1, 4, 2, 11, 29, 48. In Hospital. 4, 57, 151, 18, 17, 189, 4775, 5211. At Base. 1, 4, 32, 135, 279, 64, 55, 298, 492, 193, 7805, 9358. Total. 3, 3, 17, 144, 621, 1298, 214, 363, 2656, 1891, 1881, 33,356, 42,447. Percent foreign/Spanish. 45%/55%. Total frontline forces. 2, 3, 12, 95, 393, 798, 111, 255, 2060, 1325, 1594, 19,779, 26,427. Total rearguard forces. 1, 5, 49, 228, 500, 103, 108, 596, 566, 287, 13,577, 16,020. Source: Paymaster at Regaspi 545.2.108 p37 and 545.2.131, pages 30 to 37.